Ah, I dare make these claims because I have the power to take your life. You simply haven't been here in the astral islands long enough, and you haven't undergone sufficient tempering. There is no place in the outside world which is quite like the astral islands, with its many elites and geniuses for you to test yourself against. I think you won't be able to take so much as my very first sword blow. The black-robed expert let out a bizarre laugh. Ning's gaze turned sharp, and a crimson gold lightning seal suddenly appeared on his forehead. Ning was beginning to get rather irritated by this black-robed expert's words. Screw the talking, he was going to give this person a taste of his Novescence thunder first. Bang! A crimson gold streak of lightning shot out with incredible speed, giving the black-robed expert no time to dodge at all. The lightning bolt hammered directly against him, causing his body to tremble slightly. However, he was still able to stand there calmly. What powerful lightning! Unfortunately, I'm the wrong person for you to use it against. The black-robed expert completely ignored the Novescence thunder, allowing it to crackle and writhe around his body. A few flickers of lightning brushed against some of the nearby boulders, instantly reducing them to dust. You can die now. The black-robed expert struck out with his sword. Ning didn't dare to be too brash. This person knew that he had won 9 battles in a row on the 4th stratum, but still dared to make the claim that his very first sword blow would be too much for Ning to handle. Without a doubt, this strike would be an extraordinary one. Boom! Once this strike was unleashed, the skies above the oceanic island began to dim. Countless flaming clouds began to gather in the air above them, and the sword crushed down upon Ning as though it was bringing the might of heaven and earth down with it. The sword came crashing down towards Ning with a feeling of absolute, immeasurable ponderance. All God's stance. A cold, fierce light flashed through Ning's eyes as well as he unleashed the most dominating, explosive sword stance he possessed. As Ning's insights into the sword had risen, his all-God stance had become increasingly extraordinary as well. It was now able to unleash a truly significant amount of the might of Violetjewel's quintessence core. Boom! 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 Ning immediately manifested 3 heads, 6 arms. His 6 swords transformed into 6 blood-colored WIRMs that hurled towards the massive world sword that was crashing down upon him. Boom! When the first blood-colored WIRM slammed into the greatsword, the blood-colored WIRM was brought to a halt, but the greatsword was knocked flying backwards. What? The black-robed expert let out a startled shout. He does have a bit of power. No wonder he bragged so much. Ning was secretly startled. Thanks to the Azure Flower Mist energy, Ning was as strong as a Downlord of the first step and far above the vast majority of world-level cultivators. He was also using an eternal weapon and had unleashed his most powerful sword stance, a strike which was so powerful that very few were capable of withstanding it. And yet, that black-robed expert's greatsword had managed to halt his strike in its tracks. But of course, it had only been able to block Ning's first strike. Ning had 6 eternal weapons he was using. Although one of the blood-colored WIRMs had been destroyed, the other 5 continued to surge forward towards the black-robed expert. How can? The black-robed expert was absolutely stunned. A blazing crimson warblade appeared in his other hand, a saber that gave off a similar aura of incredible ponderance. He joined his saber and his sword in front of him, using them to block Ning's attacks. Boom! 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 The 5 blood WIRMs came crashing down with enough power to shake the heavens. Boom! The entire mountain they were on actually collapsed, and the island itself split apart as the ground below the strike was completely caved in. As for the black-robed expert, Ning had already smashed him down into the very bottom of the sea. Swoosh! Moments later, the black-robed expert came charging out of the waters of the sea. He hovered there in midair, staring at the distant Ning who was standing atop a gray boulder. You talked a big game, but you don't have much to back it up. Ning let out a chuckle. You? The black-robed expert was enraged. There was a reason for his earlier braggadocio. He was an extremely powerful special lifeform, and despite being at the world level, he was completely capable of unleashing a level of power comparable to that of a Dowlord of the first step. Given that his two eternal weapons were also quite suited to him and to unleashing the type of power he specialized in, most fourth stratum foes would never dare to take his blows head-on. That was why he had felt so confident in his abilities. What he didn't realize was that for many years now, the way Ning had fought was by directly crushing his foes with overwhelming power. "Your swords are quite powerful, and you are just as strong as I am." The black-robed expert's voice began to transform, turning low and gravelly. As for his crimson eyes, they began to be filled with an even more insane look than before. "You are now qualified to see my true form." Boom! The area around the black-robed expert suddenly became filled with endless tendrils of dark red flames. He was like the god of this world of flames, and his black robes suddenly vanished, revealing the form underneath. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 26, Chapter 35, A Miserable Victory. Book 26, World Level, Chapter 35, A Miserable Victory. It was a humanoid creature whose skin was completely pitch black. His eyes were crimson red in color, and the way in which he stared at Ning made Ning feel uncomfortable. This pitch-black humanoid skin suddenly began to crack and split apart, revealing a dim crimson substance beneath the skin. Pop! Every so often, a piece of that crimson material would suddenly shoot out from beneath his skin, moving vastly beyond the speed of light and causing spacetime around it to twist and distort. The creature simply stood there, allowing his skin to crack and pop. Every so often, more of that crimson substance would shoot out. Whenever it touched the waters of the ocean, the water would begin to hiss and boil away. Whenever it touched the remnants of the island would shudder and break apart even further. "You forced me to reveal my true form, which means you have to die. You are indeed qualified to make it to the fifth stratum, but unfortunately for you, you ran into me." The sable creature spoke in a hoarse voice, and a few flecks of that crimson material flew out from his mouth with each word. "Aren't you the ugly one?" Ning said softly. "You dash." The sable creature was both embarrassed and enraged. Cultivators were the true masters of the endless territories, after all. They were simply too numerous. Even though he was an incredibly powerful special lifeform, when he was born from the primordial chaos, he found himself to be the only member of his race. Thus, he changed his appearance and always wore a black robe, spending his life within the world of cultivators. As a result, even he himself felt that his true appearance was rather ugly. However, only by revealing his true form was he capable of unleashing his full power. There was nothing else he could do. When normal cultivators insulted him, he wouldn't be that irritated, but the person who just spoke was a powerful cultivator who was on his general level of power. All you can do is flap your mouth. Remember this in your next life. The person who killed you is Saba Fei. The sable creature let out a low growl as he gripped the heavy warblade and the heavy greatsword with his hands. What an ugly name as well. Ning was intentionally mocking him. He could tell that this special lifeform had a fairly weak Dao heart. Die. Two sonorous streaks of saber light and sword light struck out, carrying an aura of incredible majesty and power. Ning once more manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, using his 6 eternal weapons fight back. What's this? When Ning transformed into a streak of lightning and charged forward, he immediately sensed spacetime twisting around him. This had an impact on even his own agility and movements. Clearly, this Sabafei was capable of causing spacetime to twist all around him in a domain-type maneuver. Ning let out an angry snort as that streak of crimson gold lightning once more blasted out of his forehead. The lightning was shaped like a flood dragon as it struck out, but once it moved closer to that black humanoid, it was impacted by some of the crimson substance spurting out of its cracked skin. The crimson gold lightning instantly began to tremble. We haven't even clashed yet, but that crimson substance shooting out of his body in this domain around him is already having an impact on my abilities. So this is the power of his true form? Ning was secretly nervous. Boom! Boom! A streak of black light suddenly shot out. This was the sable freak, Sabafei. A streak of lightning shot out as well. This was the three-headed, six-armed, white-robed Ning. Crimson gold lightning continuously shot out of Ning's forehead. Bang! 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 Dot! The two instantly clashed multiple times in midair, causing the air around them to tremble, the fragments of the island beneath them to sink deeper into the sea, and tremendous tidal waves to arise. The two of them battled in a wild orgy of destruction, and Ning was clearly at a disadvantage in this fight. Damn! Ning was forced to repeatedly dodge backwards, then charge forward once more. As for the black freak Sabafei, he fought in an utterly dominating fashion. Although he only had a single warblade and a single greatsword, his strength and savagery was enough to allow his two weapons to completely overwhelm Ning. In fact, the unique spacetime domain surrounding this creature was enough to make him superior to Ning in speed as well. So his true form makes him this much stronger than before. Ning could feel how difficult this battle was becoming. The power of every single blow from the enemy's sword and saber was superior to Ning's power. Even though Ning had 6 weapons to his foes 2, he was still at a marked disadvantage in this fight. In truth, this special lifeform was indeed as physically strong as a Dao of the first step. He was on par with Ning, and his insights into the Dao were even more profound than Ning's. This was the reason why the power of his every blow exceeded Ning's power. As for their earlier clash? Before revealing his true form and unleashing his full power, he looked just like an ordinary cultivator dressed in black robes. He had only been able to unleash roughly 10 or 20% of his maximum power in that state, which was why his full-strength blow was merely on par with one of Ning's sword strikes. Things were completely different now. You are definitely going to die. You are gonna die. Sabafei's hoarse, maddened voice rang out. He held an advantage in both speed and power. This was the first time since arriving at the Astral Islands that Ning had been in such a terrible situation. He was being completely dominated. This was someone who was just as fast and as strong as him, but who also had an even higher level of insight into the Dao. Sabafei had been training here at the Astral Islands for an extremely long period of time, and he possessed that strange domain which was even stronger than Ning's, Novescent's thunder. Ning was being crushed. As the saying goes, if you always stay on the defensive, sooner or later you will lose. Ning no longer dared to let things continue like this. Come out. Ning was furious as well. This Sabafei really was trying to kill him and sever his path. Whoosh! A black crimson gourd suddenly appeared out of nowhere next to Ning. This was the Elementum Water Flame gourd. The gourd hovered behind Ning, then instantly spat out 2 streaks of dragon-shaped lightning. One streak of lightning was the water smoke lightning, and it looked a flood of black water descending from an enormous storm cloud. The power of this lightning was so tremendous that it alone was superior to Ning's, Novescent's thunder. As for the second streak of lightning, it looked like a cloud of flame and was just as strong as the first streak of lightning. 2 streaks of lightning. The first was water smoke lightning, the second was fire cloud lightning. Fire and water were incompatible by nature. They were opposing forces. But these 2 streaks of Dao lightning simultaneously coiled around each other as they thundered towards the sable freak, Sabafei. What is that? The sable creature was shocked. Boom! Boom! The 2 streaks of Dao lightning showed no mercy at all. They simultaneously hammered down upon the sable creature, then began smashing into each other as well. As the 2 streaks of fiery lightning and watery lightning collided, they unleashed an utterly ruinous level of explosive power that caused even Ning himself to be in awe. Even most supreme world gods would be instantly slain by such an attack. As for transcendent world gods, they would be heavily injured at the very least. A few consecutive blows would ensure that they would perish. Only Tao Lords of the first step would be able to endure such a blow, but even they would be heavily restricted and bound. Boom! Boom! The two streaks of Tao lightning furiously swirled around the sable creature's body, and each time they collided they released tremendous amounts of power, causing Sabafai's speed and strength to both fall dramatically. "This is Tao lightning!" Sabafai called out in shock. "Yes, it is." Ning charged forward once more. "So what if you have Tao lightning? It can at most slow me down. It can't kill me." Sabafai remained as ferocious and savage as ever. His true body was indeed comparable to that of a Tao Lord of the first step, allowing him to endure the strikes of these two types of Tao lightning. However, he was still hindered tremendously by them. He was now slightly slower than Ning. Boom! 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 His warblade and his greatsword still held roughly half of their former level of power. He was still able to crush Ning in power. Still, things were now much simpler for Ning. Now that he had an advantage in speed, he was able to advance and withdraw at his leisure. In addition, his foe's advantage in strength was now much smaller than before. Kill! Kill! The two continued to battle ferociously. "I am a special life form. This cultivator has to be using his divine power at an incredible rate. He won't be able to hang on for much longer, while I'll be able to keep going for quite some time." Sabafai was filled with confidence. He was certain he would be able to keep fighting for an extended period of time. "Every single drop of my azure flower mist energy represents the distillation of all my divine power, heart force, and immortal energy. I'm not using any particularly powerful divine abilities for this fight. I'll be able to go on for ages. This special life form has to be using some sort of secret art which allows him to release tremendous amounts of power, but I'm certain he won't be able to maintain it for too long." Ning was filled with confidence as well. Ning was merely using 3 heads, 6 arms. This divine ability used up fairly little divine power. Ning was mainly relying on his azure flower mist energy in this battle, and it wasn't being used up that quickly. This battle went on for more than 2 full hours. At first, both were very confident. As time went on, both Sabafai and Ning grew increasingly amazed. By now, Ning only had 16 drops of his azure flower mist energy left. "I admit defeat." Finally, Sabafai let out a disgruntled growl. "Given how much power you have unleashed, you have to be using up divine power at an incredible rate. How is it even possible for you to continue fighting for this long? How?" If Ning was using abilities like the Star-Seizing Hand, he would indeed be using up divine power at an astonishing rate. Ning let out a sigh of relief. He had one. Finally, he had one. He could sense the golden book in his possession begin to transform. He was now under the protection of the Astral Islands, which acknowledged the fact that he had just won 10 battles in a row on the 4th island. "Hand over your legacy treasures." Ning stared at him. If it wasn't for the fact that this person was also under protection, Ning would have shown him no mercy at all and slain him. This person wasn't going to be able to hold on for much longer. "Don't be smug. I was defeated by the others on the 5th stratum, after all." Sabafai let out a hoarse growl. "There are many on the 5th stratum who are stronger than me." "You are indeed quite strong, but your insights into the sword are quite mediocre. Aha, you are even inferior to a special life form like myself." As he spoke, he waved his hand and tossed out a large amount of legacy treasures. Upon losing, he had to hand over everything he had unless Ning voluntarily accepted less. He didn't dare violate the rules of the Astral Islands. "Exit!" Sabafai raised his head and let out an angry shout. Whoosh! Spacetime twisted around him, causing his sable form to disappear into thin air. Ning waved his hand, collecting the many legacy treasures. His golden book immediately sent him an alert, informing him that he had already acquired a full legacy and that he was permitted to leave the Astral Islands whenever he wished. A full set? Ning wasn't that surprised. He knew that Sabathe had many legacy treasures on him, including a full legacy set. Swoosh! Ning waved his hand again, causing the Elementum water flame gourd to fly towards him as well. Ning put away the gourd. If it hadn't been for this gourd, he probably would have lost this fight, even if he was able to keep himself alive. Upon losing, he would have been knocked down to the third stratum once more, where he would have had to slowly accumulate enough wins for another promotion. Sabafall. He was merely an individual who wasn't strong enough to stay in the fifth stratum permanently. He was beaten down into the fourth stratum, and yet, he is incredibly powerful. My sword arts are indeed a weak point. Prior to this, Ning didn't fully realize how great a weakness this was. However, the more he battled against other incredibly talented figures, the more he realized how lacking his sword arts were. In the end, he simply hadn't spent enough time as a world-level cultivator. So many of the cultivators on the fifth stratum are more powerful than him? A flicker of battle lust appeared in Ning's eyes. Good. The stronger they are, the better. Ning raised his head and called out, "Exit!" Whoosh! Spacetime twisted around Ning, causing him to be teleported away and back to his own astral island. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 26, Chapter 36, The Watcher in the Dark Abyss. Book 26, World Level, Chapter 36, The Watcher in the Dark Abyss. The six strata of astral islands continuously circled around each other in a very orderly manner. At the very top stratum, the sixth stratum, there was just a single astral island. The fifth stratum had a total of 12 astral islands that slowly circled each other. Rumble! One of the 100+ islands belonging to the fourth stratum began to slowly fly upwards. What is that? Someone made it to the fifth stratum. The many cultivators on the lower strata of the astral islands all raised their heads to stare at the higher level islands. Hundreds of thousands of them were watching as this particular island ascended from the fourth stratum to the fifth stratum. Many cultivators felt complicated feelings in their heart. They dreamed of being able to make it to the fifth stratum. That way, they would similarly be able to receive the protection of the astral islands. Alas, this was far too difficult a task. A change in destiny. This was what countless cultivators were murmuring silently to themselves. He was quite fast. He was brought here alongside the rest of us in this batch, but he actually made it to the fifth stratum before I did. A jade-haired woman dressed in silvery, semi-translucent gauze was murmuring to herself softly from within her island on the fourth stratum. And a cultivator at that. I've never ever met any world-level cultivators who are a match for me, but almost as soon as I arrived in the Brightshore Kingdom I encountered one. How intriguing! What's more, the Brightshore Kingdom treats cultivators and special life forms equally, giving no special preferences or advantages to either. I like this place. A smile appeared on the jade-haired woman's face as natural mist began to swirl around her. I never would have thought that those puny cultivators would give rise to someone who might be a match for me. He actually made it to the fifth stratum before I did. A devilishly handsome silver-haired youth was murmuring softly to himself. He was a member of the Aeonians who had long ago found the path he needed to take to become a Samsara Doubtlord. However, he wanted to become more powerful before doing so. That way, he would benefit even further from his awakening of his Aeonian bloodlines. Still, he had to admit that the Brightshore Kingdom truly had gathered many freakishly talented figures. The fourth stratum alone was filled with many figures who had been quite difficult for him to overcome. This made him quite cautious. Anyone capable of surging into the fifth stratum so quickly was definitely a powerful figure. Although cultivators are individually weak, there's simply too many of them. There are far more of them around than we Ionians. In the end, the law of large numbers means they will give birth to many freakishly strong figures. The silver-haired youth mused to himself, once I enter the fifth stratum, I'll definitely have to test him out myself. Ning's ascension to the fifth stratum did indeed arouse the interest of quite a few of the other freakishly talented world-level cultivators. The ability to make it into the fifth stratum was a testament to his strength. Another person has joined us in the fifth stratum? Interesting. A few days from now, I'll have to give him a challenge and see how he does. I wager that Kilostar will be the first challenger yet again. Forget it. Just let it be him. The fourth stratum and the fifth stratum were completely different. The cultivators on the fourth stratum weren't under any protection. As a result, they would rarely accept or issue challenges. They were all quite cautious. However, these 12 peerless geniuses on the fifth stratum were all incredibly strong and talented figures. This was why they were able to keep their positions within the fifth stratum stable. Even if they occasionally fell down to the next level, they would quickly rise up once more. All of them delighted in battle. In fact, the entire reason why they were still here was because they wanted to keep fighting. As for the legacies, there was no point in being greedy. They merely needed to local the ones they actually needed. The best part of being here was the ability to battle against all these world-level cultivators. The experience they gained through combat was quite useful to them. An astral island within the fifth stratum. A skinny, swarthy child dressed in a silver cape was flipping through his golden book, roaring with laughter. Ah. He didn't disappoint me. He actually beat that special life form named Sabafal. Although Sabafal is a bit of an idiot, beating him is no easy task. Interesting. Still, simply defeating Sabafal doesn't mean much. Sabafal is completely incapable of standing stably amongst the ranks of the other fifth stratum individuals. Kid, I'm going to teach you the true meaning of the phrase, there is always someone stronger than the strong, but... The skinny, swarthy child laughed. Challenge issued. He issued a direct challenge to Ning through the golden book. Ha, the other 11 fellows on the fifth stratum will all give me some face. Same as always. I'll be the first to challenge the newcomer. A look of excitement was in the swarthy-skinned child's eyes. All of them had lived together for quite some time. They had formed certain habits long ago. Each time a newcomer made it to the fifth stratum for the first time, it would be Kilostar who would challenge that person first. Kilostar wasn't necessarily the most powerful of the 12, but he had the fewest weaknesses. He was capable of dealing with any foes that appeared. Even if he had to fight against that terrifying fellow from the sixth stratum, he'd still be able to at least keep himself safe. In other words, he was capable of dealing with any world-level cultivator, no matter how freakishly talented that person was. The dark abyss directly below the hundreds of thousands of astral islands. At the very bottom of the abyss. Hiss. Crackle. 9 strange flames were flickering here. Above the flames was a horizontally placed long spear that was over 1,000 meters long. An enormous haunch of meat that was at least 300 meters long was currently spitted on the spear. The beast's flesh was being slowly roasted by the 9 flames, and its surface was just slowly turning red. To fully cook it would probably take quite some time. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. A burly, nearly naked man with tousled black hair was seated, dressed in simple battle garbs. In front of him was a large basin that was over 30 meters long, filled with roasted meat. He was chomping through the meat with relish. Sitting opposite of him was a muscular golden-haired man dressed in golden armor. This man also had an enormous basin in front of him, also filled with roasted meat. King Wu, your hunting skills really aren't bad. This blood-flame dragon had to be comparable to a Verge-level Dowlord. Its flesh is simply savory. The golden-armored warrior was crunching his way through the meat as he spoke. Not just anyone was powerful enough to chew through this. Hunting these things really isn't easy. I think you Imperials must have damn near wiped them out of the endless territories by now. We pretty much wiped them out ages ago. The black-haired, nearly naked man shook his head. The hegemon, that old bastard, captured more than anyone else. He's able to instantly teleport to any territory he pleases, whereas I actually had to physically run across countless territories before I was able to find a single blood-flame dragon. I then had to pretend to be a cultivator, for fear that once it realized who I was it would self-destruct rather than let me capture it. It took forever for me to capture it. But now that I have one, I can slowly savor it for an extremely long period of time. Blood-flame dragons were incredibly, terrifyingly powerful beasts. They were unlike cultivators or Eonians, they neither used divine power nor had any immortal energy. They were actually similar to bug beasts, but they were far more powerful than bug beasts. However, it was incredibly rare for one of them to be found in the endless territories. They had been driven to the point of extinction long ago, precisely because the Brightshore Imperial's favorite food was blood-flame dragons. A blood-flame dragon which had reached the verge of the downmerge had a body that was comparable in size to an entire chaos star. If you ate just 1,000 meters of it with each meal, you would be able to feast for an extremely long period of time. Alas, ancient creatures such as the members of the Brightshore Imperials would live for even longer. King Wu. The golden-armored warrior glanced off into the distance towards a strange beast that was wreathed in flames. This creature possessed tremendous vitality and power, but it was currently suffering all sorts of unspeakable torments. I heard that you Imperials just gained a new clansman. Shouldn't you take his training a bit more seriously? For me to even keep an eye out for him, me being much more serious than usual. Yeah, this abyss is filled with plenty of danger, but so long as I keep an eye out I'll be able to guarantee that he stays alive, the black-haired man said between mouthfuls of meat. Eh? The black-haired man suddenly raised his head to stare upwards. His gaze pierced through the darkness of the abyss as well as the protection of the astral islands, allowing him to see Ning. Ning was currently flipping through his golden book within his room in his astral island. Right at this moment, Ning suddenly found himself seized by an invisible, inexplicable terror. It was as though some terrifying creature had just taken notice of him. It seems a new kid is about to join your 12 palaces as well. The black-haired man looked towards the golden-armored warrior. He made it to the 5th stratum quite quickly, and he's a cultivator just like you are. He's not bad, I suppose. The golden-armored man laughed. We cultivators are fairly weak in general. It is quite rare for an extremely powerful cultivator to emerge. We simply can't compare to the members of your race. All of you are born with utterly enormous power. Is that comparable? Is that even comparable? The black-haired man glared at him. How many of you are there? How few of us are there? The hegemon, that old bastard, how much time does he need to spend wandering the endless territories before he is able to find another member of our race? For each new member of our race that is born, another 10 Dowlords emerge amongst you cultivators. You cultivators give birth to monsters by the bundle. Just look at the 12 palaces. How many Dowlords do you have? And how few members do we have in our Imperial clan? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 26, Chapter 37, The Plight of Su Yuji. Book 26, World Level, Chapter 37, The Plight of Su Yuji. Ah ha ha. The golden-armored warrior laughed. Fine, I misspoke. Sometimes, I really envy you cultivators. There is a stupid large number of you. You guys are absolutely everywhere. Every single territory has you cultivators in them. The black-haired man sighed and shook his head. Suddenly. That brat. Is he trying to die? The black-haired man's eyes suddenly bulged out. Two streaks of golden light shot out of his eyes, passing through the barriers of spacetime and reaching a distant figure in a distant place. The Astral Islands. What just happened? Ning's entire body had turned stuff. He felt as though an utterly terrifying presence had suddenly taken notice of him. However, that terrifying sense of danger quickly dissipated. Who was that just now? Ning guessed that it had to have been an incredibly powerful figure who was scrying upon him, a figure that didn't even bother to hide his aura. If he had, there was no way Ning would have been able to sense him. That sense of danger, it was second only to the sensation I felt when I encountered that terrifying behemoth that brought me here, Ning mused to himself. The terrifying behemoth that had devoured him and brought him to this place was the most terrifying thing Ning had ever encountered in his life. It vastly surpassed any and all experts Ning had encountered in the past. The Brightshore Kingdom was an organization that was on the same general level of power as the entire Dao Alliance itself. The Dao Alliance was unfathomably powerful, while the Brightshore Kingdom was very secretive and quite powerful as well. Doesn't matter, I guess. Either of them can crush me like a bug. Ning couldn't be bothered to worry about it. The point of the almighty hegemon bringing them here was to raise a crop of powerful cultivators. Even the most powerful of organizations would need constant injections of fresh blood, after all. No matter how powerful their elite experts were, only their eternal emperors would live eternally. Samsara Dao Lords who did not succeed in the Dao merge would all perish eventually. Thus, they needed to ensure a constant, steady stream of new blood. Ning was one of them, a future expert of the Brightshore Kingdom. Fortunately, Yuji is still alive. Ning flipped through the golden box again, then let out a sigh of relief. Someone just challenged me? Ning frowned. One of the talented geniuses of the Fifth Stratum had just issued him a challenge. It must be understood that the 12 members of the Fifth Stratum had been on that stratum for a long period of time. They were all definitely superior to Sabafal in power. Ning had been forced to pull out his Elementum Water Flame Gourd for the sake of defeating Sabafal. I'm currently protected by the Astral Islands. Even if I lose, I would at most lose some legacy treasures. However, I need to make sure this set gets to Yuji first. If too much time passes, something unexpected might happen. Ning didn't dare to be too arrogant. Ning waved his hand. Whoosh! 320 legacy treasures suddenly appeared before him. These were all fiery red leaves. The fiery leaves were all gathered together, and Ning could immediately sense the tremendous amount of information they contained, as well as that blazingly powerful aura of fire. This was a legacy pertaining to the Tao of Fire. Sabafal, Ning's previous opponent, had walked the Tao of Fire. The reason he had kept these legacy treasures with him was so that he could be in constant contact with the blazing will they contained. However, the treasures had now fallen into Ning's hands. All he had to do was swear a lifeblood oath and he would immediately be able to study this legacy. Ning did end up learning it, but he simply memorized its contents. This legacy was indeed quite profound and remarkable. Just by reviewing the entire legacy from start to finish, Ning's insights into the Tao of Fire increased substantially, reaching a level of near parity with his Tao of Water or his Tao of Thunder. Possession of a legacy really does make a big difference, Ning mused to himself. Still, my Tao is the Tao of the Sword. I can't waste my time and energy on fire. Ning quickly buried this legacy into another corner of his mind. He had simply memorized it to gain a bit of additional experience, as all Taos shared certain commonalities. This legacy contained many abstruse mysteries that would be of some use to Ning in his mastery of the Tao of the Sword. Time to challenge her. After looking through the legacy treasure, Ning nodded silently to himself. Yuji was quite talented in the Tao of Fire. If he gave this to her, it would be of tremendous benefit to her in mastering the Tao of Fire. She would improve quite quickly. Ning sent Su Yuji a challenge. I hope she accepts. She has to accept. Ning was rather worried and nervous. He had learned the location of Su Yuji's astral island from Tao Lord Flameflow, but Su Yuji didn't know that Ning had reached the 5th stratum. If she suddenly saw someone from the 5th stratum challenge her, would she accept? If she did not, then Ning would have to accept this duel from Kilostar, his 5th stratum challenger. If he won, that was one thing, but if he lost, his legacy treasures would all be gone as well. It wouldn't be too hard for Ning to get another set of legacy treasures, but to get another set that was of the Tao of Fire which Su Yuji could use would be quite difficult. In addition, if too much time passed, Su Yuji might perish. The bottom stratum of the hundreds of thousands of astral islands. One of the islands was covered with plants and flowers. This was a very beautiful island. Su Yuji, dressed in fiery red robes, was lying within the grass, staring at the skies. A look of exhaustion was on her face. If this keeps up, I really won't be able to endure for much longer. Master, I probably won't be able to accompany you for much longer. Su Yuji lay there in the grass, utterly exhausted. She truly had almost no energy left. Ning had given her his bug beasts and his set of Hellwind golems. At first, she had indeed been able to win quite a few battles in a row with ease. On the 1st stratum, there really weren't that many who were a match for her. But soon, trouble began to appear. News that she had many bug beasts and a set of Hellwind golems quickly began to spread. There were many powerful world-level cultivators who wanted those bug beasts and those powerful golems. For example, there wasn't a significant difference in power between cultivators on the 3rd stratum and those on the 4th stratum. If they had a set of Hellwind golems helping them out, a 3rd stratum cultivator might be able to charge into the 4th stratum and have a chance at acquiring a full legacy. Especially for those who specialized in close combat, a set of Hellwind golems and a host of bug beasts would allow them to become far stronger. Many of the world-level cultivators who had been living here at the Astral Islands for a long time knew each other. At critical times, they would issue each other challenges to avoid dangerous battles. Thus, in the end there were 3 powerful world-level cultivators who found out about the golems and the bug beasts. 2 of these 3 came from the 3rd floor, with 1 coming from the 4th floor. All of them furiously challenged Su Yuji day in and day out. Su Yuji did her best to avoid them. When she could not, she would go fight the ones on the 3rd floor. I was able to hold on for a few times, but how much longer will I be able to hold? Su Yuji mumbled to herself. She had been here for more than half a year, and the past few months had been an utter nightmare. Rumble. Suddenly, an island ascended from the 4th stratum to the 5th stratum. The 5th stratum? Su Yuji's eyes lit up. A cultivator reached the 5th stratum? Could it be Master? She deeply hoped that it was Ning, but she knew that there were many individuals of tremendous talent and skill amongst the 4th stratum. I hope it is Master. So long as Master can stay alive, that is enough. Su Yuji prayed silently. She didn't hope for Ning to rescue her. Logically speaking, there was no way for Ning to even find out which island she was on. Just as her thoughts were racing, suddenly, a challenge? Su Yuji could sense that yet another challenge had been sent to her golden book. She remained quite calm, because she received challenges every single day. Her bug beasts and golems were simply too irresistible. A challenge from the 5th stratum? Su Yuji was badly shocked. Her bug beasts and golems were indeed attractive, but it made no sense for those protected freaks on the 5th stratum to take an interest in them. Prior to this, the highest level challenge had come from someone on the 4th stratum, and that had been her only challenge from that stratum. It seems to be from that person who just made it to the 5th stratum? Su Yuji quickly noticed this. Every day, she would go through the Golden Book, and she recognized the 12 markers that originally belonged to the 5th Stratum Islands. Given her memory as a Chaos Immortal, she was naturally able to memorize those 12 at once. The person who had just challenged her was not one of the 12. This person challenged me immediately after reaching the 5th Stratum? If this person has already received protection, it makes no sense for him to be interested in my bug beasts and golems. Could it truly be Master? Many thoughts flashed through Su Yuji's mind. She didn't dare to believe it. She felt that it was all wishful thinking. However, she also had the vague feeling that it really could be her master. Logically speaking, there was no reason for a newly ascended 5th Stratum expert to immediately issue a challenge to her. Could it be that Master had a way to discover Astral Island which I am on? Su Yuji hesitated for a long moment. Screw it. I'm at the brink of collapse anyhow. Even if it really is an enemy, I'd be satisfied with my defeat coming at the hands of someone on the 5th Stratum. Su Yuji gritted her teeth, then accepted the challenge. She quickly entered a room in her island covered by divine runes. As the runes lit up and activated, spacetime began to twist around her as she was teleported off of the Astral Island. This was yet another oceanic island. There was a volcano on this island that was belching lava and flames, causing the island to be covered with a layer of grimy soot. Su Yuji appeared out of nowhere. She immediately saw a figure off in the distance. A white-robed figure. A figure carrying a sword on his back. Master, Su Yuji's body trembled slightly as she murmured these words. Yuji. The figure turned and looked at her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 26, Chapter 38, Kilostar. Book 26, World Level, Chapter 38, Kilostar. Su Yuji's eyes instantly reddened. She was both shocked and delighted. Her heart was filled with many complex emotions. She felt excited for Ning upon realizing that he had fought his way through so many world-level cultivators to make it to the 5th Stratum, and also celebrated for herself. The exhaustion and pressure she felt was all wiped away. Yuji. Ning's form blurred as he transformed into a streak of light that flew to her side. He looked at her carefully. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm just so happy. Su Yuji finally smiled, and her smile was absolutely incandescent. She now looked like her old self again. If you came just a bit later, Master, you probably wouldn't be able to find me. What's going on? Ning was shocked. You are on the 1st Stratum. Those bug beasts and golems should have been enough to let you hang on for quite some time, but against the 1st Stratum cultivators, I would have been, yes. But 3rd Stratum and 4th Stratum cultivators often send me challenges. Su Yuji said helplessly, I can't even avoid them. 3rd and 4th Stratum? There are so many cultivators on the 1st Stratum. Why would they single you, shit? Ning turned pale. He realized what had happened. He had given her those bug beasts and golems with the best of intentions, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Here at the Astral Islands, whenever someone was discovered to be in possession of good treasures, that person would often find himself targeted. What, then, of such a powerful set of golems and bug beasts? Although it was hard for most of the cultivators here to send each other messages, there were indeed a few alliances and partnership. It made sense that word would eventually spread to the 3rd and 4th strata. I screwed up. Ning shook his head. It wasn't your fault, Master. Even I didn't realize what was going to happen. Only later on did I understand how badly they wanted my golems and bug beasts, Su Yuji said. You must have been exhausted. Ning could imagine how life had been for her recently. Those 3rd and 4th strata cultivators had assuredly done everything they could to try and force Su Yuji to fight them. Although she had struggled and fought back, how long would she be able to do so? As more time passed, most likely there would be even more powerful cultivators who would take interest in her. I admit defeat. Ning suddenly spoke out in a high voice, his words echoing within the air above the volcanic island. Master? Su Yuji was stunned. I admit defeat in my duel against you. Ning laughed. This set of legacy treasures is for you. Don't you need any other treasures? Su Yuji suddenly realized what was happening. Hurry up. This set of legacy treasures is useless to me, and I've already received the protection of the Astral Islands. Ning laughed as he waved his hand, causing the 320 leaves filled with the Tao of Fire to float over towards Su Yuji. Su Yuji immediately waved her hand to accept this legacy. She had won this battle. If she wanted to do so, she could demand that Ning hand over all of his legacy treasures. But of course, since she was going to leave the Astral Islands, there was absolutely no point to acquiring more of these legacy treasures. You had to acquire a full set in order to gain a legacy, after all. Alright. Now that you have a full legacy, hurry up and leave the Astral Islands, Ning instructed. This place is far too dangerous for you. For someone like Su Yuji, this was indeed an incredibly dangerous place. Without the bug beasts, she was at high risk of death. With the bug beasts and golems, she became the target of even more powerful cultivators. Alright. Su Yuji felt many complex emotions in her heart. Also, once you leave the Astral Islands, do your best to enter the 12 palaces, Ning said. At present, you most likely aren't strong enough to attract their interest. However, now that you have this legacy, you'll be able to grow much more powerful. Focus on your cultivation, and if the opportunity arises, you should do your best to enter the palaces. In the future, I will join the 12 palaces as well. 12 palaces? Su Yuji was puzzled. The most powerful organization in the Brightshore Kingdom. At the very apex of the Brightshore Kingdom stands its 12 palaces and its imperial clan. Ning gave her a simple explanation. You only acquired a full legacy thanks to my assistance, and so the 12 palaces won't grant you automatic entry. You'll need to train hard and undergo many trials before being permitted to enter the 12 palaces. Understood. Su Yuji knew her own limits. To even escape this place alive was a stroke of tremendous luck. She didn't daydream about being granted automatic entry into the 12 palaces. This is my talisman. Keep it with you at all times, and I'll be able to sense your location. After I leave the Astral Islands, I'll go find you. As Ning spoke, he handed out a jade talisman to her. Su Yuji accepted the jade talisman. It was slick and cold in her hands. She nodded slowly. All right. Go, then. Be careful once you enter the rest of the Brightshore Kingdom, Ning instructed. Don't worry. After what happened here, I'm going to be even more careful in the future. Besides, even if the outside world is a dangerous place, it can't possibly be as dangerous as these Astral Islands. Su Yuji chuckled. These two, master and retainer, didn't have too long to chat. In the end, they had to part once more as they were each teleported to their own Astral Islands. Su Yuji first memorized the entire legacy, then chose to depart. Damn. That bitch actually acquired a full legacy and left. That freak who made it to the 5th stratum lost to her on purpose? No wonder she had such valuable bug beasts and golems. It must have been that freak who gave it to her, but... Do you think that freak who made it to the 5th stratum will take revenge on us? We are in trouble now. The cultivators who had been eyeing Su Yuji and repeatedly challenging her for her treasures all began to grow restless and uneasy. However, neither Ning nor Su Yuji were interested in revenge. Although Su Yuji had been driven to the brink of despair, she didn't feel any hatred for them. She knew that they were also struggling to survive. When they encountered anything that could help them or increase their chances of acquiring a full set of legacy treasures, it was only natural for them to do anything they could to win it. As Tsuyuji saw it, she had already escaped from this sea of bitterness, whereas all of her tormentors were still struggling. In all the hundreds of thousands of astral islands, only those 20 or so figures who had received the protection of the astral islands would be truly at ease. What? He made it up, then fell down again? He actually lost that set of legacy treasures to a first stratum cultivator? All the cultivators kept a tight watch on their golden books, and they noticed whenever any changes appeared. They were able to almost instantly scan through the information pertaining to all of the islands, and they quickly realized that one particular island now contained a legacy treasure pertaining to the Tao of Fire. Someone on the 5th stratum had lost to someone on the 1st stratum? And that person just so happened to now have a legacy of the Tao of Fire? He lost on purpose? Damn, why don't I have friends like that? Ugh. Ning's astral island sank from the 5th stratum to the 4th stratum once more. Kilo Star, the cultivator on the 5th stratum, was a bit irritated by this. He had sent Ji Ning a challenge, but in the end Ji Ning had actually chosen to battle Tsuyuji instead. He actually avoided my challenge and delivered his legacy treasure to a cultivator on the 1st stratum? Oof. I'll keep challenging him. Let's see if he has the balls to accept. If he does, I'll hold him in some respect. The next day, Kilo Star once more sent Ning a challenge. This time, Ning didn't decline. Ning was now under the protection of the Astral Islands, after all. He was brimming with confidence and the desire to do battle. He wanted to see just how powerful the freaks of the 5th stratum were. Kilo Star was also a cultivator, after all. The two were both teleported to a black oceanic island. They stared at each other from afar. Kilo Star had the appearance of a skinny, swarthy-skinned child. His silver cape fluttered in the breeze, and as soon as the battle began Kilo Star transformed into 1,000 clones. This sight instantly caused Ning's face to tighten. That's the 1,000 Bodies Sutra. Just so. This is the 1,000 Bodies Sutra. Kilo Star's 1,000 clones were capable of joining together into a strange formation akin to 1,000 Elder Gods formation. Ning was completely surrounded by Kilo Star's clones, and an almighty domain-type effect began to apply to the area, filling it with Kilo Star's power. Although Ning fought back with all his power, going so far as to use his elementum water flame gourd, he wasn't able to do anything to this formation at all. As for the 1,000 Kilo Stars, they continuously assaulted Ning. Ning's two mighty streaks of Tao lightning blasted out with wild abandon, slowing down and restricting the actions of the many Kilo Stars, and Ning struck out with maximum power each time. Although Kilo Star was absolutely dominating Ning in this battle, Ning's 6 eternal weapons gave him an utterly airtight defense. Your sword arts aren't that powerful, but your defenses really are tight. Kilo Star then merged with the rest of his clones into one body. With his clones merged together, he now had a body comparable to that of a Tao Lord of the first step. He was now able to use divine abilities as well. Although Ning's Azure Flower Mist energy enhanced his body, there was no way for him to use that mist energy to cast divine abilities. Kilo Star wielded a single scimitar in one hand, and his saber arts were ephemeral and unpredictable. He was incredibly strong and incredibly fast, a far more frightening foe than Sabafal. Ning's swords were trembling with each collision, but fortunately he was able to use his 6 swords to defend in succession. He was being completely dominated in this fight, but every so often Ning would intentionally allow one of Kilo Star's blows to land upon him, resulting in the power of his aquaflecked armor playing quite a few nasty tricks on his foe. I have an utter ocean of divine power thanks to the 1,000 Bodies Sutra, but how is it that you are able to keep fighting for so long? After fighting for an extended period of time, Kilo Star was completely stunned. Screw this, I'm done. This is just an utter waste of my divine power. My name is Kilo Star. What is your name? You are indeed strong enough to reside amongst us within the 5th stratum. If nothing else, you can use your divine power to keep fighting until you exhaust and defeat some of the others on our stratum.
My name is Dark North. Ning smiled as well.
On this day, he became friends with Kilostar. Still, in the end Ning acknowledged defeat in this battle. Thus, he once more fell, this time from the 4th stratum to the 3rd stratum. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 26, Chapter 39, Life in the Astral Islands.
Book 26, World Level, Chapter 39, Life in the Astral Islands.
A year later.
There were now 15 astral islands within the 5th stratum, all slowly circling each other. Ning sat within one of the astral islands, seated atop a wooden seat and slowly sipping a cup of wine as he read through the golden book. Whoosh! One of the other astral islands in the 5th stratum suddenly began to drop down towards the 4th stratum.
What a mess! Ning couldn't help but sigh softly. Indeed.
During the past year, since he had been the first in his group of cultivators to make it to the 5th stratum, others such as Gorho, the Empress, and the Water Strider had all made it to the 5th stratum as well. This made the 5th stratum much more lively than it had been in the past. Previously, all 12 of the cultivators on the 5th stratum knew each other quite well, resulting in very few challenges amongst them. Most of them would engage in training, only choosing to issue challenges once they felt as though they had made some new breakthroughs. But the sudden addition of so many new geniuses had caused a huge disturbance. The 12 original denizens of the 5th stratum were all intrigued and excited, beginning to issue challenges to the newcomers. One battle after another had begun to play out. With each battle, a 5th stratum expert would lose and fall down to the 4th stratum. However, that person would quickly be able to ascend to the 5th stratum once more. Fall down, rise up. Fall down, rise up. Every few days, an astral island would fall down. The 5th stratum always had at least 9 astral islands within it. At most, it had a total of 16. Compared to all these other freaks and geniuses, I really am just an ordinary figure. Ning let out a sigh. After battling many times against the others, Ning realized that the vast majority of the people within the 5th stratum were special life forms. Only a small number of them were cultivators. Everyone had his or her own specialty, and only Kilostar could be said to have almost no weaknesses. Kilostar had a total of 1,000 clones. In terms of raw combat power, most likely only Ning was a match for him. Once he used his 1,000 bodies to form that great formation, there was no one capable of injuring him at all. In terms of raw power, once his 1,000 bodies merged into one, he truly stood at the very top. This was why Kilostar had never fallen from his position within the 5th stratum. As for the newcomer named Waterwalker, he was a special life form that similarly did not fall from the 5th stratum after reaching it. Ning had battled against him before as well. Waterwalker had a look of innocence in his eyes, almost as though he was a newborn child. He just stood there and allowed Ning to attack him as he pleased. Waterwalker himself simply transformed into an enormous globe of water, and none of Ning's attacks could harm him whatsoever. This virtually invincible defensive technique, all by itself, was enough to let Waterwalker find stable footing here on the 5th stratum. Kilostar relies on his 1,000 clones in that formation, making it impossible for anyone to harm him. As for Waterwalker, he can transform into an enormous water drop that is equally impervious to harm. Still, Waterwalker seems to be a completely guileless man. I wonder if he really is that innocent or if it is all a facade. Ning was puzzled by this as well. Although they had only met a single time, the man had given Ning a good impression. The problem was that his innocence seemed excessive to the point of artifice. Before the duel between the two of them had started, he had repeatedly asked Ning all sorts of random questions. It was as though he was curious about everything. Their fight simply consisted of Ning attacking him and him not fighting back at all. No matter how hard Ning hit him, it was useless, and as Ning hit him, he actually continued to engage Ning in energetic conversation, continuing to ask Ning all sorts of random questions. In the end, Ning had to admit defeat.
My body isn't any whit weaker than the bodies of those special life forms. My only weakness lies in my sword arts. If only I had mastered the 6th stance of the nameless sword art. If I could do that, I would be able to easily deal with any of these other freaks on the 5th stratum.
Ning pondered on this matter. If he could master the 6th stance, his sword arts would become comparable to Killistar's saber arts. This was the same level which Arroyo's saber arts had been on, and also the same level which the Trials of the Three Mirrors Now paintings were on. The 6th stance of the nameless sword art represented a specific level of attainment. At this level, a masterclass world god could use a mere Dao weapon to unleash the power of a supreme world god. With this sword art and the elementum water flame gourd, Ning would be able to fight Killistar to a standstill.
2 more months went by.
Ning finally managed to acquire a full sword art legacy, but it was the legacy ranked 73rd. Ning had been planning to wait a few days then gift this legacy to world god Pilsaint, who he was quite fond of, but he didn't expect that during this period of time he was once more accosted by Waterwalker. Ning was unable to do any damage to him whatsoever, and the man absolutely refused to admit defeat, instead continuing to engage Ning in conversation. In the end, it was Ning who once more was formed to admit defeat.
Waterwalker had a bad habit.
After he won a challenge, he would insist on taking away all of his opponent's legacy treasures. As he put it, "I really like these legacies."
There was nothing Ning could do.
He could only sigh quietly to himself. "World God Pilsaint, you've been here for quite some time already. Just wait patiently for a bit longer. When I find the chance, I'll give you another set of legacy treasures."
5 more months passed before Ning was able to acquire another set of sword arts legacy treasures. This set was the one ranked number 19.
Within Ning's estate world.
This was a vast place with a towering mountain at the center of it.
At the tallest peak on this mountain there was a white-robed youth who was seated in the lotus position, staring at the wide world beyond the mountain.
"I've finally mastered this stance, the silent world."
From this vantage point at the top of the mountain, his gaze was able to see to the very edges of this estate world. Ning felt as though this entire world was under his control. In addition, he had benefited from his acquisition of those 2 mighty sword arts legacies. As a result, Ning finally mastered the 5th stance of the nameless sword art, the silent world.
"I've only mastered 5 stances. That is nothing." Ning shook his head.
In the endless territories, this was already an incredible achievement. World God Northrest himself had merely reached this level of sword arts. However, Ning was now comparing himself to the terrifyingly talented geniuses which the hegemon of the Brightshore Kingdom had selected from throughout the many territories. To reach the 6th stance is no easy feat even after gaining those 2 legacies. "It'll take me tens of thousands of years at the very least, or perhaps as much as a few 100,000 years.
Ning shook his head and sighed.
Arroyo had made his breakthrough during the battle atop the Samsara grinders. The 6th stance would allow Ning to just barely fulfill the criteria necessary for overcoming Eternal Emperor Mirrosnow's trials. To reach this level truly would be very difficult. Ning was living in the Astral Islands, had a large group of fellow geniuses to test himself against, and 2 mighty sword arts legacies. This was why he might be able to succeed in just a few 100,000 years at most. This seemed like a long period of time, but Ning had the temporal acceleration treasure known as the Luminous Room. 1,000 years in the real world might be enough to allow him to master this technique. As for these 2 sword arts legacies? Ning waved his hand, causing a thick tome to appear. This tome was 600 pages long. Each of its pages was a legacy treasure. Ning had to acquire all 600 pages before being able to merge them all into this book and acquiring the sword arts legacy within it. This was the legacy that was ranked 19th.
Ning flipped the book open.
Every single page had a single character on it that was filled with the aura of the Tao of the sword. Ning had memorized this legacy long ago. As for the 600 characters, they represented 600 different types of sword intents that allowed Ning to get a better understanding of this sword art. This Tao Lord shipstream truly loved calligraphy. I love calligraphy as well. That's something we have in common. After acquiring this legacy, Ning had also gained some information regarding Tao Lord shipstream. Tao Lord shipstream was an ancient power who had reached the verge of the Tao merge. In the end, he had failed his Tao merge. He had perished and his Tao dissipated. He liked to wander about and disliked combat. He titled himself Shipstream because he liked to voyage through the endless territories. Due to his personality, his sword arts didn't focus on offense, instead, they were incredibly defensive. He had left behind an extremely detailed and complete legacy, as well as those 600 characters. Each legacy represented a specific sword intent. Ning himself was fond of using calligraphy to symbolize his sword intent, and so he was easily able to understand the information and insights which Tao Lord Shipstream had sought to transmit through these characters. Given that Ning's sword arts were quite defensively oriented to begin with, he was indeed able to quickly understand the true essence of the sword arts of Tao Lord Shipstream. A short month after gaining this legacy, Ning had mastered the 5th stance of the nameless sword art. 2 sword arts legacies. The first was ranked 73. It seemed dazzling, but it actually had clear weaknesses. The second was ranked 19. It had been created by Tao Lord Shipstream. It seemed ordinary and unremarkable, but it was actually filled with boundless wisdom. Afterwards, Ning continued to focus on analyzing his sword arts. Even though Kilostar once more issued Ning a challenge, Ning made his position quite clear. I can admit defeat, but I absolutely cannot give you this sword art legacy. If you don't accept my terms, then I won't admit defeat and we can just keep up this battle of attrition. In all honesty, most likely the only person capable of defeating Ning in a battle of attrition was Kilostar. But of course, that was if Ning didn't use any of his chaos jewels. When Ning had left the Badlands territory, he had converted quite a bit of his chaos nectar into chaos jewels. None of the other cultivators could possibly beat Ning in a battle of attrition. Kilostar walked the path of the Tao of the Saber. He really didn't care about sword arts at all, and so he didn't mind Ning's terms. Water Walker. Ning wasn't able to do anything to him, but he wasn't able to do anything to Ning either. Thus, the book which had been personally authored by Tao Lord Shipstream remained by Ning's side. Each day, Ning would spend much of his time silently meditating on this book, and his sword arts continued to rise in profundity, especially in defense. Ning was so absorbed in his sword arts that he very nearly forgot all about World God Pilsaint. As far as Ning was considered, if he could help out he would, but that was a favor and not an obligation. World God Pilsaint had been here for countless years anyhow. To be here for another 10,000 years or 100,000 years wouldn't be that big a deal to him. Time flowed out. In the blink of an eye, more than 500 years had gone by in meditation and battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 26, Chapter 40, Nameless, Sword Art, Stance 6, Unicorn's Heart. Book 26, World Level, Chapter 40, Nameless, Sword Art, Stance 6, Unicorn's Heart. Within the estate world of the first mirrors now painting, there was a towering palace here that was absolutely beautiful. A figure slowly materialized atop the royal throne at the front of the hall. It was the golden-robed emperor. You've come again. The golden-robed emperor stared downwards. Ji Ning nodded from his position below the throne. Be careful this time. If you are overconfident, you might end up being defeated by me. This is the first time I've heard you say such a thing. The golden-robed emperor's eyes lit up as he produced that wide golden greatsword. He rose to his feet and began to walk down the stairs from his throne. Come, come. Don't disappoint me. Ning produced one of his frost ice swords as well. Ning stood there without moving. As for the golden-robed emperor, he slowly walked down the steps. Although the two had yet to engage, their auras were beginning to surge and press against each other. Both were carefully inspecting their foe. Although the golden-robed emperor had won every match, he himself was aware that Ning was posing an increasingly great threat to him. Something's off. The golden-robed emperor suddenly sensed something strange. Although Ning stood a distance away from him, he gave the emperor a sensation of unpredictable fluctuation. This was something he had never sensed before in his previous battles. Forget him. I'll smash it all to smithereens. The golden-robed emperor's path was a Tao of righteous valor and honor. He raised his golden greatsword up high, then sent it crashing downwards towards Ning. Boom! A terrifying aura of power blasted out as the greatsword chopped down furiously towards Ning, seeming to carry such great power that it could hack any foe to death. This terrifying aura alone was enough to freeze the hearts of many world-level cultivators. Sneak! Ning's frozen sword flashed out like a streak of azure mist as it scraped upwards towards the golden greatsword. Although he was just using the flat of his blade to push at and scrape at the sword, this actually made things harder for the golden-robed emperor than a frontal clash would have. The strange power held within Ning's sword caused the emperor's golden greatsword to change directions, causing it to completely miss Ning. If you couldn't hit your opponent, it didn't matter how powerful your sword arts were. So his technique really has changed. The golden-robed emperor was startled. The nameless sword art truly is marvelous. Ning was overjoyed. Although he had just learned the sixth stance of the nameless sword art, he hadn't actually employed it yet. This battle against the golden-robed emperor was his first time actually using it in battle. This clash had resulted in him easily defeating the valiant, killing blow of the emperor. Although Ning had been able to withstand this strike in the past, it had always been incredibly taxing for him. In fact, he would stumble backwards after each block. This time, he didn't have to use too much strength. He was able to effortlessly use a single strike to block this attack without even having to face it head-on. Again. The golden-robed emperor let out an angry roar. Suddenly, a golden streak of crescent swordlight appeared high in the air of the palace, then chopped down horizontally towards Ning. Crack! Once again, Ning unleashed that seemingly casual strike in response. He sent his sword scraping against the edge of that golden crescent. As their weapons collided, the power of each person's sword arts began to clash against each other. The golden-robed emperor's sword art were more dominating, whereas Ning's sword art was more ephemeral and unpredictable. However, for some reason Ning was able to change the direction of the emperor's sword yet again. The golden greatsword had been sweeping directly towards Ning, but as Ning sent his own sword scraping and pushing down upon the greatsword, the swordlight ended up slashing into the ground in front of Ning's feet. It completely missed Ning. How can this be? This is impossible. The golden-robed emperor was angry now. He launched one attack after another, and each sword was filled with truly valiant and dominating power. Each strike of Ning seemed to be very casual and relaxed, but in truth he had focused all of his concentration into each strike. He had unleashed his sword arts to maximum effect, and during this battle he began to gain a better and better understanding of the application of this sixth stance of the nameless sword art. He began to better understand how to actually use it in battle, and as this battle proceeded, Ning began to relax. Snick! Snick! Clank! Swordlight clashed over and over. It was very strange. Generally speaking, when two experts battled, their weapons would produce sonorous explosions, as though the heavens were about to collapse. However, whenever Ning's sword collided with his opponent's sword, it merely produced a very gentle sound. It was as though Ning was using a brush to write words on parchment. He seemed quite relaxed and at ease. Snick! Ning's fluctuating swordlight once more scraped against the golden swordlight. This time, it scraped straight past it and stabbed straight into the golden-robed emperor's throat. The sword went straight through the emperor's throat. Everything went still. The golden-robed emperor came to a halt, and Ning withdrew his frost-ice sword.
You've won.
The golden-robed emperor had a strange smile on his face.
Your sword arts have been improving for years now. I knew that sooner or later, you would be able to defeat me. Still, even I didn't expect that it would happen this quickly. Can you tell me what your sword art is named?
This is a sword art created by a major power. This the sixth stance, and its name is the Unicorn's Heart, Ning said.
The Unicorn's Heart?
The golden-robed emperor nodded slowly.
Your sword truly is ephemeral and unpredictable. It makes things quite uncomfortable for your foe.
Senior, your sword art is honorable, direct, and dominating. I had to fight for very long before I was able to win through one fortunate strike, Ning said. In truth, when he had first started fighting, he hadn't been very familiar with the Unicorn's Heart. Naturally, it was very hard for him to win. However, as he slowly began to grow increasingly familiar with this technique, he had improved to the point of being able to stab through the emperor's throat with one blow. The nameless sword art was very interesting. The first stance was the heartsword stance. It required the wielder possess absolute control over his sword, allowing his heart to be in control of the sword and the world around it. The second stance was the killsword stance.
It was an utterly dominating and powerful stance.
The third stance was the great firmament stance.
It allowed the user to create a world unto itself.
In truth, this was the upgrade version of the heartsword stance. It perfected the technique, giving it even more perfect defensive powers and making its attacks even tighter. The fourth stance was the horizon's edge stance. It could be described with one word: fast. The fifth stance was the silent world stance. It could be described with one word: savage. The fourth stance and fifth stance were both attacking stances that were meant to be used against different types of foes. Some foes could only be dispatched with speed, others required dominating and savage sword arts.
The sixth stance was the Unicorn's Heart stance.
This represented an evolutionary transformation of the Great Firmament stance. It was much brighter than the heartsword stance. The heartsword stance only gave absolute control over the sword, whereas the Unicorn's Heart was able to produce all sorts of marvelous effects.
It could easily block, deflect, and redirect attacks. It could also kill foes.
This sword art was ephemeral, unpredictable, and incredibly abstruse. It was extremely hard to comprehend. Fortunately, Downlord Shipstream's legacy and the book he had left behind were highly focused on defense. Once a defensive technique reached the later stages, it would also gain something akin to the flavor of the Unicorn's Heart. After all, truly powerful sword arts all had things in common. Thus, after 500 years, Ning was able to master this sixth stance.
The first stance, heartsword stance.
The third stance, great firmament stance.
The sixth stance, the Unicorn's Heart stance.
All of them are highly defensive techniques that can also be used to slay my foes. Ning knew quite clearly that these three stances were fundamentally the same. All of them focused on tightly controlled sword arts that sought out flaws to use for surefire kills. The killsword stance, horizon's edge stance, and silent world stance were stances that were completely focused on attacking while holding nothing back.
You have defeated me and passed my trial. However, you must defeat the other three as well, the golden-robed emperor said.
Only then shall you gain the legacy of the eternal emperor and become his personal disciple.
Emperor Mirror-Snow's sword arts were some of the most terrifying sword arts of all the endless territories.
If you become his disciple, your future prospects shall be limitless.
Understood. Ning nodded.
Ning currently had a total of 3 mirrors now paintings. The first held the golden-robed emperor, the second held the assassin, and the third held the fisherman. The assassin's sword was a bizarre sword that was focused on murder and death. In a world of darkness, the assassin would suddenly appear and disappear out of nowhere, his swordlight flashing as he stabbed at Ning. Ning would be forced to stand there, frost-ice sword in hand, blocking each and every strike from the assassin. The assassin's sword arts were on the exact same level as the golden-robed emperor's sword arts, but they had completely different styles. They provided different insights to Ning, allowing Ning to gain many new insights into the unicorn's heart. At first, he still found himself unaccustomed to dealing with the assassin's fighting style. However, he slowly became accustomed to it and found it increasingly easy to deal with. Snick! Swish, dot! Swordlight flashed as it stabbed straight through the assassin's throat. The assassin was incredibly slender. His face was covered with scales, and his eyes glowed with green light. This was the first time Ning had caught a clear glimpse of the assassin's face. You won. Defeat the other three and you shall receive the Eternal Emperor's legacy. The assassin spoke in a hoarse voice, then disappeared once more. The estate world within the third painting. This was the world of the fisherman. The two clashed for quite some time. The fisherman no longer seemed as relaxed and carefree as he had been in previous battles. This time, he fought with full intensity and deadly seriousness. Ning's expressions were similarly solemn, and the two battled for more than 2 hours. This high-intensity battle gradually began to wear both of them down. It must be understood that Ning's battles against the other two had lasted for less than 1 hour. The fisherman's sword is unpredictable and fluctuating, and he uses that fishing pole of his to fight me. That pole is sometimes rigid but sometimes flexible, whereas my sword is incredibly sharp and resilient, and yet, I'm still unable to breach his defenses. Ning was beginning to understand. The fisherman's sword was quite similar to his own unicorn's heart. Both were unpredictable, fluctuating sword arts that sought out a chance to deliver a single lethal strike. By comparison, the fisherman's sword had a softer defense, but once he reached an opponent who was a match for him, the fisherman unleashed virtually all of the potential within his sword arts, resulting in Ning being completely unable to harm him. Finally, the two came to a halt. Your sword art is incredibly profound and mysterious. It truly is one of the most profound sword arts of all the endless territories. However, my own sword arts were passed down by the Eternal Emperor himself. If you wish to defeat me, you'll need to improve a little bit more. The fisherman calmly walked back to his pool and began to fish again. You can leave now. Ning wasn't disappointed. Instead, his heart was filled with joy. This battle with the fisherman had resulted in him improving dramatically in his unicorn's heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 26, Chapter 41, The Coming of Birchelu. Book 26, World Level, Chapter 41, The Coming of Birchelu. After mastering the 6th stance of the nameless sword art, Unicorn's Heart, Ning spent another year before he was able to develop the 3rd stance of his quintessence sword intent, the Astral Stance. Black Mist Stance, All God Stance, Astral Stance. These 3 stances were named after 3 places or people that had a huge effect on him. The Unicorn's Heart and the Astral Stance were sword arts on the same general level of power. However, when Ning used Violet Jewel to execute the Astral Stance, he was able to unleash several times more power. After his sword arts improved, Ning became capable of standing firmly within the 5th stratum. Even Kilostar was nearly on par with Ning. In truth, when Kilostar used his full power, he was clearly on a higher level of power than Ning. Unfortunately, Ning had the Elementum Water Flame board and 6 sets of Violet Jewel. It was hard for the other geniuses to compete against him in terms of wealth and treasures. You have 6 damn swords, whereas I just have a pair of warblades, and you sly bastard, keep on releasing lightning to attack me as well. Kilostar was frustrated by his battles against Ning as well. He had to go all out in each fight, but he was still only able to fight to a standstill. Screw this, I'm done. I'm not going to accept any more challenges from you. Go ahead and admit defeat. I'd rather die than admit defeat in this battle. Kilostar immediately transformed into 1,000 clones again and entered his formation. He absolutely refused to admit defeat, and this great formation ensured that there really was no way anyone could do anything to him. Ning was in quite a good mood, and so he voluntarily admitted defeat. 32 years after learning the unicorn's heart, Ning finally managed to piece together the footwork legacy he wanted.
I finally have it.
Ning stared at the jade tome in his hands. The footwork legacy consisted of a series of jade slips, and there were a total of 800 slips. After acquiring all 800, they came together to form a jade tome that radiated several large characters: "Swear the oath and you can view my true teachings." There were a few other smaller characters hovering nearby those larger characters as well. Ning reviewed the restrictive spells pertaining to the jade tome, then immediately swore the oath. A large amount of information then began to transmit into Ning's mind. Moments later, a series of tightly clustered characters began to emanate out of the jade tome, bringing with them an aura of marvelous and profundity.
Footwork technique. What does this phrase means?
It simply refers to a technique meant for movement.
Unless there is a tremendous gap in power, a powerful footwork technique is far more effective than offensive or defensive techniques. This is true for both mortals as well as eternal emperors.
If I am always a step ahead of you, your sword shall never touch me. Even if I can only dodge it by 1 centimeter, I'll have rendered your sword arts useless against me, no matter how powerful they are. If my footwork techniques are powerful, I'll be able to strike my foes without him being able to strike me. All shall be under my control.
Ning read these words, then slowly nodded. He understood the importance of a good footwork technique. When he was young and living in Swallow Mountain, his mother Yuchi Snow had personally taught him his first footwork techniques. Ning had never abandoned his progression in this area, and had always infused his insights into the Tao into his footwork techniques. He had even purchased a pair of Thunderlight wings. His footwork abilities were actually quite excellent compared to his world-level peers. He actually wasn't lacking in this area. All good footwork techniques share certain commonalities. They allow you to instantly explode with speed, allowing you to dodge attacks as best you can. Two people might have the same level of divine power and the same insights into the Tao, but the one who has superior footwork techniques will be able to dodge faster. A good footwork technique can make a tremendous difference. This footwork technique of mine involves the cycling of divine power that can be divided up into 3 layers of expertise. The first level is most likely comparable to that of the footwork techniques most cultivators use, allowing them to dodge and move at high speed. The second allows for nearly instantaneous dodging that is at a far faster level. As for the third level, as Ning read on, he couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. The cycling of divine power? His greatest source of power came from his azure flower mist energy. No matter how strong his divine power became, it couldn't possibly compare to that mist energy. Although this technique's unique methods of cycling divine power had been transmitted into Ning's mind, it truly was of no use to him. Still, Ning read on. The power you can unleash from your footwork depends on 2 things. The first is the way in which you cycle your divine power. The second is the skill with which you execute the techniques. Those who have a high level of skill are able to easily surpass those at a lower level of skill, even if they don't use any divine abilities. My footwork technique has a special history to it. Long ago, when I was paying my respects to the almighty hegemon of the Brightshore Kingdom, I saw a lightning dragon. This lightning dragon was actually a streak of lightning which the almighty hegemon had created that was capable of gaining eternity. When I saw how this eternal thunder dragon moved about, I meditated for many years before coming up with this technique, the Thunder Dragon footwork technique. It can be divided up into 5 different levels. The first level is the level known as control. Anyone who studies this footwork technique of mine can master this level. The second level is the level known as infusion. You shall infuse all of your insights into the Tao into this footwork technique. If you are skilled in the Tao of spacetime, you should infuse those insights into your footwork. If you are skilled in the Tao of the saber, then you can do the same. Only once you truly and completely merge your deepest insights into the Tao into my Thunder Dragon footwork technique shall you have mastered my infusion level. The third level is the level known as Draconify. When you use this footwork technique, an illusion of a lightning dragon shall protect your body, allowing your speed to increase dramatically. At this level, you shall begin to grasp the true essence of this technique. The fourth level is the level known as Thunder Dragon. This footwork technique can be used to control a type of lightning which is on the same level as other types of Tao lightning. Once you reach the fourth level, the lightning you control can become one with your body. You shall be the lightning and the lightning shall be you. You'll be able to move as fast as Tao lightning. Even I myself have only ever reached this fourth level. The fifth level is the level known as the Eternal Thunder Dragon. After I created this technique, the almighty Hegemon looked it over and added a few improvements to two parts of it, then informed me that once this technique reached the apex one would be able to manifest a streak of eternal lightning, then become one with it. I have spent dozens of chaos cycles painstakingly meditating on this technique as a verge-level Tao Lord, but I'm still unable to make any improvements. I can't even imagine what sort of level this apex which the almighty Hegemon spoke of is at, but I've taken the liberty of describing it as the fifth level. Ning couldn't help but sigh in amazement as he read this. This footwork technique was far too powerful. The rest of the Jade Tome just included a few diagrams. There were a total of 18 images of thunder dragons. As for the detailed information regarding the footwork technique as well as the divine power cycling method, all of that had been directly transmitted into Ning's mind. The divine power cycling method is useless to me, but this footwork technique itself is incredibly powerful once one reaches the apex of it. Ning knew exactly what the phrase eternal lightning entailed. Chaos lightning belonged to the world level of power, which was why it could easily breach the limits of the heavenly Daas. Chaos lightning flew incredibly fast, roughly 10 times faster than the speed of light. Generally speaking, even most Tao Lords were unable to move that fast. Tao lightning belonged to the samsara level of power. Some Tao lightning was born from the endless primordial chaos, but some had been created by Tao Lords. In the three realms, Zhurong had created his own Zhurong Godfire while Sweran had created his eternal Kindlefire. Samsara Tao Lords were similarly capable of creating their own incredibly powerful types of Tao lightning. Tao lightning flew incredibly fast, far faster than chaos lightning. Generally speaking, they were able to move 100 times faster than the speed of light. As for eternal lightning, this level of lightning was something out of the legends. Ning had never heard of any type of eternal lightning emerging naturally from the primordial chaos. Perhaps it existed, perhaps it did not. Only eternal emperors could hope to create eternal lightning, and that only if they had reached incredibly profound levels of insight into the Tao of lightning. As for how fast eternal lightning moved, Ning had no idea as he had never seen it before. When one reaches the apex of this footwork technique, one will be able to manifest a type of eternal lightning, then merge with it. Ning was speechless. How fast would such a person become? Still, even the creator of this footwork technique was only able to reach the fourth level. This, despite the fact that he was so talented that he was able to develop it after merely seeing the Hegemon's own eternal lightning. Most likely, the only reason why this footwork has a so-called fifth level is because of the two alterations which the almighty Hegemon made to it. Ning instantly realized that the fifth level was most likely something illusory and untouchable, like the reflection of the moon in the waters of a lake. If even a verge-level Tao Lord spent dozens of chaos cycles without being able to master it, who could? My ambitions aren't that high. I'll be happy just reaching the third level. Ning was still feeling quite excited. At the third level, he would gain the protection of an illusory thunder dragon that would allow him to move with incredible speed. Life for Ning in the Astral Islands was quite blissful. He had memorized 2 valuable sword art legacies that he could train in, which included very detailed instructions on their use. He had also memorized an incredibly powerful footwork technique, one that was far superior to any other technique which Ning had ever seen.
This, too, was available for Ning to train in as he pleased.
As for experts on his same general level,
there were dozens of freakishly talented geniuses for him to duel against. Time passed on, one day after another. The battles between the 5th Stratum cultivators became rarer and rarer, as by now everyone had already fought everyone else.
Some of them had battled each person multiple times by now.
Even Kilostar and Waterwalker had dueled each other.
But of course, the end result was that Waterwalker had been defeated.
Kilostar maintained his undefeated streak within the 5th Stratum. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye Ning had spent 1,000 years here at the Astral Islands.
The 6th Stratum still had just a single astral island hovering within it.
This was the residence of Berchelo, and he had issued no challenges. No one was qualified to truly challenge him. Within this astral island there was a white-haired youth dressed in loose white robes who was seated in the lotus position on the ground. Suddenly, his eyes opened up. He had a gentle, warm gaze, but they seemed to hold the light of countless stars within them. He murmured softly to himself, 1,000 years have gone past. The new cultivators have experienced 1,000 years of tempering and growth.
I imagine they should have reached a bottleneck in power by now. It is time for me to challenge them a bit.
I shall start with Kilostar. Soon, something happened that stunned all of the cultivators of the hundreds of thousands of astral islands. Kilostar, who had never fallen from the 5th Stratum after entering it, had actually fallen down to the 4th Stratum. All of his legacy treasures had been seized by the 6th Stratum. Everyone knew that the 6th Stratum cultivator, Berchelo, had just struck out and defeated Kilostar. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 26, Chapter 42, Pre-Departure Preparations.
Book 26, World Level, Chapter 42, Pre-Departure Preparations.
Hurry up! Bring out all your best wine.
Kilostar and Berchelo were seated facing to each other on an oceanic island, a stone table in front of them. On one side was the skinny and swarthy Kilostar, dressed in that silver cape of his. On the other side was a white-robed, white-haired youth. The two had completely different looks and auras as well.
Kilostar's aura was rather valiant and explosive, whereas Berchelo's aura was much warmer and more radiant.
He was like the warmth of the sun, bringing comfort and friendliness to all who saw him.
That's more like it.
Kilostar grabbed the gourd of wine that had appeared on the stone table, lifted it up high, then began to guzzle it all down.
All right. There's no need for you to be this angry, Kilostar. Berchelo let out a laugh. You insidious, sly, hypocritical wolf in cultivator's clothing.
Kilostar glared ferociously at Berchelo. Even his third eye within his forehead was bulging with rage.
I have never fallen down from the 5th Stratum. It was all because of you.
You deceitful bastard, I lost because of your tricks.
That was bullshit.
Bullshit. Berchelo chortled.
You lost, all right?
Even if I did pull a few tricks, the end result was that you lost.
In battle, the only thing that matters is the result. The process isn't really important. I trusted you. That's the only reason you were able to trick me. Kilostar was furious. Actually, this wasn't his first time being defeated by Berchelo.
In the past, he had won 10 battles in a row and was qualified to charge Berchelo for residence within the 6th Stratum. However, Berchelo had swiftly dispatched him and sent him right back down to the 5th Stratum. Over the course of many years, the 12 in the 5th Stratum had tried numerous times to make it into the 6th Stratum, but each time they were quickly knocked down by Berchelo once more. The only person who could stably reside within the 6th Stratum was Berchelo himself. If I had used my formation and focused completely on defense, there's no way you could have beaten me, Kilostar said angrily.
He was pissed off just thinking about it.
He had never been knocked out of the 5th stratum before. He had wanted to keep his perfect record, leaving behind the legend of Kilostar once he departed from these astral islands. To be honest, Kilostar had been planning on leaving for some time now, but who would have thought that his golden record would be broken just before his departure? Now, he was back in the 4th stratum. Of course he was irritated by this. I trusted you. I considered you my friend. But you Kilostar truly was quite disgruntled. Enough already. It was my bad, alright? But you know, everything is fair game in a battle. Bertolo chortled again. Oh, right. How strong are the newbies? The newbies have improved significantly. 6 of them made it to the 5th stratum, Kilostar said. That very first year after Ning's arrival, 4 members of his class had made it into the 5th stratum. After 1,000 years, 2 more had joined them. As far as how strong they are, Kilostar paused, weighing his words. In terms of attack power, the Empress and Dark North are on par with me. The others including Gorho, Taoist Fish, Fairy Brightheart, and Waterwalker are slightly weaker. Oh? Bertolo was quite intrigued. In terms of defensive prowess, Waterwalker is the strongest freak of all. He probably has some sort of special innate ability that makes him virtually unkillable. Next would be Fairy Brightheart, with Dark North being 3rd. The Empress, Gorho, and Taoist Fish are ranked below them. Kilostar continued, as for endurance, Dark North is the strongest. After him is Fairy Brightheart, Waterwalker, the Empress, then the rest. Kilostar nodded. That would be how I would rank them. They each have their own specialties. Kilostar smiled. As for the more detailed information, go try them out yourself. Bertolo was intrigued. From what you are saying, it sounds as though this Dark North fellow is quite strong. Him? He's just as much of a bastard as you are. Kilostar said in a disgruntled manner. At first, his sword arts were fairly weak and I was able to crush him with just 1 warblade. Over the course of the past 1,000 years, his footwork techniques and his sword arts both improved dramatically. But the disgusting thing is, he not only has an elementum water flame gourd, he also has 6 damn eternal weapons that are absolutely identical to each other. Kilostar shook his head. You tell me, doesn't that just piss you off? Although I, Kilostar, have acquired multiple eternal weapons as well, the only ones that suit me are those 2 warblades. He actually has 6 of those eternal swords, and they are absolutely identical. Kilostar said furiously, it's like a 6-on-2 fight. And that elementum water flame gourd continuously releases lightning against me as well. Bertolo was surprised. It sounds as though this Dark North has quite a few treasures, but he has a ridiculous amount of treasures. It's damn near impossible to get 6 identical eternal weapons, and that elementum water flame gourd has to be worth at least 500,000 cubes of chaos nectar as well. All combined, that stuff has to be worth more than 1,000,000 cubes. Kilostar grumbled unhappily, if all he had was 2 swords and if he didn't have that lightning helping him, I'd still be able to crush him. Oh, Bertolo nodded upon hearing this. Have an idea of what you are going to do? Kilostar looked at him. A few ideas. Bertolo nodded. I wanted to first challenge all of the old-timers, then sweep through the 6 newbies. After that, I'll be leaving. You are going to be leaving the Astral Islands? Kilostar was briefly stunned, but he then nodded slightly. It is time. The reason why I've been staying for the past few years was because I wanted to wait for this newest batch of recruits to have a chance to grow up, Bertolo explained. The almighty hegemon generally only goes out to personally abduct people roughly once every chaos cycle. I certainly can't afford to wait that long for the next crop. You bastard, you can break through to become a Downlord whenever you want. Kilostar shook his head inside. I, unfortunately, have only gained a vague glimpse of what my path is to be. I haven't truly understand it yet. Only by truly discovering one's own path and discovering one's own Tao would one be able to rely on that Tao to become a samsara Tao Lord. Bercholo had discovered his path and his Tao long ago. He was able to become a samsara Tao Lord whenever he wished it. However, Brightshore Kingdom was a very safe place and he was simply in no rush to make his breakthrough. Once he made that choice, there would be no going back. He naturally wanted to make sure everything was perfect first. You will benefit greatly from your time in the 12 palaces, Bercholo said. Although the Astral Islands have 99 legacies, only the top 10 legacies can be considered decent. Strictly speaking, none of these legacies can be considered core legacies of the 12 palaces. Kilostar understood this point as well. Kilostar lost his battle. His astral islands sank from the 5th stratum to the 4th stratum. After that, Bercholo began an absolute massacre. He challenged 1/5 stratum expert after another, but none of the challenged experts were afraid of him. Bercholo was a person who they normally wouldn't have a chance to fight. All of them were filled with a towering desire to do battle as they went forth to face Bercholo. And the end result was every single astral island was smacked down to the 4th stratum. Originally, the 5th stratum had 16 islands. It shrank down to 15, 14, 13, 12. More and more islands began to fall. Yet another island has fallen. Ning stood at the edges of his own astral island, staring off into the distance as another astral island that had been within his stratum began to sink downwards. My sword arts have reached a bottleneck, as have my footwork techniques. It'll be difficult for me to improve any further here in the astral islands. Although there are many freaks here for me to fight against, it is still time to leave soon, Ning mused. It was time to leave the astral islands. Yes, the environment here was nice, and it was possible that over the course of countless years sparring against these monsters he might gain some insights that would allow him to master the 7th stance of the nameless sword art, but that would almost assuredly be something that happened a very, very long time from now. It had taken him nearly 500 years to master the 6th stance, and if you factored in the temporal acceleration it had actually taken tens of thousands of years. As for the 7th stance, Ning was completely mystified by it. He knew that mastering it would be an incredibly difficult prospect, and it would most likely take him perhaps 1,000 times more time and effort. I'm under the effects of a lifeblood oath to reach Vast Heaven Palace within a chaos cycle. Only then will I be able to return to the 3 realms to bring back my parents. Although a chaos cycle is an extremely long period of time, who knows what new variables might be introduced in the future? I can't waste too much time here. Nin nodded to himself. To have spent 1,000 years here in the astral islands was enough. I should give this footwork legacy to World God Pilsaint. Ning picked up his golden book, then sent World God Pilsaint a challenge. He was going to leave and he wouldn't be able to take this jade tome with him. He might as well give it to Pilsaint instead. The first person Ning had met here in the Astral Islands had been Pilsaint, and he had quite a good impression of the man. A challenge? The rosy-lipped, white-teethed, chubby-faced youth, World God Pilsaint, looked at his book. His eyes lit up. It is Dark North. Ning and Pilsaint were on very good terms with each other. For example, when Ning didn't wish to battle against a particular foe, but that person insisted on challenging him, Ning would often send World God Pilsaint a challenge and use the duel to avoid the first one. Is Dark North trying to avoid another challenge? Pilsaint was puzzled. Still, he entered the room filled with divine runes and allowed himself to be teleported directly to the battlegrounds. This was an icy cold oceanic island that was completely locked in by icebergs. A cold wind howled through this world. As soon as Pilsaint appeared, he immediately saw the white-robed youth who was carrying that sword on his back. Dark North, Pilsaint immediately called out to him. Pilsaint. Ning looked at him. I'm going to be leaving. Leaving? Pilsaint was stunned. So soon? Yes. Ning nodded.
That's crazy fast. We cultivators live extremely long lives. Why rush things like this?
Generally speaking, most of those other freakishly talented geniuses will spend 10 million years or 100 million years here before leaving, Pilsaint said.
Ning laughed.
If he stayed here for 10 million years, he probably would indeed be able to master the 7th stance of the nameless sword art.
10 million years out of an entire chaos cycle? That really was nothing.
Still, Ning wanted to save as much time as he could, for fear of something else from happening.
Time for me to leave. This time, I admit defeat.
Ning spoke out in a high-pitched voice.
Admit defeat? Pilsaint was stunned.
Ning had never admitted defeat in any of his battles before. He knew that Ning had a footwork legacy in his hands.
Was Ning planning to transfer this legacy to him? I won't be able to take this footwork legacy away with me.
Take it.
Ning tossed the jade tome over to him.
Pilsaint couldn't control himself. He immediately extended his arms to accept the jade tome, gripping it with his fingers. His eyes couldn't help but turn red. He had been trapped here in the Astral Islands for an extremely long period of time. He desperately wanted to find a way to leave, but acquiring a full legacy truly was not easy. Whenever he had enough parts of a legacy, he would suffer countless challenges from cultivators on the 3rd and 4th strata. Each time he got close, he would lose it all.
Dark North.
Pilsaint's eyes turned red. I'm embarrassed to say this, but I was actually planning to give you a sword art legacy I acquired quite some time ago.
Unfortunately, Waterwalker managed to force it out of me. Ning shook his head. Dark North, I'm endlessly grateful that you are willing to help me out. You've been here for less than 1,000 years, right? It hasn't been a long time at all.
Pilsaint was quite moved. With this legacy, he would regain his freedom.
All right.
Once I leave, I'll be joining the Palace of the Sword of the 12 Palaces, Ning said. If you wish to meet me, go to the Sword Palace and seek me out.
I will.
World God Pilsaint nodded vigorously.
And now, the only thing that remains is my battle against Berchelu.
Ning had a distant look in his eyes. The last thing he wanted to do before leaving this place was to have a battle against Berchelu. Berchelu, the undisputed #1 expert of the hundreds of thousands of astral islands. Ever since he had made it to the 6th stratum, he had never fallen down from it. Ning had battled against all the other talented geniuses. He had never, however, battled Berchelu.
I really look forward to it.
Ning could feel his blood boiling with eagerness just thinking about this battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 26, Chapter 43, The Hegemon. Book 26, World Level, Chapter 43, The Hegemon. Ning was looking forward to battling Berchelu.
After fighting with him, he could leave the Astral Islands with no regrets. However, he had to wait for Berchelu to finish challenging the old-timers first. The number of Astral Islands in the 5th stratum continued to decrease.
8, 7, 6, 5.
Only 5 were left. These were the 5 newcomers.
I lost.
The handsome, devilish-looking silver-haired youth stared at the white-robed, white-haired youth in the distance. Both had extraordinary auras. The former had a more devilish aura while the latter had an aura of warmth and calm. Gorho, it seems as though you have already found your own path to becoming a Samsara Dowlord.
Berchelu smiled as he spoke. Yes. It was very rare for Gorho to feel admiration towards someone else.
Although Dark North and Kilostar had defeated him, he didn't really care too much. This was because he could tell that Kilostar had mainly succeeded due to having 1,000 clones, while Dark North had a body just as tough as Kilostar's and most likely had a similar technique he relied on.
In terms of actual insights into the Tao, neither Dark North nor Kilostar were up to his level.
However, Bercholo gave Gorho a sense of tremendous pressure. This was the first time he had encountered someone who completely outclassed him in terms of enlightenment and insights. "What path do you plan to walk?" Bercholo asked with curiosity. "If I have the chance, I will walk the path of spacetime," Gorho said. "Spacetime? Isn't your strongest Tao the Tao of fire?" Bercholo was puzzled. From the battle they had just engaged in, he was able to tell that Gorho had reached incredible heights in the Tao of fire. In fact, he had reached the level of being able to use it to become a Samsara Tao Lord whenever he wished. "I like it, I guess." This was Gorho's response, but in his heart he mused to himself. "My true talent actually lies in spacetime. My strongest Tao isn't necessarily my best Tao." He was the most powerful descendant of an almighty Ionian, King Gorsh. He naturally was extremely skilled in the Tao of fire, but he was even more skilled in spacetime. However, he was personally trained in the mysteries of fire by King Gorsh, whereas he had to study the art of spacetime by himself. This was why his Tao of fire was slightly superior to his Tao of spacetime. However, by comparison he had to put twice as much effort into his Tao of fire, only to get half the results. Prior to him being abducted, his father King Gorsh had told Gorho that he was planning to help Gorho find a master who was skilled in the Tao of spacetime to teach him. But how could any major power possibly be a match for the almighty hegemon of the Brightshore Kingdom? After years of painstaking work, Gorho had finally managed to acquire a complete spacetime legacy roughly 2 years ago. According to the notes on that legacy, if I reach a high enough level of skill I will be able to receive personal guidance from the hegemon himself. Once I become a Tao Lord and awaken my bloodline, I'll become even more powerful. By then, not even Bercholo would necessarily be a match for me. Gorho's heart was filled with tremendous pride and self-confidence. Prior to their awakening, Ionians were quite similar to cultivators. After being awakened, however, they would explode with power and would view other Samsara Tao Lords as prey for them to feed out. They truly were terrifyingly powerful. Yet another astral island descended from the 5th stratum. Now, only 4 remained. My techniques were completely ineffective against you. The special life form known as Taoist fish let out a sigh. His face was covered with fish scales and his eyes gleamed with golden light. "You have too many techniques. You need to focus a bit more." Bercholo was gleaming with light, as dazzling as any sun. Slowly, he began to retract his aura of radiance. "I know that, but I can't help it. I like them all." Taoist fish let out a sigh. "Ugh. I can play around with any of those individuals on the 3rd and 4th strata as I please, but each time I fight someone else on the 5th level I'm beaten." Taoist fish was one of the last to join the 5th stratum, and he was the only one who was in the 4th stratum at the time of this challenge. How can this be? This was a bald woman who was dazzlingly beautiful but who had a demeanor as cold as ice. Right now, a look of absolute shock was on her face. "How could you have? Fairy Brightheart, your defensive techniques are indeed quite formidable, and I am filled with admiration towards you. But that heart of yours, it really is a major weakness. Any world-level heart force cultivator would be able to easily defeat you, to say nothing of me." Bercholo let out a soft sigh. Fairy Brightheart's face turned slightly pale. Deep within her innermost heart there lay a nightmare that she had never been able to forget. However, it was also thanks to this nightmare that she had been able to persevere and reach her current heights in cultivation. "I understand." Fairy Brightheart nodded slowly. "The 4 islands became 3 islands. Fighting with you was a wonderful experience. You forced me to go all out." Bercholo looked at the jade-haired woman before him. This was the Empress. Empress was dressed in semi-translucent gauze and looked quite bewitching. She let out a soft laugh. "Bercholo, everyone knows that although you are skilled in the Tao of Light, you are even more skilled in heart force. Just now, you didn't use your heart force at all." You were able to defeat me merely through employing your Tao of Light. In close combat abilities, at least, I was forced to use my full power, Berchelu said.
You are extremely talented. However, you are a bit lacking in terms of your insights into the Tao.
If you were to reach a higher level in this regard, perhaps to Gorho's level, then I would be forced to use my heart force techniques in order to defeat you.
The 3 islands became 2 islands. How incredibly powerful.
Waterwalker stared at Berchelu, his eyes filled with shock and awe.
I fell asleep before we even started our fight? You should have been born just a short while ago, right?
Berchelu looked at Waterwalker.
Yes.
The almighty Hegemon captured me just moments after I woke up.
Waterwalker nodded.
Your innate abilities are amongst the most supreme abilities any race of special life forms possess.
Most likely, even the Empress is a bit inferior to you in this regard.
Your innate abilities are so strong that I imagine you are close to being on par with even the legendary ancient cultivators or the Brightshore Imperials. Berchelu continued, by relying on your innate abilities, you can ensure that the other geniuses here are completely unable to injure you.
That alone ensures that you can defeat cultivators on the 4th and 5th strata. However, the problem with you is that you simply haven't been alive for long enough. Spend some extra time here in the Astral Islands.
I recommend you spend a chaos cycle here, then spend another chaos cycle wandering the Brightshore Kingdom, Berchelu said. Only then should you join the 12 palaces. Although I don't really understand why I have to stay here that long, I can sense that you have nothing but the best of intentions in mind for me.
Waterwalker looked at Berchelu. From this day forth, you are one of my friends. Good. Berchelu nodded. When he looked at Waterwalker, he felt as though he was looking at himself all those years ago.
The only difference was that Waterwalker had been abducted shortly after being born, whereas Berchelu himself had wandered the primordial chaos for countless years and had experienced many, many things. He had experienced both grief and joy, gatherings and partings. All of these things had come together to allow him to walk the path of heart force.
The 2 islands became 1. Only a single astral island was now left within the 5th stratum. Ning's astral island. Am I the last one?
The white-robed Ning was seated in the lotus position atop a grassy area within his astral island, violet jewel resting across his knees. He had been waiting here for quite some time now, but Berchelu had unexpectedly chosen to save him for last.
Here it comes.
Ning's gaze turned towards the golden book next to him. A challenge had finally appeared within his golden book, a challenge that came from the 6th stratum. This was a challenge Ning had never received before.
I've spent 1,000 years in the Astral Islands waiting for this battle.
Ning sent out a strand of his will, shattering the message of challenge.
Challenge accepted. Wow. That guy in the 6th stratum is truly invincible.
He's way too powerful. All the islands of the Astral Islands had been in a state of breathless excitement for the past 15 days. They had watched as one island after another descended from the 5th stratum. Every single person within the 5th stratum was a freak of a genius, no matter what path they walked or what Tao they were skilled yet. And yet, Berchelu had crushed and defeated all of them. Only a single island remained within the 5th stratum. Once this island was also defeated, there would be no islands in the 5th stratum at all. At this moment in time, all of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators present here were completely focused on what was going to happen. They were awaiting the final resolution to this momentous event. At the very bottom of the dark abyss below the Astral Islands. At this moment there were more than 10 figures gathered here, including that of the muscular man with tousled black hair who was dressed in simple combat garbs. Their auras were as profound as that of the endless sea of stars.
Berchelu truly is formidable in heart force. This should be his final battle in the Astral Islands. After he finishes sweeping through all his opponents, he will probably leave. He still has yet to tell us if he will be joining the Palace of Radiance or the Palace of Heart Force. These ancient powers were all chatting amongst themselves.
All of them had been keeping an eye on Berchelu for quite some time now. In fact, even the almighty hegemon had been paying attention to him. The path of cultivation had three main branches: fiend god body refining, ki refining, and heart force cultivating. Ning was a dual refiner who trained both as a fiend god and as a ki refiner. However, it was actually possible to be a triple refiner who trained in heart force as well. Berchelu was one such cultivator, and people like him were the most terrifying opponents one could face. If Berchelu could use his heart force to even slightly affect his opponent, he would then be able to easily dominate that person through his terrifying close combat skills. In fact, there were many who Berchelu could defeat without even having to lift a finger. "Oh, just one battle is left?" a voice rang out. A white-bearded elder dressed in snowy robes who had 6 curved horns on his head suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The 10+ ancient powers gathered here were all shocked. They hastily bowed with respect. Hegemon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 26, Chapter 44, Ning battles Berchelu. Book 26, World Level, Chapter 44, Ning battles Berchelu. The almighty hegemon, the most exalted figure in all the Brightshore Kingdom. Because of him, the Brightshore Kingdom sprang into existence. Because of him, there existed the Brightshore Imperials and the 12 palaces of Brightshore. Because of him, the kingdom was qualified to stand alongside the Dao Alliance and the Ionian Kingdom as one of the most supreme powers of the endless territories. In front of him, even the most unruly of ancient powers would have to bow their heads. How is the latest batch of newcomer kids doing? The six-horned, white-bearded old man slowly sauntered towards them. Spacetime began to congeal and condense in the area around him. Although he wasn't intentionally flaring his aura, the tiny bit of it that was naturally leaking out of him was more than enough to make all the members of the Imperial clan or the 12 Palace to feel as though they could barely breathe. The newbies? That kid named Waterwalker has superb innate gifts. The others are a bit lacking by comparison. An incredibly muscular golden-armored man spoke out. This man was a bit excessively muscular. Even though he had already shrank down from his true size, his arms were still thicker than his head. There was clearly a bit of a mismatch in proportions. Berchelu himself said that Waterwalker's innate gifts are comparable to the gifts of us Imperials or those ancient cultivators. His innate gifts are indeed quite good. Unfortunately, he doesn't really understand anything. The white-bearded elder nodded slowly. As for those geniuses which Berchelu just battled against, he was able to defeat them all with ease. None of them can even compare to him. The muscular golden-armored man laughed. Hegemon, Berchelu truly is quite talented in the Tao of Light. Let him enter our Palace of Radiance. I can promise that I'll take him on as my personal disciple and provide him personal guidance. This muscular man was an incredibly famous figure in the endless territories known as Tao Lord Thousand Waves. He was one of the 2 palace lords of the Radiant Palace, a figure who was capable of causing tremendous waves within the endless territories. There are so few heart force cultivators. 1,000 waves, why must you fight with me over one? A figure covered in black robes spoke out in an ancient voice. Your palace of heart force barely has any Tao Lords in it. Tao Lord Thousand Waves spoke in an utterly indomitable fashion. Although we are few in number, each of us has the power of 10 or 100 men, the illusory, formless figure underneath the black robes said. Oh? The power of 10? Then why don't you have someone in your heart force palace come spar with me a bit? Light began to gather within the eyes of Tao Lord Thousand Waves. The black-robed figure was instantly rendered speechless. Tao Lord Thousand Waves was one of the top 10 experts of all the 12 palaces. If the Palace Lord of the Heart Force Palace was around, he might give Thousand Waves a run for his money, but he was out wandering the endless primordial chaos and hadn't returned in more than 10 chaos cycles. At present, there really was no one in the Heart Force Palace who was a match for Tao Lord Thousand Waves.
When the time comes for Bercholo to make his choice, the two of you can do your best to recruit him. The white-bearded elder smiled. I won't get involved. Enough. These two kids are about to start their duel. Rumble. A series of moving images appeared in the air next to them. This was what was occurring within the dueling island. Ning and Bercholo had just met each other. Dark North isn't bad either. Unfortunately, his opponent is Bercholo. I wonder how long he will be able to hold on for. That entirely depends on how long Bercholo wishes to play around for. This was what all the major powers were saying. They truly had very high opinions of Bercholo. It must be understood that the Astral Islands had helped train many groups of geniuses over the course of countless years, but it had been an extremely long period of time since someone had excited them as much as Bercholo. This was because Bercholo simply had an incredible level of insight into the Tao. It could be said that as soon as he broke through to become a Tao Lord of the first step, he would instantly become capable of matching Tao Lords of the third step. If he spent a little bit of time training and became a Tao Lord of the second step, he would be capable of battling Verge-level Tao Lords. Although others such as Gorho were also capable of becoming Tao Lords whenever they wished, no one in the 12 palaces really cared about him, even though they knew that he was an Aeonian. So what if he was an Aeonian? Even Eternal Emperor Molobo of the Aeonians had been severely beaten and chased around by Tao Lord All-God. Gorho's level of enlightenment was far inferior to Bercholo's. Bercholo really is at the point where he should be breaking through to the Tao Lord level soon. A look of anticipation was in the white-bearded elder's eyes. All the major powers were staring at the Madeira images, watching as the battle was about to begin. The Oceanic Island. A white-robed youth who carried a sword on his back was staring off into the distance. He saw a white-robed, white-haired youth off in the distance, a youth whose eyes seemed to contain all the stars of the cosmos. When Ning saw those eyes, he couldn't help but be affected by their power. Incredible! Ning was secretly speechless. Dark North, my name is Bercholo. The white-haired youth spoke out. Bercholo. I've heard of you, and I've been waiting for this battle for quite some time, Ning said. For some reason, although they had yet to fight, Ning already felt a sense of tremendous pressure. The stronger he is, the better. I want to see how powerful a world-level cultivator can become. You should be the strongest individual in the group of newcomers. Bercholo smiled. I hope you won't disappoint me. Then take out your weapon, Ning said. Take out my weapon? Bercholo smiled. Let's see if you are strong enough first. Although this was Ning's first time meeting Bercholo, he had heard long ago that Bercholo generally used his bare palms when fighting in close combat. The only time he had ever used his weapons was in his battles against Kilostar. This was Kilostar's evaluation. Only once you fight him yourself will you truly understand how powerful he is. He is powerful enough to drive a man into despair. Only by using my 1,000 bodies formation am I able to make it so that he can do nothing to me. Whoosh! Ning stood there atop a mountain boulder. His body momentarily blurred as he manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, a sword in each of his 6 hands. Ha ha ha, Bercholo laughed, then began to stride through the air towards Ning. As he did so, he delivered a punch from far away. Boom! His punch seemed to strike out with the power of a meteor as its power crushed through heaven and earth, slamming down towards Ning from the air. Ning's face tightened slightly, the desire to do battle growing even stronger in his heart. His opponent was fighting empty-handed, while he himself was using 6 eternal swords. He had a huge advantage in this fight. I have to force him to take out his weapons. Whoosh! Ning's sword moved, transforming into a streak of absolutely dominating blood-colored light as it struck out against that fist. Although it seemed to merely graze Bercholo's fist, it instantly was able to have an impact on his fist technique. Oh! Interesting! Bercholo laughed as he continued to stride forwards. He manifested 6 arms as well, then began to rain down blows with his fists like countless meteors shooting through the skies. His palms were like massive screens that blotted out the skies, and his fingers seemed to tear through everything in the world. Even though he still merely used his bare hands, his 6 hands were still strong enough to put pressure upon Ning with each strike. As for Ning, his pride prevented him from using his elementum water flame gourd. Although Berchalu was strong, he was fighting empty-handed. Ning was already using 6 eternal weapons against Berchalu's bare hands. How could Ning possibly take out the gourd as well? If he lost in a situation like this, he would be thoroughly convinced of the latter's superiority. Rumble. Berchalu circled around Ning at high speeds as he attacked, his aura flaring out and filling the heavens with each strike. Each time I watch Berchalu fight, I enjoy myself immensely. Right. I truly would never have imagined that a world-level cultivator could reach such a high level of insight. The ancient powers in the dark abyss all sighed as they watched this battle go on. The white-bearded elder nodded slowly. When Dawnstar was at the world level, his saber arts were comparable to Berchalu's fist techniques. However, Dawnstar was merely a dual refiner who did not train in heart force. Dawnstar? Palace Lord Dawnstar? He was this powerful as well? No wonder Palace Lord Dawnstar is so powerful now. All the ancient powers nodded. Without question, the most powerful Tao Lord of the 12 palaces was Palace Lord Dawnstar. He was the Palace Lord of the Palace of the Saber. Although he was merely a Verge-level Tao Lord, on one occasion when he was enraged he had slain an ancient eternal emperor with just 3 strokes of his saber. His reputation was instantly spread throughout the endless territories. He was so dominatingly powerful that he was even stronger than Tao Lord All-God had been. For the hegemon to compare Berchalu to Palace Lord Dawnstar was a sign of how great his expectations were for Berchalu. Rumble. Although Berchalu repeatedly circled around Ning and furiously assaulted him, he was unable to injure Ning in the slightest. If that's all you have, you won't even be able to scratch me, Ning said coldly. You are indeed worthy of making me use a weapon. A sword suddenly appeared in each of Berchalu's hands, and each sword was an eternal weapon. The area around him became filled with endless flickers of light, and Berchalu himself was like the divine lord of the lights as he once more charged at Ning with those 6 swords at the ready. His swords struck out in a fierce, dominating fashion. Ning was forced to defend with all his might. Clang! 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 What powerful sword arts! Still, the stronger he is the better. Ning only grew even more excited. The thunderlight wings suddenly appeared on his back, bolstering his footwork techniques. Each flutter of the wings and each step Ning took was like a stance from a sword art. His movements and his attacks had all joined together into a perfect whole. Ning struck out with his 6 violet jewels simultaneously, transforming them into 6 streaks of bloody light that slashed out through the skies. Each time, he was able to defend against Berchalu's swords. He was actually able to defend against me? Berchalu was rather startled. He called out, "What is your sword art named?" During my 1,000 years here at the Astral Islands, I merged the unicorn's heart stance with my astral stance and created a defensive technique, Ning replied. I named it the unicorn's domain. Unicorn's domain? Berchalu was slightly surprised. The unicorn's domain represented Ning's most profound insights into the Tao of the sword. The unicorn's heart represented a certain level of insight into the sword that was focused on defense. Much like how the heart sword stance represented the heart having full control of the sword and the world around it, or the great firmament stance represented the power of an entire world, this stance represented a type of domain that was even more profound than the unicorn's heart. Ning had used the essence of the unicorn's heart and fused it with the even more powerful astral stance to create this domain, his unicorn's domain. He was able to defend against any attacks that entered this domain. Each time, his defenses were able to deflect and then counterattack the enemy. The astral stance was merely a tool, and that using it with Violet Jewel resulted in tremendous gains in power.
For him to incorporate it into his unicorn's domain and use it to defend or deflect just made the power of the domain even greater and more effective. By relying on this technique, Ning had been able to finally defeat the fisherman in the third Mirrors Now painting. However, Ning's sword arts had since reached a true bottleneck, which was why he had decided to leave the Astral Islands. "This is the most powerful sword art I have at present," Ning said.
"Birchelu, I've already activated my unicorn's domain. If you can defeat this domain of mine, I will admit defeat."
"Ha, good. Aside from Kilo Star, you are the only person in all the Astral Islands capable of forcing me to use my true weapons." Suddenly, the 6 swords vanished from Birchelu's hands. Moments later, 2 heavy warhammers appeared. One warhammer was black while the other was white, and both were eternal weapons. "Judging from the fist techniques you used earlier, I actually guessed that you specialize in something aside from sword arts. It seems as though my guess was correct. You actually specialize in hammer arts, using your hands as your hammers, right? Come. Let us see if you can break my unicorn's domain." Ning had absolute confidence in his unicorn's domain. This was a technique which was perfect for a weaker cultivator to defend against a stronger foe with. It was a defensive sword art that avoiding facing a stronger foe's attacks head-on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 26, Chapter 45, True Body?
Book 26, World Level, Chapter 45, True Body? The ancient powers watched the images of the battle from their position in the dark abyss. He's infused an attacking sword art into a defensive domain, but managed to keep the essence of his domain intact.
A partially bald man let out a laugh. Although Dark North isn't a match for Birchelu, he's still quite a rare talent.
Once he enters our Palace of the Sword, we'll give him some good training. Perhaps a miracle will happen and he will be able to be Birchelu's equal in the future.
Has this kid even chosen your sword palace yet? Even if he has, should really be so shameless in praising him? His sword arts aren't bad and have reached incredible heights in terms of defensiveness, but for him to be Birchelu's match in the future? Ha, how many Birchelus do you think our Brightshore Kingdom will give rise to? Lord Woodflower, you are going a bit too far in your praise.
Well, Woodflower belongs to the Sword Palace. It isn't surprising for him to praise someone else who will be in his palace, but
I do have to admit that Dark North's defensive abilities are quite excellent.
The ancient powers all gave their own opinions as they watched Ning and Birchelu continue to furiously battle against each other.
Rumble.
It was as though the world itself was breaking apart. Space had been shattered and distorted, and each of those 2 warhammers carried enough power to cause this entire world to tremble. Ning had to use 3 or 4 swords to block each attack. For him to use just a single sword was no longer enough. Although he is skilled in using heavy warhammers, I imagine he only has 2 of these eternal warhammers.
Ning was able to hang on with some difficulty.
Actually, it was with quite a bit of difficulty. Birchelu was most skilled in hammer arts, and he sent his attacks forward in an open, straightforward, and awe-inspiring display of power. Ning was being completely crushed in this fight, and he was only able to just barely survive because his newly developed unicorn domain allowed him to perfectly execute every strike and avoid facing the power of each hammer head-on.
His hammer art is so profound that I can't even understand it.
Although the golden-robed emperor in the Mirrors Now painting also had an open and straightforward fighting style, there is obviously an enormous difference between the 2 of them.
Ning couldn't help but sigh.
If the golden-robed emperor was described as a child who had just learned to walk, then Birchelu was a valiant warrior who bounded to and fro with the fierceness of a tiger.
Fortunately, Ning had infused his astral stance into this unicorn's domain.
Otherwise, if he was merely relying on the unicorn's heart stance, he would have been completely unable to withstand this assault.
You are actually still able to hold on? Birchelu was slightly startled as well.
He then called out, "Watch out, Dark North."
Eh? Ning's face tightened slightly.
Rumble. The world around him suddenly changed. Previously, he had been on an oceanic island that was surrounded by an endless sea. Although the island had begun to crumble from the effects of their fight, the endless waters of the sea hadn't changed. However, Ning now realized to his astonishment that the world around him had completely changed. It had become a world of rolling plains and towering mountains, and at the very peak of one mountain there was a sacred shrine that glowed with breathtaking light, allowing the Great Plains to bask in its radiance. As for Ning and Berchalu, they were battling within the plains. Ning, Sun. Yuchi Snow and Ji each one both appeared. They were staring at Ning, eyes filled with joy. Junior apprentice brother. Yue appeared as well. A surge of invisible power had been applied to Ning's true soul, pulling his deepest desires and most sacred memories out from the bottom of his heart. Ning's heart was forever occupied with his longing for his father, his mother, and for Yue. They had been the most important people in his life, and he deeply desired to one day rescue Yue and allow their family of three to reunite. Break! Ning continued to battle furiously against Berchalu, not allowing any of this to affect him in the slightest. He let out a furious roar, causing Yuchi Snow, GH1, and Yue to all vanish. He actually wasn't affected by it. Berchalu was a bit surprised. What a powerful heart force illusion. Ning's face turned slightly pale as he realized that he was still surrounded by rolling plains and towering mountains. Ever since the end war of the Three Realms, Ning's Dao heart had continuously risen and grown more powerful. As he mastered the heart sword stance, his own heart force had reached the threshold of the 5th stage of heart force. The problem was that he was still just a hair away from making that breakthrough. Although his heart force was quite strong, it was nothing compared to Berchalu's heart force illusions. However, Ning's strongest aspect was his true soul. His true soul was bathed in the power of the Azure Flower Mist energy, causing it to be comparable to that of a Dao Lord of the first step. Anyone who wished to successfully bewilder Ning would have to overwhelm his true soul with a heart force technique or some other secret art. Take Eternal Emperors for example. Eternal Emperors might go insane or berserk in some instances, but to shake their true souls would be almost impossibly hard. Ning's true soul was incredibly powerful, and he had decently strong heart force as well. This was why he had been able to withstand the illusions just now. Come forth! As Berchalu continued to battle against Ning, he suddenly let out a loud shout. Boom! The plains around them suddenly split apart. Many long chains began to fly out from within the crevices and spin towards Ning. More illusions? Break! Ning willed his powerful true soul and mighty will to cause all these things to dissipate. Illusions? You underestimate us heart force cultivators. What is illusory is real, what is real is illusory. Berchalu shook his head. What you are seeing is all real. Ning had no time to do anything else. Swoosh! A crimson-black gourd suddenly appeared next to him, then released 2 streaks of lightning that shot out like dragons. One streak of lightning caused dark storm clouds to gather as it shot out, with the other causing crimson clouds of flame to appear around it. The two swept out against the surroundings, incinerating and shattering the chains that had sought to bind Ning. Alas, the chains reformed after being broken apart and continued to attack Ning in an endless stream. The 2 streaks of Dao lightning destroyed everything in the surrounding area, and Ning was like the god of lightning himself. Even Berchalu, who had been fighting Ning in close combat, was impacted by the lightning. Omnipresence. Berchalu said this word calmly. Whoosh! Instantly, golden light began to emanate from every single part of the plains. Endless streams of golden light surrounded Ning, constricting him and slowing him down. The 2 streaks of Dao lightly furiously hammered down upon the light, but it was omnipresent and inescapable. Attack! Ning took direct control over the 2 streaks of Dao lightning, sending them sweeping out against everything around him in a net. Boom! 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 The warhammers continued their dance, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to tremble. Ning's swords continuously formed unicorn's domains, allowing him to defend with some difficulty. Thankfully, Ning had the azure flower mist energy supporting him, giving him the strength to withstand his foe.
Let's stop here. Berchelo suddenly retreated.
The rolling plains and towering mountains around them all vanished, as did the shrine atop the mountain. The surrounding area returned to its normal, real appearance. The island had long ago been completely reduced to rubble. The two were standing in the middle of the air, surrounded by the endless waves of the ocean.
Stop?
Ning was slightly surprised. Even though he had taken out his elementum water flame gourd, he still found it extremely hard to hold on. He could sense that defeat might come at any moment, but he had continued to do his best to delay the inevitable for as long as he could.
I admit defeat, Berchelo suddenly said in a loud voice. You admit what? Ning was stunned. His foe's hammer arts were incredibly profound.
In addition, Ning could sense that Berchelo hadn't really been going all out in the fight, he had simply been fighting in a fairly casual, relaxed manner. Despite that, Ning had been able to sense that he was going to lose soon, if for no other reason than the fact that he was perpetually on the defense and unable to launch any attacks of his own. I promised Kilostar that I would transfer this Heart Force legacy over to him. Berchelo suddenly produced a single white feather.
This duel was my final duel. After this, I will be leaving the Astral Islands.
Before leaving, I wanted to hand this Heart Force legacy over to you. After you learn it, challenge Kilostar and transfer it to him. As he spoke, he sent the white plume flying towards Ning.
Oh. Ning accepted the plume blankly.
This white plume was the Heart Force legacy that was ranked number 1 amongst the 99 legacies. It had been in Berchelo's hands all this time.
But you obviously were stronger than me, Ning stared at Berchelo.
There's no need for me to be so stubborn about a mere duel in the Astral Islands.
Berchelo laughed calmly. But, you are a special life form. You haven't even revealed your true form. Ning couldn't help but argue back.
He had battled against quite a few special life forms in recent years. He knew that these special life forms had all used shape-shifting techniques to take a humanoid form. Cultivators were generally humanoids, and they were the most numerous living creatures in all the endless territories. However, special life forms who were in human form were often only able to unleash perhaps 10 to 20% of their true power. Once they revealed their true forms, they would become far more powerful. If they also possessed powerful innate abilities, they would become even more freakishly strong once they assumed their true forms.
My true form? Berchelo laughed as he glanced at Ning. I've never shown my true form in the Astral Islands.
Exit, Berchelo called out. Instantly, space-time twisted around him and caused him to vanish.
Ning just stood there blankly, that white plume in his hands. He had one, right? Then why did he feel so pissed off? He hadn't even had the chance to see Berchelo's true form. The bottom of the dark abyss.
The ancient powers were still watching.
I once saw Berchelo's true form.
The first time I saw him, I misidentified him as an ancient cultivator.
Dowlord Thousand Waves let out a loud laugh. This kid has never used his true body in any of his duels in the Astral Islands. Each time, he's only used his human form.
Given the level of his insights, if he uses his true form he would probably be able to slay Dowlords of the first step right now. He should be at the absolute maximum level of power, theoretical or otherwise, for any world-level cultivator. Ancient cultivators as well as the Brightshore Imperials represented the ultimate heights of racial power. They were very rare in number, but they possessed utterly unearthly levels of power. Waterwalker was a special life form who was comparable to ancient cultivators in power, while Berchelo possessed similarly strong innate gifts. If he truly did reveal his true body, he would instantly become more than 10 times as powerful.
All right.
Berchelo has already decided to leave the Astral Islands.
The white-bearded elder laughed merrily.
It will be up to the two of you to convince him to join either the Palace of Radiance or the Palace of Heart Force."
Laughing, the white-bearded old man turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. Time to go. Hurry!
Downlord Thousand Waves, the Heart Force Palace really does need more downlords.
We don't have enough. The many downlords quickly flew out of the dark abyss and towards the astral islands in the sky.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 26, Chapter 46, Heart Force Legacy.
Book 26, World Level, Chapter 46, Heart Force Legacy.
How is this possible?
Kilo Star stared in astonishment from within his own astral island.
The highest astral island, the island within the sixth stratum, was actually descending? No way. How can this be? How could Birchaloo have lost? Dark North beat Birchaloo? Is this some kind of joke?
All the other defeated geniuses, be they cultivators, Eonians, or special life forms, were all in a state of disbelief.
They all knew how powerful Birchaloo was, which was why they completely refused to believe that he could have been defeated.
Hundreds of thousands of cultivators watched as Birchaloo's island descended from the exalted sixth stratum. All of them were equally stunned.
There were currently 2 islands that floated within the fifth stratum.
Ning was seated within his own island, and he was mumbling to himself.
He lost on purpose? Did he think I'd be really happy once I won?
I didn't even get to see his true form. Ning didn't feel any excitement at this victory, because he knew his opponent had thrown the fight. Still, I didn't expect to get a copy of the Heart Force Legacy before leaving. Ning waved his hand, causing that white plume to appear. The white plume was incredibly beautiful. This single feather was actually formed from 3,600 strands of silk. Ning sent his senses into it, discovering the legacy hiding within it. Although I didn't expect to acquire it, being able to learn it is a decent stroke of luck. Ning immediately swore the oath required of him, allowing an enormous flood of complicated information to flood into his mind. Although Ning had some talent for the water, lightning, and heart force, he hadn't really been planning on spending too much effort on them. There was a limit to how much energy he had, and he had chosen to pour it all into his Tao of the Sword. His advantage in this field was far greater than in the other fields, and he naturally wanted to focus more on it. As for those other Taos, once he had some more leisure time or once he reached an unbreachable bottleneck in the Tao of the Sword, he would slowly spend some time getting his other Taos up to speed.
Downlord All-God was a good example.
Only after becoming a Verge-level Downlord had he chosen to start studying the Tao of the Sword. By then, his overall level of understanding regarding the Tao was so great that he was able to train quite quickly in his secondary or tertiary Taos. Once Ning became a Verge-level Downlord, he would probably be able to reach the early Downlord level in water in just one day. After that, his training would also proceed quite quickly. It was entirely possible that he'd be able to progress to the Verge in water as well. But of course, if his innate affinity for a Tao was low, training in it would be extremely slow. Downlord All-God had spent a tremendous amount of effort in order to upgrade his skill in the Tao of the Sword to the early Downlord level, which was why he himself had declared that he simply had no talent for the Tao of the Sword at all. I would probably have to spend 100 times as much effort in training in the Tao of Water in order to make it comparable to my Tao of the Sword, and it wouldn't even help me that much.
If I put all that work into the sword instead, I'll improve far more. Ning understood this quite well. A long period of time passed. Finally, Ning finished memorizing the Heart Force Legacy. It truly was the top legacy of the 90 legacies of the Astral Islands, and it contained a correspondingly enormous amount of information. So this is what being a true Heart Force cultivator is all about. Ning was stupefied. He finally understood. Heart Force could be divided into 6 stages. The first 5 stages were essentially the stages which Hoey had described. The first stage was the elementary level.
It was extremely hard to reach the first level. If you couldn't succeed in it, you would have no hope of progressing as a heart force cultivator. The second stage, Ice Heart. The third stage, Ruler. The fourth stage, Mortal Dust. Ning had reached the Mortal Dust level long ago during the Crimson Bright Realm War. Even though the End War and its various battles had an enormous impact on Ning, and he had reached the threshold of the fifth stage after seeing so many of the major powers of the three realms die. Alas, he still stubbornly clung on to certain things and was unable to truly let go. The fifth stage, Truth. This was a very high level of heart force for most cultivators. To reach this level was extremely difficult. Strength didn't have much to do with it. Although many powerful cultivators had gained their power through enormous mental tempering and stress, resulting in them possessing powerful hearts, there were many special life forms such as Waterwalker who were born with incredible power but who had very weak hearts. Waterwalker hadn't even reached the elementary stage of heart force. The sixth stage, World. This was the highest level of heart force. After your heart force reaches the stage of Truth, you will be able to see through the truth of all things. Your heart force will transform, allowing all your thoughts and desires to coalesce into a sea of consciousness. You will then be able to establish your own heart world, Ning murmured softly to himself. Finally, he understood. Prior to reaching the sixth stage, heart force could only be used in fairly crude ways. In the endless territories, Old Man Yuan would be considered a heart force cultivator by elder gods and ancestral immortals, but technically speaking he wasn't a true heart force cultivator. He was just someone who understood certain heart force secret arts, but those arts were enough for quite a few elder gods and ancestral immortals to refer to him as a heart force cultivator. Actually, world-level heart force cultivators were incredibly rare. There was simply no way for someone like Old Man Yuan to rely on heart force to reach the world level. Once your heart force reached the sixth stage, all of your heart force would pool together within that sea of consciousness. If your heart force was strong enough, it could affect reality itself, forming a singularity where what was real and what was false would collide. A single grain of sand could become an entire real world. Key refiners cultivate immortal ki and the Tao tree in their bodies will continuously grow taller. Fiend god body refiners cultivate divine power and their divine bodies will continuously grow stronger. Heart force cultivators cultivate their worlds. They need to establish their heart worlds, with their insights into the Tao perfecting those worlds and making them more and more real. Ning murmured softly, heart force cultivators truly are unique. These were three completely different paths of cultivation. By comparison, heart force cultivators didn't need to gain incredibly profound insights into the Tao. What they needed to do was to slowly build up their heart worlds, allowing their heart worlds to become increasingly like real worlds. Only when their heart worlds became sufficiently stable could they be expanded, but it was possible for heart worlds to become greater than entire territories in size. In fact, they could become greater than 100 territories. The larger a heart world was, the more powerful a heart force cultivator was. This was because all the world energy within this heart world would be available to the heart force cultivator to command. If the heart world was the size of a territory, then its heart world projection alone would be able to crush Verge-level Tao Lords to death, to say nothing of someone like Ning. When I fought against Birchelu, he caused the area around us to transform into a world of grassy plains and tall mountains. I thought that was all just an illusion, but it was actually his heart world projection. Ning finally understood. The manifestation of a heart world projection was a symbol of all the power of an entire world being brought to bear. Even Ning felt constricted and restrained by its power. If it had been an ordinary masterclass world god, that person probably would have been crushed straight to death. Even Ning was forced to use his Elementum water flame gourd in order to hold on. The difference in power was simply too great. Both fiend gods and key refiners had to pursue increasingly greater heights in the Tao, but heart force cultivators focused on greater stability in their heart worlds. Only with great stability would they be able to expand the size of their heart world. As a result, Daos that were excessively oriented in a certain direction were actually unsuitable for inclusion in a heart world. What heart worlds truly needed were highly stable and balanced Daos. To make the false real, to make the real false. The goal of heart force cultivators is to make their heart worlds into true worlds, to make that which is illusory into something which is real. Once they reach that level, with but a thought, a heart force cultivator can produce 100 eternal weapons within his heart world, and those eternal weapons will all be real. He will be able to pull them out and use them in battle. With but a thought, he would be able to produce powerful pills, golems. Ning was frightened just thinking about it. Still, according to the Heart Force legacy, this only happened at the absolute apex of power. In addition, it didn't contain any instructions on how to actually reach this level. I haven't even reached the 5th stage of Heart Force yet. Ning shook his head, putting away the white plume. He had to reach the 6th stage of Heart Force before he would even have his own heart world. Only then would he be able to use the guidance of this legacy, which would teach him how to quickly and stably expand his own heart world. No wonder there are so few Heart Force cultivators. To reach the 6th stage of Heart Force is impossibly difficult. Ning shook his head. Even Hui himself had most likely failed to reach the 6th stage of Heart Force. The only person Ning knew of who had reached the 6th stage of Heart Force was Birchelu. One day later, Ning challenged Kilostar. Take it. Ning handed the white plume to Kilostar. Birchelu asked me to transfer this to you. I knew it. I knew he had to have thrown the fight. Kilostar looked at Ning. Oh, right. What weapons did he use? Hammers, Ning said. You actually forced him to use his hammers? Oh. Did you see his true form? Kilostar was quite curious. Although he was on decent terms with Birchelu, he had never been able to get Birchelu to show his true form. No, Ning shook his head. Now that I've given you this legacy, my business here is done. Kilostar, if you ever want to meet me, you can go to the Palace of the Sword. You are leaving? So soon? Kilostar was quite surprised. Yes. Ning nodded. All right. I'll be leaving soon as well. You will be in the Sword Palace while I will be in the Saber Palace. Kilostar nodded. Let's see which of us will be the first to become a Samsara Downlord. All right. Let's see who makes it first. After Ning bid Kilostar farewell, he shattered the talisman which a Downlord of the Sword Palace had given him. The only members of the 12 palaces who had come to visit Ning had been from the Sword Palace or the Thunder Palace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 26, Chapter 47, Departure. Book 26, World Level, Chapter 47, Departure. Ning stood within his astral island by himself, staring at the emptiness around his island. The island which had represented Birchelu had already descended into the dark abyss, because Birchelu had already left. Whoosh! A streak of light suddenly flew towards him from afar. Ning immediately turned to look. The person who had flown over was an azure-armored alien Downlord. This man was fairly ugly, and his skin was a coarse, dark red color. Although he looked rather frightening, Ning knew that this man, Downlord Gravast, was actually a very good man who was easy to get along with. Brother Dark North. The azure-armored, muscular-looking Downlord Gravast landed on the island, then laughed. You are planning to leave so soon? Yes. Ning nodded. My sword arts have reached a bottleneck. It'll probably be quite some time before I can improve any further. In addition, I understand more than half of the more powerful experts are planning to leave as well. Birchelu had left, Kilostar was leaving, and many of the old-timers were leaving as well. You might as well. The Sword Palace is a much better place than this place. Downlord Gravast laughed. Even in the endless territories, our Palace of the Sword is considered a holy land for those who train in the Tao of the Sword.
Ning nodded in agreement. Brightshore Kingdom was an organization on the same general level of power as the Tao Alliance and the Ionian Kingdom.
Almost all of its elite cultivators in the Tao of the Sword were gathered within the Palace of the Sword. One could imagine what an accumulation of wealth, talent, and legacies it had accumulated over the course of countless ages.
Oh, right. Senior Greyvast, please have a seat first.
Ning hurriedly produced some immortal wine, personally filling Tao Lord Greyvast's cup. He asked curiously, Birchalu's astral island has already sank into that dark abyss.
That means he should have left already. Senior, do you know which palace he chose? You aren't the only one curious about this. Many of the Tao Lords have been paying attention to him as well.
Tao Lord Greyvast sat down, then picked up a cup of wine and gave it a sip. In the end, he chose the Palace of Radiance.
The Radiant Palace?
Ning was startled.
He plans to walk the Tao of Light? Heart Force cultivators were incredibly powerful.
Tao Lord Featherdress, who had left behind the Heart Force legacy, was publicly acknowledged as the most powerful Tao Lord in the Endless Territories during his era. After gaining this legacy, Ning came to understand that once a heart world reached truly massive proportions, a simple heart world projection would be enough to crush an opponent to death. Even if it didn't directly kill one's opponent, it could still suppress and restrict them, causing them to be limited to a mere 20% of their true power. And Heart Force cultivators had more tricks up their sleeves than just that. Choosing the Tao of Light is the most stable, appropriate path.
Tao Lord Greyvast let out a sigh.
Everyone knows how powerful and inscrutable Heart Force cultivators are, but training in Heart Force is simply too difficult.
There are incredibly few world-level Heart Force cultivators.
As for Tao Lords who are Heart Force cultivators, very few of them exist in the Endless Territories. The Heart Force Palace is one of the 12 palaces, but it has a total of less than 10 Tao Lords.
Tao Lord Greyvast shook his head.
The Tao of Light is actually a fairly normal Tao in comparison. Birchalu can focus on the Tao of Light while spending some time in Heart Force as well.
Now that I think about it, Ning said softly, when I fought against him, he only used his heart world projection to suppress me, then engaged me in close combat. He didn't really use a lot of Heart Force techniques.
It seems as though he decided long ago that he would use Heart Force as a supporting skill. His main focus is on fighting in close combat.
A very solid choice. Tao Lord Greyvast sighed.
This solid choice means that we can already imagine how dazzlingly powerful he will be in the future. In fact, if he successfully walks down the path he has started on, he will become either the Palace Lord or a Vice Palace Lord. Ning chatted and drank with Tao Lord Greyvast, learning much more about the 12 palaces.
Soon, the wine was all finished. Time to go. Ning rose to his feet.
There is a teleportation array within the Astral Islands. It can send you straight to the Sword Palace.
Tao Lord Greyvast rose to his feet as well. No need. Ning shook his head.
I have a good friend who came with me to the Brightshore Kingdom. She is currently somewhere in the Brightshore Kingdom. I plan to find her first, then I'll go to the Sword Palace.
Oh?
Tao Lord Greyvast frowned slightly, then solemnly handed over a medallion. This medallion looked illusory and translucent, but one could vaguely make out the word sword on the medallion.
Tao Lord Greyvast handed the medallion over to Ning.
Technically speaking, you should only be given this medallion after you go to the Sword Palace and become one of our formal members. However, since you need to find your friend first, I'll let you bind this medallion right now.
Once you bind it, you'll be one of our formal members.
Ning was startled.
You are going to give it to me in advance? The Brightshore Kingdom is a dangerous place, Tao Lord Greyvast explained.
If I didn't give it to you, you might end up dying while traveling to the Sword Palace.
Ah? Ning was shocked. The Brightshore Kingdom is an extremely large place with countless living beings within it. The almighty hegemon actually went out of his way to personally create many dangers, hiding many legacies within those dangers, Tao Lord Gravast explained. He wishes for the countless living beings within the Brightshore Kingdom to be filled with energy and courage. If everything is too peaceful and everyone lives in peace, the kingdom will produce far fewer major powers. Ning understood this principle. A peaceful life sapped one's willpower. Even chaos worlds were filled with battle, to say nothing of the endless territories. Anyone who becomes a Tao Lord is required to join the 12 palaces, Tao Lord Gravast said. Within the 12 palaces, all internal strife is forbidden. Even if you do hold a grudge against someone, we would encourage you to do your best to resolve things peacefully through mediation. If the mediation fails, you will still have to get advance permission before entering into a life and death duel. If you dare to kill one of your colleagues without getting that permission, you will be devoured by your lifeblood oath and killed on the spot. Many of the Tao Lords will leave the Brightshore Kingdom to adventure through the outside lands. Tao Lord Gravast laughed. If you want to kill people, do it outside. Don't kill other Tao Lords of the Brightshore Kingdom. Once you bind this medallion, none of the Tao Lords of the Brightshore Kingdom will dare to lay a finger on you, Tao Lord Gravast said. That will make things much safer for you. To physically travel from this place to the Sword Palace means crossing more than half of the entire Brightshore Kingdom. There will be many Tao Lords on the way, including some special life forms who have bad tempers or strange dispositions. There are some who will slaughter anyone who crosses their path. Ning was speechless upon hearing all this. So, hurry up and bind it, Tao Lord Gravast urged. Ning immediately sent his senses into the medallion. This medallion did indeed hold a lifeblood oath within it that was quite similar to the one which Tao Lord Gravast had just described. The 12 palaces forbade its members from engaging in internal combat. In addition, if the Brightshore Imperials or the 12 palaces fell into danger, the members of the palaces would have to do their utmost to rescue them. But of course, if one of the Imperials sought to kill you, then you would be permitted to fight back. There would be no need to defend them. The 12 palaces must protect the Imperial clan? Ning raised his head to look at Tao Lord Gravast. Protecting the Imperial clan was actually part of the charter of the Lifeblood Oath. But of course, in order to ensure that the experts of the 12 palaces were sincere in their loyalty, the Brightshore Imperials also had to swear oaths that they absolutely would not attack any members of the 12 palaces. If they did, they would no longer be protected and they could instead be counterattacked and killed. Yes. Tao Lord Gravast nodded. The Brightshore Kingdom was established by the almighty hegemon. He created the Brightshore Kingdom for the sake of protecting his Imperial clan. Although the Imperials are very powerful, they are extremely few in number. All right. Ning understood. Ning could also sense what an extraordinary aura this medallion had. Most likely, it was the almighty hegemon himself who had created this medallion as well as the Lifeblood Oath. But of course, the 12 palaces had to agree with the wording of the oath. Only then would such a mighty organization have staying power. I suppose I can accept that. Ning immediately swore the Lifeblood Oath. The medallion was instantly and easily bound as well. As soon as he bound the medallion, Ning could sense 10 ripples of power coming from the Astral Islands region. These were ripples emanating from other similar medallions. The 12 palaces and the Brightshore Imperials all have similar medallions. The ripples coming from those medallions will testify to their identity, ensuring that we won't get into accidental fights against our fellows without realizing it, Tao Lord Gravast said. Now, no Tao Lord will dare to act against you here in the Brightshore Kingdom. As for world-level cultivators? I'm confident that you should be able to easily defeat any world-level cultivators. Oh, here is a star map of the Brightshore Kingdom. Tao Lord Gravast handed Ning a furled star map. Ning accepted it. Thank you, Senior Gravast. I'll be leaving now. I'll see you in the Sword Palace, Tao Lord Gravast said. Be careful on your journey. I will.
Ning immediately transformed into a streak of light and flew away.
Dowlord Gravast watched as the sword-carrying white-robed youth flew away, then turned to leave as well.
The astral island which Ning had been on began to sink downwards into that dark abyss below. As for the random legacy treasures which Ning had left behind, they all scattered and began to fly towards the various other islands.
All the legacy treasures of the 99 legacies would forever remain within the astral islands.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 26, Chapter 48, Yet Another Mirrors Now Painting.
Book 26, World Level, Chapter 48, Yet Another Mirrors Now Painting.
The Brightshore Kingdom was an exceedingly large place.
Clouds fluttered about in the skies as a shuttle flew at high speed through the air. Ning was seated in the lotus position aboard his ship, staring at the beautiful world of the Brightshore Kingdom.
So the astral islands were over there. As for the Sword Palace, that's over there. And oh, that's where they greet newcomers?
So that's the place I was taken to when I was first abducted.
Ning now had a rough understanding of the geography of the Brightshore Kingdom.
I remember when I first arrived here and more than 30,000 fellow world-level cultivators were led by those two silver-armored Dowlords all the way to the Astral Islands. We flew for roughly 46 days. On the 11th day, I could sense the presence of another Mirrors Now painting.
Teleportation was impossible within the borders of the Brightshore Kingdom. One would have to slowly fly from destination to destination.
To go from the arrival area to the Astral Islands, Ning engaged in a bit of calculation and was able to easily calculate the rough location of the Mirrors Now painting. Those two silver-armored Dowlords had flown in a straight line, and the painting was roughly a quarter of the distance between the arrival area and the Astral Islands.
The Mirrors Now painting isn't that far away from Yuji's position. I won't have to make as much of a detour as I thought.
Ning was quite delighted. Swoosh! His flying vessel transformed into a streak of light and sped off into the distance.
Ning had given Su Yuji a message talisman.
Due to the great distance which separated them, he was only able to get a rough sense of the direction where she was located. He flew for 3 full months, and on the way he sensed the auras of quite a few Dowlords. Those Dowlords could sense that Ning belonged to the 12 palaces, and so they naturally had no interest in causing trouble for Ning. Still, this journey gave Ning a good understanding of how dangerous the Brightshore Kingdom was.
Ning was ambushed multiple times on his trip.
Clearly, the Brightshore Kingdom was a rather chaotic and brutal place. There was even more strife here than there was in the territory controlled by the Dao Alliance. Unfortunately for those poor bandits who attempted to waylay Ning, they quickly discovered that they had kicked a metal plate. The results of their attempts were foregone conclusions.
A ripple.
The flying vessel quickly began to slow down and descend from its position within the clouds.
The white-robed Ning was seated in the lotus position, a sword across his lap. Ning opened his eyes, a look of eagerness in his gaze. That ripple is coming from the Mirrors Now painting.
Ning could sense the resonance being generated by his own 3 Mirrors Now paintings. I didn't expect that after 1,000 years, that painting would still remain in this location.
Deep underneath a lake that was located at 10 billion kilometers away from Ning.
There was a beautiful palace located here in the depths, filled with many maids and guards. Within a side hall of this palace was an azure-scaled creature who was leaning against a throne while sipping some wine. The creature's face suddenly tightened, causing the maid who had been giving him a neck massage to be badly startled.
A Mirrors Now painting? Wait, 3 of them?
The azure-scaled creature was both shocked and delighted, but then, his face tightened once more. 1,000 years ago, when Ning had passed by this place after being abducted, this creature had already sensed the presence of those paintings. He was in possession of a copy, allowing him to sense the presence of 3 other copies. He had been quite delighted, But as soon as he saw those two silver-armored downlords who ignored him, he had immediately realized that it was most likely an abducted world-level cultivator who was in possession of the paintings.
Those are the same 3 copies I sensed last time.
Did one of those world-level cultivators escape from the Astral Islands already? The azure-scaled creature narrowed his eyes. Swoosh! He transformed into a streak of light, almost instantly emerging from his aquatic palace. He soon emerged from the lake, lifting his head up out of the water to stare upwards. Following the resonance, he turned his rather dark and icy gaze to stare towards that flying vessel that was 10 billion kilometers away. He was able to see the vessel quite clearly, as well as the white-robed youth aboard the vessel.
He's not a downlord.
He's just a world-level cultivator. The azure-scaled creature was immediately delighted. He guessed that this person had most likely discovered him, and so he no longer hid his presence. He immediately sent out his godsense, sweeping it out to a distance of 10 billion kilometers.
He's actually by himself? He's the only one on his ship?
The azure-scaled creature grew increasingly excited.
It makes sense.
He came out of the Astral Islands. Those people who leave the islands usually travel by themselves. It is quite rare for them to move around in groups. Even if he does have some subordinates in an estate world treasure, they probably aren't that strong given the fact that they are hiding. The azure-scaled creature let out a cold grin.
So you have 3 of the paintings, but you want mine as well? How greedy. This fellow seems quite confident.
The azure-scaled creature slipped below the waves once more, quickly returning to his underwater palace. The underwater palace. As soon as the azure-scaled creature returned to his palace, he headed straight towards the main hall. He picked up an enormous thigh bone and then began to bang on a nearby drum with it.
Boom!
The drum emanated a series of ripples that instantly spread throughout the entire hall. One person after another began to emerge from locations throughout the palace, and all of them possessed auras of tremendous power that were at least as strong as the azure-scaled creature's aura.
Azure Kai. Azure Kai, why have you suddenly summoned us?
You even banged on the royal dragon drum.
What is this all about? Soon, a total of 26 world-level experts appeared within the main hall.
All of them could be considered cultivators, but they were all cultivators of various aquatic races. This was why they had placed their palace within the lake.
Something wonderful has happened. The azure skin creature let out a loud laugh.
10 billion kilometers away, there is a world-level cultivator who is flying towards us at high speed.
Flying straight for us? A world-level cultivator? Is he suicidal?
The world-level experts present were all puzzled. The azure-scaled creature said hurriedly, "He's from the Astral Islands. There's a bit of a grudge between the two of us." He didn't dare to admit that it was due to the Mirrors Now paintings, because those paintings were simply too valuable. Between the two of them, they held a total of 4 Mirrors Now paintings. This was a fortune that would cause even downlords to grow desirous. If he admitted it, his friends would probably start to bicker with him over the items. I once won a treasure off of him, but he had 2 sets of that treasure. These treasures resonate with each other, which is why he has followed me to this place, the azure-scaled creature said. He has an incredibly high number of treasures.
After we kill him.
I don't want anything special, just those 3 paintings he holds.
What do you say? 3 paintings?
The other world-level cultivators were instantly able to guess that the 3 paintings were fairly valuable. His other treasures won't disappoint you either. The azure-scaled creature frowned. He came from the Astral Islands, but he was merely on par with me in strength. If the 27 of us fight together, we can easily kill him. If he came from the Astral Islands, he might have joined the 12 palaces.
Don't worry.
The azure-scaled creature swept them with his gaze, then let out a cold laugh.
I came from the Astral Islands. I know it better than anyone else. Everyone who was directly admitted into the 12 palaces was an absolute monster. Very few were allowed entrance. The vast majority who escaped that place did so because they were lucky enough to piece together a full legacy. That fellow is probably on par with me at best. Even if we are unlucky enough to encounter someone freakishly strong, no matter how much of a freak he is, he can't possibly fight the 27 of us together. I'm telling you, this genius had many treasures on him. The others instantly grew excited and intrigued. We are the 27 water fiend lords of the Royal Dragon Palace. There's no way we'd be afraid of him. Kill him and take his treasures. Kill him. The 27 water fiend lords of the Royal Dragon Palace were incredibly famous in this area. There were all members of aquatic races who had trained to the world level, but only those who had reached certain levels of strength would be granted entry into this small squad. Within the Brightshore Kingdom, the powerful sects were generally guarded by Dao Lords, but most of them had rather strict rules. The Brightshore Kingdom was filled with many dangers and many fortunes. To locate good techniques or legacies wasn't very hard here. Thus, many unaffiliated world-level cultivators ended up joining into minor groups to work together. World God Azure Kai had relied on his own power to escape the Astral Islands. Although he didn't enter the 12 palaces, he just missed the cutoff by a tiny amount. He was the second most powerful individual in the palace, which was why others came when he called. That kid just emerged from the Astral Islands. He has no idea about our Royal Dragon Palace. The azure-skinned man said hurriedly, "Everyone, stay patient. Let's wait here inside our palace. Our palace has formations and restrictive spells protecting it. This will prevent him from realizing how many of us are here. After he reaches the outside of our palace, we'll charge out and surround him. We won't even give him a chance to run." Right. We are hiding in the shadows while he is standing in the light. So what if he made it out of the Astral Islands? We aren't pushovers either. Whoosh. A distance of 10 billion kilometers was fairly far. Ning had to fly for quite a few hours before arriving outside the lake. Ning's skill gave him courage, and his god sense had revealed the Royal Dragon Palace below him. Swish! Ning put away his flying vessel, then charged straight into the lake and flew towards the palace. Soon, he reached the palace gates. He immediately saw the guards and maids within the palace. "You actually dared to come to our Royal Dragon Palace? So many paths lead to life, but you had to choose the one that leads to death." Suddenly, streaks of light began to fly out from the Royal Dragon Palace. There were 27 streaks of light in total, and they simultaneously released murderous auras as they joined together into a formation. Ning just watched calmly. He murmured to himself, "Royal Dragon Palace, eh?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 26, Chapter 49, The 27 Water Fiend Lords. Book 26, World Level, Chapter 49, The 27 Water Fiend Lords. The 27 streaks of light came to a halt after surrounding Ning. Ning glanced at them. The 27 figures before him were all quite bizarre looking. These were all creatures that were born as members of aquatic races. Although as world-level cultivators, they could now survive equally well on dry land or in the void of space, they still had an innate fondness for water. Ning similarly could live equally well in water or on land, but he still preferred to dwell on land. Ning's gaze fell upon the azure-scaled creature's form. He could sense that the painting was being carried by that creature. 3 paintings. The azure-scaled creature felt a surge of excitement in his heart. "Everyone," Ning spoke out. "Ha, are you afraid now? Too late. Kill him. The 27 water fiend lords couldn't be bothered to chat with Ning. They had dominated this region for quite some time and were figures of renown. They showed no mercy at all when attacking. They truly weren't worried about this world-level cultivator at all. They had never encountered someone on their level who could withstand the 27 of them. The weakest of the 27 was a masterclass world god, while the strongest was a transcendent world god. Boom! A black streak of lightning thundered down towards Ning. Whoosh! A current of freezing energy surged out to try and freeze Ning. Swish! An enormous web-shaped treasure swept out to capture Ning. Hiss! A serpentine rope-like treasure twirled out to bind Ning. The 27 cultivators instantly launched simultaneously attacks in a very practiced manner. Generally speaking, most world-level cultivators were only able to control two powerful treasures at the same time. A situation like this was a testament to the old saying, strength in numbers. A dazzling array of spells and treasures instantly swept out towards Ning in a wave, seeking to drown him. As for the world gods amongst the 27, they charged straight towards Ning. Whoosh! Rings of swordlight began to spread outwards. Ning just stood there, surrounded by rings of swordlight. Although the freezing current of energy was able to freeze the waters of the lake as it reached out towards Ning, it instantly shattered whenever it touched the swordlight. As for the web treasures and the other treasures, they were completely stopped by Ning's swordlight. How average! Ning couldn't help but sigh to himself. When he had used his unicorn's domain had been able to withstand Birchaloo, he had been under tremendous pressure. But now that he was fighting these 27 water fiend lords, he felt things were far too easy. He didn't even have to really focus on this fight, he instead simply activated his domain, allowing his sword intent to automatically defend against the attacks. Kill! Kill! 19 of the 27 were world gods. This was quite a powerful force, after all. World god Azure Kai had been able to leave the Astral Islands without anyone helping him, and he had the power of a transcendent world god, but he was merely the second most powerful figure in their group. Only sufficiently powerful individuals would be admitted into their ranks, and these 19 world gods were filled with tremendous power, especially after being reinforced by their formation. Die! A streak of silver light shot out at tremendous speed towards Ning. Ning held a single sword in his hands. He glanced sideways at the attack, then executed a simple sword stance. Clang! Crack! Ning's sword was even faster and his attack was even more profound. It must be understood that the unicorn's domain was based off the perfect fusion of the astral stance and the sixth stance of the nameless sword art, the unicorn's heart. The nameless sword art was a sword art that had been left behind by an eternal emperor, while the astral stance had been developed based on Violet Jewel's quintessence. Both were incredibly high-level sword arts. What? The silver streak of light was shocked after this clash. Ning's swordlight had actually brushed him across the chest. Boom! The silver streak of light retreated at tremendous speeds. The power of Ning's strike was simply too enormous, and he was simply too strong. With a boom, the streak of light slammed into the distant walls of the Royal Dragon Palace, causing the entire palace to tremble. The other 26 water fiend lords were all horrified, to say nothing of the palace attendants and maids. The person Ning had just sent flying was the leader of the group. World God Dragon King. World God Dragon King was a transcendent world god who was supported by a formation with multiple other world gods. How could he have been beaten in just a single clash? Not good. We are in trouble. This opponent is too powerful. The other water fiend lords all felt their hearts clench. Don't fight him solo. Let's all fight together. Although world god Azure Kai was rather shocked at how terrifyingly strong this opponent was, the allure of those three paintings was simply too great. He immediately roared mentally, "Big brother Dragon King, let's join forces." Alright. World god Dragon King had a decent protective divine ability. Although he had been knocked flying, he hadn't suffered any significant injuries. His sword arts are quite profound. None of us are a match for him in solo combat. All of us need to fight together. There's no way he can take us all on at once. Find a chance to tie him up and bind him. Right. Let's all join together. World God Dragon King quickly flew back to rejoin them. They were all much more somber now. They either attacked with magic treasures from afar or cautiously advanced en masse towards Ning. By now, even the most arrogant member of their group, World God Dragon King, no longer dared to act brashly. The Brightshore Kingdom's territory really is rather lawless. Is this what the almighty hegemon desires? Ning shook his head. He had been waylaid and accosted multiple times on his trip to this place from the Astral Islands. This time, these 27 had attacked him without even bothering to talk to him. From this, one could see how unruly this kingdom was. By comparison, although there was also danger in combat within the territory of the Tao Alliance, it was a far more peaceful place. The Tao Alliance followed the principles of governance through inaction, but there was a reason for it. 99% of the territory of the Endless Territories was under the control of the Tao Alliance, and virtually all cultivators were a member of the Alliance. There were simply too many cultivators. Even though they governed through inaction, they were still able to produce a few Tao Lords within each territory. How vast and powerful was the entire Tao Alliance? The main weakness of the Tao Alliance was that its cultivators were too scattered out. The Brightshore Kingdom's power was much more concentrated, even though it held much less territory. The almighty hegemon was a Brightshore Imperial, which meant he really didn't feel much pity or sympathy for alien forms of life. He would use whatever means were effective in rearing a crop of powerful experts. The fatality rate in the Astral Islands was a testament to how cold and ruthless the almighty hegemon could be. According to the 12 palaces, the reason they existed and the reason the hegemon had created the Brightshore Kingdom was so that Imperials would be protected. Because the 12 palaces had become extremely powerful, the almighty hegemon respected them and placed them on an equal level. Swish! Crack! Whoosh! Many weapons and spells flew towards Ning in a steady stream. Moments ago, Ning had been able to rely on his supreme sword arts to easily defeat his opponent. However, simply relying on sword arts was no longer enough. He would now have to actually fight. Boom! The 19 world gods were all sent flying backwards. What? He's too strong. Quick, flee, dot. Slash. Swordlight flashed as the tip of Ning's sword pierced into the body of World God Dragon King, the fastest of the 27. This time, Ning infused his strike with the power of his Azure Flower Mist energy. Although the strike had to first pass through a layer of armor, and although World God Dragon King's body was comparable to a chaos treasure, his body began to tremble, then crack apart as blood began to flow from every single part of his body. Die! Ning showed no mercy at all as he delivered 3 consecutive furious strikes upon the body of World God Dragon King. No! World God Dragon King was utterly horrified. How can he be this strong? He's clearly just at the world level. How can he be this much stronger than me? The 3 consecutive blows smashed World God Dragon King's body into dust, causing even his true soul to dissipate. How can a world-level cultivator be this strong? He's too strong. The Water Fiend Lords began to flee in utter terror. Even when they joined forces, they were still defeated in the very first clash? But of course, if they knew that Killistar's 1,000 clones weren't able to do anything against Ning, they would no longer be surprised by their defeat. He's a freak. He's one of those horrifyingly, freakishly talented geniuses that were in the higher strata of the Astral Islands. He must have been admitted into the 12 palaces already. The fleeing world god Azure Kai was more frightened than anyone else. And he must have been one of the top freaks. Some of those freaks were strong because of special treasures or secret arts, while others held enormous advantages in terms of speed and strength. Those freakishly strong cultivators who were as strong and fast as Tao Lords of the first step were the most terrifying ones of all. Killistar and Ning both belonged to this category. Even when Ning's sword arts had been weak, his powerful divine body had allowed him to stably reside within the 5th stratum. Once his sword arts improved,
he became strong enough that even Berchelu would have to reveal his true form in order to be certain of victory over Ning.
Fleeing?
After slaying World God Dragon King, Ning's body flickered as he began to chase after World God Azure Kai. World God Azure Kai and World God Dragon King were both transcendent world gods and the strongest members of the 27.
As for the others? Ning really didn't care about them. Boom! Swordlight descended. No!
World God Azure Kai struggled to defend, utterly terrified. But after a few strokes of swordlight, he was finished. World God Northrest had acquired something like the Golden Idol out of pure luck. In contrast, World God Azure Kai had only been able to train his body to make it comparable to a top-grade protocosmic spirit treasure.
He hadn't even reached the Chaos treasure level.
Protective divine abilities were very rare, after all, and they were extremely hard to train in. Elite protective divine abilities were even more rare. Soon, World God Azure Kai disappeared into a cloud of dust. Ning glanced at the treasures he had left behind, then waved his hand and collected it all. As for the other water fiend lords, they had all fled long ago.
They didn't even want their palace any longer.
As for the attendants and maids inside the palace, they had hidden themselves in terror.
Time to go.
Ning soared into the skies, shooting out of the lake and into his flying vessel as he departed. Once he entered his vessel, Ning began to bind the treasures which World God Azure Kai had left behind.
Soon, he located the mirrors now painting he was looking for.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 26, Chapter 50, Bloodfire Cloud Fruit. Book 26, World Level, Chapter 50, Bloodfire Cloud Fruit. The flying shuttle flew through the clouds with Ning seated on the deck, going through the treasures he had just acquired. It is actually, Ning stared at the mirrors now painting in his hands. This painting was a painting of a beautiful palace. This palace was slightly different from the painting of a palace which Ning had already acquired, but Ning immediately recognized it as being painted by Emperor Mirrors now, partially because of how ugly it was, but also because no one could imitate his distinct sword intent.
A painting of a palace? Is this another copy of the first painting? Ning nodded slowly. It makes sense. I would have to have stupid good luck in order to find the fourth painting right away.
Ning wasn't too surprised by the fact that this painting wasn't the fourth painting. Still, at least this painting can be sold for roughly 100 or 200,000 cubes of chaos nectar.
In fact, someone who desperately needs it would probably be willing to pay even more. Ning was in quite a good mood.
These paintings were popular, valuable items. Generally speaking, those who acquired the paintings wouldn't divulge it to others. Given that there were only 40 of them in all the endless territories, and given that some might have multiple copies of each, it certainly wasn't going to be easy for him to just randomly encounter the exact piece he needed. For him to even find a copy of the first one here in the Brightshore Kingdom was already a stroke of great luck. After I go to the Palace of the Sword, I'll ask the 12 palaces to help me locate the fourth painting, Ning mused to himself. The 12 palaces of the Brightshore Kingdom were on the same general level of power as the Dao Alliance. Last time, Ning had asked Dao Lord Badlands to help him buy Mirrors Now paintings, and Dao Lord Badlands had sought out the Dao Alliance to carry out this task. Because they were on a tight time schedule, the Dao Alliance didn't really carry a large-scale search. The 12 Palaces, however, was itself an incredibly powerful organization that held cultivators, Eonians, and other special life forms. In the future, Ning would be one of their links to the Dao Alliance. In the future, Gorho would be one of their links to the Eonians. As a result, the 12 palaces of Brightshore were on very good terms with many of the organizations of the Endless Territories. It might be hard for the 12 palaces to immediately procure a copy of the fourth Mirrors Now painting, but if they were given enough time they stood an extremely good chance of succeeding. But of course, that was only if you were willing to pay the price. Ning sent out a strand of his divine power into his new copy of the first painting, creating a divine clone within it.
Within the palace inside the painting,
a golden-robed emperor manifested atop the royal throne within the palace.
Ning sighed upon seeing this.
Although there are slight differences, I can sense that he is similar to the golden-robed emperor within my original first painting.
Oh.
A while ago, it was world god Azure Kai who met with me.
Did you kill Azure Kai? The golden-robed emperor looked downwards at Ning.
Yes.
Ning nodded.
I already acquired other Mirrors Now paintings in the past.
Do all 10 copies of the first Mirrors Now painting created by Emperor Mirrors Now hold the exact same type of person?
They do. The golden-robed emperor smiled and nodded.
He didn't really care about Azure Kai's death.
He existed for the sake of completing the Eternal Emperor's mission, and for someone to be able to kill Azure Kai meant that this person should be even stronger.
Let's have a little competition, Ning said.
Azure Kai was never able to defeat me. The golden-robed emperor produced a golden greatsword in his hands as he walked down the stairs towards Ning. You said you already have other Mirrors Now paintings.
You should know the rules. I know them. Ning nodded. After a brief battle, Ning defeated the golden-robed emperor.
Aboard the flying vessel, the true Ning revealed a look of resignation. Although there are slight differences in the sword arts they use, the two golden-robed emperors really do belong to the exact same school.
This is of no use to my sword arts whatsoever. What else is there? Ning began to go through the rest of his spoils of war.
World god Azure Kai didn't have any particularly good treasures aside from the painting. He did have an azure sword which was an eternal weapon, but Ning was quickly able to judge that it was merely a low-grade eternal weapon that was actually weaker than his violet jewels.
And there was only one eternal weapon.
As for the other treasures, they were negligible.
He did have 2 decent techniques. Ning glanced through them.
Useless to me, but I can transmit them to the 3 realms.
I wonder what world god Dragon King had. Ning scanned through these treasures as well.
World god Dragon King was a spear wielder, but his spear was also merely a low-grade eternal treasure. The Brightshore Kingdom was a place filled with many dangers but also many treasures and legacies. So long as you were willing to brave the dangers, you would have a good chance of acquiring powerful treasures and legacies. Some of the more powerful world-level cultivators were thus able to acquire eternal weapons, but most of those weapons were merely low-grade.
The almighty hegemony is such a cheapskate.
I bet most of the eternal weapons he scattered throughout the Brightshore Kingdom are just low-grade, Ning muttered to himself.
The Tao Alliance is better.
In the rest of the endless territories, eternal weapons are quite rare and hard to obtain, but the ones that you do find are usually pretty good.
In fact, some ruins might even hold top-grade eternal weapons.
The ruins and relic sites of the endless territories were generally left behind by Tao Lords. It was only natural that they would hold excellent treasures. The equivalent places in the Brightshore Kingdom, however, were intentionally created by the almighty hegemon. As a result, almost all of the treasures were mere low-grade eternal weapons at best.
A
jade bottle suddenly appeared in Ning's hands, causing him to reveal a look of surprise.
A pure loop jade bottle? And it holds a bloodfire cloud fruit inside?
Ning willed the stopper of the bottle to pop out, allowing a fruit to emerge from within the bottle. This was a fruit that was completely crimson in color, and mist could be seen swirling in the air around it. Ning had noticed this bottle earlier in his estate world when he had quickly scanned through World God Dragon King's treasures, but only now did he realize what a treasure it was and what it held inside.
Pure loop jade bottles can contain vast worlds within them.
The vast world inside this one can form a mighty pure loop jade formation that will draw upon all the chaos energy of that entire vast world, distilling it into chaos nectar.
Ning sighed in amazement.
This pure loop jade bottle was far better at distilling chaos nectar than the prison worlds created by world god Pangea. This pure loop jade bottle was able to distill a full cube of chaos nectar every chaos cycle. Still, even Dowlords had finite lifespans. With each step they took, they walked the boundaries between life and death. Some would perish after living for a mere 1,000 chaos cycles. Thus, these bottles generally weren't sold for too high a price. Most were collected by sects and would be sold for roughly 10,000 cubes of chaos nectar. Aside from being used to distill chaos nectar, the bottle could also be used to hold some of the marvelous items that were birthed from the primordial chaos. There were certain treasures such as fruits or spirit leaves that would quickly lose their efficacy if not stored in a proper manner. If you placed them within the heart of a pure loop jade formation, the formation would be able to prevent any leakage at all. This formation was able to hold any type of energy, making it quite suitable for storing treasures. It actually held a bloodfire cloud fruit within it. Ning mumbled to himself, "Did this guy even know how valuable this thing is?" Ning had gained much information from Dowlord Soulsky, which was why he knew about more than 90% of the known treasures which existed in the endless territories. World God Dragon King hadn't been given a similar legacy, and it really was possible that he didn't know what a bloodfire cloud fruit was. Bloodfire cloud fruit is incredibly valuable. These fruits are naturally born from the primordial chaos and are extremely few in number. A single cloud fruit can completely transform the divine body of a cultivator, converting it into a divine body that is completely formed from the element of fire. With this new body, the cultivator will find that training in the Tao of fire will be much easier than it was before. He will also be able to merge and release bloodfire, then use it to fly. Ning was truly quite amazed. Ning, for example, was able to control his Novescence thunder and even had possession of Tao lightning, but there was no way for him to fully merge into those types of lightning. This was because there was simply no way for his body to connect with them. The golden crows were able to ride golden solar fire because their divine bodies were able to perfectly join together with that fire. Exalted celestial thunder god was unable to fly using 9-horn lightning serpents because his divine body was unable to perfectly join together with them. Ning had lost quite a few clones in order to transform his divine body, making it thunder-aligned and capable of using the lightning serpents to fly. However, 9-horn lightning serpents were ranked as a type of elder lightning. They weren't even at the chaos level. There was naturally no way for Ning's body to take control over chaos lightning and use it to fly. If there was, Ning would be moving at a truly astonishing speed. However, bloodfire cloud fruits were suitable for controlling bloodfire, a type of chaos fire. If you used it to flee, the vast majority of Dowlords would be unable to catch up to you. This single fruit was worthy roughly 1,000,000 cubes of chaos nectar, and it generally could not be found in the open market. These types of treasures that were born from the primordial chaos were incredibly rare, unlike eternal weapons which could be forged. Or perhaps this world god Dragon King did know, but was afraid to reveal it? Ning mused. Did he know? Or didn't he? Still, it doesn't matter. This fruit is useless to me. If I encounter any treasures that I need, I can sell it off or trade it. Ning was in no rush to sell it. This was a fine treasure for a Dowlord who walked the Tao of fire. If he waited for an opportune time, he would be able to sell it for a very high price. I really didn't expect to be waylaid so many times after leaving the Astral Islands. I killed quite a few of those bandits, but unexpected my most valuable loot was this bloodfire cloud fruit rather than the Mirrors Now painting. Ning hurriedly stored the fruit back into the pure loop jade bottle. Time to go. Ning had quite a few valuable treasures on him already, and so he was quickly able to return to his usual calm. After leaving the Royal Dragon Palace, Ning flew for more than 2 more months before finally reaching the place where Suyuji had secreted herself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 26, Chapter 51, Blue Grace Sect. Book 26, World Level, Chapter 51, Blue Grace Sect. The Blue-Grace sect was one of the many sects within the enormous territory ruled over by the Brightshore Kingdom. It had been established by Tao Lord Blue-Grace and was an ancient organization with deep roots. The East Smoke branch of the Blue-Grace sect. The residential area for high-level sect members. There was an estate located at the peak of one of these mountains, and outside this estate sat 18 world-level cultivators in the lotus position. A white-robed woman at the entrance to the estate glanced at those 18, then let out a cold snort. Junior apprentice Sister Qingfan, you should urge the flame fairy Su Yuji to stop resisting. A black-robed elder, one of the 18 seated world-level cultivators, spoke out. Have her obediently hand over her golems, her bug beast, and that statue of Feishan the Exalted. If she does that, we naturally won't cause any further trouble for her. Otherwise, once the order comes from the headquarters, she shall perish and her Tao shall vanish. Little Sister Yuji rescued some of our fellow disciples. Not only have you shown no gratitude, you've plotted against her and tried to take her treasures away from her. Little Sister Yuji risked her life in order to acquire that statue of Feishan the Exalted. The white-robed woman said angrily, an order from the headquarters? You might be able to cause trouble here in this local branch, but the main base isn't a place where you fools can do as you please. The 18 world-level cultivators no longer spoke. They just continued their silent vigil. The white-robed woman angrily returned to the estate. Within the estate, Su Yuji was seated in the lotus position within one of the rooms in the estate, engaging in silent meditation. Dressed in fiery robes, Su Yuji emanated an aura of incredible allure and magnetism. It was as though she was the most beautiful, most seductive woman who had ever been born, so beautiful that even world-level cultivators would be affected by her presence. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. When she did so, she withdrew her aura of magnetism. She glanced outside, then smiled. Elder Sister Qingfan. Little Sister Yuji. The white-robed woman walked into the room. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble, Elder Sister Qingfan, Su Yuji said. I put you in a precarious situation here in your sect. Don't worry. This is my estate. World-level cultivators are barred from barging into the residences of their fellow disciples. They'll only be able to enter if they receive a command from the sect lord to do so, the white-robed woman said. So long as you are in my estate, they will be completely unable to get their hands on you. As for the sect lord, he's a figure of incredible power. If they think they can convince him to issue an order, humph. Su Yuji couldn't help but sigh silently to herself. This entire affair. After she left the Astral Islands, she had quickly realized how chaotic and unruly the Brightshore Kingdom was. She had acted with great caution, first purchasing a star map and getting an understanding of the Brightshore Kingdom's rough geography. Her goal was to go to the Palace of Fire and test her luck, but midway on her journey she accidentally entered a strange, dangerous location. There were many such locations within the Brightshore Kingdom. Some had been personally crafted by the almighty Hegemon, but some were left behind by deceased Tao Lords. There were many dangerous locations which were undiscovered and unknown to most cultivators. Su Yuji ended up entering a dangerous region which had been set up by Feishan the Exalted. She encountered many dangers in that place, and eventually she found herself in a dangerous situation but was rescued by Fairy Qingfan's group. To be specific, it was Fairy Qingfan herself who had rescued her. Su Yuji felt very grateful towards her, and so she had joined Fairy Qingfan's group of 3. They had braved the dangers of that place together, and Su Yuji had put her golems and bug beasts into full effect. In the end, she actually passed the trial which Feishan the Exalted had laid down, becoming her personal disciple. Feishan the Exalted had left behind many treasures, all of which now belonged to Su Yuji. The rest of his treasures had been located within an estate world which Su Yuji had easily taken away without notice, but his statue had been located at the very highest position within the palace. Su Yuji had to personally climb up to grab it, and this was witnessed by Fairy Qingfan and the others.
Fairy Qingfan's group had experienced many life and death battles alongside Su Yuji. They all trusted each other very much, and Fairy Qingfan had even saved Su Yuji's life. Thus, Su Yuji didn't harbor any suspicions regarding them. Back then, Fairy Qingfan had said to her, "Little sister Yuji, you are heading to the 12 palaces? That's in the same direction as we are headed. We are going back to our East Smoke branch. Let's travel together." Su Yuji and Fairy Qingfan had quickly become fast friends and had grown close to each other, and so they continued to travel together after exiting the trials. Fairy Qingfan had grown up here in the Brightshore Kingdom and so was quite familiar with the local region. They arrived at the East Smoke branch without any trouble, but right after they had sat down and drank 2 cups of wine within Fairy Qingfan's residence, these world-level cultivators had immediately shown up and surrounded them. As it turned out, one of the other companions on their journey, World God Whiteswan, had reported on the outcome of their adventures to the branch leader of the East Smoke branch. The East Smoke branch leader was merely a world-level cultivator, and he grew greedy for Su Yuji's bug beasts and golems. Since Su Yuji wasn't a member of this sect, he immediately issued an order to kill her and take her treasures. "Don't worry, little sister. He's just a branch leader. As far as status goes, he isn't significantly superior to me. He just has a few connections in the main base, which was why he was given the position of branch leader. Without the sect lord's orders, there's not a damn thing he can do. You can stay here for as long as you wish, little sister." Su Yuji nodded. A flying vessel had just appeared in the clouds high above the Blue-Grace sect. A white-robed youth was seated in the lotus position on the decks of the vessel, a sword across his lap. The youth glanced downwards. "My message talisman is directly below. Based on the star map which Tao Lord Greyvast gave me, this place should be one of the 9 branches of the Blue-Grace sect." Ning was rather puzzled. Why did Yuji come to the Blue-Grace sect? The Blue-Grace sect had been established by Tao Lord Blue-Grace. The entire sect had a total of 4 Tao Lords. Tao Lord Blue-Grace was an extremely powerful figure, but the other 3 Tao Lords were a bit weaker. They were merely black-armored Tao Lords. The Tao Lords of the 12 palaces were divided up into several different levels of power. There were black-armored, azure-armored, silver-armored, and gold-armored Tao Lords. The black-armored Tao Lords were the lowest-level Tao Lords. No ripples? Ning stared downwards at the East Smoke branch. There are no Tao Lords protecting this place. It made sense. There were only 4 Tao Lords, while the Blue-Grace sect had a total of 9 branches. According to what Ning's star map claimed, the 4 Tao Lords usually resided in the main base. Yuji is in the East Smoke branch. Although Ning was puzzled, he still put away his flying vessel, then began to fly downwards in person. Quite impressive. Ning stared downwards at the East Smoke branch. The East Smoke branch covered an extremely vast territory of over 10 million kilometers. According to this star map, this branch holds a total of more than 300 world-level cultivators. The Brightshore Kingdom really is quite unlike the Tao Alliance. The sects of the Tao Alliance are all extremely cautious when they recruit new world-level cultivators, keeping their numbers low. Here, it seems their motto is, "the more the merrier." The Tao Alliance governed through inaction. The Badlands Court was a good example. Tao Lord Badlands was the leader of the court in the entire territory, but he only had roughly 100 world-level cultivators under his command. The vast Badlands territory had more than 10,000 world-level cultivators, but they were all scattered across many smaller organizations. The Brightshore Kingdom was different. The Tao Lords of the Brightshore Kingdom and the organizations they established, such as the Blue-Grace sect, centralized things far more. The main base and 9 branches of the Blue-Grace sect alone held more than 5,000 world-level cultivators. They really did believe in the concept of strength in numbers. This was because the Tao Lords of the Brightshore Kingdom were all prevented from fighting amongst each other, due to all of them being members of the 12 palaces. Since Tao Lords were unable to directly do battles amongst sects in the Brightshore Kingdom had to be carried out by world-level cultivators. Thus, the more the merrier. The battles amongst world-level cultivators were quite brutal and savage. Halt, fellow Taoist. This place is the East Smoke branch of the Blue-Grace sect. A tall, skinny world-level cultivator flew out and shouted at Ning. I am Dark North. Ning smiled. I've come to join the Blue-Grace sect. Fellow Taoist, you wish to join our Blue-Grace sect? The tall, skinny cultivator gave Ning a weighing glance. World-level cultivators were generally mid-level figures within the Brightshore Kingdom. If Ning was an elder god, he wouldn't be treated in such a friendly manner. The doors of our Blue-Grace sect are always open and welcome. Fellow Taoist, please follow me. Ning smiled as he followed the man inside, moving past the protective formations and entering the sect itself. This was one of the branches of the Blue-Grace sect. The formations protecting it had naturally been laid down by Tao Lord Blue-Grace himself. Although the formations weren't that strong when being controlled by a group of world-level cultivators, Ning wasn't certain that he would be able to overcome it. Please follow me, fellow Taoist. The tall, skinny world-level cultivator flew alongside Ning. The branch was more than 10 million kilometers in size, quite large. What's going on over there? Ning pointed off into the distance, towards the direction where he could sense Su Yuji was located. The sect has disciples of varying levels of strength. The stronger world-level cultivators reside in that area. The tall, skinny world-level cultivator pointed while speaking. Oh. Ning now understood. Suddenly, he stretched out his palm, making it expand in size to become dozens of meters long. He immediately grabbed onto that world god as easily as he would grab onto a mouse. This person was responsible for welcoming and greeting guests, but he merely had the power of an elite world god. In the face of Ning's power, he wasn't even able to struggle. Fellow Taoist. The man was utterly terrified. If I wanted your life, I could take it in an instant. If you want to stay alive, don't fight me, Ning said mentally. Then, with a whoosh, he transferred the man into his own estate world. Ning transformed into a streak of light, flying towards Su Yuji's residence at high speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 26, Chapter 52, A New Disciple. Book 26, World Level, Chapter 52, A New Disciple. Ning flew through the air towards the region where he sensed Su Yuji was residing. She was within an estate at the very peak of a mountain, and there were 18 F-figures seated in the lotus position in front of it. Why are 18 world-level cultivators keeping watch over this estate? Ning muttered softly to himself. Within Ning's estate world, the cultivator Ning had captured stared at the white-robed Ning in terror. Senior, please spare me. Smart kid. Answer all of my questions accurately. There exists no grudge between the two of us. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't kill you, Ning said calmly. He had created this clone using half of his divine power, and his clone would be easily capable of slaying this cultivator. Understood. The tall, skinny world-level cultivator nodded repeatedly. This was no joke. He had been captured so quickly that he didn't even have a chance to fight back. He knew exactly how great the disparity between their power levels was. In fact, he even suspected that this white-robed youth might actually be a Tao Lord in disguise. Now that he was trapped in this estate world, how could he dare to be disobedient? Wisdom lay in knowing when to resist and when to comply. I ask you this. Ning pointed at the air next to him with a finger, causing a map of the East Smoke branch of the Blue-Grace sect to appear. This map included the estate at the top of the mountain, as well as the 18 world-level cultivators seated in the lotus position before it. Who resides within this estate? Ning pointed at the estate at the top of the mountain. That's the estate of Senior Apprentice Sister Qingfan, the captured cultivator said hurriedly. Senior Apprentice Sister Qingfan is extremely strong,
and she has the power of a supreme world god. She ranks as one of the top 10 cultivators here in the East Smoke Branch.
Ning nodded, then pointed, and asked, "Why are there 18 world-level cultivators in front of her estate?" "Senior, are you friends with senior apprentice Sister Qingfan?" the captured cultivator suddenly asked in a soft voice. "Answer me." Ning frowned.
Senior apprentice Sister Qingfan is in a lot of trouble right now. That's why her estate is under watch. The captured cultivator said hurriedly. When she was out adventuring with 2 other fellow disciples, she became friends with an outsider known as the Flame Fairy. The 2 of them are very close to each other. A sharp light flickered through Ning's eyes.
Flame Fairy?
I heard that they met each other and helped rescue each other in a dangerous ruins WHCH had been left behind by Facian the Exalted. They experienced many dangers together, and in the end this Flame Fairy acquired the statue of Facian the Exalted, the captured cultivator said. Afterwards, the Flame Fairy accompanied senior apprentice Sister Qingfan to our East Smoke Branch.
The captured cultivator let out an awkward laugh.
And here, a few rather embarrassing things happened.
"Speak!" Ning barked. "Yes.
I'll tell you everything." The captured cultivator said hurriedly. One of the 2 fellow disciples who went out alongside senior apprentice Sister Qingfan, a world god known as White Swan, immediately made a report to the branch leader once he returned to the branch. My understanding is that our branch leader was interested in this Flame Fairy's treasures and was planning to kill her and take them all.
Ning's eyes narrowed.
Killing and looting is very common here, and it is said that this Flame Fairy has a set of very powerful bug beasts and golems, as well as that statue of Facian the Exalted.
She might have other valuable treasures as well. The captured cultivator let out a sigh. But who would have thought that senior apprentice Sister Qingfan would notice that something was off?
She helped the Flame Fairy fight back, then actually helped the Flame Fairy hide within her own estate. Now, the Flame Fairy just hides in there and refuses to leave no matter what. The captured cultivator explained, our Blue Grace sect forbids its disciples from barging into the personal estates of our world-level cultivators. No one would dare to violate this rule, unless they were doing so on the orders of the sect lord himself.
This is one of our laws. Thus, there's nothing our branch leader can do.
All he can do is have his loyal subordinates keep a close watch as he tries to come up with some other ideas. Our branch leader wishes to kill the Flame Fairy, whereas senior apprentice Sister Qingfan wishes to protect her. As a result, senior apprentice Sister Qingfan's been living a rather unpleasant life recently. I hear that she hasn't left her estate at all.
The man secretly glanced at Ning's expressions.
He was guessing that there had to be some sort of a special connection between Ning and Qingfan.
Let me ask you something else. What type of protective formations does the East Smoke Branch have? Ning asked.
The cultivator immediately and obediently revealed everything he knew. Ning began to fly towards the distant estate, his mind filled with thoughts. He had been able to easily enter this branch, but taking Su Yuji out of it would be no easy task. This was the East Smoke Branch of the Blue Grace sect, after all. If all the protective formations here were activated, things would become quite problematic.
Swoosh! Ning began to descend at high speed.
The 18 world-level cultivators seated before the estate all raised their heads to look at Ning.
Who are you?
One of the black-robed elders said coldly, I don't believe I've seen you before.
I am Dark North.
Greetings, fellow Taoists.
Ning smiled.
I just recently joined the Blue Grace sect, and so I haven't met with the vast majority of our fellow disciples yet.
Oh, a new arrival?
So a new junior apprentice brother has joined our ranks. These 18 were merely responsible for keeping a watch over this place. Aside from the black-robed elder who was in charge of them, these cultivators didn't really have a great deal of status within the East Smoke Branch. Thus, they were all quite courteous when they met fellow disciples. In most schools, people knew each other by their unique auras.
Once you met someone, you would be able to easily recognize that person in the future.
Schools like the 12 Palaces had far too many members who were scattered throughout the endless territories, which was why the almighty Hegemon had personally crafted those identity medallions. It wasn't easy to create these medallions, all of which resonated with each other. The mirrors now paintings had similar resonances as well. Even though these weren't particularly high-quality items, the cost of creating each medallion wasn't exactly cheap.
The forging process was quite complicated.
The Blue-Grace sect had more than 5,000 world-level cultivators.
It naturally wouldn't outfit all of its people with such treasures. The 18 didn't suspect a thing.
This was a central region in the East Smoke Branch, with hundreds of world-level cultivators present and a protective formation which had been personally established by Lord Blue-Grace himself.
The formations here were all extremely complicated and profound. Which world-level cultivator would dare to barge into this place? Only a suicidal one. Junior apprentice brother, why have you come here?
The black-robed elder said coldly.
To meet with senior apprentice sister Qingfan. Ning smiled.
Oh?
The faces of all 18 tightened slightly. What sort of a relationship is between you and her?
The black-robed elder asked.
Senior apprentice sister Qingfan was my benefactor.
To her, it was nothing more than a bit of casual guidance, but I've never forgotten it. Because of her, I decided to join the Blue-Grace sect after I became a world god, all for the sake of repaying her kindness, Ning said. The black-robed elder frowned as he looked at Ning, then instructed coldly, go ahead. In recent years, quite a few people had come to visit Qingfan. However, no one had been able to rescue the flame fairy Su Yuji from this gilded cage.
Senior apprentice sister Qingfan.
Ning walked to the entrance of the estate, then called out, Senior apprentice sister Qingfan.
Senior apprentice sister Qingfan. He called out multiple times.
Instantly, Ning could make out the vague form of a white-robed woman appear off in the distance. The woman gracefully walked out of the estate, then looked at Ning. Ning immediately sent her a mental message.
If you want to save Yuji, cooperate with me. Fairy Qingfan couldn't help but feel startled by this.
The East Smoke Branch wasn't a large place, and the story of the Flame Fairy had quickly been made public. However, there were very, very few people who knew that the Flame Fairy's name was Su Yuji. In addition, this sword-bearing white-robed youth was someone who she had never met before.
Senior apprentice sister Qingfan, long ago you provided me with tutelage.
I finally have broken through to the world level and have joined the Blue-Grace sect as well.
A look of gratefulness was on Ning's face. Thank you for your guidance all those years ago, senior apprentice sister.
I just gave you a few casual pointers. A hint of a smile was on Fairy Qingfan's face. I didn't expect that the elder god I guided would have become a world god by now.
The 18 world-level cultivators could hear their oral conversation. But of course, there was no way they could eavesdrop on the mental one. Who are you?
Fairy Qingfan sent mentally.
Hoof. You wish to help out Yuji?
Hoof. These fools tried to use this method to cheat me before.
Don't even dream about getting into my estate.
Just help me tell Yuji one thing, and she'll know who I am, Ning sent back. Su Yuji was seated in the lotus position within her room.
Everything was perfectly still. Little sister Yuji.
Divine power flowed through the area, manifesting as a clone of Fairy Qingfan. Her true form was still conversing with Ning at the entrance, which was why she had manifested a clone here to speak with Su Yuji.
What is it, big sister Qingfan? Su Yuji opened her eyes and looked puzzledly at Fairy Qingfan.
Fairy Qingfan asked her, someone wishes to meet with you.
Any idea who this person is?
Me? I don't think I know many people at all, here at the East Smoke Branch. Su Yuji was confused. Fairy Qingfan looked at her.
He said, his name is Ning.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 26, Chapter 53, Leave It to Me. Book 26, World Level, Chapter 53, Leave It to Me. Su Yuji's body trembled. His name was Ning? He came for me? Su Yuji's mind was filled with many complex thoughts and feelings. She felt a hint of excitement, but she also felt a hint of remorse. She knew that this place was where the Eastmost branch was headquartered, and that it naturally was protected by many restrictive spells. This was an extremely tightly guarded place. Although Ning was quite formidable, fighting in an enemy's nest was still an extremely problematic affair. She had thought that Ning would spend 1,000,000 years in the Astral Islands. She had planned in quietly training in the legacy left behind by Lord Feitian the Exalted, as Feitian's skills primarily lay in the realms of charm, illusion, and control. She was a Dao Lord who was so terrifyingly powerful that she was given the title of the Exalted. Generally speaking, Dao Lords who were slightly weaker than her would instantly fall under her control after a single glance. She was an individual who was incredibly powerful. Su Yuji was born with tremendous affinity for skills involving charm and allure. Even when she had no legacies to guide her, she had been able to create a charming technique of tremendous power. This was why she had been able to pass all of the deadly trials left behind by Feitian the Exalted, and in the end she was found to be qualified to become Feitian's personal disciple. My original plan had been to train here for 10,000 years and reach the third stage of the Flying Immortal secret art, then take control of the 18 world-level cultivators outside and leave stealthily. Even right now, Su Yuji was capable of taking control over 2 or 3 world-level cultivators at the same time. However, this sort of mind control spell could only be maintained for a brief period of time. Su Yuji had never attempted to leave by force. This was a branch headquarters of the Blue-Grace sect, who would dare to try to force their way in or out of a place like this. Her goal was to take control of those 18, then leave stealthily. Should I let him in? Fairy Qingfan asked. Yes. Su Yuji nodded. Understood. Fairy Qingfan looked at Su Yuji and smiled. You look so dazed and befuddled right now. What sort of a relationship do you have with him, exactly? Su Yuji shook her head. What do you mean, dazed and befuddled? I'm his retainer. He is my master. Master. Fairy Qingfan was startled. At the entrance to Fairy Qingfan's estate, Ning and Fairy Qingfan were continuing to chat here. For you to join the Blue-Grace sect shows that karmic ties continue to bind us. Enter my estate. Stay here for a while and have a good conversation with me. As of late, your big sister's been bored senseless. Fairy Qingfan tossed Ning an intentionally playful look. Now that she knew that Ning was Su Yuji's master, she found herself quite impressed. This white-robed youth was definitely a figure of extraordinary power and ability. To have such an extraordinary figure address her as big sister was quite diverting. Ning gave her a look, then chuckled. Please lead the way, senior apprentice sister. Fairy Qingfan turned and walked towards her estate, with Ning following behind her. The 18 world-level cultivators seated outside all watched as this transpired. When the black-robed elders saw Fairy Qingfan actively invite Ning into the estate, a rather ugly look appeared on his face. He barked coldly, Junior apprentice sister Qingfan, don't try to seduce this new junior apprentice brother of ours into helping you out. None of your damn business. Fairy Qingfan didn't even turn back to look at him. She simply let out a cold snort. Junior apprentice brother Dark North, remember, there are some things which you should do and some things which you should not do. A chill filled the voice of the black-robed elder. By now, Su Yuji had already emerged from her room and was staring at the pathways in front of her, waiting eagerly. Finally, Fairy Qingfan emerged from around the bends, and behind her was a white-robed youth who bore a long sword on his back. The youth looked the same as he always had, the same as he had in her memories. Master, Su Yuji stared at him, her heart filled with many emotions. Guilt? Gratitude? In the Astral Islands, she had battled until she was at the point of absolute despair and exhaustion. When she saw Ning appear, she had actually wept. And now, they were meeting at the East Smoke branch of the Blue Grace sect. Even for someone like Ning, a fight here would be quite troublesome. And yet, he had still come. It is always you helping me out, rather than vice versa. I'm your retainer, but I've never been able to do anything for you. In this instant, Su Yuji suddenly realized that she would never be able to forget how Ning had saved her from the Astral Islands. That moment had been indelibly imprinted into her very soul, and now, they were meeting again here at this branch of the Blue Grace sect. Yuji. Ning walked over towards her. Master. Su Yuji nodded slightly. I've caused trouble for you. I hear that this branch leader of the East Smoke branch is mainly trying to steal your treasures. I also heard something about a statue of Facian the Exalted? Ning asked. Su Yuji looked at Ning with some degree of surprise. You already know? Ning turned to glance at the nearby Fairy Qingfan. Fairy Qingfan, if Yuji wishes to leave, who will try to stop her, Fairy Qingfan could instantly sense that this white-robed youth was now speaking in a very different way and had a very different attitude. When they had been at the entrance to her estate, he had modestly addressed her as senior apprentice sister Qingfan. Although he still spoke in a very relaxed way, his words and his demeanor revealed his absolute self-confidence and his dominating presence. If little sister Yuji wishes to leave, she would first need to deal with those 18 world-level cultivators standing guard, Fairy Qingfan said. They are keeping a tight watch, and if anything happens they will immediately make a report to that fool of a branch leader. When that happens, that fool will undoubtedly order many of our other world-level cultivators to attack. In fact, he might even activate the many formations protecting this place. Once that happens, there really will be nowhere to run. Nin nodded slowly. This was what he had expected. Master, give me another 100,000 years and I might be able to work something out, Su Yuji said. 100,000 years would actually be millions of years if she used a temporal acceleration treasure. That should be more than enough. If too much time passes, new variables will enter the equation, Ning said. Since this man was able to become the local branch leader, he probably has certain connections within the main base. If he wants to barge into the estate of a fellow disciple and sees an unaffiliated world-level cultivator, all he has to do is find a suitable excuse and he'll probably be able to convince Tao Lord Bluegrace into agreeing. You've only been here a few centuries, which is why he has been able to bide his time. If you wait too long, that will no longer be the case. Su Yuji's face turned pale. Right. Once the local branch leader received permission from the main base, he would be able to enter this estate and seize her. By then, she would have no recourse at all. Leave it to me. I'll bring you out of here, Ning said. Su Yuji felt a warm feeling in her heart. Although she was worried about Ning, as his retainer she held enormous faith in him. He was indeed an absolute freak of nature. Fellow Taoist Ning. The nearby Fairy Qingfan said in a rather unhappy manner, you must not act rashly. If you remain inside, they'll be limited by the rules of the sect and won't dare to cause trouble. But if you were to take little sister Yuji out of this place, they'll be allowed to attack. They won't show mercy to an outsider who isn't a member of our sect. Fairy Qingfan, all you need to do is stand back and watch. Ning turned his head and said to Su Yuji, I'll take you into my estate world. All right. Su Yuji nodded. Fairy Qingfan said unhappily, little sister Yuji, this isn't. Ning just waved his hand, drawing Su Yuji into his estate treasure. He then turned and began to walk towards the outside. You dash. Fairy Qingfan immediately hurried after him. The entrance to the estate. Ning emerged from the estate and saw the 18 world-level cultivators seated outside of it. Leaving already? The black-robed elder stared at Ning in a very solemn manner, as did all of the other cultivators.
Did Fairy Qingfan ask you to help her out by taking the flame fairy out with you?
The black-robed elder's voice turned icy cold.
She did not, Ning said. Junior apprentice brother, the flame fairy's matter has grave implications for everyone here. As a result, we can't just let you leave like this.
A nearby red-haired child spoke in a hoarse voice.
Do you plan on inspecting my treasures? Ning frowned. Cultivators often hide many of their secrets in their treasures. We won't insist on inspecting everything by force. However, you will need to swear a lifeblood oath that you are not taking the flame fairy out of this place.
The black-robed elder said calmly, if you truly are not carrying her with you, then this oath will have no impact on you at all. But if you are, then this lifeblood oath will immediately rebound upon you and devour your life.
You'll die on the spot.
Swear the lifeblood oath and we will let you leave.
Swish! A dark red crystalline rod was sent flying towards Ning.
Ning glanced at the dark red rod, then shook his head. Suddenly, he manifested 3 heads and 6 arms. His 6 arms dramatically increased in size, and his palms became so large as to block out the skies as he struck out towards the 18 cultivators nearby.
What? Careful, Dot.
Fairy Qingfan was standing right behind him, and her eyes immediately bulged out.
He actually went straight to fighting? How could Su Yuji's master be such a fool? He actually dared to launch an attack within the East Smoke branch of the Blue Grace sect?
Oof.
What a fool.
The 18 world-level cultivators instantly activated their formation, allowing immortal energy to pool together and then flow over their bodies. The reason there were 18 of them here was so that they could join forces and fight against tough foes. Even if Su Yuji tried to use her bug beasts and golems to force her way out of the estate, they would be able to hold on against her for a period of time.
Boom, Dot.
As the 6 enormous palms swept towards them, an enormous collision could be heard as one of the world-level cultivators was captured as easily as one might pick up a little chick.
The man was forcibly dragged into Ning's estate treasure, the entire formation having been forcibly torn apart. Whoosh!
The 6 enormous palms continued to howl forth and strike out towards them.
Flee! How can he be this powerful? Run away! The remaining world-level cultivators were all stupefied. This initial clash had just resulted in Ning capturing 11 of them, and the rest hurriedly began to scatter and flee. However, the enormous power ripples caused by this clash spread out to encompass the entire East Smoke branch, which was nearly 10 million kilometers in size. Every single world-level cultivator here was able to easily sense that something had happened, and many streams of godsense swept outwards towards this region. Who dare you?
How dare you barge into our Blue Grace sect? One stream of godsense carried a voice that exploded loudly within Ning's mind.
Humph!
Ning suddenly poured out his own godsense, sweeping it in all 4 directions in an all-encompassing wave. Thanks to the nurturing effect of his azure flower mist energy, Ning's soul is comparable to that of a downlord of the first step, as was his godsense. Other world-level cultivators truly had far weaker godsenses by comparison. As Ning's godsense flooded out, it boomed as it slammed into the streams of godsense that had flooded this area. Ning's godsense crushed everything in its path, smashing apart nearly 300 different streams of godsense and chowsense. The difference between a world-level cultivator and a downlord was simply too apparent. Rumble! For a moment, the only stream of godsense present within the 10 million kilometer region of the East Smoke sect belonged to Ji Ning. All the others had been completely crushed and wiped out.
The Flame Fairy is my retainer.
Today, I've come to the East Smoke branch of the Blue Grace sect to take my retainer away from this place. Ning's voice boomed out, echoing in every corner of the entire East Smoke branch. I trust that most of you know about the matter of your branch leader seeking to steal my retainer's treasures, and you all know in your hearts who is in the right and who is in the wrong. I am going to take my retainer out of this place, and I'd rather not launch a massacre, but if anyone who seeks to bar my path shall die.
His voice blasted out across every inch of the local branch's territory. Every single world-level cultivator found his god sense or chow sense completely suppressed, and they were all completely unable to push back. Fairy Qingfan stood there at the entrance to her home, staring in amazement as this all happened. When she heard this earth-shattering voice boom out in her mind, she couldn't help but be shocked once again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 26, Chapter 54, Launching a Massacre. Book 26, World Level, Chapter 54, Launching a Massacre. Fairy Qingfan was completely stunned by the dominating power of Ji Ning's god sense. The power of one's god sense was derived from the strength of one's soul. This was something that simply couldn't be faked. All by himself, Ji Ning had crushed the god senses of all the other world-level cultivators in the East Smoke Branch. This alone was proof that he was a person who ordinary cultivators absolutely could not compare to. And, judging from Ning's words, he had only revealed a tiny fraction of his true power. Fellow Taoist Ji Ning. Although Fairy Qingfan was so stunned that she immediately spoke and acted in a much more humble manner, she still said to Ning frantically, "This place is the local headquarters of our Bluegrace sect. It is protected by many mighty formations which Lord Bluegrace personally set down. No matter how strong you can't possibly withstand our guardian formations. You are acting far too impetuously." Ning gave her a glance. "Fairy Qingfan, I already told you that you only need to do is stand back and watch. Then I'll do just that." Fairy Qingfan gritted her teeth. Although that idiot branch leader is a real imbecile, he won't show any mercy in activating those formations. If I really can't beat him, I'll just hide in your estate again, Fairy. Ning tossed a smile her way. "You?" Fairy Qingfan stared, dazed. "Good point." Ji Ning was standing right at the entrance to her estate. He really could simply retreat into it whenever he wished. Ning then turned to stare at the distant main palace of the East Smoke Branch, his gaze turning cold. The choice of how to proceed was up to the local branch leader. If he was wise enough to let Ning leave, Ning wouldn't pursue this matter any further and simply wipe the slate clean. It was very common for cultivators to fight each other out of greed for each other's treasures, after all, and Su Yuji hadn't actually been harmed. This matter was a matter that could be easily glossed over. However, if he chose to fight, the outcome would be completely different. Ning wasn't certain in his ability to overcome the local formations, and so he wouldn't show any mercy at all. The main hall of the East Smoke Branch. Who is he? Where the hell did he come from? The East Smoke leader was a fairly handsome man, but his eyes were as cold as ice. No idea where he's from. Given how powerful his god sense is, he's definitely an extraordinary world-level cultivator. In fact, he might be strong enough to enter the 12 palaces or might have already done so. There were 3 other world-level cultivators in the main hall. Usually the various world-level cultivators of the East Smoke Branch would reside within their own residences, and so the main palace only had 3 on duty. The East Smoke leader's face sank. "Branch leader, what should we do? Should we activate the formation and let them leave?" The other 3 all looked at their branch leader. The East Smoke leader was considering this very question as well. It seems as though the master of the Flame Fairy is quite a powerful figure, but no matter what, he's just one man. So what if he really is a member of the 12 palaces? In this place, I can still kill him. The almighty Hegemon had long ago ordered all members of the 12 palaces to swear lifeblood oaths, preventing them from killing each other. However, these oaths were not binding upon the other cultivators of the Brightshore Kingdom. Although world-level cultivators who had been granted entry into the 12 palaces were generally incredibly powerful, over the course of countless years there had been a few occasions in which ordinary world-level cultivators had managed to somehow kill world-level cultivators of the 12 palaces. When this happened, the response was simple: too bad.
It was his own damn fault. If you were protected from Tao Lords but ended up being killed by world-level cultivators, you deserved it. His retainer had so many treasures. He has to have even more. The East Smoke leader grew more and more greedy as he thought about this. No matter what, he's just a world-level cultivator. The Sect Lord once said that not even the most powerful world-level cultivator would be able to defeat these protective formations. Kill him. The East Smoke leader made his decision, born of personal greed as well as confidence in the protective formation's power. Ning's own display of dominance and power had also angered the East Smoke leader, contributing to this decision. Boom! The East Smoke leader sent out a strand of his will, merging it into the protective formation that covered the entire East Smoke branch. This was a sealing formation that prevented anyone from entering or leaving the place. This formation was perpetually active, which was why Ning had to pretend that he was interested in joining the Blue-Gray sect and be granted entry. If he hadn't, there would have been no way for him to force his way inside. The sealing formation would have stopped him dead in his tracks, and the many other formations would have begun to launch spells against him as various world-level cultivators took control over them. Not only did you barge into the Blue-Gray sect, you act with such arrogance. It seems as though you truly have a death wish. The East Smoke leader's mind had become one with the formation, and his voice boomed out through the natural energy controlled by the formation as it echoed throughout the region. On my orders, all disciples of the sect are to take control over our various formations and kill him. Giving this order through Godsense would have been more subtle, but Ning's Godsense had completely permeated this entire region, giving him no option but to send the order through his formation. Yes. Take control of the formations. Quick! Some of the world-level cultivators were hesitating, as they all knew that the East Smoke leader was in the wrong for lusting over the treasures of this man's retainer. In addition, the man's Godsense was so strong that he was clearly an unfathomably powerful figure. Some of the vacillating cultivators began to delay on purpose, wanting to see exactly how powerful this mysterious expert was. However, some of them did obey the orders right away. As for the ones who were extremely good friends with the East Smoke leader, they all began to fly straight towards the various formation cores. Once we kill him, we'll split some of the spoils as well. He dared to enter our base. He truly doesn't know his own limits. So long as they rendered merits in battle, there would be no way that the East Smoke leader would be able to refuse giving them a portion of the spoils. World-level fellow disciples were fairly important and respected, after all. Ning stood there in front of Fairy Qingfan's estate. When Ning heard the East Smoke leader send out a booming order to kill him, he just slowly shook his head. Think of something, quick! Fairy Qingfan said desperately. Formations have to be operated by cultivators, Ning said coldly. Come out. A crimson-black gourd instantly appeared in the air next to Ning. This was the Elementum Water Flame gourd, and it immediately unleashed two dragon-like streaks of lightning. One was the water smoke lightning, which surged out like a dark storm cloud that was filled with crashing waves of water. The other was the fire cloud lightning, which spread out like an enormous billowing cloud of flames. The two streaks of lightning wrapped around each other, then began to blast out in every direction. It must be understood that chaos lightning moved faster than almost all Tao Lords. As for Tao lightning, it moved with such terrifying speed that even Tao Lords would be befuddled by it, to say nothing of world-level cultivators. Whoosh! 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 Dot! The Tao lightning blasted out in every direction. In the blink of an eye, every part of the 10 million kilometers of the East Smoke branch became filled by the water smoke lightning and the fire cloud lightning. These two mighty types of Tao lightning were incompatible with each other, due to being water-aligned and fire-aligned, and each time they clashed with each other they would explode with utterly earth-shaking force. What? How is this possible? The cultivators who had been the first to move, hoping to help kill Ning and then get a share of his treasures, watched in utter despair as Tao lightning blanketed the skies above them. The Tao lightning moved with such incredible speed that they were filled with complete hopelessness. It must be remembered that Tao Lord All God himself had used those 9 secret arts, including the Noveson's Thunder, to strike down Emperor Malobo. In terms of speed alone, Tao lightning was generally so fast that even eternal emperors were unable to dodge it. Boom! The 2 streaks of Tao lightning slammed downwards. No dash. Some of the world-level cultivators brandished their weapons, seeking to block. Alas, as the divine lightning swept past them, they were instantly reduced to dust, their true souls completely annihilated. The 2 mighty streaks of Tao lightning were so powerful that when they were completely focused on a single opponent, they would be able to slay even a supreme world god with a single blow. Even transcendent world gods would suffer heavy injuries, and a few repeated strikes would result in their deaths. However, since Ning had spread out his 2 streaks of Tao lightning into an area attack, the power of the attack was somewhat lessened. The elite world gods were instantly swept through and destroyed. The master-class world gods would be able to survive for 2 breaths before also perishing. As for supreme world gods, they would generally be able to survive. However, this small East Smoke branch only had a total of around 300 world-level cultivators. It only had roughly 10 or so who had reached the supreme world god level of power, but boom! The cultivators who had been the first to respond to their leader's orders and charge forward began to die under the horrifying power of the 2 types of Tao lightning. There had only been a single supreme world god who had responded to the East Smoke leader's orders right away, and Ning focused an enormous amount of lightning on him, causing him to perish after a few breaths as well. It had only been 10 breaths worth of time, but all of the 39 cultivators who had acknowledged their branch leader's orders had perished. As for those who were hesitating or who were just watching, Ning didn't act against them yet. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I was cautious. Thank goodness I hate that idiot. The many hesitating world-level cultivators in the branch all raised their heads to stare at the boundless streaks of Tao lightning filling the skies. The black lightning and the blazing lightning were tangled together, constantly crackling and exploding with such power that they all felt chilled to the core. Fairy Qingfan stared in a similarly stupefied manner at the endless lightning crackling in the skies. She then turned to stare at the crimson-black gourd hanging in the air next to Ning. The gourd was still emitting more streaks of lightning. As I said, anyone who seeks to bar my path shall die. Ning's voice boomed out with the thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. If you do not get involved, I will not harm you. I do not harm the innocent. You've killed the disciples of our sect. You must die. The East Smoke leader's furious voice echoed in the skies as well. The 19 of you who are already in position, activate the formations right away and kill him. The East Smoke leader had been driven absolutely furious. Normally, if an enemy attacked, they would be able to rely on the protective ceiling formation to defend them, as the various world-level cultivators took control of the various attacking formations and used them to surround and assault their foe. The more powerful formations required multiple world-level cultivators to use, and there was obviously no point in having all of their cultivators be permanently stationed within the various formations. They needed to train and to go out on adventure. They would usually train in their own residences. All they had to do was hurry out and take part in any battles that did arise. The problem was that Ning was already inside the formation. Even so, normal enemies would not have been able to prevent them from entering their various formation cores. The problem was that Ning had the Elementum Waterflame Gourd, allowing him to wipe out all of them at one go. Alas, 19 world-level cultivators were permanently stationed in some of the formation cores at all times, and so some of the formations were still activatable. If the 19 of you do not get involved, I won't act against you. Ning's voice boomed out once more. But if you try to stop me, I guarantee that I will kill you all, no matter how much time and effort it takes. Instantly, the 19 world-level cultivators within the formation cores began to hesitate. Should they get involved in this? If they didn't get involved, they wouldn't be in any danger. But if they did get involved and were unable to kill this mysterious expert, they would be in for a world of hurt. Kill him. Later, I'll give all 19 of you an equal share of his treasures. The East Smoke leader spoke out using his immortal energy through his formation.
Kill him. We are inside our formation. There's no way he can touch us.
Kill him and his treasures will be ours. If we act, we have to make sure we get rid of him. 3 of the world-level cultivators chose not to get involved and instead just watch, but the other 16 elected to activate their formations out of greed. Activating all the formations would require 60 cultivators, and there were only 16 of them in position. Only a small part of the power of the formations had been unleashed, but they still felt quite confident.
They trusted in the might of Tao Lord Bluegrace's formation. Rumble.
Multiple formations throughout the region began to activate. Ning raised his head to stare into the skies, his eyes as cold as death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 26, Chapter 55, The Formations Activate. Book 26, World Level, Chapter 55, The Formations Activate. The East Smoke leader was in charge of the most important formation. This was the one preventing Ning from leaving. As for the other 16, they were able to control roughly 8 other formations. 3 of them were meant for bewildering opponents while the other 5 were meant for launching attacks. Whoosh! 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 The enormous illusion of an axe slowly began to manifest in the air, drawing upon more and more of the power of heaven and earth as it corporealized. The illusion became increasingly solid, and its aura continued to increase. The power of this divine axe is so great that even 100 world gods would be slain by a single chop. Fairy Qingfan had already hidden herself inside the estate behind Ning, and she watched all this happen with concern.
Rumble.
Thunder rang out, shaking both the heavens and the earth as streaks of lightning began to appear. These were all streaks of chaos lightning, but they were so numerous that they still possessed tremendous power. An axe, lightning bolts, flames, black mist, a divine sword, all 5 attacking formations had been activated. The 3 bewildering formations also began to unleash their power as well.
Oof! How laughable! Ning simply stood there. His soul was so strong and his will was so resolute that all of the bewildering illusions were useless against him. It must be understood that not even a heart force cultivator like Birchaloo had been successful in using illusions to deceive Ning, to say nothing of these formations. These formations were designed to be used against world-level cultivators. They were completely useless against Ning. Break! Ning raised his head to the skies and let out a furious howl. The 2 mighty streaks of Tao lightning immediately blasted out once more, striking towards the enormous axe, the chaos lightning, the flames, the black mist, and the divine sword. Boom! 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 One explosion after another could be heard as the Tao lightning began to battle the 5 offensive formations. The first to be destroyed was the chaos lightning. Next was the strange, billowing black mist, which was wiped out by the supremely young attribute, forceful, and destructive Tao lightning. As for the giant great axe and the divine sword, they contained so much condensed power that not even the Tao lightning could shake them. The destruction of the chaos lightning and the strange black fog had used up a tremendous amount of the Tao lightning's power. In the end, it was only able to slightly weaken the blazing, fiend god-shaped flames. Kill! The blazing fiend god flew through the air, roaring furiously as flames erupted in its wake. Kill! The enormous great axe hanging in the air quickly descended like a scythe, chopping down towards Ning with fury. Kill! The divine sword hanging in the air descended tip-first as it stabbed straight towards Ning. Die! 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 The East Smoke branch leader gritted his teeth as he watched from within the main palace. He repeated the word die over and over again, hoping that when the power of these 3 formations descended they would utterly annihilate this white-robed brat. You have to do. You have to die. The 16 world-level cultivators controlling the formations watched eagerly as well.
It was forbidden for members of the 12 palaces to fight amongst themselves, but ordinary world-level cultivators often dreamed of having the chance to slay a member of the 12 palaces. The status difference between the two was as great as the difference between the heavens and the earth, after all. However, the difference in power was similarly great, and those who were capable of completing such a momentous task were few and far between. They now had a chance to accomplish such a deed, and if they won, they would gain access to this terrifyingly powerful world god's treasures. Ning, Fairy Qingfan raised her head to stare at the blazing fiend god, the enormous great axe, and the divine sword. I wonder what will happen. The other world-level cultivators who were simply watching on the sidelines stared as the three weapons descended towards the tiny white-robed figure. Humph! Ning suddenly let out an angry snort, instantly expanding in size to become a three-headed, six-armed fiend god who was more than 30,000 meters tall. His 6 enormous palms were large enough to blot out the skies, and he swept them towards the 3 attacking formations. Kill! Kill! The blazing fiend god continued to bellow furiously. Boom! Boom! Ning was using the same sword art with all 6 of his palms, the Heavenbreaker stance. This strike focused on using raw strength and power to overwhelm and crush foes in a head-on clash. After his experiences in the Astral Islands, Ning's Bright Moon sword art had become dramatically more powerful as well. They were now comparable to the 6th stance of the Nameless sword art. Ning's Heavenbreaker stance now had a similar aura of overwhelming dominance as the 3rd stance of the Quintessence sword intent, the Astral stance, but it was even more direct and brutish in its might. Bang! Bang! 2 of the mighty palms slammed into Blazing Fiend God in succession. The Blazing Fiend God bellowed furiously as it attempted to fight back, but as the 2 palms simultaneously collided with it, its body began to break apart. Boom! 2 enormous palms slammed direct into the chopping great axe in a frontal collision. The result was that the great axe was actually shaken into pieces, causing it to dissipate. The final 2 palms smashed straight towards the descending sword. In the blink of an eye, Ning had transformed into a towering fiend god, manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, then used his 6 palms to crush all 3 attacks. This sight caused all of the world-level cultivators in the East Smoke Branch to fall silent. But how can he be this strong? Thank goodness I didn't get involved. They all stared slack-jawed, especially Fairy Qingfan. She was completely dazed. Yuji mainly relied on her bug beasts and golems. She herself wasn't that powerful. When this Ning guy took out one of those legendary Elementum water flame gourds, I thought that he had to be just like Yuji, someone who relied on magic treasures. I never imagined that he himself is even more powerful than those treasures. He must be close to a Downlord in might. That blazing fiend god, in terms of raw strength alone, was actually comparable to a Downlord of the first step. Unfortunately, its insights into the Tao were so poor that it was even weaker than ordinary world-level cultivators in this regard. Ning couldn't help but shake his head. As for that axe and the sword, they were materialized with many profound mysteries and were actually quite strong. Unfortunately, all the power they contained was used up after a single strike. The weakness of the blazing fiend god was that it possessed a very low level of insight into the Tao. As for the great axe and the divine sword, they had no staying power. They were only able to stay materialized for a brief period of time at their maximum level of power. Ning, however, was a cultivator and was thus able to fight at maximum power for quite some time. All things crumble before the face of my Heavenbreaker stance, Ning said calmly. This was the 5th stance of the Bright Moon sword art, the Heavenbreaker stance. This was Ning's most physically powerful attack, an attack relying on overwhelming might. It was far more ferocious and forceful than the Blood Drop stance or the Shadowless stance. However, the Blood Drop stance had better penetration while the Shadowless stance was more unpredictable. When Ning battled against powerful cultivators, he generally tended to use some of the other stances, but when faced with these fairly weak formations it was actually the Heavenbreaker stance which was the most suitable attack. What should I do? What should I do? The East Smoke leader began to freak out, his eyes turning red with panic. The formations can't kill him. What should I do? Branch leader, what should we do? How are supposed to beat him? The other 16 world-level cultivators in charge of those 8 formations began to panic as well. The East Smoke leader's eyes were now bloodshot. Through his formation, he held furiously, no need to be afraid. He must have used some sort of incredibly powerful divine ability in order to be able to unleash such tremendous might. The more powerful a divine ability is, the more divine power it uses up. He's probably using up divine power 1,000 times faster than he would in a normal battle. There's no way he'll be able to sustain this, but our formations will ensure that we can continue to launch attacks without pause. Right. Let's kill him through attrition. There's no way he'll be able to launch too many of those attacks. They had already made an enemy out of Ning. If they were to now let him leave, unacceptable. The only choice was to follow this path to its conclusion. They were using formations, and so they were able to draw upon the endless amount of natural energy that existed in the world. The formations were also powered by chaos jewels, ensuring that the controllers didn't have to use up too much of their own immortal energy. They'd be able to keep fighting for an extended period of time. An illusion of an axe, an illusion of a sword, a black mist, a flaming giant, and lightning bolts once more began to form in midair. Ning glanced upwards at them, then shook his head. Attrition? With each attack, the formations would have to build up power for quite some time before striking out. Ning himself was being reinforced by his azure flower mist energy and actually wasn't using much of his own normal power. In a battle like this, the rate at which he absorbed energy from the outside world was actually faster than the rate at which he used it up. Swoosh! Ning suddenly stepped forward, transforming into a streak of light that flew straight into the air. He's moving. He's flying towards the main palace. Many world-level cultivators were watching this fight nervously. They didn't dare to take part in this battle at all, because even if all of them joined forces they would still be butchered by this white-robed youth. The difference between a world-level cultivator and a downlord of the first step was simply enormous. Ning had a much lower level of insight compared to a downlord of the first step prior to the almighty Hegemon abducting him, but he was now on equal terms with an actual downlord of the first step. As Ning flew forwards, he suffered yet another waves of attacks, but he was once more able to use his 6 giant palms to effortlessly crush the attackers. He's coming for me. When the East Smoke branch leader saw the towering white-robed youth fly towards him, an ugly look appeared on his face. Break for me! Ning let out a cold roar as his 6 giant palms sliced through the air, striking simultaneously at the main palace of the East Smoke branch. The East Smoke leader was hiding within the main palace, and he was as small as an ant compared to the 6 mighty palms that were descending. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10. Book 26, Chapter 56, Ning's Slaves. Book 26, World Level, Chapter 56, Ning's Slaves. The area around the main palace was surrounded by rings of light. When the 6 colossal heaven-covering hands came crashing down, only the outermost layer of light was shattered, and they regenerated almost instantly. Ahahaha! There's no way you'll be able to break through. The East Smoke leader was overjoyed upon seeing this. He stood there in the main palace, a cold smile on his lips. This is the main palace. This is the most important part of the East Smoke branch, and it possesses the strongest defenses. It is guarded by 8 layers of defenses, and you are only able to breach one of them. You aren't even close. Since you can't kill me, you'll be the one to die. I refuse to believe you'll be able to keep this divine ability of yours active indefinitely. Ning stared down towards him from his position in the skies. Ning nodded slowly as he mused to himself, the main palace lives up to its reputation. This is the source of power for the entire restrictive formation. The grand restrictive formation protecting this place required a formation core, and the formation core was under the control of the East Smoke Branch leader and located in the tightly guarded main palace. It seems I'll have to use my full power. A hint of a smile played at the corner of Ning's lips. He then reached out with one hand towards his back, taking a firm hold over the sword which he had been carrying on his back this entire time. He's about to draw his sword. He's been carrying that sword along this entire time. It seems that sword should be pretty powerful. I wonder what will happen. The world-level cultivators of the East Smoke Branch all watched intently, including both Re20-Fan and the East Smoke leader. Clink. The sword left its scabbard. In the instant that Ning drew his sword, 5 other swords appeared in his other 5 hands. 6 hands, 6 eternal swords. Astral stance. As soon as Ning drew his swords, his 6 eternal blades began to gleam with blinding light. They transformed into 6 streaks of bloody swordlight that descended towards the main palace like a tempest of blood. Boom! 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 One layer of light after another was shattered. The main palace was guarded by 8 formations, and 6 of them were broken through. The shockwaves generated by the powerful collision spread out in every direction, so strong as to cause even the surrounding mountains to crumble and topple. Countless trees were reduced to dust. What? The East Smoke leader was so frightened that his face turned bone white. He then swallowed hard. Thankfully, he didn't break through. He won't be able to break through a dot. Is this his true power? Re20-Fan, still standing at the entrance to her estate, stared at the distant Ning and the 6 mighty swords he was wielding. No wonder little sister Yuji was willing to follow and serve him. How can a world-level cultivator be this powerful? Oh? It actually didn't break? Ning frowned, then raised his head to glance at the restrictive formations above him. Swoosh! Ning charged high into the skies. I knew he wouldn't be able to hold on forever. He had to be using up an enormous amount of divine power to unleash those attacks. A hint of delight appeared on the East Smoke leader's face. Through the formation, he sent a mental message to the other 16 cultivators. Keep using your formations to attack him. Don't be fooled by how powerful he looks. Soon, he won't be able to fight back at all. Right. He's relying on his own power whereas we are relying on our formation. He won't be able to overpower us. The world-level cultivators continued to use their formations to attack. Impudent! Ning frowned as he saw the great axe, the sword, and the blazing fiend god charge towards him once more. Whoosh! 3 streaks of bloody swordlight shot out into the skies, completely shattering the 3 oncoming attacks. Now that Ning was using his eternal swords, these formations were nothing to him at all. Since I cannot break through the main palace with a full force strike, I should give this grand restrictive formation a try. Ning flew high into the air, head raised as he stared at the barrier in front of him. Although he knew that this barrier had to be extremely tough, he still wanted to give it a try. Go! 6 streaks of swordlight shot out like 6 meteors, simultaneously raining down together upon a 30-meter region of the Grand Restrictive Formation. Although the formation covered a region of 10 million kilometers, Ning focused all of his attacks on one point. This would make piercing through it easier. Rumble, the entire Grand Restrictive Formation trembled slightly, then dispersed the power of Ning's attack. It didn't break? Ning's face changed slightly. Again. Rumble, the 6 streaks of bloody swordlight sliced out once more as Ning furiously attacked the Grand Restrictive Formation. The entire East Smoke Branch turned silent. All the world-level cultivators watched as the white-robed youth used his power to furiously assault the Grand Restrictive Formation. It would be countless years before they would ever be able to forget this sight. A world-level cultivator was so audacious as to challenge the full power of their barrier, and was able to cause the entire barrier to tremble.
Ning sent 10 consecutive attacks out against the formation. I really can't break through. Ning slowly shook his head. It seems as though forcing my way out of this formation is impractical. If he wasn't able to break out of this place, his only option was to carry out his original plan. Ning lowered his head, staring downwards with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Swoosh! Ning immediately charged downwards. In just 2 seconds, he arrived before a black palace. Break! 6 dazzling streaks of swordlight descended upon the black palace. Although the black palace was protected by 3 layers of barriers, it still exploded into pieces. Spare me! Spare us! The 3 world-level cultivators hiding within the black palace immediately ran out, staring at Ning in terror. Every single formation core was protected by barrier spells, but those barriers couldn't possibly compare to the barriers protecting the main palace. Transcendent world gods might not be able to breach them, but downlords of the first step would be able to breach them through raw power. Oof! Ning waved his giant hand. Whoosh! The heavens seemed to turn dark as he captured all 3 of them. Next, Ning began to fly towards another formation core. What? We can't stop him. Mist Dragon, this is all your fault. You ruined us, you idiot. Xingfan was absolutely right when she said you were an imbecile and buffoon. We are finished. We are all doomed. He said earlier that anyone who stands in his way will be killed. Ning blew through the various formation cores with ease, capturing all 16 world-level cultivators. All of them are doomed. The East Smoke leader's face was turning pale from his position inside the main palace as he watched this happen. I'm the only one left. He won't be able to enter. He can't break the main palace's barrier spells at that. Although he consoled himself by saying this, he was still filled with terror. Although the barrier was able to trap Ning, it wasn't able to kill. If too much time passed, who knew what additional variables might enter the picture? Big brother. The East Smoke leader waved his hand, causing a black message talisman to appear. He gritted his teeth, then crushed it into tiny pieces. Big brother. You have to come save me. The East Smoke leader could now sense how dangerous this foe was. At a time like this, his only option was to ask his big brother to come protect him. His big brother had always doted on him. The main headquarters of the Blue-Grace sect. The main headquarters was a vast place, stretching out to cover more than 100 million kilometers. There were countless cultivators here, with more than 3,000 world-level cultivators and innumerable elder gods and ancestral immortals. There were also 4 downlords. The most powerful was of course Downlord Blue-Grace himself, and he was an extremely famous and reputable figure within the Brightshore Kingdom. Bang! A figure suddenly soared into the skies, leaving a deep gorge that was completely shrouded in black mist. This figure was dressed in black robes, had a cold and grim face, and looked quite similar to world god Mistdragon, the branch leader of the East Smoke branch. Only, his aura was colder and darker. Mistdragon actually shattered the message talisman I gave him? What sort of danger has he encountered? Downlord Batdragon's face was grim, but his eyes were filled with worry. Him and Mistdragon were actual brothers. It was extremely rare for a pair of fraternal brothers to be able to train together and reach such heights in cultivation. Batdragon had long ago lost all his other kinsmen, and his little brother was the only one left. In truth, Mistdragon wasn't really strong enough to qualify for his current position, but since Downlord Batdragon gave him his full support, he was able to become a branch leader. Mistdragon. His one and only little brother. I'll go right now. Downlord Batdragon didn't hesitate at all. He immediately transformed into a streak of light as he flew out of the main headquarters and towards the East Smoke branch. At the top of a mountain of the East Smoke branch, Ning stood there, a group of 34 terrified world-level cultivators before him. Of the 34,
16 had been using formations to attack Ning, while 18 were the East Smoke leader's devoted followers. The 18 were the ones who had been keeping tabs on the Flame Fairy. Ning had captured them all. The 18 of you obeyed the East Smoke branch leader's orders and wished to slay my retainer and steal her treasures. The 16 of you wished to slay me. Ning swept the 34 with his gaze. Quite frankly, I should kill you all. The 34 were utterly terrified. When cultivators made the wrong enemy or chose the wrong master, they would often find themselves in mortal danger. However, I will give you two options. The first option is death. The second option is to immediately swear a lifeblood oath to be my slave. Ning tossed out an oath stone. The oath is right here. If you are willing to swear the oath, you'll be able to stay alive. Slave? The world-level cultivators had ugly looks on their faces. World gods and chaos immortals had exalted statuses. How many of them would willingly become the slave of another? The problem was, if they refused, they would die. Ning was simply too powerful, far more powerful than any world god had a right to be. To submit to him, it wasn't completely unacceptable. This oath, This is way too stringent. But when the 34 of them saw the oath, they were stunned. Once they swore this oath, they would become absolute slaves who would have to serve Ning with utter devotion. In fact, they weren't even permitted to lie to him. This was one of the most stringent oaths possible. The only thing that gave them hope was the clause that said they would regain their freedom after 1,000 chaos cycles. 1,000 chaos cycles? This was an incredibly long period of time. How many cultivators would even be able to stay alive for that long? Ning swept them with a glance. He had actually been planning on killing them all, but he had reconsidered, as there was always a need for servants or slaves to take care of some minor matters that he simply didn't have time for. In addition, when he was out adventuring, there were some dangerous places he could use them to scout for him. If some of them were so lucky as to stay alive for 1,000 chaos cycles, for him to release them then would be fine as well. 1,000 chaos cycles? Ning couldn't even imagine what level of power he would have reached by then. Impossible. One wrong step, and it all comes to nothing. Several world-level cultivators raised their heads and sighed. Their true souls immediately dissipated as they perished on the spot. I chose the wrong path. I'll have to bear the consequences. Forget it. In the end, a total of 5 of them chose suicide. Ning didn't move to stop them. The other 29 chose to bow their heads and become Ning's slaves. As they saw it, this incomparably terrifying world god would most likely become a downlord in the future. They were willing to accept becoming the servants and slaves of a downlord. Whoosh! Ning waved his hand, accepting these 29 world-level slaves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 26, Chapter 57, Downlord Batdragon. Book 26, World Level, Chapter 57, Downlord Batdragon. World God Mistdragon, the branch leader of the East Smoke branch, continued to hide in the main palace of the East Smoke branch. He watched as all of this happened, and he felt no sympathy for them at all. Instead, he was celebrating. Thank goodness the barriers protecting my main palace are much stronger. Although this white-robed kid is strong, he still can't do a damn thing to me. Humph. Soon, my big brother will arrive. By then, HPMH. World God Mistdragon felt tremendous confidence in his big brother. Whoosh! Ning suddenly transformed into a streak of light, flying away from the mountain and once more charging towards the main palace. He's coming back? The East Smoke leader was badly frightened. Why is he coming back? Does he have some even more powerful tricks up his sleeve? The East Smoke leader's heart was filled with alarm. He knew that if he didn't have these barriers and had to face Ning by himself,
he probably wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow. The blue-gray sex area of influence was quite large, as was its territory. Its 9 branches were all located in 9 different corners of its territory, and even someone like Lord Batdragon, who flew roughly twice as fast as the speed of light, would need to fly for roughly an entire day before arriving. World God Mistdragon had to hold on for at least a day. By when, his big brother the Lord would arrive and he would be safe. Come out. Ning landed in front of the main palace as a crimson-black gourd appeared behind him. This was the Elementum Waterflame Gourd. The gourd immediately belched out the water smoke lightning and the fire cloud lightning, and the 2 mighty streaks of Dao lightning immediately began to hammer down upon the barrier spells, shattering through the 2 outermost layers. I hope this breaks it. Ning manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, once more wielding 6 violet jewels as he began to furiously assault the main palace. Boom! 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 The main palace echoed with the sound of explosions. Even though Ning now had the Dao lightning helping him, he was still only able to breach 7 of the barriers. The 8th and final barrier remained unbroken, and it was the strongest barrier of all. You can't break it. The East Smoke Leader laughed coldly as he saw this. And you can forget about escaping. Ning, however, continued to rain down furious blows with his eternal weapons. As for his Dao lightning, it was constantly replenished by the natural energy of heaven and earth, and thus was also able to attack unabated. Let's see how long he can keep attacking for. He has to be using up an enormous amount of divine power, but I'm using up very little immortal energy in maintaining these protective barriers. The East Smoke Leader smiled coldly. 2 hours later. Ning was still furiously attacking, not having taken any break at all. What the hell is going on? The East Smoke Leader had an ugly look on his face. He has to be using an insanely powerful divine ability to launch such powerful attacks. It has to be consuming 1,000 times as much divine power as a normal strike would. How can he keep going for so long? It must be understood that the barriers themselves used up an incredible amount of energy after having been breached and repaired so many times. Although most of this energy came from chaos jewels and the extracted natural energy of the world, a small part of it did have to come from the controller of the formation. His immortal energy was instrumental in keeping the barriers and the formations active. After 2 hours, more than half of his immortal energy had been used up. Let's keep fighting then. I'll be able to hold. The East Smoke Leader gritted his teeth. I have plenty of chaos jewels. I'll be able to fight for a long period of time if I use my chaos jewels to replenish my energy, but he was the fraternal brother of a Dao Lord and a branch leader. He naturally had quite a few chaos jewels, and the main palace itself also had an emergency cache of chaos jewels to ensure that the formations would remain active. In truth, Ning really was using up quite a bit of energy. Although the Azure Flower Mist energy was being consumed fairly slowly, it was still being used up far faster than he could replenish it. If he continued launching maximum power attacks like this, he would probably run dry on energy after 6 hours. However, the one thing which Ning absolutely did not lack for was treasures and chaos jewels. For the sake of being able to end this sooner, using up a few chaos jewels was more than worth it. 4 hours. 6 hours. 8 hours. Ning continued his furious attacks. Every so often, Ning would draw some of the chaos jewels into his Jindan chaos region and absorb the pure, distilled chaos energy from the chaos jewels. As for the East Smoke Leader, he had naturally started to use chaos jewels well before Ning had. Mistdragon, I urge you to just withdraw the formation and let him leave. Fairy Qingfan had already flown over to the main palace. In truth, she was feeling quite stunned at the fact that Ji Ning was able to maintain such a high intensity over such a long period of time. It must be understood that world gods used up divine power at an alarming rate when they launched full power attacks. Even if they tried to use chaos jewels to replenish their energy, it wouldn't be enough. There was a limit to how fast chaos jewels could be used to replenish energy.
Ning used up energy at a very slow rate, which was why he was able to easily use chaos jewels to keep himself topped off. For those who truly did rely on powerful divine abilities to fight, they'd usually run out of energy after a short battle. There was simply no way for chaos jewels to keep up with their energy expenditures. "You traitor!" The East Smoke leader laughed coldly. "This was all caused by your attempts at robbery. If you let him go, then this matter will be at an end," Re20-Fan urged.
"At an end? Ahaha, he's completely unable to breach the main palace. I'm using up almost no immortal energy in keeping the barrier spells active. I'll be able to keep going for an extremely long period of time thanks to my chaos jewels. Soon, my big brother will arrive and he'll be in for a world of trouble." How could the East Smoke leader be willing to give up at a time like this? So what if the white-robed kid belonged to the 12 palaces? His big brother was a member of the 12 palaces as well, and a retainer to Tao Lord Bluegrace. The East Smoke leader didn't feel any fear at all. And if this kid wasn't a member of the 12 palaces, his big brother could simply kill him. Big brother? The furiously attacking Ning cast him a glance. By now, Ning had a belly full of fire. Anyone who had been forced to continuously launch full-force attacks for so long would have a belly full of fire. It wouldn't matter even if his big brother is Tao Lord Bluegrace himself. Ning was truly furious now. Mist Dragon. The black-robed Tao Lord Bat Dragon was flying through the clouds at high speed. His nervousness had caused a layer of bloody light to appear within his eyes. "You have to hang on, Mist Dragon. Hang on until I arrive." He couldn't even imagine what sort of threat had caused his little brother to shatter the message talisman and beg for rescue. He needed a full day to fly from the main headquarters to the East Smoke branch. All sorts of things could happen within a day. "I don't care who it is, if someone kills my little brother. I, Bat Dragon, swear that I will pay any price, up to and including my very life itself, to take revenge." The bloody light in Tao Lord Bat Dragon's eyes grew even more ominous. The two of them had grown up together as children, then had together embarked upon the path of cultivation. They had even braved many life and death dangers together. The relationship between the two simply couldn't be described by the word deep alone. Mist Dragon had been the most important person in his life for countless eons. For the sake of his little brother, he truly was prepared and willing to give up life itself. "Hold on. Wait for me." Tao Lord Bat Dragon continued to fly forwards at high speed. A full day and a full night later, Tao Lord Bat Dragon finally reached the East Smoke branch. Thus far the life tablet of his little brother, which he carried with him at all times, was still intact. That meant that his little brother was still alive. Whoosh! When Tao Lord Bat Dragon arrived at the Grand Restrictive Formation, he immediately charged in while shouting loudly, "Let me in!" "Big brother?" The East Smoke leader was instantly overjoyed. As controller of the formation, he was able to immediately create a small opening for the black-robed Tao Lord Bat Dragon to enter through. The atmosphere in the branch instantly turned quite odd and eerie. Ning, Re20-Fan, and many other world gods could all sense that something had just happened to the formation. They saw that black-robed figure fly in, and they could sense from the overwhelming aura radiating from him. This was indeed the aura of a Tao Lord. A Tao Lord arrived. "That's Tao Lord Bat Dragon, but our branch leader's big brother has arrived. That invader will be in trouble now." The various world-level cultivators were all secretly chatting amongst themselves. As for Ning, he halted his wild attacks and turned to stare at the black-robed figure making a beeline in his direction. This black-robed figure had quite a cold and sinister face which was very similar to the East Smoke leader's appearance. When the black-robed world god Bat Dragon saw Ning, he could immediately sense the ripples from an identity medallion of the 12 palaces. Tao Lord Bat Dragon flew into the main palace, and the barriers surrounding the palace all vanished. Clearly, the East Smoke leader held complete faith in his big brother. When Lord Batdragon sought his little brother, a quick and careful scan showed that he wasn't injured at all. "Big brother, this world-level cultivator barged into my East Smoke branch." The East Smoke branch leader, World God Mistdragon, pointed at Ning as he howled furiously. "Not only did he kill a group of dozens of my world-level cultivators, he forcibly abducted and enslaved a second group. He wanted to kill me, big brother." All of the resentment he had felt was bubbling out now. With his big brother by his side, who did he have to fear? Whap! Lord Batdragon suddenly struck out with his palm, delivering a vicious blow to the face of the East Smoke leader. The East Smoke leader's face immediately twisted and distorted as he was sent flying into the walls of the main palace. Boom! He collided so hard that the entire palace shook. The palace walls were now covered with blood as the East Smoke leader lay on the blood-soaked ground, his body twisted brutally. The East Smoke leader raised his head to stare at his elder brother in disbelief. "Why haven't you apologized to this fellow Taoist yet?" Lord Batdragon stared at him as he furiously roared out these words. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 26, Chapter 58, Resolution. Book 26, World Level, Chapter 58, Resolution. Big Brother. The East Smoke leader had a befuddled look on his face as he stared at his elder brother. He was to lower his head and admit that he was in the wrong? "I told you, apologize to this fellow Taoist immediately." Rage blazed in Lord Batdragon's eyes. His voice was very deep, and he growled out one word at a time. The East Smoke leader felt unhappy with this. So what if this white-robed kid really was a member of the 12 Palaces? His big brother was a member as well. It was forbidden for members of the 12 Palaces to kill each other. Why should he apologize? But judging from the way in which Lord Batdragon had just spoken, the East Smoke leader could sense that his big brother was truly upset this time. He had long ago grown accustomed to obeying his big brother in all things. "I was in the wrong." The East Smoke leader bowed his head towards Ning. "Please pardon me, fellow Taoist. I am Batdragon." Lord Batdragon looked at Ning and spoke in a very courteous manner. "I knew that this good-for-nothing little brother of mine must have done something to offend you, fellow Taoist. I'm willing to offer you 50,000 cubes of chaos nectar in compensation. I hope that you can spare my little brother, fellow Taoist." As he spoke, he produced a circular bracelet. "This contains 10,000 cubes of chaos nectar and 2 eternal weapons. The total value here is 50,000 cubes. I hope you are willing to accept this, fellow Taoist." As Lord Batdragon spoke, the bracelet flew straight towards Ning. Ning was stunned. An immediate apology, followed by 50,000 cubes of chaos nectar. Ning knew that this person was a black-armored Lord, one who had reached that level only thanks to a pseudo-samsara pill. The man wasn't exactly wealthy. The 50,000 cubes probably didn't represent all of his wealth, but it definitely would sting. Ning glanced at the bracelet, in no hurry to accept it. This branch leader had first tried to kill Su Yuji, then tried to kill Ning himself. Even though Ning had dominated so many world-level cultivators and nearly breached the main palace, the man had refused to bow his head and insisted on keeping the Grand Restrictive Formation active, preventing Ning from leaving in the hopes that his big brother would arrive. By now, Ning had an extremely deep urge to kill. Was he supposed to just write it all off due to a small token of compensation? Although Ning wasn't able to do anything to the branch leader now that Lord Batdragon was here, Ning wasn't willing to accept the bracelet. Accepting it meant accepting that this matter was resolved. The rage that had built up in Ning's breast after a full day of combat was not going to be quenched so easily. Swear a lifeblood oath right now. After delivering the bracelet, Lord Batdragon turned to glare at the East Smoke leader. "Within 1,000 years, you must travel to Hydragon Mountain and spend 100 chaos cycles there as a miner. I can see that you've completely let being the East Smoke leader go to your head. You've completely forgotten the proper way to behave. Go mine and get your thoughts straight. Mine for 100 chaos cycles? The East Smoke leader was instantly furious. Big brother. A look of rage and resentment was on his face. Didn't you hear what I just said? Swear the lifeblood oath right away. Lord Bat Dragon roared. The East Smoke leader was furious as well. Big brother, why should we be afraid of this brat? So what if he is a member of the 12 dash? Whap! Lord Bat Dragon delivered another heavy slap. This time, the East Smoke leader was injured even more heavily than last time. He was smashed into the nearby wall by this palm, completely staining it in his blood. The East Branch leader slowly slid down the wall. He stared at his big brother. Lord Bat Dragon, seeing the look on his face, instantly sent a furious mental message. Do you think I would ever do anything to hurt you? The East Smoke leader slowly began to come to his senses, but he truly didn't understand. He sent back, but big brother, why? He's just a world-level cultivator. Giving him 50,000 cubes of chaos nectar is already giving him more face than he deserves. And you are going to send me off to mine for 100 chaos cycles? Mining in Hydreigon Mountain is an extremely arduous, boring life. Although it is fairly safe, it will sometimes be dangerous. As the East Smoke branch leader, he knew a great deal about the legendary Hydreigon Mountain. Hydreigon Mountain wasn't located in the Brightshore Kingdom. It was one of the dangerous zones that was located elsewhere in the Endless Territories. However, the Brightshore Kingdom had taken complete control over it. Combat was forbidden within Hydreigon Mountain, making it an extremely safe place, but Hydreigon Mountain itself would occasionally give birth to some dangerous things in places. Even when that happened, the miners would still have to go mine. Thus, there were occasionally a few casualties, albeit extremely rare. And with you here, big brother, he's not able to do a damn thing to me. You also belong to the 12 palaces. The East Smoke leader sent mentally. You idiot. Lord Bat Dragon explained, yes, both of us are members of the 12 palaces, but it isn't the same. Lord Bat Dragon looked at his little brother. Look. I made my breakthrough because I used a pseudo-samsara pill. I'm a black-armored Lord, the lowest-ranked type of Lord in the 12 palaces. Lord Bat Dragon began to mentally explain some of the hidden secrets pertaining to the 12 palaces. The 12 palaces have some truly horrifying Lords who are so strong that many of the other organizations in the Endless Territories are terrified of them. Do you think they have the same level of status as me, someone who relied on a pseudo-samsara pill to become a Lord of the first step and who will never make any more advancements? But he's still not able to do anything to you, big brother. The East Smoke leader was beginning to understand, but he remained a bit stubborn. Wrong. Lord Bat Dragon sent mentally, you don't get it. Members of the 12 palaces are forbidden from fighting amongst each other, but if an enormous grudge somehow results from something, palace members are generally expected to go through mediation first. If the mediation fails, then the result will be a duel to the death. Ah! The East Smoke leader instantly grew excited. He sent mentally, then he should be afraid of you, right? How could he be a match for you in a duel to the death? Wrong again. I'm a black-armored Lord who only reached this level due to a pseudo-samsara pill. How can I be qualified to force him into a duel to the death? Lord Bat Dragon sent mentally, generally speaking, the palace lords or vice-palace lords of the 12 palaces are the ones responsible for mediation. Do you think I would dare to reject what their ruling is? I have no future prospects and my position is low, but this Dark North was given direct entry to the 12 palaces at the world level. His future prospects are unlimited. Once he makes his breakthrough, he will quickly reach the power level of a Lord of the second step. In fact, he might become even stronger than that. Lord Bat Dragon shook his head. People like me generally end up as retainers to more powerful Lords. All we are servants. Tao Lord Bat Dragon sighed. Little brother, you need to understand that in the 12 palaces, people like me are looked down upon due to having used pseudo-samsara pills. The only reason the other Tao Lords are somewhat courteous to me is because I am Tao Lord Bluegrace Retainer, and they wish to give him face.
Ah? The East Smoke leader was amazed. He knew none of this, because his big brother rarely discussed matters pertaining to the 12 palaces with him.
It makes sense.
People like us will never make any more breakthroughs, which is why we chose to use pseudo-samsara pills.
To then advance from the first step to the second step as a Tao Lord? Absolutely impossible. Tao Lord Bat Dragon sent mentally, that's why I wanted to try and resolve matters between you and him. Otherwise, even though he can't kill you, once he becomes a Tao Lord he'll have plenty of ways to deal with you. Tao Lord Bat Dragon suddenly asked, oh, right. What exactly is the problem between the two of you?
To be honest, it is because he has a retainer known as the Flame Fairy. The East Smoke leader didn't dare to lie to his big brother. He honestly revealed the entire affair to him.
You imbecile. He was actually able to use his god sense to crush the god senses of more than 300 world-level cultivators?
Even the 12 palaces are rarely able to recruit world-level cultivators of such power. How could you possibly be so reckless as to offend a freak like him?
Tao Lord Bat Dragon was once again enraged by what he was hearing. But let's put that aside from now.
He furiously attacked the formation and was able to break through 7 of the 8 barriers protecting the main palace. Given how strong he was, what you should have done was just cancel the restrictive formation and let him leave. But you insisted on forcing him to fight with you for a full day and night. Also, did he really attack for a full day and night without resting?
Yes. He didn't rest at all.
The East Smoke leader was beginning to feel scared.
He was able to attack at maximum power for that long? Tao Lord Bat Dragon was growing angrier and angrier. No wonder he's emanating such a murderous aura.
As soon as I arrived here, I could sense his desire to kill.
When I offered him that bracelet, he didn't accept it. Ugh. Ever since I became a Tao Lord and let you become the East Smoke leader, you became completely full of yourself. If you continue to act so rashly, even if you survive this time, you'll have a very short life ahead of you. Aye, what should I do?
The East Smoke leader looked at his big brother. My worry is that this Dark North is a man who holds grudges, Tao Lord Bat Dragon explains. Swear a lifeblood oath right away that you'll go to Hydragon Mountain. Hydragon Mountain is an important place to the hegemon, as that's where his mines are.
No one will dare to attack you there.
100 chaos cycles from now, this matter will be ancient history. If he still holds a grudge after 100 chaos cycles, it'll obviously be a problem with him.
I would have an excuse to ask Tao Lord Bluegrace to intervene and help out.
The East Smoke branch leader now completely understood.
He now realized that even his big brother was nothing more than a small pawn in the 12 palaces.
If this Dark North was the vengeful type, he really would be in trouble in the future.
Fellow Daoist Dark North, I was in the wrong and let greed blacken my heart. The East Smoke leader looked at Ning.
He bowed respectfully, then immediately swore a solemn oath. I swear on my very life itself that I, Myth Dragon, will go to Hydragon Mountain within 1,000 years. I will spend 100 chaos cycles there as a miner in order to expiate my sins towards fellow Daoist Dark North. If I violate this oath, let my true soul shatter and let my Tao vanish.
Ning was flabbergasted. Actually, he wasn't really worried about Tao Lord Bat Dragon as Ning himself already had the power of a black-armored Tao Lord.
The two were already on par with each other, but Ning was merely at the world level. Still, Ning understood that with Tao Lord Bat Dragon here, it would be extremely hard for Ning to do anything to the East Smoke leader. For the Tao Lord to offer a gift and an apology was one thing, but the branch leader was now swearing to spend 100 chaos cycles mining at Hydragon Mountain? 100 chaos cycles was an extremely long period of time. There were many cultivators who wouldn't even live to be that old.
Ning could sense that Lord Batdragon truly did care about this little brother of his. Then let this matter come to an end. Ning accepted the bracelet, in effect accepting the proposed resolution. I won't stay here any longer. Farewell. Ning immediately left the main palace. Lord Batdragon let out a sigh of relief as he watched Ning accept the bracelet in Ning. Finally, this matter had been included. Outside the main palace, Ning looked at Fairy Qingfan. Fairy Qingfan. Ning looked at her, then waved his hand and sent a message talisman towards her. Fairy Qingfan stared blankly at the message talisman. This matter has been concluded, and I trust Lord Batdragon won't pursue this matter any further. Still, if you encounter any problems in the future, you can shatter this talisman and I'll immediately hasten to your side, Ning said. Fairy Qingfan truly had helped the Flame Fairy out this time. All right. Fairy Qingfan nodded as she slipped her fingers over the talisman. Ning soared into the skies, transforming into a streak of light as he flew off into the distance. The Grand Restrictive Formation had long ago been lifted, and Ning soon disappeared into the clouds in the horizon. Fairy Qingfan watched as Ning left, her fingers unconsciously tightening over the talisman. She murmured to herself, just now, if I told him that I wished to become his retainer, he probably would have agreed, right? Perhaps my path of cultivation and my destiny would both completely change. The path of cultivation was a path which one would have to choose for oneself. No one else could make these choices for you, and different choices would result in different results. Lord Batdragon stood at the entrance to the main palace, letting out a second sigh of relief upon seeing Ji Ning disappear. He then turned to stare at his little brother. He immediately said, "Hurry up and make your preparations. I'm going to send you away from this place today. You are going to Hydragon Mountain right now." Today? The East Smoke leader hesitated a moment, then nodded. All right. I'll go make the preparations. As he spoke, he immediately turned and left to gather his things. Lord Batdragon mused to himself, this Dark North fellow doesn't look like the evil, backstabbing type. This matter probably has truly come to an end. Still, Lord Batdragon glanced in his little brother's direction. It is all for the best. Hydragon Mountain will help to temper his disposition. Still, it is true that the place can be dangerous sometimes. I'll go and request to become one of the overseers. I'll take care of him in secret. There were overseers who were charged with overseeing the mining operations in Hydragon Mountain. This sort of boring job was almost always carried out by black-robed Dowlords. The stronger Dowlords would all be out adventuring. None of them would be willing to do this job. But I have to help him out in secret. I can't let him know. Lord Batdragon made his decision. Now that the matter had been resolved, Ning and Su Yuji began to advance in their flying vessel. They spent 5 months flying before finally reaching the 12 palaces. So beautiful. Su Yuji stared at the surroundings from within the flying vessel. Ning stared off into the distance as well. At the edges of the horizon, 12 enormous palaces could be seen hovering there in midair. In their center was a dim black cavern. Those 12 palaces were the actual 12 palaces. They looked quite close to each other, but in reality the palaces were all separated by many layers of space. They were actually many trillions of kilometers away from each other, but the almighty hegemon was so powerful that he was able to make them look as though they were located right next to each other. Together, these 12 palaces formed the most supremely powerful formation the Brightshore Kingdom had to offer. Even eternal emperors would not dare to enter the 12 palaces without permission. To the Sword Palace. Ning laughed. Swoosh. The flying vessel quickly began to move towards the direction of the Palace of the Sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 1, Sword Lord.
Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 1, Swordlord. The Palace of the Sword was incredibly large. It was like an enormous island continent that hovered in the air, filled with countless buildings and radiating a sword aura that caused Ning to feel speechless. The Sword Palace had numerous black-armored Dao Lords on patrol outside of it. Fellow Daoist. A black-armored Dao Lord sensed Ning's medallion and immediately flew towards him, then said in a fairly courteous and modest manner, "Is this your first trip to the Sword Palace?"
Yes. Ning nodded. My name is Fudan. Let me guide the way for you, fellow Daoist. This black-armored Dao Lord was courteous to the point of being obsequious. He glanced at Su Yuji.
Seeing that Su Yuji clearly wasn't a member of the Sword Palace, he didn't say much to her.
I am Dark North, Ning said.
Junior apprentice brother Dark North, you come to us with an identity medallion on your very first visit.
Are you from the Astral Islands? The black-armored Dao Lord asked while leading the way. Yes. Ning nodded. A new entrant into our Sword Palace from the Astral Islands. Junior apprentice brother, you are incredible. The black-armored Dao Lord laughed.
By now, they had already reached a stone path that was 3,000 meters wide. This path led straight towards the main gates of the Sword Palace. Right above the massive gates were two words that were written in a vigorous, bold manner, Sword Palace. These two words were overflying with so much sword intent that it filled the entire Sword Palace, then soared upwards into the skies. Even the multiple layers of folded spacetime around the palace were unable to impede it. Ning felt stunned upon seeing it. These two characters possessed such incredibly dense sword intent that they could be described as the most terrifying example of calligraphy he had ever seen. These two words were left behind by the first palace lord of our Sword Palace, Emperor wins now, the black-armored Dao Lord said.
Junior apprentice brother Dark North, have you been informed about the rules one needs to follow in order to establish a new palace? Establish a new palace?
Ning was puzzled. He truly had never heard of such a thing. The black-armored Dao Lord Fudan explained, long ago, the almighty Hegemon established the Brightshore Kingdom and put tremendous time and effort into cultivating his Dao Lords.
Back then, the 12 palaces didn't exist.
As the almighty Hegemon put it, one had to be strong enough to be the equal of an eternal emperor before one could set up a new palace of one's own.
The black-armored Dao Lord continued, Emperor Winsnow was the earliest of the major powers of the Brightshore Kingdom.
Back when he was merely a Dao Lord, he was already an utterly dazzling figure who was more than strong enough to match an eternal emperor in might. He established the Sword Palace and became its first palace lord. Later on, he succeeded in his Dao merge and became an eternal emperor, at which point he rewrote the word Sword Palace that hung above the palace gates. As the emperor once said, those two characters contain the essence of the Tao of the sword which he used to gain eternity.
Ning nodded slowly.
As more time had passed, more palaces had arisen. By now, the Brightshore Kingdom had a total of 12 palaces. There eventually were quite a few cultivators who were a match for eternal emperors or even capable of slaying them. However, these current 12 palaces encompassed the vast majority of cultivation paths, and thus it had been an extremely long time since a new palace had been established.
Ning was a good example.
His path was that of the Tao of the Sword, and thus even if he became an eternal emperor in the future he would belong to the Sword Palace. There was no need and no point to establishing a new palace.
That is the Tao of the sword he used to gain eternity?
Ning raised his head to stare at those characters.
I don't understand it, Su Yuji murmured softly. Neither do I. Ning laughed.
The intent and will which this Tao of the sword embodies isn't for people like us to comprehend.
The difference between it and us is simply too great.
Perhaps when we become Tao Lords of the third step or Tao Lords of the fourth step, we can come back and scrutinize the secrets it holds.
The three continued to advance as they chatted and laughed.
This wide stone path had quite a few other cultivators traversing it as well, all of whom were world-level cultivators. Although they were quite spread out, The path was so long and so wide that Ning estimated that he had seen at least 10,000 people. Why? Why did I fail yet again? 100 chaos cycles, only to fail yet again, ah! Wild laughter rang out from afar from a cultivator who seemed to be laughing with tears or crying with laughter. He seemed utterly mad. Who is this? Ning was puzzled. Lord Fudan shook his head. These are all world-level cultivators who seek to pass the trials for joining the Sword Palace. Aside from those like yourself who are given formal invitations, Junior Apprentice Brother Dark North, cultivators who wish to join us generally have to undergo multiple layers of trials. All of them are here training, and once they reach a certain level of power they will try out the trials. Alas! Ignore them. After enough time passes, most of them realize that they have no hopes of entering and will leave on their own. Nin nodded slowly. This path into the palace is known as Sword Road, Lord Fudan said. Aside from those who are taking part in the various trials, most of the visiting world-level cultivators spend their time here on Sword Road. They are forbidden from entering any other part of the Sword Palace. They continued to walk forwards through Sword Road. Sword Road was 10,000 kilometers long, and they saw many world-level cultivators along the way. When these cultivators saw Ning, many found it difficult to disguise the envy they felt. For a black-armored Lord to treat Ning with such courtesy and deference meant that he had to be a formal member of the Sword Palace. Boom! Bang! Explosions suddenly rang out from afar. Ning glanced over with surprise. Is that a duel? Upon closer examination, he saw that a red-haired man wielding a greatsword was battling an opponent with 6 arms. The red-haired man had tousled hair and was standing there in a relaxed fashion as he launched his attacks, while his opponent was fighting back at maximum power with many magic treasures. Alas, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. The second person was completely unable to do anything to the red-haired man, but with each strike the red-haired man was able to cause the space around him to oscillate in a manner reminiscent of a beautiful song. Although he was able to force his opponent back repeatedly, his opponent wasn't injured either. Ning's face turned pale as he watched. What terrifying sword arts! These sword arts, they were definitely superior to his own. In the Astral Islands, most likely only Berchelu was at a higher level of skill than this man. Ha, Senior Apprentice Brother Wildfire is dueling, Lord Fudan said. Senior Apprentice Brother Wildfire? Ning was puzzled. Fudan was a Lord. No matter how badass the red-haired man was, he was still just at the world level. Fudan addressed Ning as Junior Apprentice Brother, but addressed this man as Senior Apprentice Brother Wildfire? Senior Apprentice Brother Wildfire is one of the 6 mighty sword lords of our Sword Palace, Lord Fudan immediately explained. 6 sword lords? They are all world-level cultivators, right? Ning was puzzled. The Sword Palace has a total of more than 100 Samsara Lords and more than 200 world-level cultivators, Lord Fudan said. The 200-plus world-level cultivators were accumulated over the course of many years. They represent the most powerful experts of the Tao of the Sword which the Brightshore Kingdom has managed to recruit. The Brightshore Kingdom was a top-tier power that was on par with the Tao Alliance. Only the most dazzlingly, outstandingly talented world-level sword practitioners were able to join it, and only around 200 had been granted entry. Of these 200, only the ones who are acknowledged by the Sword Pagodas are given the title of Sword Lord, Lord Fudan said. There are more than 200 world-level cultivators but just 6 sword lords. Although they are merely at the world level, the Sword Palace treats them as they would Tao Lords. This is because they are generally capable of killing some weaker Tao Lords of the first step. Kill Tao Lords of the first step? Ning stared in amazement at the relaxed-looking red-haired man. A world-level cultivator who could kill a Tao Lord of the first step, Being able to fight someone and being able to kill someone, these were 2 completely different concepts. In the Astral Islands, perhaps only Berchelu in his true form would be capable of killing a Tao Lord of the first step.
But the Sword Palace actually had 6 individuals capable of this? They could have broken through to become Samsara Downlords long ago, but they refused to do so because their sword arts are still improving. Downlord Fudan sighed. Each of them are working on perfecting their sword arts. They wish to perfect those sword arts to the absolute maximum possible level before they become Downlords. After all, the more perfect one's Tao of the sword is, the stronger one will be as a Downlord. Ning nodded. Berchalu was a good example of someone who was at such a high level of insight that even without revealing his true form, he was capable of dominating Ning with his 2 warhammers. Given his profound insights, once he became a Downlord, he would probably be able to match Downlords of the 3rd step. Clearly, the 6 supremely talented swordlords of the Sword Palace were all people of great ambition. My sword arts are not even enough for me to become a Downlord. This senior apprentice brother Wildfire, however, could have used his sword arts to become a Downlord long ago, and he's only gotten even better since then. Ning was stunned. No wonder his sword arts are so much better than mine. Next. Suddenly, the red-haired man's greatsword suddenly swept out. Boom! Even before it had touched his opponent, invisible layers of spatial energy crashed out and swept his opponent away, sending him flying multiple kilometers. Thank you for your guidance, senior apprentice brother Wildfire. His opponent hurriedly spoke out to express his thanks. Actually, he had yet to pass the trials of the Sword Palace. For him to address Wildfire as senior apprentice brother was a show of shamelessness, but that was how most of the other world-level cultivators acted as well. Please give me some guidance, senior apprentice brother. Yet another world-level cultivator stepped forward, then began to use all the techniques he had available to fight Wildfire. He's able to effortlessly crush them with a casual blow. Ning couldn't help but sigh. He is like an old man instructing children. They are all at the world level, and his challengers are extraordinarily strong cultivators who wield eternal weapons and are comparable to supreme world gods, but they seem to be absolutely nothing before his might. The Sword Palace has built up tremendous power over the years. The nearby Downlord Fudan laughed. Once you enter the Sword Palace, you'll need to start improving your own skills as well. Still, to reach senior apprentice brother Wildfire's level will be very difficult. After all, there are over 200 world-level cultivators in the Sword Palace, but only 6 have been given the title of Swordlord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 2, A Holy Place for Sword Cultivators. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 2, A Holy Place for Sword Cultivators. Ji Ning led Su Yuji forwards alongside him as Downlord Fudan continued to introduce the people and places within the Sword Palace. Boom! The red-haired man sent his opponent flying with a single sword strike. His gaze then fell upon Ji Ning, and his eyes instantly lit up. He laughed loudly. Is this a new junior apprentice brother of ours? I am Dark North. Greetings, senior apprentice brother Wildfire, Ning said. That explains it. I've sparred with and recognize everyone in our Sword Palace. The red-haired man let out a loud, clear laugh. Junior apprentice brother Dark North, since you are a new arrival I won't disturb you, but in 2 days I'm going to go find you and have a little competition with you. I trust you won't decline? I'd be delighted to accept, Ning said modestly. Go. We can chat later, the red-haired man said. Ning nodded. As they moved past the red-haired man, Downlord Fudan said in a low voice, of the 6 exalted swordlords, senior apprentice brother Wildfire is the most heroic and straightforward. He loves to duel other cultivators and won't look down upon weak ones. He's a person who is easy to make friends with, and is much more approachable than many of the other world-level cultivators of the Sword Palace. Ning laughed. He could sense how friendly and relaxed the senior apprentice brother Wildfire was.
A sword cultivator who was capable of breaking through to become a samsara downlord at any time would have a clear understanding of his own nature, be it good or bad, honorable or dishonorable. Wildfire clearly was an extremely friendly and straightforward man, and his sword was similarly a sword that crushed all before it in an open and aboveboard manner.
We are going to go to the ancient library next. It is right up ahead. Downlord Fudan pointed towards a large, ancient-looking hall that was made of wood that was beginning to turn yellow with age. The entire ancient hall took up many kilometers, and just by looking at it Ning could sense the power of its aura.
The ancient library was built alongside the sword palace itself. It has been around for an extremely long period of time, Downlord Fudan explained.
Eh? Ning stared at it in amazement. The ancient library had quite a few black-armored downlords around it.
Some were seated in the lotus position on the ground, some were relaxing and drinking wine, some were training with their swords. There were over 100 of the present.
Senior apprentice brother Fudan.
Ning was puzzled. On the way over, I saw quite a few black-armored downlords.
If we include in the ones before us, I've seen more than 200.
But you told me that the entire sword palace only has 100 samsara downlords.
Downlord Fudan paused, a mixed look appearing on his face. Let me explain. He let out a sigh.
In the sword palace, all cultivators are like brothers.
There's not much of a difference in terms of status between us.
World-level cultivators who run into verge-level downlords will simply address them as senior apprentice brother.
Ning nodded.
The sword palace was a place where elite sword cultivators gathered.
Everyone treated everyone else in a fairly equal manner. But there's still some differences, despite the overall equality, Downlord Fudan said.
The cultivators in the sword palace are generally divided into two different types. The first type consists of those who relied on themselves and their own insights to become samsara downlords. The 6 sword lords are categorized along with them, even though they aren't actually samsara downlords, because they can break through whenever they wish and possess tremendous potential. Once they break through, they will be far stronger than most downlords of the first step.
This is why even samsara downlords treat these sword lords as equals.
The second type consists of the other world-level cultivators as well as black-armored downlords like us. In the end, world-level cultivators are still just cultivators who have a chance of breaking through to become downlords. They naturally have a somewhat lower status. As for us black-armored downlords, all of us reach this level through using pseudo-samsara pills. We will forever remain at the first step and have no hope of improving any further. There are even some freakishly strong world-level cultivators who are even stronger than us. Downlord Fudan shook his head.
Some samsara downlords view us as the lowest of the low. They'd rather show kindness to world-level cultivators with potential than show us any real respect. Ning was silent. He could sense the sadness emanating from Downlord Fudan.
In the Sword Palace, there are actually a total of more than 2,300 black-armored downlords, Downlord Fudan said softly.
There are many more of them than there are world-level cultivators.
There were quite a few people in the Brightshore Kingdom who become downlords through using those pills, after all, and the almighty Hegemon has ordered that all downlords must join the 12 palaces.
This is why the 12 palaces has so many black-armored downlords. Ning finally understood.
The Sword Palace had more than 2,000 black-armored downlords, but just 200 world-level cultivators and around 100 real samsara downlords. Given that they were fairly weak and had no prospects for future advancement, it wasn't surprising that they had low statuses. Most of the black-armored downlords are outside the Sword Palace, with just over 500 staying inside of it, Downlord Fudan said. Although they are treated with some disdain, they still choose to remain within the Sword Palace because there, we will have a better chance to improve than we would anywhere else.
Power depends on more factors than just enlightenment.
Different sword arts can also result in different levels of power, as do divine abilities and secret arts.
Ning nodded.
The Novescence Thunder was a great example of a very powerful secret art. They have a chance of earning those things in the Sword Palace, which is why so many remain within it, Tao Lord Fudan said.
Come. I'll take you to the ancient library for a look. They arrived at the ancient library. Is this a newcomer? You can come in. The one behind you cannot.
The two black-armored Tao Lords standing guard in front of the library looked at Ning. Ning turned to glance at Su Yuji, who was following him from behind.
Yuji, wait for me here, Ning said. All right.
Although Su Yuji was quite curious, she didn't really care because the Sword Palace was for those who walked the Tao of the Sword. For now, her path was the path of Facian the Exalted. She was focusing on the path of charm and control, a completely different path from the Tao of the Sword. Although the wooden floor and walls were protected by powerful formations, the unfeeling power of time had left its mark on them as well. The ancient hall was incredibly large, and it was completely filled with bookshelves as far as the eye could see. Every single bookshelf was filled with many jade slips and scrolls. Ning casually picked up a jade slip and sent his god sense into it. He immediately realized that it was filled with a large amount of information, and he accepted the information as it flowed into him. What a powerful sword art! Ning was rather shocked. This was a sword art of tremendous power. In fact, it was just as strong as the nameless sword art.
Alas, it was fragmentary and incomplete. Ning couldn't help but spend a bit of time reading through it before finally putting it back down. Don't be impatient, junior apprentice brother. Only now did Tao Lord Fudan speak.
These sword arts have been passed down since the most ancient of times. Some were left here by the almighty hegemon while some were accumulated or created by the Sword Palace's members over the course of countless years. In fact, when the other 11 palaces acquire new sword arts, they will often send them to us. We have tens of millions of sword arts placed here, all of which are at least at the Tao Lord level.
Tens of millions of scrolls? Ning was speechless. The problem is, 99% of them are fragmentary and incomplete, Tao Lord Fudan said.
The ones on these bookshelves here are all fragmentary. The ones placed on the tables at the very front are all complete, with teachings that will guide you from the early stages to the late stages. That way, you can slowly train in them step by step. The tables have over 500,000 techniques.
Tens of millions of incomplete techniques? More than 500,000 complete techniques?
Some of these sword arts are strong, some are weak. Some were left behind by eternal emperors, while some were acquired by the almighty hegemon by happenstance and possess incalculable power.
Tao Lord Fudan smiled. Are there any limitations or restrictions on learning these sword arts?
Ning was worried.
None. Tao Lord Fudan sighed with emotion.
Any member of the Sword Palace is permitted to freely study any of the scrolls and slips here.
Ning sighed in amazement as well.
As he walked through the ancient library and saw the many jade slips that had been placed here for countless chaos cycles, he couldn't help but occasionally reach out to grab a scroll to take a look. Even the fragmentary ones were incredibly profound. If he was to give them to the Fogstone Dominion, they would be treated as supreme techniques. Any technique placed within the ancient library of the Sword Palace had to be at least at the Tao Lord level.
Simply incredible. Ning sighed with amazement.
He even saw a silver-armored Tao Lord seated in the lotus position, silently meditating on a sword art.
There are simply too many sword arts here, Tao Lord Fudan said.
Some of them, especially profound ones such as the ones left behind by eternal emperors, will take countless years to learn.
There are so many sword arts here that no one can truly learn them all. They will at most flip through some and try to gain some experience. Ning was incredibly excited.
His Tao of the Sword required him to understand the true essence of the sword by analyzing and dissecting many different sword arts. This place was an absolute treasure trove for him. The ancient library is actually considered a fairly ordinary place here in the Sword Palace.
Tao Lord Fudan let out a secretive smile. It doesn't even rank as one of the top 3 places here in the Sword Palace. Ah! Ning was stunned. As Ning saw it, the ancient library was already sacred grounds for those who trained in the sword. And yet, it didn't even rank as one of the top 3 places in the Sword Palace? Come. I'll take you to another place, Lord Fudan said. You'll understand once you get there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 3, The Forest of Sword Pagodas. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 3, The Forest of Sword Pagodas. Ji Ning and Su Yuji followed Lord Fudan in flying through a mountainous forest grove. Every so often, one would be able to see the residences of cultivators spread out throughout the mountains. Lord Fudan suddenly pointed off into the distance towards a distant valley. That place is known as Armaments Gorge. That's another one of the very important places in the Sword Palace. It is just as important as the ancient library. Armaments Gorge? Ning stared off into the distance, as did the nearby Su Yuji. None of this really had anything to do with her, but it was a chance for her to learn a few things. Distant buildings could be seen hidden throughout the gorge, with some located deep in the very bottom. Armaments Gorge is filled with many weapons, magic treasures, and unique artifacts, Lord Fudan said. The weapons here are primarily swords of all shapes and sizes, but there are also many types of other magic treasures, including pills. All treasures are stored here. Ning's eyes lit up. All treasures were stored here? Would perhaps mirrors now paintings be stored here as well? What must be done if I wish to acquire some of those treasures? Ning said. The treasures inside Armaments Gorge were accumulated by the Sword Palace over the course of countless years. They cannot be taken away without paying a cost, Lord Fudan said. If everyone just took away treasures as they pleased, the gorge would soon be completely emptied. When you are free, you can go and take a look. The Armaments Gorge has certain rules that govern it. Still, in the outside world, many of these treasures are completely unobtainable no matter what price you are willing to pay. At least they are available in the Armaments Gorge. Ning nodded. The more valuable a treasure was, the harder it would be to acquire it. Lord Solsky had been willing to risk his own life and pay a heavy price in order to get Lord Badlands to help him in his quest to obtain a certain treasure. It seemed as though the Armaments Gorge had many priceless treasures within it. The ancient library is filled with sword arts, while this place is filled with treasures. Ning nodded. These two places truly were on par with each other. Next, I shall take you to the third most important place we have. Lord Fudan continued to fly forwards, leading Ning higher and higher into the skies. Look over there. Lord Fudan pointed at the tallest building in the entire Sword Palace. It was a strangely shaped building that was shaped like a towering pillar of cloud layers. Each layer was 30,000 meters tall. The first layer was formed of black clouds, the second layer was formed of azure clouds, the third layer was formed of silvery white clouds, and the highest layer was formed from golden clouds. The 4 layers of clouds came together to form this towering edifice that was at the heart of the entire Sword Palace. This is the Lord Cloud World. Lord Fudan sighed. This is one of the most important places in the entire Sword Palace, ranking within the top 3. What is it for? Ning was puzzled. The Lord Cloud World is filled with many powerful golem opponents, and more than 90% of them wield swords. They will use different types of sword arts, with the strongest ones being comparable to the sword arts used by Lords of the third step. Lord Fudan sighed. Sword cultivators need combat more than anything else, and battles against other supremely skilled swordsmen help more than anything else. Ning absolutely agreed with this comment. One of the reasons why his sword arts had improved so quickly was because he had been able to duel those 3 powerful swordsmen within the 3 mirrors now paintings. That had been of tremendous benefit to him.
When you battle against other supremely skilled swordsmen, not only will you have a chance to discover the flaws in your own sword arts, you'll also learn from the sword arts they used.
Tao Lord Fudan sighed.
However, battling against such powerful swordsmen in the outside world carries the risk of death. In the Tao Lord Cloud world, however, you won't be at any risk of dying. The Tao Lord Cloud world has many golems because the entire Sword Palace has put tremendous resources into it over the course of countless years. That's why it has so many golems of such incredible power.
Ning nodded.
There were quite a few cultivators who had sword arts on the level of most Tao Lords of the third step, but creating a golem that possessed the same level of sword arts would carry a tremendous price that even eternal emperors would feel pain upon paying. Generally speaking, powerful golems relied on using overwhelming speed and power, with their weakness being their insights into the Tao.
This was even true for golems who could battle Verge-level Tao Lords. Golems weren't cultivators, after all.
They were innately weak in this respect. There are many powerful expert swordsmen there who all use different types of sword arts, some of which are comparable to Tao Lords of the third step.
Tao Lord Fudan sighed.
Which cultivator of the sword wouldn't dream of gaining access to such a place as we have here in the Palace of the Sword?
Ning was growing even more excited.
No wonder the Sword Palace was able to give birth to 6 freakishly strong world-level cultivators like the 6 Sword Lords.
And there's more.
Remember, the Tao Lord Cloud world has a total of 4 layers, Tao Lord Fudan said. The Black Cloud world is the first layer. If you overcome it, you will be awarded a set of black armor.
This black armor is merely a top-grade Tao armor.
The Azure Cloud world is the second layer, and if you overcome it you'll be given Azure armor. The Silver Cloud world is the third layer, and if you overcome it you'll be awarded silver armor. The highest layer is the Gold Cloud world, and if you overcome it you will be awarded golden armor. The Azure armor, silver armor, and gold armor are all eternal treasures of different levels of power. The suits of golden armor are top-grade eternal treasures, and they possess many marvelous properties. Being able to acquire the black armor means you have reached the threshold of a Tao Lord of the first step. Being able to acquire the Azure armor means you have reached the threshold of a Tao Lord of the second step. Silver armor is for those who have reached the threshold of Tao Lords of the third step. Golden armor belongs to those who have reached the threshold for Tao Lords of the fourth step.
Tao Lord Fudan explained the stages one by one. Ning nodded.
Reach the threshold simply meant that you were at the minimum level of power for that level. When Ning had first broken through to the world level, he had reached the threshold of a Tao Lord of the first step.
As for right now,
he was comparable to an average Tao Lord of the first step. In the Sword Palace, we have 8 world-level cultivators who have 1 Azure armor, Tao Lord Fudan said softly.
What? Ning was shocked.
Although he was fairly powerful, he didn't think he had reached the threshold of a Tao Lord of the second step.
But the Sword Palace had 8 such figures?
5 of them are special lifeforms while 3 of them were cultivators, but even the cultivators have freakishly powerful divine abilities or secret arts, Tao Lord Fudan explained. In challenging the Tao Lord Cloud world, you can use all abilities and techniques that you have available, such as divine abilities and secret arts. But of course, you can't use certain single-use treasures, Tao seals, bug beasts, golems, or other similar treasures.
Don't be too surprised. Divine abilities and secrets can be tremendously powerful, Tao Lord Fudan said.
I'll take you to another place now. Tao Lord Fudan led him to a bamboo hall erected at the peak of a mountain which was wreathed in clouds and mist.
This is the Pavilion of Mysteries. Tao Lord Fudan pointed at the bamboo hall.
It is filled with many divine abilities, secret arts, and a few legacies left behind by ancient powers of the Tao of the Sword. Divine abilities can increase your strength 100-fold, while secret arts are even more difficult to gauge.
The strongest secret arts can unleash utterly terrifying levels of power, Tao Lord Fudan said. Ning nodded.
His own, Novescence Thunder, technique was classified as a secret art. Certain incredibly powerful secret arts truly could allow the wielder to challenge cultivators who were at a higher level of power. If some of the freakishly strong world-level cultivators like Kilostar gained access to some of the terrifyingly strong secret arts or treasures the 12 palaces had to offer, it was entirely possible that he would be able to battle his way through the second layer of the Downlord Cloud World and earn the Azure Armor. However, if you had merely reached the threshold of the second step as a Downlord, you would probably be defeated in one blow by a true Downlord of the second step. Still, you would probably be strong enough to kill most Downlords of the first step. Many of the divine abilities and secret arts stored in this place were left behind by Downlords who were comparable to eternal emperors in might. Some were left behind by actual eternal emperors. The same is true for the full legacies, Downlord Fudan said. However, the full legacies are fewer in number. Ning nodded. Legacies were completely different from the sword arts held within the ancient library. To have a legacy was to essentially have a master. Not only did a legacy include many sword arts and detailed instructions on learning them, it would often include a detailed analysis and explanation of every single stance from the Downlord who had left the legacy behind. To have a Samsara Downlord guide you step by step on your path, true legacies were thousands of times more valuable than mere sword arts. Take the nameless sword art which World God Northrest had transmitted to Ning. Its first 5 stances all had their own sword intents, but Northrest himself had never learned the 6th or 7th stance. All he had been able to do was to leave behind a record of the stances. This was the flaw of the ancient library. Its sword arts consisted of nothing more than movements and techniques. There was no sword intent for the cultivator to attune to. Every newcomer is permitted to choose a single thing from the Pavilion of Mysteries, Downlord Fudan said. The Downlord Cloud World and the Pavilion of Mysteries are 2 of the top 3 sacred areas here in the Sword Palace. Now, I am going to take you to the most important place of all, the indisputably most sacred place. They continued to fly forwards, moving towards the very rear of the Sword Palace. There. Right there. Downlord Fudan pointed off into the distance, towards a place which was covered in darkness. The black earth was filled with erect towers, and the towers filled the landscape like a forest or like a sea. Every single tower emanated an aura of incredible sword intent which filled the entire region. 1,000,000 chaos cycles or even longer might go by, but the sword intent here would never dissipate. Ever since the Sword Palace was established, every single person whose sword arts are acknowledged by the Sword Pagoda shall leave behind a sword pagoda of his own, Downlord Fudan said softly. To be acknowledged by the sword pagodas, you have to at least reach the level of the 6 sword lords. Over the course of countless years, every single true Samsara Downlord or Eternal Emperor has left behind a sword pagoda that belongs to them. Every single sword pagoda holds the sword arts they learned and developed. They personally recorded those sword arts down and left them here, infusing their pagoda with their sword intent. Countless Downlords have died since the Sword Palace was founded, and even eternal emperors have disappeared into the endless darkness as they went out exploring parts unknown. Their sword pagodas, however, have been kept safe. There are a total of 83,612 sword pagodas here. This place represents the greatest wealth, the greatest fortune the Sword Palace possesses. This is the most sacred place in the entire palace. A look of awe and veneration was in Downlord Fudan's eyes. Ning could sense that the sword intents here were incredibly ancient, having existed for countless chaos cycles. In fact, some of the sword intents were absolutely lawless and dominating. These sword intents had all been left behind by some of the most supremely talented cultivators of the endless territories, many of whom were capable of battling eternal emperors or actually were eternal emperors. All of them had been gathered here, and every single sword pagoda represented an ancient power. Samsara Downlords. With each step they took, they walked the tightrope which existed between life and death. Downlords had to eventually succeed in the downmerge, as they would otherwise die one day. Some of the earliest Downlords had already perished, but their sword arts and their sword intents had been left behind and would forever exist. The most sacred place of the Sword Palace, the Forest of Sword Pagodas.
Dao Lord Fudan's voice was trembling slightly. He dreamed of one day being able to leave behind a sword pagoda of his own, but alas, his sword arts were not good enough. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 4, Palace Lord Woodflower. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 4, Palace Lord Woodflower. Ning stared off into the distance, where he could vaguely see quite a few figures seated in the lotus position within those ancient, enormous sword pagodas. All members of the Sword Palace are permitted to come here and meditate, Dao Lord Fudan said. Even we black-armored Dao Lords are permitted. I'm going to take a look. Ning walked forwards. The sword pagodas were tall and erect, with each emanating a completely different sword intent. It was as though mighty sword practitioners were standing right next to Ning. As Ning walked through the ancient forest of sword pagodas, he felt as though he was walking through a sea of time. As Ning stared at the mighty sword arts and sword intents which the ancient powers had left behind, he couldn't help but feel utterly stunned. These were his predecessors, ancient masters of the Tao of the sword. The sword pagodas had more than just sword arts. Many also had a few tiny words carved into them. Ning's gaze turned towards one particular sword pagoda. The sword arts inscribed within this sword pagoda were quite similar to his own, nameless, sword art. They belonged to the same general style of swordsmanship, and they were similarly exalted and profound. As for the sword intent, it was awe-inspiringly profound and seemed to encompass all things. Dao Lord Everstarter. After joining our sword palace, he received the acknowledgement of the sword pagodas while still at the world level and became one of our sword lords. He had a modest disposition and liked to teach his juniors and those weaker than him. He treated the sword palace as his home and rarely went out adventuring. Silently and without any fanfare, he reached the fourth step as a Dao Lord. However, because the ancient cultivators went too far in their actions, Dao Lord Everstarter ventured forth all by himself and unveiled his utterly terrifying sword arts, defeating 3 other Verge-level Dao Lords who were ancient cultivators. In fact, he even defeated an ancient cultivator who was an eternal emperor. This battle brought him tremendous fame, and he became acknowledged as the #1 Dao Lord of the endless territories in his time. Afterwards, as he prepared for his Dao merge, he began to travel to many different places. Ever since then, we have received no word of him. We do not know if he is alive or dead. Ning was speechless. This Dao Lord defeated an eternal emperor who was an ancient cultivator. Ning knew very little about the ancient cultivators. All he knew was that they were incredibly, terrifyingly powerful. Only the most supreme of special life forms were comparable to ancient cultivators. Eternal emperors who were ancient cultivators were definitely far more powerful than ordinary eternal emperors. A Dao Lord had actually defeated one of them? No wonder he was publicly acclaimed as the #1 Dao Lord in his time. This feat was far more impressive than Dao Lord Algod's feat of attacking and pursuing Emperor Malobo. No one knows if Dao Lord Everstarter is still alive or not. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ning was startled. Someone had appeared behind him without him even noticing? He hurriedly turned and looked backwards, only to see that a golden-armored, tousled hair, and rather decadent-looking man had appeared behind him. Greetings, senior apprentice brother. Upon seeing the suit of golden armor, Ning immediately addressed the man with respect. There were no masters or apprentices here in the Sword Palace, only brothers and sisters. At this moment, Dao Lord Fudan hurriedly ran over and said with great respect, "Greetings, Lord Woodflower." Lord? Ning was stunned. Junior apprentice brother Dark North, Dao Lord Woodflower is a vice palace lord of our Sword Palace. Dao Lord Fudan sent a hurried mental message to Ning. Although Ning didn't know the names of the various Dao Lords in the Sword Palace, he knew the general rules of the 12 palaces. The strongest member in every single palace was given the title of Palace Lord. Vice Palace Lords were the next most powerful.
But of course, there were exceptions such as the Palace of Radiance, which had two powerful Dao Lords who were roughly on par with each other, which was why both were referred to as Palace Lord. Thus, the Radiant Palace had two Palace Lords. Generally speaking, Palace Lords and Vice Palace Lords had the power to battle against eternal emperors. This was especially true in a place like the Sword Palace, which focused on combat. "Greetings, Palace Lord," Ning said hurriedly.
"Simply address me as Senior Apprentice Brother Woodflower."
The decadent-looking man chuckled.
"I watched the battle between you and Birchaloo. You aren't bad at all.
Actually, your sword arts are quite similar to those of Dao Lord Everstarter.
If he is still alive, he should be an eternal emperor by now."
Given how strong he was as a Dao Lord, as an eternal emperor he would probably be alive to this very day and might be willing to give you some personal pointers.
Ning nodded.
A Dao Lord who was able to defeat an eternal emperor of the ancients and who was acknowledged as the undisputed #1 Dao Lord of the endless territories of his time, if he was to become an eternal emperor, killing him would be almost impossible.
"Senior Apprentice Brother Woodflower," Ning said hurriedly, "can it be that he doesn't have an avatar here? Why is it that we don't know if he is alive or not?"
When Ning had entered Undermoon Lake, he had been quite weak, but his clones in the outside world could sense if he was alive or dead. Once his clones in Undermoon Lake perished, he would be able to recreate the clones in the outside world. This was an easy way to judge if he was dead or not.
Dao Lords, however, would generally leave avatars in their homes when they were entering dangerous regions.
If not, they would leave behind other special techniques or spells. Generally speaking, it wasn't too hard to know what was happening or if they were still alive.
The primordial chaos is vast and endless. Even the almighty Hegemon, who is older than the 12 palaces, wouldn't dare claim that he knows everything which happens within it, Lord Woodflower explained. In the endless primordial chaos, there are indeed some places which will result in you being completely cut off from the outside world once you enter. There would be no way whatsoever to ascertain if you were alive or not.
Given that we have heard no word from him in countless years, it is very likely that he is dead. However, there's no way to verify it, and so we generally will list these elders as status unknown rather than deceased on their sword pagodas, Lord Woodflower explained.
Ning nodded.
After chatting a bit about Dao Lord Everstarter, Lord Woodflower said, "Dark North, as a new member of the Sword Palace, you are able to choose a single divine ability, secret art, or legacy from the Pavilion of Mysteries. But of course, some Dao Lords restricted their legacies, only permitting juniors who passed the trials they set down to make use of those legacies. Generally speaking, the more valuable a legacy, the more common this practice is."
Ning naturally understood this principle.
His Mirrors Now paintings had trials as well. Actually procuring all 4 paintings was a major trial in and of itself, and of course he had to defeat the 4 experts within the 4 paintings. "I'll go take a look first," Ning said.
"I'll lead the way."
Lord Woodflower waved his hand, sending a surge of immortal energy to surround Ning. Swordlight flickered around them, resulting in them disappearing into the skies.
Dao Lord Fudan raised his head to watch them leave, a look of envy in his eyes.
He murmured softly, "Lord Woodflower is quite nice to him. It seems he views Dark North with great favor." As he spoke, he walked back to the outskirts of the forest of sword pagodas.
"Who was that person who just flew away with my master?"
Su Yuji immediately asked. "That was Lord Woodflower of our Sword Palace. Although he behaves in a very casual, laid-back manner, he's a very discerning man.
It isn't easy to attract his attention."
"It seems he quite likes your master," Dao Lord Fudan said. "Let us wait for him here."
"All right."
Su Yuji smiled. The better Ning's live here was, the happier she would be. She felt absolutely delighted by this. The Pavilion of Mysteries was located at the top of a mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist. A streak of swordlight flickered and descended in front of the pavilion.
Dao Lord Woodflower and Ji Ning both appeared once more. That was fast. Ning was secretly shocked. Greetings, Vice Palace Lord. Suddenly, a fiery red golem at the entrance to the pavilion rose to its feet and called out respectfully. Its entire body was made from magic treasures. A simple glance was enough to tell that it wasn't an actual living creature. Sword 3, I'm going to take this new arrival of ours, junior apprentice brother Dark North, in for a look. Dowlord Woodflower smiled towards Ning. This is Sword 3, the overseer of the Pavilion of Mysteries. He's been guarding this place for an extremely long period of time, much longer than any of our Dowlords have been alive. He is ranked the third most powerful golem in the Sword Palace, and so we just call him Sword 3. You can call him the same. Sword 3, Ning said hurriedly. Dark North. The fiery golem cracked a friendly smile towards Ning. Follow me inside. Lord Woodflower led Ning inwards. Within this bamboo hall, there were a series of jade slips. There were also stone steels, statues, books, paintings, leaves, wine gourds, and all sorts of other items. They all looked quite ordinary, as though this was a flea market filled with many miscellaneous objects. This place holds many divine abilities and secret arts, Lord Woodflower said. All 12 palaces share more or less the same divine abilities and secret arts. Our legacies, however, belong to us alone. Lord Woodflower continued, there are differences amongst the legacies. Some are more profound, some are less. Some were left behind by fairly ordinary Dowlords, some were left behind by awe-inspiringly powerful Dowlords who were as strong as eternal emperors, and some were left behind by actual eternal emperors. There's no need to pass any trials to use the divine abilities or secret arts, all you need to do is choose one and you will be able to train in it. Legacies, however, generally come attached with trials and conditions. The legacies left behind by eternal emperors are the most valuable. Here within this bamboo hall, there are 5 legacies that were left behind by eternal emperors. Lord Woodflower explained, here in the Sword Palace, we have an additional requirement. World-level cultivators have to become acknowledged as sword lords by the sword pagodas before they are qualified to select a legacy left behind by an eternal emperor, but of course, they still need to pass the trials which the eternal emperor set down. Ning said with surprise, don't some of those freakishly powerful Dowlords possess sword arts that equal the sword arts of eternal emperors? Why is it that the legacies of the eternal emperors are so much harder to obtain? Anyone who was able to become an eternal emperor had already perfected his Tao of the sword to a level where it could gain eternity, Lord Woodflower explained. These legacies will give you experience that will help guide you to eternity. Over the course of countless years, we have seen several freakishly strong Dowlords in every single generation. However, very few of them are ever able to become actual eternal emperors. Lord Woodflower continued, based on the rough numbers we have for the endless territories, less than 1 in 100,000 Dowlords shall become an eternal emperor. Although our Sword Palace is assisted by the almighty Hegemon and selects only the cream of the crop, the elites of the elites, we've only given birth to a total of 3 eternal emperors since the establishment of the kingdom. Lord Woodflower shook his head. Of the 3 eternal emperors, 1 perished, while the other 2 were solitary figures who went off wandering by themselves. Lord Woodflower let out a sigh. Our ratio of Dowlords to eternal emperors is actually fairly high. The Dow Alliance has a much lower ratio than the 12 palaces. Ning was speechless. At present, the Sword Palace didn't even have a single eternal emperor? It's simply too hard for a new eternal emperor to be born. Even if one is born, they live far too long and easily grow bored, and so they often delight in exploring places which no one has ever been before. Sometimes, they never come back. Lord Woodflower continued, as for the freakishly strong Dowlords, after they fail their Dow merge, they know that they shall die and so they will often go out and try to find chances to slay eternal emperors belonging to enemy organizations. Although there aren't that many freakishly strong Dowlords, there's usually a few in every generation. Although eternal emperors are untouched by the ravages of time, they can still perish through other means, Lord Woodflower explained. But of course, there are always differences. Take our almighty Hegemon. He's actually an eternal emperor, but he's just far, far too powerful. As a result, he's still alive to this very day. Even though he occasionally abducts world-level cultivators who belong to other organizations, they just ignore it and pretend not to see it. Ning let out a sigh. What sad, sad fates these eternal emperors had. They were incredibly rare in number, but the freakishly strong Downlords who failed their downmerge would often target them in suicidal attacks. Downlord Allgod was a good example. After he failed his downmerge, he attempted to chase down and kill Emperor Malobo. Far too many eternal emperors disappeared while adventuring, were slain by Downlords, or went into hiding. Only truly almighty figures like the hegemon were capable of staying alive. As a result, there are very few legacies that were left behind by eternal emperors. Even the weakest eternal emperor's sword arts are comparable to the sword arts of supreme Downlords, and they contain a hint of eternity. Lord Woodflower looked at Ning. I'm sure you know this, but cultivators must find and walk their own paths. After becoming a Downlord, you must develop a sword art all your own. These so-called legacies are mainly valuable because they will help guide you in that. Ning nodded. By now, you should understand why the legacies left behind by eternal emperors are so rare and valuable, Lord Woodflower said. I urge you to do your best to acquire one of them if you can. But of course, it is up to you. What do you want? A divine ability, a secret art, or a legacy? What will you choose? What will I choose? Ning began to ponder this question. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 5, Hope. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 5, Hope. A divine ability? Ning's greatest advantage was his azure flower mist energy, but there was no way to use it to execute divine abilities. For now, his golden idol and 3 heads, 6 arms were enough. A legacy? He was still missing the 4th Mirrors Now painting for the legacy of Emperor Mirrors Now. Senior apprentice Brother Woodflower, Ning said. Have you made your decision? Lord Woodflower looked at Ning. There's no need to choose right away. Think it over. You'll only have one opportunity to pick something of your choosing. After that, you'll have to pay a heavy price. I actually want to ask a question. Is it possible for the 12 palaces to acquire a copy of the 4th Mirrors Now painting? Ning asked. You already have the first 3? Lord Woodflower was surprised. Yes. Ning nodded. There was no need to hide this. The Sword Palace had many legacies, and Lord Woodflower himself was a supremely strong Downlord who was comparable to eternal emperors in power. I don't think the Sword Palace has a copy. Lord Woodflower pondered for a moment, then let out a laugh. Later, you should go to the Armaments Gorge and take a look for yourself. If they really don't have a copy, you can ask them to help out. They'll help you find a 4th copy in the Endless Territories. Given the might of the 12 palaces, I trust that they shouldn't find this to be an overly difficult task. But of course, you'll need to pay for it. Understood. Ning relaxed slightly. Emperor Mirrors Now was an extremely powerful eternal emperor, and he's still alive. Lord Woodflower let out a sigh. His legacy is an excellent one. Ning suddenly gave voice to something which had been puzzling him. Senior apprentice Brother Woodflower, there's something which has been bothering me. Advancing from the Samsara Downlord level to the Eternal Emperor level should represent an incredible increase in power, and I would imagine that anyone capable of becoming an Eternal Emperor should have been an extraordinary Downlord as well. Why, then, do I often hear about Downlords slaying emperors? Lord Woodflower was startled, and a complicated look appeared on his face. You were going to be told about this eventually. Lord Woodflower looked at Ning. Samsara Downlords all have their own paths, and different paths will result in different levels of difficulty in becoming eternal emperors. If you choose a simple path,
you will be fairly weak amongst your peers. As a Tao Lord of the 4th step, you probably won't be as strong as I was when I was a Tao Lord of the 3rd step. However, that will also make it somewhat easier for you on your road to gaining eternity. If you choose a difficult path, you will be extremely powerful. As a Tao Lord of the 4th step, you might even be able to slay some of the weaker eternal emperors. However, to succeed in your Tao merge on this difficult path and gain eternity will be even more difficult. Lord Woodflower looked at Ning. That is why there's an old axiom that has rung true for countless chaos cycles: the more powerful the Tao Lord, the less likely he will be successful in his Tao merge. The many freakishly strong Tao Lords that have appeared over the course of countless years have almost all failed in their Tao merge. Thus, Junior Apprentice Brother Dark North, you need to think over what path you would like to take. Shall you choose a path that is a simple one? Or a path that is a difficult one? Lord Woodflower looked at Ning. The difficult path means that it is guaranteed that every single step you take as a Tao Lord will be very dangerous, and your Tao merge will be even more difficult. However, you'll also be incredibly powerful and will be a dazzling figure amongst your peers. The simple path will be easier to walk, and in the end you will have a slightly larger chance of completing your Tao merge and gaining eternity. Ning was stunned by this revelation. Still, it made sense. He himself had already found the direction in which his Tao of the sword would lead. His path involved analyzing and dissecting all sword arts he encountered in order to better understand the fundamental essence of the sword. His goal was to infuse all of the mysteries of all sword arts into his own Tao of the sword. This path was an insanely ambitious one. To understand the fundamental essence of the sword and to absorb all of its mysteries meant that in the end, he would have developed what could be described as an ultimate, perfect sword art. Perfection was not so easily achieved. Ning had chosen an extremely difficult path. In truth, Ning could have chosen to walk a simpler path. For example, right now Ning was extremely skilled in defensive techniques. If he focused all his efforts on defense, things would be much easier for him. Why should cultivators fear difficulties? Ning laughed. Even if you choose the simpler path, perhaps less than 1 in 100,000 samsara Tao Lords shall gain eternity. It is best to follow your own heart and embark upon a path which is hard but glorious. That way, if you do become an eternal emperor, you'll be truly invincible and will have nothing and no one to be afraid of. Right. Lord Woodflower laughed loudly. In the endless territories, there are 3 almighty hegemons. All 3 were freakishly powerful Tao Lords who were capable of slaying eternal emperors, and they eventually were successful in breaking through to become eternal emperors. After they made their breakthroughs, no one has ever been able to shake them in their positions. To show our respect for them and in order to differentiate them from ordinary emperors, we revere with them the title of hegemon. The almighty hegemony of our own Brightshore Kingdom is one of the 3, and he has been alive for far longer than our 12 palaces have existed. Ning nodded. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, causing him to take a deep breath before asking the question which he cared about more than all other questions. Senior Apprentice Brother Woodflower, if a true soul is destroyed, is the almighty hegemon capable of reversing time to save it? In terms of mastery over spacetime, it was possible that the almighty hegemon was second to none in all the endless territories. Would it be possible for him to reverse the flow of spacetime and rescue Yue? Lord Woodflower was startled. He gave Ning a hard look. In the endless territories, there is indeed a legend that says it is possible to invert spacetime itself, allowing you to reach out into the distant past and bring back to life a person whose true soul has already been destroyed in the present day. However, I've heard that the person who uses this technique would have to pay an utterly ruinous price. I don't know if the almighty hegemon can accomplish this task, but even if he truly can, he wouldn't make it public. To invert spacetime and rescue a true soul from the distant past is something which would probably cause him to suffer heavy injuries. There's no way he would make something like this public. Lord Woodflower continued to look at Ning. Still, it is indeed true that if you can reach a profound enough level of insight, you can invert spacetime and bring someone back to life. However, it will be so difficult that very few of the ancient powers capable of doing it would actually be willing to carry it out.
Understood. Ning felt excited. Hope. He finally saw some hope.
Ning had always clung onto a dream which even he knew was unlikely. He had felt that theoretically, someone who had reached certain incredible heights in the manipulation of spacetime should be able to invert it and reach into the past to save a deceased true soul. However, there was no proof backing up this theory of his, but today, Lord Woodflower had personally verified that this was indeed possible. And in fact, the almighty Hegemon might be someone who was capable of such a thing. But of course, if Ning wasn't able to offer enough of an incentive and pay enough of a price, there was no way he would be able to convince the almighty Hegemon to do such a thing.
Senior apprentice sister. We will definitely be able to meet each other once again.
I don't care how long it takes. I'm going to work hard until the day I see you again. Ning closed his eyes. When he imagined that day in the distant future, he felt as though he could see Yue smiling at him from afar. Ning felt a warmth spread into his heart, filling him with strength and resolve.
Ning opened his eyes. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Brother Woodflower. Lord Woodflower nodded. Take some time and consider your choices. If you have any questions regarding the Tao of the Sword, you can go find me in my estate. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Brother Woodflower. Ning could sense Lord Woodflower's goodwill and felt quite grateful towards the man.
Lord Woodflower left, allowing Ning to search through the Pavilion of Mysteries by himself. The Windsmoke's Secret Art.
The normal price is 500,000 cubes of Chaos Nectar, and it involves the Endless Dark Divine Ability. The normal price is 300,000 cubes of Chaos Nectar.
These divine abilities and secret arts all had a simple explanation regarding how much one had to pay in Chaos Nectar in order to purchase them. The cheapest started off at 100,000 cubes, while the most expensive was as high as 3 million cubes. Even for Tao Lords, these techniques were truly consummate, killer techniques. Only in a place like the Sword Palace could one easily gain access to them.
In the outside world? Acquiring such techniques would be far more difficult. Ning was stunned. Novescence Fire, 1,000,000 cubes of Chaos Nectar.
This secret art was developed by Tao Lord All God.
Novescence Water, 1,000,000 cubes of Chaos Nectar.
Ning found 5 consecutive secret arts which had been developed by Tao Lord All God.
They even have Tao Lord All God's techniques?
Ning was rather surprised. The 5 secret arts he found were the Novescence Fire, Novescence Water, Novescence Earth, Novescence Wood, and Novescence Metal techniques. Ning carefully read through the other secret arts following them, only to find nothing else. Curious, Ning hurriedly ran over to the entrance to the Pavilion of Mysteries.
Have you chosen Dark North? The Guardian Golem, Sword 3, looked at Ning.
I saw 5 of the secret arts left behind by Tao Lord All God, Ning said.
But I heard that Tao Lord All God actually had 9 in total? Right. Tao Lord All God was an astonishingly talented man who was skilled in alchemy, artificing, rearing bug beasts, and more. He was a master of many different skills, and so he was an exceptional developer of secret arts as well. He created 9 mighty secret arts, and when those 9 secret arts came together they were able to unleash utterly shocking levels of power. Unfortunately, the Tao Alliance completely refuses to give us the entire thing. Sword 3 shook his head. The almighty Hegemon made a personal appearance and paid a considerable price, but was still only able to convince the Tao Alliance to give us 5 of the secret arts belonging to Tao Lord All God. The 4 remaining secret arts were even more powerful, but we weren't able to acquire them. Now Ning understood.
Ning had already come to a decision, but to be careful he still reviewed the basic descriptions of all the divine abilities and secret arts in the entire Pavilion of Mysteries. Each of the 5 secret arts of Tao Lord All God cost 1,000,000 cubes of Chaos Nectar, and every single one of those secret arts was enough to slay weak Tao Lords of the 4th step. These were terrifying killer techniques. Aside from the Tao of the sword, I have some affinity for lightning, water, and space. Lightning and water resonate with each other and can support each other. These were two naturally aligned elements. The 9 secret arts of Tao Lord All God were meant to be used together in a combination. I shall choose the Novescence Water secret art. Ning quickly made up his mind. Are you certain you wish to choose the Novescence Water secret art? Sword 3 looked at Ning. To tell you the truth, legacies are more important for world-level cultivators. I am certain. Ning nodded. All right. Sword 3 easily dispersed the restrictive spell covering the jade slip. Go ahead and learn it. Ning sent his senses into the slip, immediately swearing the relevant lifeblood oath and beginning to study the technique. Although the Novescence Water was very powerful, it was more of a soft, subtle technique. By contrast, the Novescence Thunder was a more dominating, destructive technique. Of the 9 secret arts, the 5 pertaining to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were slightly weaker, whereas the Novescence Thunder, Novescence Light, and the other 2 were slightly stronger. Time to go to the Armaments Gorge. After learning the secret art, Ning departed from the Pavilion of Mysteries and headed towards the Armaments Gorge. He had to acquire the 4th Mirror's Now painting as soon as possible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 6, Broken Sword? Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 6, Broken Sword? Ning hovered there in midair, staring downwards at the Armaments Gorge. He then immediately flew downwards and landed in front of an icy building that was erected within the gorge. This was the true Armaments Gorge. There were 2 golems guarding the gates to the building. Dark North greets you, Ning said courteously. Sword 5. Sword 6. The 2 golems introduced themselves. They both had stately, solemn auras of tremendous power. Ning walked past the gates, and the 2 golems let him enter unimpeded. Although there were many weapons and treasures stored here, not even eternal emperors were strong enough to seize them by force. The formations surrounding the most important parts of the 12 palaces had been personally established long ago by the almighty Hegemon himself, and the successive generations of geniuses in the 12 palaces had repeatedly strengthened them and reinforced them. By now, there were few to none in all the endless territories capable of breaking inside. What a treasure trove! As soon as Ning entered, he saw the divine swords that had been firmly planted into the ground. They were clustered tightly next to each other, and they all emanated auras of terrifying sword intent. Even the weakest sword was at least an eternal weapon. There was a stone steel next to every single sword, and each stone steel had a simple line of characters on them: 30,000 cubes, 90,000 cubes, 50,000 cubes. These were the prices of the swords, and the prices were actually quite low. Still, it hadn't been easy for the sword palaces to collect these wondrous weapons, and there was no way Ning and the others could simply take the swords away without paying anything at all. What is? Ning's gaze suddenly turned towards the distance, where he sensed an incredibly terrifying sword intent radiating from afar. Although it was quite a distance off, and although there were thousands of other swords there, Ning could sense that none of them were able to shake that terrifying sword intent in the slightest. It was a broken sword that was emanating that aura, and it was placed atop a table. This was the only sword in the entire Armaments Gorge which was placed on a table. A broken sword? Puzzled, Ning walked towards it to give it a careful look. It was broken in such a clean, natural way. It seems as though it was actually forged this way and meant to be this way. Ning quickly was able to tell that this sword wasn't actually broken, it was created this way. Rumble. Sword intent billowed out from the sword. Ning felt as though he was a tiny ship facing the wild waves of the ocean, about to be capsized at any moment. The incomparably ancient sword intent, it was the most terrifying sword intent Ning had ever sensed. The nameless sword art, violet jewel, the forest of sword pagodas, none of these things had ever given Ning such a sensation before. It was vast, it was awe-inspiring, and it was unfathomably ancient. It made Ning feel like he was back on Earth, staring into the endless sea of stars. When Ning reached within 30 meters of the broken sword, a surge of invisible force suddenly stopped him from moving any farther. No matter how Ning tried, he was unable to take so much as a single extra step. I actually can't go any closer to it? By now, Ning realized that there were no other swords within 30 meters of the broken sword. And it doesn't have a price tag on it? The other swords all had clearly labeled prices on the stone steels. Only this broken sword was different. There was nothing within 30 meters of it, not even a stone steel. Ning gave it a long, deep look, firmly engraving it into his memory. Roughly a third of the armament's gorge was set aside for swords. The rest was used to hold many other types of treasures and unique artifacts, and they too had prices listed next to them. 50,000 cubes. 2 million cubes. 10 million cubes. 110,000 cubes. The treasures and artifacts all had different prices. Ning wanted to acquire Dao lightning. Things like water smoke lightning, fire cloud lightning, or azure wood lightning represented the 5 elements and thus were fairly cheap, requiring roughly 200,000 cubes. Other types of Dao lightning, however, were much more expensive. The World Berry lightning cost 1.9 million cubes, and it was the most expensive of the 9 types of Dao lightning which Ning needed. Ning was able to acquire all 9 types of Dao lightning here in the Armament's Gorge, but the price was quite steep. The Armament's Gorge even had a 10th type of Dao lightning that was naturally formed. This lightning was known as the All-Heaven lightning and cost 10 million cubes, and it could only be used if one was willing to swear a lifeblood oath. The All-Heaven lightning could only be harvested by the almighty Hegemon himself, and it was unique to the Brightshore Kingdom. If any of the other supreme organizations wished to acquire the All-Heaven lightning, they would have to pay an utterly shocking fee to the Brightshore Kingdom. Only for actual members of the Brightshore Kingdom would such a low price of 10 million cubes be accepted. Dao Lord All God himself was only able to acquire 9 suitable types of Dao lightning, at which point he created his Novescence Thunder. Ning couldn't help but sigh. But the Brightshore Kingdom actually has 10 types. Ning's horizons truly were broadened after he spent some time wandering through the Armament's Gorge. He finally began to realize how many treasures existed in the primordial chaos. Dark North, done already? Sword 5, one of the 2 golems guarding outside, asked Ning curiously, "What treasure have you chosen?" "I was looking for but unable to find 9 types of divine water, including netherstring water and wormwind water," Ning said. He was going to train in the Novescence water, secret art, and needed 9 types of water. Fire could be classified into Elder Fire, such as Golden Solar Fire, Chaos Fire, and Dao Fire. The same was true for water. When elder gods or ancestral immortals were touched by wormwind water, they would find their bodies riddled with holes. Even their true soul would begin to collapse. "Oh, Chaos Water?" The nearby Sword 6 said in a low voice, "The Sword Palace doesn't have low-level water like that. One of the other palaces, the Palace of Kind Water, definitely has it. If you really need it, we can have the Kind Water Palace deliver it to you." "I need 9 types of Chaos Water." Ning carefully listed out the number types of Chaos Water he needed. The Novescence water was also divided into 2 parts. The upper part involved using 9 types of Chaos Water, while the lower part involved using 9 types of Dao Water. This was a technique which was on par with the Novescence lightning. However, because of certain innate properties of lightning, the Novescence Thunder was slightly more powerful. Once these 2 techniques were used in unison, then they would become much more powerful, especially considering that water and lightning were mutually complementary elements. It must be understood that when Dao Lord All God used all 9 secret arts together, he had been able to suppress even eternal emperors. Right. In the Armament's Gorge, I was only able to find a copy of the 3rd Mirror's Now painting?
Ning looked at Sword 5 and Sword 6. That's the only one we have, Sword 5 said.
Emperor Mirrors now was a rather dissolute and wanton figure, but his sword arts were exceedingly profound.
Countless world-level cultivators were driven mad with lust for his paintings.
If it wasn't for the fact that only world-level cultivators are permitted to study from his legacies, they would probably be much more expensive.
Ning agreed with this assessment.
Emperor Mirrorsnow's legacies actually provided even downlords with good experience.
If downlords could learn from them, the price would become astonishingly high.
The only reason why the price was fairly low was because Emperor Mirrors now had decreed that only world-level cultivators could study his legacy.
How much money could a world-level cultivator possibly have?
Still, every single painting was usually worth around 100,000 cubes of chaos nectar.
I need the fourth Mirrors Now painting, Ning said.
The fourth? Sword 5 and Sword 6 exchanged a glance.
It isn't present within the Brightshore Kingdom.
We'll need to rely on the strength and reach of the 12 palaces in order to find it somewhere else in the primordial chaos, Sword 5 said.
If you want us to do that, before we begin, you'll have to pay a certain amount of chaos nectar as a deposit. Also, if you search for one specific painting, it'll probably end up costing you much more money.
I can accept any price under 500,000 cubes, Ning said.
That's fine, then. Sword 5 nodded.
Generally speaking, it costs us around 200,000 cubes when we purchase one from the outside world.
It'll just take us a bit of time. 300,000 cubes is usually the maximum.
Just wait for me to send word.
Once the 12 palaces find the fourth Mirrors Now painting, I'll immediately inform you. How long will it take, roughly? Ning asked.
Anywhere from 10 years to 1,000 years. Sword 5 was rather smug.
The 12 palaces are quite influential in the endless territories. Ning was speechless.
Many of the downlords of the 12 palaces had been abducted from other places when they were at the world level. Ning himself was a good example of this. He had been a member of Vast Heaven Palace, which was under the Dao Alliance. He was now here in the Brightshore Kingdom, but it was guaranteed that there was no way he would separate himself from the Dao Alliance. This was the reason why the 12 palaces had such influence throughout the endless territories.
Within the gorge, I found a broken sword that I couldn't even get close to, Ning suddenly said.
Couldn't get close to? Sword 5 was startled for a moment, then nodded.
That means you two aren't destined to be together. Not destined?
Ning was puzzled.
What, did you think that it was some sort of a formation preventing you from moving closer to it? Sword 5 asked. Wasn't it? Ning was even more puzzled now.
The nearby Sword 6 said, of course not. The formations within the armaments gorge are only there to prevent you from taking away the treasures without paying the price. Generally speaking, you can get close to and touch the weapons.
You were able to do so with the other weapons, right?
But that broken sword is so innately powerful that it can actually prevent you from going too close to it. Only one with the right karmic destiny will be permitted to move close to it.
If it refuses to acknowledge you, there is nothing you can do. Sword 5 glanced at Ning.
Not even the 2 palace lords of our sword palace were acknowledged by it.
After its previous master perished, it has stayed by itself in the armaments gorge.
It has been silent for a long, long time.
Ning blinked. All right, then.
If even the palace lords, the vice palace lords, and the countless generations of Dao lords had failed to receive its approval, it only made sense that Ning himself was unable to receive its approval as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 27, Chapter 7, The Blazing Beast.
Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 7, The Blazing Beast. Ning knew very well that the Endless Territories was a place filled with countless marvelous treasures. It wasn't surprising for this particular treasure to have no affinity for him. It was already lucky enough for him to have gained the 9 Chaos Seals. Master. After leaving Armaments Gorge, Ning once more reunited with Su Yuji. Let's find a place to live first. Ning and Su Yuji flew through the skies. Suddenly, they saw a solitary mountain peak that jutted high up into the skies, surrounded by clouds and mist. This was one of the taller mountains in the Sword Palace. There were only so many formal members of the Sword Palace, after all. Most people could easily find a place of their choosing within the Sword Palace, so long as there was no one else already there. Ning waved a finger from afar. Whoosh! An estate suddenly appeared in midair, then descended upon the top of the mountain. From this day forth, this estate shall be our residence in the Sword Palace. Ning looked at Su Yuji. Right, Yuji. The 12 palaces all have space-time transfer arrays connecting them together. You can give the Palace of Fire a shot. Perhaps you'll be granted entry into it. He wasn't going to be able to give her much advice in the Tao of Fire. She'd have to rely on herself for everything. I have to say, now that I've wandered through the Sword Palace, I do feel a bit jealous. Su Yuji grinned. Although I know my chances aren't that great, I'll still give it a shot. Ning nodded. The sword pagodas towered around everything around them. It was as though countless ancient powers were standing there in front of Ning. As Ning walked through the forest of sword pagodas, his heart was filled with amazement and regret. So many major powers who had been the dominant forces of their time, who had been able to defeat even eternal emperors, had all passed away. The number of Tao Lords in the Sword Palace who were able to live for more than 100,000 chaos cycles could be counted on 2 hands. This was the unstoppable, ruinous power of time. If I am to become an eternal emperor, then I wish to become one who was akin to the almighty Hegemon. Otherwise, I would rather become one of those Tao Lords capable of slaying emperors. I have to become powerful enough to convince the almighty Hegemon or someone on his level to rescue and revive my wife. A dreamy look was in Ning's eyes. If I could bring her back, me, her, and Bright Moon would be together once more. Our family of 3 would be together again. Even if I eventually fail my Tao merge and perish, it will all have been worth it. Although Tao Lords walked a fine line between life and death with each step, even those who failed their Tao merge would be able to live extremely long lives. If their family of 3 was able to live together in peace for some time, Ning would be satisfied. Ning's greatest regret was, his wife Yue had perished shortly after giving birth to Bright Moon. Whoosh! Ning waved his hand, causing a thatched cottage to suddenly appear next to him. This thatched cottage was actually Ning's temporal acceleration treasure. Ning had made a few cosmetic alterations to it. Ning entered the thatched cottage, then sat down in the lotus position. He set the flow of time to 100 times the normal rate, then turned his gaze towards the distant sword pagodas. So many supreme sword arts for me to analyze, and in fact, every single sword art is filled with the sword intent of its creator. Ning couldn't help but sigh at this. For most cultivators, greed was not a good thing. In fact, if you learn too many techniques, you might end up losing yourself or your own way. However, Ning's path was a path that began from understanding the fundamental essence of the sword, and it was a path he would walk by analyzing and dissecting all other sword arts, absorbing their best parts into his own, Bright Moon, sword art. The Bright Moon, sword art was still quite young and incomplete, but Ning had chosen a path where he would use it to embody all the mysteries of the Tao of the sword. This path Ning had chosen was a very difficult path. It had been a blurry, unclear path for Ning back when he was in the 3 realms, but the guidance Tao Lord Soulsky had given Ning had made everything clear. He had analyzed thousands of sword arts in the All-God Estate, and now he had arrived in the most sacred part of the Sword Palace, the Forest of Sword Pagodas. There are 83,612 sword pagodas here, many of which are comparable to my, nameless, sword art. I have to treasure this opportunity. Having come from the 3 realms, Ning knew exactly how precious this opportunity was. It must be understood that the reason why none of the others had been able to reach the world level was because they had no access to good techniques. This was true for Ning's own master, Subhuti, as well as the martyrs such as Hoi or Three Purities. It was only in recent years that Ning's primal twin had begun to transmit more information regarding the Tao back home. However, this opportunity in the Sword Palace was truly priceless, and Ning valued it immensely. He was the second person to leave the Three Realms, with Mother Nuwa being the first. He didn't know what had happened to Mother Nuwa, but he was determined to seize this opportunity to make himself as strong as he possibly could. Su Yuji stood outside the forest of sword pagodas, staring at that distant form which was seated in that thatched cottage. The white-robed youth was completely absorbed with meditating on his sword arts, and countless streams of sword force began to naturally manifest in the area around him, followed by one sword stance after another. These things manifested whenever Ning had a new insight. Master has never had a truly excellent teacher who was able to give him any good guidance. Now, after so long, he has finally reached a truly holy place for cultivation. I imagine this will result in his power skyrocketing. He'll be even more dazzling than before, Su Yuji murmured silently to herself. I have to work hard as well. Now that I have the legacy of Feishian the Exalted, I should be able to provide him with some assistance. All this time, it had been Ning helping Su Yuji rather than vice versa. She felt grateful, but she also wanted to be able to do something for him. Time to go to the Palace of Fire. Su Yuji turned her head and departed. The 12 palaces were all linked together by space-time transfer arrays. So many world-level cultivators here? When Su Yuji arrived at the Palace of Fire, she saw numerous world-level cultivators on the path before her seated in the lotus position. She walked forwards, quickly reaching the end of the path. Halt! Suddenly, a black-armored Dao-lord barked out at Su Yuji. I wish to join the Palace of Fire, Su Yuji said. You'll have to wait. In about half a month, the next batch of world-level cultivators will be permitted to take part in the trials. The black-armored Dao-lord gave her a cold look. You world-level cultivators are only permitted to remain on this path. You are not permitted to go into other parts of the palace without prior permission. If you do, the restrictive spells here will automatically activate and burn you to a crisp. Understood. Su Yuji immediately nodded. When she had entered the Sword Palace, she had been alongside Ji Ning, and so the black-armored Dao-lord had been fairly courteous to her. Normally, however, the black-armored Dao-lords were quite cold and indifferent to these applicants. There were simply too many of them, after all. Another half-month. Su Yuji found an empty spot and sat down in the lotus position. Another newcomer. There really are a lot of people who wish to join the Palace of Fire. Just a few hundred meters away from Su Yuji was a chubby youth dressed in fiery robes. The chubby youth mumbled to himself, I'm a venerable grandmaster of alchemy, but I not only was rejected by the Palace of Spacetime, I even failed the trials of the Palace of Fire. Ugh! What should I do? Why the hell isn't there a Palace of Alchemy? The chubby youth shook his head. I'm skilled in alchemy, spacetime, and fire, but I wasn't able to pass the trials of either the Palace of Spacetime or the Palace of Fire, the chubby youth sighed. It seems I'll have to seek out Brother Darknorth and ask him to help. He definitely entered one of the 12 palaces. If I follow him, things will be a bit easier for me. This chubby youth was World God Pilsaint. He truly was an unlucky fellow. He himself was an extremely skilled, Grandmaster-level alchemist and pillmaker. Why would a person like him be forced to engage in combat? In the past, he had to simply wave his hand and whatever he wished would be carried out, and his master would often give him advice with regards to alchemy. Who would have thought that he would suddenly be abducted to the Astral Islands? In the Astral Islands, combat was all that mattered. Who cared about you being an alchemist? He had started off with an eternal weapon, but as soon as he arrived he had been robbed of it. Thankfully, alchemy required high levels of insight into both fire and spacetime, and he was quite skilled in both. This was why he had been able to survive for so long, but accumulating a complete legacy and being able to escape was incredibly difficult. It was all thanks to Ning's assistance that he had been lucky enough to survive. His skill in alchemy made his life in the Brightshore Kingdom an easy one, which was why he was able to reach the 12 palaces. Alas, his skills weren't enough for him to enter the 12 palaces.
I'll keep trying.
The trials for the Spacetime Palace were too difficult, but if I improve a bit in the Tao of Fire I might be able to make it into the Fire Palace. World God Pilsaint gritted his teeth. He was determined to make something of this. He knew that entering the Palace of Fire would be a tremendous boon, and he deeply desired to succeed. Although Su Yuji and Pilsaint were just a few hundred meters from each other, neither knew each other. The Imperial Palace of the Brightshore Kingdom. Whoosh! A blazing beast of fire was racing through the void of space. There were a few chaos stars in this vast region, which was part of the Brightshore Kingdom's even vaster Imperial Palace. This was the place where the almighty Hegemon usually rested and resided. The blazing beast was racing happily through it. Ever since it had been captured, it had been living a terrifying life of danger and adventure. Although a powerful member of his race known as King Wu had been keeping eyes on it, it had still been worried that it might die at any moment. Thus, it had never dared to relax in the slightest. But now, it had finally survived and succeeded. Child.
An enormous behemoth appeared within the emptiness of space.
When the behemoth stared at the blazing beast, its eyes were filled with warmth.
Hegemon.
The blazing beast was so frightened that it immediately came to a halt and stood there obediently. It already knew that the almighty Hegemon was the most powerful member of their race. Ever since you were born, you have been training by yourself. You are still too young. Most of your time has been spent in slumber. Although you didn't spend too much time in the abyss of the Astral Islands, you have still improved significantly.
You are now qualified to enter the Arceus region. The giant behemoth's head spoke out. The Arceus region?
The blazing beast was puzzled.
Where, exactly?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 8, The Arceus Region. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 8, The Arceus Region. As the almighty Hegemon used his true form to chat with the blazing beast, something else was happening at another part of the Imperial Palace, a place where there were 13 royal thrones.
One of the thrones was as white as snow.
The other 12 were golden in color.
A white-bearded, snowy-robed old man with 6 horns was seated atop the snowy white throne.
The other 12 golden thrones were occupied by 12 golden armored figures, and Tao Lord Woodflower was one of them.
I have summoned you all because there is something I wish to discuss with you. The 6-horned, white-bearded old man smiled.
As you all know, my race just gained a new member. This kid was born with exceptional innate gifts, and in 1,000 short years he's managed to escape the abyss below the Astral Islands. Even amongst my Imperials, he is a rare breed who stands at the very top.
Congratulations, Hegemon.
I am confident that this child shall soon reach the king level of power in your clan. The Brightshore Imperials have gained yet another expert. The 12 golden armored figures belonged to the 12 palaces, and they all spoke some words of flattery. Still, these words were also words of truth. The dark abyss below the Astral Islands was reserved for tempering and training new members of the Imperial race. Generally speaking, the new members of the race had been wandering the outside world alone and didn't really have any good teachers. Most of them needed to spend a long period of time in the abyss before overcoming its trials. In addition, the Imperials were so few in number that every new addition to their race was a cause for celebration. A new Imperial who was exceptionally talented was even more precious. The almighty Hegemon beamed merrily. Clearly, he was in an excellent mood. This young fellow is so talented that I wish to send him into one of the alternate universes.
Alternate universe? An alternate universe? The faces of the 12 golden armored figures turned pale. Hegemon, none of us have ever been to that place before. They all began to worry. Don't worry, the Hegemon said. As you know, when I was meditating on the Tao of spacetime, I once discovered traces of a completely different universe within the flows of spacetime and opened up a transversal conduit to it. Our two universes have different essences, which has an impact on my transversal conduit. Only those below the Tao Lord level of power are able to enter, but I was able to let my will slowly seep into that alternate universe and seduce some of its local lifeforms to come to our universe. Quite a few world-level cultivators from that universe have passed through my transversal conduit to come to our universe. I've gone through their memories and have learned quite a bit regarding that universe. The Hegemon had discovered an alternate universe, had opened a transversal conduit to it, and then had been able to force his will through the conduit, even though he himself wasn't able to pass through it. The almighty Hegemon's powers truly were quite terrifying. But, that's still an alternate universe. The 12 golden armored powers were all quite wary. The endless territories. It was a place that was so incredibly vast that it was still filled with many places which no one had ever explored. Many who broke through to become eternal emperors eventually left to wander the territories, only to never be heard from again. However, in the eyes of the greatest powers, this infinitely vast region known as the Endless Territories was actually merely just a single universe. Each universe had its own prime essences. An alternate universe referred to a region which seemed similar but which had its own set of prime essences. For example, the prime essence of the Tao of the Sword in this universe would be different from that of the alternate universe. Thus, one could easily sense when one was in an alternate universe, as even the prime essences would be different. When I sent my will into that alternate universe, I was able to skin quite a few chaos worlds close to the exit of my conduit, the almighty Hegemon said. I've been watching this universe for many years, and now know quite a few things about it. There aren't that many differences between our two universes. The main difference is that cultivators in the Endless Territories are spread out across many different organizations, but the alternate universe has a single unified power ruling over it. The Hegemon continued, in the alternate universe, there is a place known as the Arceus region. Countless cultivators in that universe deeply desire to enter the Arceus region, and even many Tao Lords dream of having a chance to enter it. However, only a tiny number are able to enter it, but those who enter and then come out alive again are all strengthened dramatically. The almighty Hegemon let out a sigh. Although it might be a bit dangerous, cultivators who live in perfect safety will get soft. They won't be able to make it far on their paths. When you live on the edge between life and death, you'll encounter many dangers but also encounter many miracles. The young fella's level of talent is so great that it is rare even amongst members of my race. I've prepared quite a few dangerous regions for him to test himself against, and the Arceus region of the alternate universe is the first place and an extremely important place. If he can survive it, he'll definitely have undergone utterly earth-shaking transformations. In addition, once he is able to unify the mysteries of both our universe and the alternate universe, his future potential will be truly unlimited, the almighty Hegemon said. The 12 golden armored experts grew increasingly interested as they listened to the Hegemon speak. It was true that the path of cultivation had to be a path filled with danger. Only by experiencing more things and seeing more wonders would one be able to walk farther along one's path. For example, if Ning had always trained by himself without going out adventuring, how strong could he possibly become? It was due to his adventures that he had first gone to the All-God Estate, then to the Bright Shore Kingdom. This was why he had grown so strong, so quickly. This alternate universe, it was a place which most likely no one in all the Endless Territories had ever visited. When the almighty Hegemon had created his transversal conduit, it had been limited by the differences in the laws between the two universes. As a result, only those below the Tao Lord level of power could use it. Hegemon, will members of the 12 palaces also be permitted to go? Tao Lord Thousand Waves suddenly asked. Right, Hegemon.
The 12 palaces have quite a few talented world-level cultivators as well. Downlord Puregood of the Palace of Fire was a man with a full red beard, and his face was red with excitement right now. If the hegemon was going to send one of his own clansmen into that alternate universe, it meant that he probably felt confident in his clansman's chances. It must be understood that the hegemon was extremely protective of his clansmen. The entire reason he had founded the Brightshore Kingdom and developed the 12 palaces was so that there would be more protectors for his race. Given that the Blazing Beast was an incredibly talented member of his race, although the Downlords didn't know much about this Arceus region, they felt certain that it would be a good place. They naturally had to try and win a chance for their people to enter it as well. I've invited you all to come here precisely because of this matter. Over the course of countless years, I've managed to seduce many world-level cultivators into entering our universe, and I managed to acquire a number of Arceus medallions from them. You must have an Arceus medallion in order to enter the Arceus region, but of course, that'll only be enough to gain entry. You will still have to face and overcome all the dangers inside the region itself, the almighty hegemon said. I'm not completely confident in the young fellow's chances, which is why I've come to ask you for your help. I would like for the 12 palaces to choose 4 other world-level cultivators to accompany him. I have 5 Arceus medallions. That means a total of 5 world-level cultivators, the almighty hegemon said. Choose 4 from the 12 palaces. They shall work together with that young fellow of my race, and they'll all stand a better chance as a result. Agreed. Absolutely. They all nodded. The Brightshore Kingdom was one of the supreme organizations of the Endless Territories, after all. If they were only permitted to choose 4 world-level cultivators, they would most assuredly choose freaks that were strong enough to defeat ordinary Downlords of the first step. If they went into the alternate universe, they most likely would stand a good chance of overcoming the Arceus region. Just 4, hegemon? Can't we bring a few more? Downlord Thousand Waves immediately said. Hegemon, just 4, it'll be a bit hard to choose. Just 4 for all 12 of our palaces? Our Palace of the Saber alone has more than 8 Saber Lords at the world level. Everyone present began to feel a bit frustrated. The almighty hegemon simply said, Virtulo and Eastcult are peerless geniuses, the likes of which even our Brightshore Kingdom only sees once in countless eons. In addition, both of them are most likely preparing to become Downlords soon. There's no need for them to go. The 12 golden armored figures all nodded in agreement. Virtulo and Eastcult could be said to have reached the true apex of power for world-level cultivators. There was no point to them tempering themselves at the world level any longer, especially Virtulo. Even prior to joining the 12 palaces, Virtulo had already reached the utmost peak of what even geniuses could reach. Eastcult, at least, had only reached that level after joining the Palace of the Saber and training in it for a period of time. The 2 of them are exempted. Aside from them, any member of the 12 palaces who have been acknowledged by their respective pagodas shall be considered, the hegemon said. The 12 palaces each had a forest of pagodas. The one in the Sword Palace was known as the Forest of Sword Pagodas, whereas the one in the Fire Palace was known as the Forest of Fire Pagodas. The names were all fairly similar, and the concepts were the same. The world-level cultivators in the 12 palaces had to reach extremely high levels of mastery in irrelevant Dao in order to be acknowledged by the pagodas. The Sword Palace only had 6 Sword Lords. As for the Saber Palace, it had 8 Saber Lords. However, since Eastcult was excluded, it only had 7. Aside from Virtulo and Eastcult, the 12 palaces have a total of 66 world-level cultivators who have been acknowledged by their respective pagodas, Downlord Thousand Waves said. How are we supposed to choose? 4 out of 66. I imagine all of them would badly desire to enter this Arceus region. A chance to enter an alternate universe, it truly was a chance which, once missed, might never come again. No rush. That young fellow has just recently returned from the Astral Islands Abyss. I need to teach him quite a few techniques first, the almighty hegemon said. I'll keep a close eye on him. When he is fully prepared, I'll choose the 4 strongest cultivators. The almighty Hegemon waved his hand, causing a series of images to appear in the empty air around him. A total of 66 scenes appeared, with the 66 candidates having appeared within them. These were all candidates who had been acknowledged by their respective pagodas. And of course, Ning wasn't one of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 9, The Full Mirrors Now Set. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 9, The Full Mirrors Now Set. The Saber Palace won't push for too much. 2 slots is enough. In Wind, there's only 4 slots total. Your Saber Palace wishes to take half of them? We might even take 3. The 12 golden armored powers began to chat amongst themselves while they evaluated the 66 figures that had appeared in midair. They were actually quite familiar with most of the stronger world-level cultivators in every palace, and it was true that the Saber Palace held the most outstanding world-level cultivators of this generation. Prior to Berchalu's arrival, East Cult of the Saber Palace had been the indisputably most powerful world-level cultivator in the 12 palaces. As for the other Saber Lords, they were all shockingly powerful as well. When the Vice Palace Lord of the Saber Palace, Dowlord In Wind, spoke of possibly taking 3 slots, he wasn't exaggerating. There was a reason why this generation of world-level cultivators in the Saber Palace were all so strong. It was because the current Palace Lord of the Saber Palace was Palace Lord Dawnstar. Lord Dawnstar was indisputably the most powerful expert amongst all the Dowlords of the 12 palaces. In fact, even if you looked at all of the Dowlords belonging to the various organizations of the Endless Territories, Lord Dawnstar would rank in the top 3. He was such a freakishly strong figure that he had needed just 3 strokes of his saber to slay an eternal emperor. He was also a Verge-level Dowlord, and one could imagine how difficult the Dow he had chosen was. To successfully Dow-merge would be incredibly difficult, and so he focused almost all of his efforts on it. However, for a period of time he had actually chosen to teach the world-level disciples of the Saber Palace in an extremely earnest, diligent manner. Those world-level cultivators had all received the personal, attentive guidance of Lord Dawnstar. He had spent 10 million years educating them, then had left the Brightshore Kingdom and gone off to adventure through other places. To teach others was also a form of training, in and of itself. To Lord Dawnstar, it was just one of many things he was doing to prepare for his Dow-merge, but to those world-level cultivators it had been a stroke of tremendous karmic fortune. Lord Dawnstar was definitely one of the top 3 experts of the Tao of the Saber in all the Endless Territories, even if one factored in the various Eternal Emperors. And thus, this generation of world-level experts in the Palace of the Saber all became incredibly strong, and the geniuses among their ranks became even more dazzling. The Palace of the Sword. Palace Lord. 3 world-level cultivators bowed respectfully. Lord Woodflower was seated in the lotus position as he looked back at the 3 of them. His true body was here in the Sword Palace, the one which had been in the Imperial Palace was merely an incarnation. A great opportunity has come before you, Lord Woodflower said. Oh? Sword Lord Wildfire, Sword Lord Ichang, and Sword Lord Graceless Eyes all lit up. The other 3 Sword Lords are returning from elsewhere in the Brightshore Kingdom. The 6 of you will need to make some immediately preparations, Lord Woodflower said. Berchalu and East Cult aside, all of the world-level cultivators acknowledged by the pagodas shall have a chance to win this chance. However, in the end, only 4 will succeed. Sword Lord Wildfire and the others were all surprised upon hearing this. Those acknowledged by the pagodas were all capable of breaking through to become Dowlords at any time, and they would all become extraordinary Dowlords. If only 4 were to be chosen, what sort of opportunity was this? Make your preparations. I hope that at least one of the 4 will be from our Palace of the Sword. Lord Woodflower sighed. Don't worry, Palace Lord. We will all work hard.
The 3 sword lords present were all filled with resolve and determination. However, Lord Woodflower knew that determination alone wasn't enough. Everyone acknowledged by the pagodas was filled with determination. In the end, strength was what would matter. Alas, this generation of world-level experts from the Palace of the Saber were simply too strong. In the following days, those who had been acknowledged by the pagodas were all secretly summoned back from throughout the adventuring areas within the Brightshore Kingdom by the various leaders of the 12 palaces. The Palace of the Sword. The Tao Lord Cloudworld. Whoosh! A white-robed youth appeared out of nowhere within the skies of the Tao Lord Cloudworld. He looked quite bedraggled, and his body was covered with bloody scars. However, he quickly became clean once more after a bit of light flashed over his body. Ning hadn't even heard the news about this exciting opportunity. As a result, he continued to live a relaxed and happy life. Life really was quite relaxed and exciting. The reason why Ning had focused on the Tao of the sword for so long was because he truly did love training with the sword. This was a love that came from the bottom of his heart, and the feeling of continuing to improve with the sword was absolutely intoxicating for him. As for the Sword Palace, it was a holy land for sword practitioners. This is absolutely wonderful. I can spend a few hundred years meditating in the forest of sword pagodas and gain many new ideas, then enter the Tao Lord Cloudworld and use them in actual battle to further verify and refine my sword arts. Ning flew through the skies in a very pleased manner. It had been 20 years since he had entered the Sword Palace, but his temporal acceleration treasure made it so that he had actually engaged in 2,000 years of cultivation. He had already tried out the Tao Lord Cloudworld on numerous occasions by now. Yuji still isn't back? Ning glanced sideways at his distant estate at the peak of the mountain. Su Yuji still had yet to return. It seems she has completely set her mind upon entering the Palace of Fire. Suddenly. Junior Apprentice Brother Darknoth. Junior Apprentice Brother Dark North. Shouts rang out from afar. Ning turned his head, only to see a tall, muscular, heavily bearded Tao Lord dressed in black armor fly towards him. Senior Apprentice Brother, you are. Ning truly didn't recognize this person. The Sword Palace had quite a few black-armored Tao Lords, and Ning had spent most of his time training and very little time in making friends. He truly didn't know many people in the Sword Palace. My name is Jiwan, the black-armored Tao Lord said. Sword 5 of Armament Scourge asked me to send word for you to go meet him. Sword 5? Ning's eyes lit up. Sword 5 was a golem. Golems focused exclusively on their duty, which meant Sword 5 wouldn't summon him without a reason. Ning had long ago purchased the Novescence Water, which meant the only thing still pending at the Armaments Gorge was his request for them to help him purchase the 4th Mirror's Now painting. Thank you, Tao Lord Jiwan, Ning said, then immediately flew away from his estate. Ning descended upon the Armaments Gorge, then immediately turned to look at Sword 5 and Sword 6. They each stood to one side of the entranceway. Dark North. Sword 5 nodded at him. Is it the Mirror's Now painting? Ning couldn't help but blurt out. Aren't you the impatient one? Sword 5 chuckled. Ning grinned as well. How can I not be? When I joined the Sword Palace, I didn't choose a legacy. Because Ning already had access to Emperor Mirrorsnow's legacy, the other legacies in the Sword Palace really weren't of interest to Ning. Although the Sword Palace did have legacies left behind by eternal emperors, they could only be chosen after Ning was acknowledged by the Sword Pagodas and passed the trials the eternal emperors had left behind. Ning clearly didn't fulfill these requirements at present, and the other legacies were clearly inferior to Emperor Mirrorsnow's. You were wise not to choose, Sword 5 said. Your luck wasn't bad. We didn't need to spend too much effort in finding this 4th painting. However, the other party probably was able to guess that you cared deeply about this painting, and so he gave a rather high price. You have to pay 300,000 cubes. Nin nodded. The 12 palaces had certain rules governing them.
If you send out word through the 12 palaces that you wished for the Downlords to help you find a certain item, there would be many Downlords who would help out. However, only the person who successfully located the treasure you wanted would be given a commission in thanks, as well as the Downlord who helped escort the treasure back to the palaces. The total commission given would be 10%. The other Downlords would have done all their work for nothing. Here are the 330,000 cubes. Ning handed a gourd over to Sword 5, who accepted and inspected it. Whoosh! Sword 5 waved his hand, causing a painting which emanated sword key to fly out from deep within the armament's gorge. This painting depicted an image of an icy, snowy land. Take it. Sword 5 handed it over to Ning. Ning couldn't disguise his excitement as he accepted this painting of an icy snowland. Finally! He finally found it. Emperor Mirrors now had never accepted any true disciples, and so before he decided to go off adventuring he had produced these 10 sets of paintings and spread them out into the universe. Those world-level cultivators who collected a full set of 4 and overcame his trials would become his personal disciples. A personal disciple of an eternal emperor? Since he dared make the claim that those who acquired a full set would become his personal disciple, I imagine I won't be disappointed by the legacy he left behind. Ning was filled with eagerness. Some legacies merely involved individual techniques or abilities. Others had more thought put into them, such as World God Northrest, who had worked hard to set up those 98 stone steels to guide Ning. As for the best ones, they included divine abilities, treasures, secret arts, and more. Taoist 3 Lives was a classic example. He had left behind everything for his successor. I wonder what Emperor Mirrors now left behind. Now that I have the full set, all I need to do is pass the 4th and final trial. I've already passed the first 3 trials, only the last one remains. Ning immediately picked up the painting and put it away. Thank you. Ning expressed his thanks to Sword 5 and Sword 6, then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. Ning quickly returned to his own immortal estate. Swoosh! He flew into his estate, then shut the gates with a loud bang. No one would be able to bother him now. Even if Su Yuji returned, she would have to stay outside and wait for him. Ning absolutely would not let anyone disturb him at all right now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 10, The Personal Disciple of an Eternal Emperor. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 10, The Personal Disciple of an Eternal Emperor. The World Within the 4th Painting. Whoosh! A cold wind howled through as snow drifted through the skies. This was a world of ice and snow. Ning appeared out of nowhere. He swept the area with his gaze, then began to walk towards a distant thatched hut. A white-haired, grim-looking man was seated in the lotus position within the thatched hut. In front of him was a flagon of wine that was surrounded by flames. Also on the table, next to the wine, was an ordinary sword. Ning looked at the white-haired man. What, has Downlord Flylead gained yet another disciple in his Snowsword sect? The white-haired man looked at Ning. Downlord Flylead? I don't know him. Ning shook his head. Oh? The white-haired man glanced at Ning in surprise. In this chaos cycle, Downlord Flylead has sent more than 10 world-level cultivators to duel with me in swordplay. Although he himself isn't that strong, he's still a Downlord of the 3rd step. Are you actually strong enough to seize the 4th painting from him by force? Ning instantly understood. This painting had been in the hands of a Downlord, and one who often sent different disciples into this place to duel in swordplay. It made sense. The first Mirrors Now painting had been in the hands of Downlord Windsource, after all. I'm not currently capable of seizing treasures from a Downlord of the 3rd step. I bought it, Ning said. I have already defeated the Emperor, the Fisherman, and the Assassin.
Now, the only one left is you. You've already defeated the other three?
Light flashed through the eyes of the previously calm-looking man, and a desire to do battle began to radiate from him. He stretched his hand out, picking up the sword from the table as he rose to his feet. He slowly walked out of his thatched hut, his gaze focused on Ning.
You can address me as swordsman. Swordsman? Ning was stunned.
The man asked him to address him as swordsman. Ning had the sense that this person wasn't going to be easy to deal with.
I am the final trial for you.
The white-haired man stood there atop the snow, staring at Ning. Draw your sword.
All right. With a flash, a frost ice sword appeared in Ning's eyes.
The two were merely competing in swordplay, and so they would refrain from using divine abilities or special treasures. Swish! Ning was the first to strike. His sword light flashed, causing his power to condense so tightly that it didn't even have any impact at all on the snowflakes falling around it.
It wasn't necessarily true that a loud commotion and grand display of might meant that a person was strong. Dao lightning was a good example of this. When its power was unchained and flailed out randomly, its power was somewhat weakened.
Only by focusing it tightly and using it against a single opponent would it unleash its maximum power. The same was true for sword arts.
Clang!
The white-haired man struck out as well. The swords of both moved vastly faster than the limits of the heavenly Daos, vastly faster than the speed of light. If ordinary mortals were watching, in fact, if celestial immortals or empyrean gods were watching, they would only see two blurs flickering. They wouldn't even see any sword light, because the swords were moving faster than they could see. The two constantly flashed and flickered through the falling snow, their sword light clashing repeatedly. What a powerful and pure sword art!
Ning was secretly shocked.
This white-haired man's sword arts definitely were strong enough for him to be addressed as swordsman, and he lived up to his reputation as the final trial. If the emperor, the fisherman, and the assassin all belonged to different schools of swordplay, then this swordsman's sword arts encompassed all schools. His sword arts could be explosive, could be ephemeral, but could also be cold and sharp. Technically, his sword arts were merely on the same level of unpredictability as the assassin's and the same level of ephemeralness as the fisherman's. However, because he had reached such a high level in every aspect, his sword arts became incredibly terrifying to deal with. When a person reached a level where he had no flaws at all, his attacks could easily transform into defensive movements, which could easily translate into deceptive openings, which could easily transform into such assassination strikes. All the changes and transformations were very fluid and natural. It was like an endless cycle that had inexhaustible moves. Ning had reached a very high level of sword arts. His sword arts were significantly better than that of the emperor, the fisherman, and the assassin, making it easy for him to defeat them, but for a time he was completely unable to do anything to this swordsman.
Slash! Clang! Swordlight continued to clash repeatedly.
Ning was filled with a strong desire to win, causing him to constantly try new tactics for gaining victory. Slowly, the insights he had gained in the forest of sword pagodas began to merge into his unicorn's domain. In truth, Ning had been steadily improving in the unicorn's domain during his years in the sword palace, as it represented a path in sword cultivation to begin with. This was a path that could be continuously perfected. It would even allow him to become a Dao Lord of the first step, a Dao Lord of the second step, or even a Dao Lord of the third step. However, this path wasn't the most difficult path. It was merely a path on par with the fisherman's path, and it represented the sixth stance of the nameless sword art. The seventh stance of the nameless sword art represented a path that was even more difficult to take. Without Ning even realizing it, the two ended up battling for more than 6 hours. As the fight progressed, Ning's advantage became increasingly apparent.
It made sense.
He had already been able to defeat the first 3 trials while he had been in the Astral Islands. Although he hadn't spent too much time in the Sword Palace, 2,000 years of accelerated time had resulted in him improving significantly.
Clang!
An ephemeral streak of swordlight brushed past the white-haired man's sword, then stabbed him in the throat.
Ning then withdrew his sword and stepped back. "You won."
The white-haired man smiled. Ning, however, had a rather distant look in his gaze. Victory in this battle had taught Ning what choosing a path truly meant. The unicorn's domain was a comparatively easier path. The white-haired man's path was a path that perfectly fused together multiple different paths of the sword. This was a path that was more than 10 times harder to traverse, but it was also more powerful. But of course, a downlord of the fourth step could easily defeat the white-haired man's sword arts using the unicorn's domain. Ning had similarly reached an incredibly high level of expertise in the unicorn's domain, and he could sense that he was just a hair away from becoming a downlord. If he made some more breakthroughs, he would probably be able to reach the downlord level whenever he wished, but that would mean that he would have become a downlord through the unicorn's domain. However, in the end, the unicorn's domain is not my path. Nor is the white-haired man's sword art my path. Ning's path was a path that would lead him to the very essence of the sword itself. He would infuse all of the essence of the sword and countless sword arts into his own, Bright Moon, sword art, which represented his truest path. The white-haired man had merely fused a few different sword arts in a perfect manner. It was more profound than the unicorn's domain, but it couldn't really be said to point to the true essence of the sword itself. The latter path was the purest and most difficult path to take, but this was what Ning wished to obtain from his sword cultivation. He had to take this path. Only by taking the path you wish to take would you be on the most suitable path. Rumble. Ning was seated in the lotus position within his immortal estate. It had merely been a divine power clone which he had sent into the fourth world. After defeating the overseer of the fourth painting, Ning called out with his will and summoned all 4 mirrors now paintings. The 4 paintings hung there in the air, slowly drawing closer to each other before they completely merged into one. After the 4 paintings completely merged together, they actually transformed into a single painting. This painting looked quite ordinary, and it didn't have any sword intent within it. It did, however, depict a man. This man carried a sword on his back and was staring off into the distance. He looked extremely handsome and suave. "Disciple, this is the painting of myself, your master. Kowtow 3 times first." A voice rang out from within the painting. Ning was badly startled by this. In the next moment, he felt completely speechless. "Geez, Emperor Mirrors now, why are you such a narcissist?" After the 4 paintings merged together, they actually formed a self-portrait of yourself? And you actually drew yourself in such a perfect, flawless manner? The other paintings were all quite terrible, but his portrait was quite well done. The strange thing was, there was almost no sword intent radiating from this image. Ning strongly suspected that this probably wasn't actually drawn by Emperor Mirrors now himself. There was no way the man could paint such a nice portrait. I wonder what this master of mine has left behind. I had best kowtow first. Ning immediately knelt down, kowtowing 3 times to the levitating painting of Emperor Mirrors now. Whoosh! As soon as he finished kowtowing, the painting emanated a blinding light that completely surrounded Ning. Ning didn't resist, and with a swoosh he was drawn directly inside of it. Within the Eternal Emperor's painting. This was an incredibly vast and ancient world. A man carrying a sword on his back was standing there atop the desolate earth, and there were 4 retainers who were standing by his side in a respectful manner. These 4 retainers were the Emperor, the Assassin, the Fisherman, and the Swordsman. Whoosh! Ning appeared out of nowhere next to them. Disciple. The man carrying the long sword on his back looked at Ning. Ning immediately understood that this person was most likely Emperor Mirrors now. Still, it most likely wasn't the Eternal Emperor's true form. Actually, the Eternal Emperor really did look quite handsome. The painting apparently had been an accurate one, and the sword intent which naturally radiated from his eyes caused Ning to feel a sense of alarm in his heart. Although this sword intent seemed quite calm,
it had a hidden sharpness that was far more terrifying than the sensation which Tao Lord Woodflower had emanated.
Master, Ning called out respectfully. This is a world which will only appear after all 4 paintings merge together.
The Eternal Emperor looked at Ning.
I've left a strand of my will in this place, all for the sake of waiting for you, my dear apprentice.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 11, A Memory Fragment. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 11, A Memory Fragment. The Eternal Emperor looked at Ji Ning, extremely moved. I delight in exploring, in visiting one beautiful new world after another. I truly don't have the patience necessary to teach a disciple. However, if I keep adventuring like this, I'll probably die one day. If I die, I die, but I'm afraid that after enough years pass, even my name shall be forgotten by the vast majority of cultivators. It will be you, my dear disciples, who shall ensure that my name and reputation shall exist unto perpetuity. Once you become my personal disciple, you must accept 10 more disciples on my behalf before you attempt your downmerge. They can be considered honorary disciples of mine, the Eternal Emperor said. The skills I impart unto you, you can only impart unto those 10 honorary disciples. Your disciple understands.
Ning nodded.
Accept 10 disciples before his downmerge?
This was a fairly easy oath.
Then swear the oath, the Eternal Emperor said. Ning immediately swore a lifeblood oath. If he wanted to transmit certain legacies to his future disciples or to Subhuti and the others in the 3 realms, he could simply transmit his own insights. He would have a Tao that was completely his own, after all. The Eternal Emperor's legacy primarily served as a guidepost for him, a way to show him how he should walk his future path and avoid certain wrong choices. If a person walked forward blindly without any guideposts, it would be easy to get lost and make the wrong decisions. Every step taken by a samsara Tao Lord was a step which straddled the line between life and death. There were no ways to take back a misstep. Once you made that misstep, you would die and your Tao would dissipate.
The Eternal Emperor watched Ning swear the oath, nodding in satisfaction. He transformed into a streak of light that flew straight into Ning's body.
Ning wasn't able to resist him in the slightest.
Rumble.
Ning just stood there in the middle of the wilderness, surrounded by the 4 retainers of the Emperor. The swordsman, the fisherman, the assassin, and the Emperor all stared at him as ripples of power began to emanate from the area around him. Clearly, the many memories and abilities which the Eternal Emperor's strand of will contained were merging into Ning's own memories. That strand of divine will held simply too much power and memories, making it physically painful for even someone as mighty as Ning to absorb. Within Ning's sea of consciousness, a large amount of information was flooding into this place. Before I succeeded in my downmerge, I obtained an eternal sword art known as the Heart Seal sword art. This sword art has a total of 15 stances. This is the first stance, the flysword stance. A memory fragment entered Ning's mind. The speaker was Emperor Mirrors now, and in the memory he wielded a single sword and began to display the first stance of the Heart Seal sword art. Emperor Mirrors was in complete control of these many memory fragments. He made it so that Ning was able to personally watch his memories. This is second stance, the Mountain's Word stance. Emperor Mirrors now put this stance on display as well. This was a far more effective method than simply meditating on sword intent, as the Eternal Emperor was putting on a personal display. Not only was his sword intent clear and obvious, he executed every movement in perfect detail and clarity. For the sake of being able to teach better, the Emperor Mirrors now displayed every single stance 3 times. The first time, he went through every single movement extremely slowly. The second time, he would display it without using any divine power or immortal energy. The third time, he would use it with true, full power. This is the 15th stance, the Heart Seal stance. Once the Heart Seal forms, eternity shall be gained.
This final memory fragment was of Emperor Mirrors now executing sword arts in a vast region of primordial chaos. When his sword struck out, an utterly titanic seal suddenly manifested which completely extinguished everything in the primordial chaos in the area. One chaos star after another was wiped out by the force of this strike. Ning was able to count over 100 million chaos stars that were shattered and splintered by the force of this strike. Ning was truly speechless when he saw this. When Emperor Mirrors now had unleashed a full-strength attack with this stance, just how wide an area had it covered? His sword was so fast that it had surpassed the concept of speed itself. In fact, it had surpassed even the very concept of space-time itself. Otherwise, how could it have wiped out that many chaos stars? Even if his sword moved thousands of times faster than the speed of light, how could it possibly fly out that far, that fast? And yet, it was an undisputable fact that Emperor Mirrorsnow's sword had wiped out everything in an infinitely vast region, leaving nothing behind. Fortunately, the region which Emperor Mirrors now had chosen to display this stance was a region that was completely devoid of life. Otherwise, the number of casualties that would have been caused would be incalculable. I've completely displayed the Heart Seal sword art for you. This was the sword art I trained in as I progressed, step by step, to gain eternity for myself. It is extremely difficult to train in this sword art, but it can be separated into 4 different sets of sword arts. Emperor Mirrors now began to display a new set of sword arts, and Ning instantly understood. These 4 separate sword arts could be described as the Fisherman's Sword, the Assassin's Sword, the Emperor's Sword, and the Killer's Sword. The Fisherman, the Assassin, and the Emperor each used one of these 3 sets of sword arts, while the final challenger, the Swordsman, used a sword art that could be considered the most basic, elementary version of the Heart Seal sword art. These 4 sets of sword arts each represent a separate path. Although they seem quite ordinary, it won't be hard for you to become a downlord of the 4th step through using one of these sword arts. However, even if you do reach that level, your accomplishments will be mediocre, Emperor Mirrors now said. Now, these 4 sword arts can actually be separated into 96 sword arts. Emperor Mirrors now once again began to carefully display and describe every single sword art. The reason why this transmission had been such a painful and arduous one to accept was primarily because each and every memory fragment contained scenes of the Eternal Emperor personally displaying his sword arts. A large amount of stances were included, as were various types of sword intent. The Heart Seal sword art can be separated into 4 fairly average sword arts, which can then be separated into 96 low-class sword arts. If you have sufficiently high insights into the sword, it will be easy for you to learn them. I have finished transmitting my sword arts to you. Now, I shall transmit a divine ability to you, an extremely powerful divine ability that will allow your attacks to explode with power. You will be able to instantly unleash an extreme level of power with it. This divine ability is known as the 5 Seals Sword Dao. The transmission of a divine ability was much simpler. It mainly included basic information in how to train in that divine ability, and Ning was able to instantly memorize it all. Oh, right. I left behind 4 golem servants. They shall follow you, my personal disciple, and protect you. That way, I can guarantee you won't die too quickly. I've taught you everything I should teach, and I've said everything that needs to be said. Train hard and make sure you don't besmirch my mighty name, dear disciple. If fate wills it, perhaps we shall truly meet in the flesh one day. The transmission came to an end. Back within the desolate wilderness, the 4 retainers continued to watch Ning. While Ning had been accepting the transmission, he had been rippling with waves of power. This state had persisted for 2 full days before he came to a halt and took a rest. The main reason it had taken this long was because it truly was difficult for Ning to completely absorb all of the information in the memory fragments. In truth, if Ning had personally watched Emperor Mirrors now display his sword arts, he wouldn't have been able to understand or memorize the truly profound parts. However, Emperor Mirrors now had completely transmitted his memories directly into Ning's mind. Once the process was complete, Ning would never forget those memories unless he personally wiped them away. Why hasn't Dark North woken up yet? Right. There are no more ripples, the transmission should have concluded. He's probably training. The four retainers chatted amongst themselves. Their guesses were correct. Ning was indeed training. In the forest of sword pagodas, he had only been able to visualize and sense the sword intents radiating from the pagodas. There was obviously no way he could see or visualize those ancient powers actually displaying their various sword arts, much less have their memories be directly infused into his mind. The heart seal sword art was also an incredibly profound sword art, and one which could be broken down into multiple different sword arts. This made it extremely easy for Ning to train in. Many of the questions he had regarding the Tao of the sword were wiped clean. He was continuously gaining a deeper and deeper understanding as his sword arts dramatically improved. This explosively effective training session persisted for more than half a month before it finally came to an end. Phew! Ning opened his eyes. Having a master versus not having one, it really is completely different. Ning glanced at the world around him in a jubilant mood. He knew that he had just completely changed compared to a month ago. Ning now knew how he should advance from the world level all the way to the eternal emperor level. In the past, he knew nothing. Now, he knew. I wonder who is stronger. My master emperor mirrors now, Violet Jewel creator Emperor Violet Mount, or the creator of the nameless sword art, Ning mused. Still, the Violet Jewels are merely middle-grade eternal weapons. Once I become a Tao Lord of the first step, I'll probably need to switch them out for something else. As for the nameless sword art, I only have the first 7 stances to them. Ning understood that in the future, he would spend much of his time meditating on the heart seal sword art and learning from it, infusing its mysteries into his own Tao of the sword. If I could gain the complete, nameless, sword art legacy and the complete legacy of Emperor Violet Mount, then I would now have 3 complete legacies. I could simultaneously absorb the teachings and mysteries of all 3 legacies, then go learn from the forest of sword pagodas. I'll definitely improve even more quickly then. When this thought flickered through Ning's mind, he couldn't help but grin. Dark North, was that helpful to you? It seems you've gained quite a bit from it. Given how strong Dark North is already, he'll soon be able to break through to become a Tao Lord whenever he wishes. The 4 retainers all spoke out when Ning woke up. Ning smiled and nodded. I indeed can break through to become a Tao Lord. However, that path is not my path. The unicorn's domain had indeed been dramatically improved. The unicorn's domain was a path akin to the fisherman's path. Emperor Mirrorsnow's heart seal sword art could be divided into 4 sword arts, one of which was the fisherman's sword. Ning's highest level of attainment in recent years was in the unicorn's domain, which was his unicorn's domain had dramatically improved just half a month after Ning had received the legacy. Ning could already sense that his accomplishments in the unicorn's domain were enough for him to use it as his core foundation to rebuild his divine body and become a Tao Lord of the first step. Samsara Tao Lords. Each step they took resulted in their divine bodies being completely reconstituted. If you took a single wrong step, you would cause your body to crumble. You would die and your Tao would vanish. Just as Emperor Mirrors now said, although all 4 sword arts which make up the heart seal sword art can allow a person to become a Tao Lord of the 4th step, it will result in mediocrity. Ning secretly shook his head. Just becoming a Tao Lord was not enough. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 12, The 12 Scrolls of the Sutra of Eternity. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 12, The 12 Scrolls of the Sutra of Eternity. The 4 of you. Ning looked at the 4 surrounding him. According to what my master told me, you 4 shall follow me in the future, right? Right. The 4 all nodded. Might I ask how strong the 4 of you are? Ning asked. The 4 of us are roughly comparable to peak level Tao Lords of the 3rd step. But of course, the swordsman's sword arts are a bit better, making him slightly more powerful, the golden-robed emperor said. Ning couldn't help but feel stunned. All 4 golems were comparable to peak downlords of the 3rd step? This was the legacy which his master had left behind for him? The more masters like this, the better. Golems comparable to verge-level downlords are too expensive. The Eternal Emperor did have one such golem, but he ended up selling it to procure 40 golems comparable to peak downlords of the 3rd step for his personal disciples like you, the golden-robed emperor said. Ning was speechless. Alright, fine. Maybe he had gone a bit too far in mentally praising his master. Still, Ning did know that golems with the strength of verge-level downlords were indeed quite expensive, and forging them was no easy task. After all, true verge-level downlords not only had considerable immortal energy and divine power, they also had mighty magic treasures and high insights into the Tao. To have a mere golem be a match for one of them was extremely difficult. Downlord All-God was an incredibly skilled artificer, but even he had been only able to painstakingly forge a single verge-level golem. The Sword Palace had collected many golems over the course of countless years, but even it had only acquired a total of 9 verge-level golems. Those golems were the ones titled Sword 1 through Sword 9. Although the Downlord Cloud World had many golems within it, those were all fairly weak. The strongest were probably just on par with the 4 standing right in front of Ning. If you are to follow me, should I bind you all? Ning asked. He was too weak right now, there was no way for him to forcibly bind them. Unacceptable. Per the Eternal Emperor's instructions, we can each only help you out a single time prior to you defeating us in battle. Once you are able to defeat us, we'll permit you to bind us and be your eternal servants. The Emperor, the Swordsman, the Fisherman, and the Assassin all refused in solemn fashion. Ning was instantly speechless. Fine. Most likely, Emperor Mirrors now was afraid that he would rely on the golems too much and so had restricted him to using them a single time. He probably just wanted to ensure that his disciples wouldn't be killed while they were weak if they were unlucky enough to be trapped in a dangerous situation. Just one time each. Still, that'll keep me alive in dangerous situations. Ning was in quite a good mood. The divine ability my master taught me makes it so that someone with the body of a half-step downlord is able to match a full downlord of the first step. Unfortunately, my Azure Flower Mist energy ensures that I already am comparable to a downlord of the first step, and it lasts for a very long period of time. Ning shook his head. This divine ability really was somewhat useless to him. If he used it, his divine power would probably run dry after a short battle. How could it possibly last as long as the Azure Flower Mist energy in battle? The most valuable part of the legacy were those memory fragments which Master transmitted to me. Ning couldn't help but feel excited. Although there had been legacies in the Astral Islands, those legacies consisted of simple information which any cultivator could learn and make use of. Those legacies within the Astral Islands would be transmitted to countless cultivators over the course of eons, and they weren't truly valuable. These memory fragments of Emperor Mirrors now could only be transmitted a single time, and their creation had involved the Eternal Emperor infusing his own divine will into them. The Bright Shore Kingdom. The Imperial Palace. Rumble. The blazing beast stood there in a region of empty space, staring at the distant, towering behemoth. Golden light began to radiate from the behemoth's giant eyes, and the light completely swallowed the blazing beast. Within that barrier of golden light, many mysteries and secrets were being transmitted to the blazing beast in an endless stream. Groar! The blazing beast's body trembled from the pain. Every so often, flames would flicker and burst out in the area around him. Finally, the golden light dissipated. Hegemon. The blazing beast revealed a look of delight as he stared at the distant, towering behemoth. After 12 separate transmissions, you have completely memorized the 12 scrolls of the Sutra of Eternity. Our race has very few members, and those who are suitable for my legacies are even fewer. Long, long ago, our race was forcibly enslaved by the ancient cultivators.
The ancients are on par with us in terms of innate gifts, but they have many legacies. I was once fortunate enough to acquire a legacy left behind by a senior of our race, a set of 10 scrolls called the 10 Scrolls of Eternity. It was thanks to that legacy that I was able to train to my present level, and I perfected them and supplemented them, transforming them into the 12 Scrolls of Eternity. In this era, our race is on an equal footing with the ancients, precisely because of the 12 Scrolls of Eternity. These 12 scrolls include all things with them. No matter what path you choose, it will be of assistance to you, which is why I will transmit this legacy to every single member of our race. Child, as of right now, I am the only member of our race who has broken through to become an eternal emperor. I hope you will be the second one of our race, the towering behemoth concluded.
Yes, hegemon.
The blazing beast was incomparably excited. In recent years, he had come to learn much of the history of his race from the time he had spent in the imperial palace. He naturally now felt a tremendous sense of kinship and belonging. As for these 12 Scrolls of Eternity, they included virtually all Daos. This caused him to feel even more awe towards the almighty hegemon.
Choose an imperial name for yourself, the towering behemoth instructed.
When I was born and gained consciousness, I gave myself a name, God of Sky and Fire.
Let my name be Skyfire of the Brightshore Imperials, the blazing beast said. A look of amusement appeared in the towering behemoth's eyes. God of Sky and Fire? The members of his race were only born from the primordial chaos under certain, very unique situations.
They were incredibly few in number, and if it wasn't for the fact that the hegemon went out of his way to hunt for them, many would probably wander the primordial chaos for countless years by themselves. Generally speaking, they would choose rather odd names for themselves. God of Sky and Fire was a fairly amusing one. Spend some time training in the 12 Scrolls of Eternity.
I will give you 1,000 years.
1,000 years later, I'll send you into an alternate universe, which will be your first training grounds, the towering behemoth said.
Yes, hegemon.
The blazing beast was very excited, and he knew he needed time to study the 12 Scrolls of Eternity. Actually, after he learnt this precious technique, he would continue to rise in power even as he roamed the outside world. This was how the Brightshore Kingdom worked. After the most powerful world-level cultivators were selected and recruited, they would receive endless legacies and secret arts from the 12 palaces.
The same was true for the Imperial clan.
New entrants to the Imperial clan would also be forced to undergo certain tempering experiences, after which they would be transmitted the 12 Scrolls of Eternity.
The Imperial Palace.
There were 13 royal thrones here hanging high in the skies.
The white-haired, six-horned old man dressed in snowy robes spoke out.
1,000 years from now, I will select the 4 most powerful world-level cultivators and have them accompany Skyfire Brightshore to the alternate universe.
It will be up to them to make the most out of it. 1,000 years?
So we have another 1,000 years. Now that the 12 golden armored powers knew exactly how long they had, they began to be filled with anticipation.
Time flowed on.
More and more of the cultivators who had been acknowledged by the pagodas and who had been out adventuring within the Brightshore Kingdom began to return, responding to the summons of the 12 palaces.
Senior apprentice Brother Wildfire, I heard from Lord Woodflower that a great opportunity awaits us? Yes. Everyone acknowledged by the pagodas will have a chance at it.
However, only the 4 most powerful members of the 12 palaces will be granted it.
Just 4?
The Palace of the Sword.
2 youngsters were striding within it.
One was the red-haired Wildfire, whereas the other was an icy-faced child who was wielding a short spear. We don't have much time left, just 900 years, Wildfire warned. I plan to spend the next 900 years in the Forest of Sword Pagodas, the icy child said.
I'm planning to do the same. I'm going to spend my time in meditation.
Wildfire agreed with this idea. The Forest of Sword Pagodas was the most sacred place within the entire Sword Palace. It had many sword arts which had been personally left behind by the mighty Dao Lords from a previous era. If you chose to learn from sword arts that were similar to your own, you would benefit greatly from it. The icy child swept the area with his gaze. He saw a distant thatched cottage, and within that cottage sat the white-robed Ning. "Who is that?" the icy child asked curiously. "His name is Dark North. He's a newly arrived junior apprentice brother," Wildfire said. "Why is he using a temporal acceleration treasure? Has he been acknowledged by the sword pagodas as well? Is he also trying to seize every moment to train?" the icy child asked. No, Wildfire shook his head. "He's new, and as soon as he came here he began to use a temporal acceleration treasure. He's probably trying to finish something as fast as he can." The icy child nodded. Normally, cultivators wouldn't go out of their way to use temporal acceleration treasures, as they didn't make much of a difference. The more one trained, the more those moments of epiphany mattered. Only when there was a pressing need would people use temporal acceleration treasures. Our opponents shall be all the world-level cultivators who were acknowledged by their respective pagodas. Senior apprentice brother Wildfire, you'll be one of my opponents as well. The icy child looked at Wildfire. "I won't take it easy on you." Wildfire chuckled as well. The two didn't care about Ning at all. Right now, all of the talented geniuses of the 12 palaces who had been acknowledged by their pagodas were trying to seize every moment to strengthen themselves as much as they could. Ning, however, knew of none of this. He was still completely absorbed in his cultivation. He had the memories of his master, Emperor Mirrors now, providing him with careful and detailed guidance. He also had the opportunity to analyze the Eternal Emperor's sword arts and compare them to the many sword arts of the Forest of Sword Pagodas. His level of insight was continuously rising at a pace that was unspeakably faster than before he had acquired the Eternal Emperor's legacy. Ning enjoyed this process very much, and was completely intoxicated by it. And so, in the blink of an eye, more than 800 years passed with Ning consumed by his quiet meditations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 13, The Seventh Stanza of Nameless. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 13, The Seventh Stanza of Nameless. The Forest of Sword Pagodas was filled with tens of thousands of towering sword pagodas which stood silently erect. Numerous cultivators were scattered throughout the Forest of Sword Pagodas, quietly training with no one disturbing them. There was a thatched cottage in the forest as well, and within the thatched cottage was a white-robed youth. Streams of sword keys surged in the area around him, occasionally flicking out his sword stances. Suddenly, the youth opened his eyes. A look of delight could be seen in his gaze. "I've finished mastering the 7th stance of the Heart Seal, sword art, the reincarnation stance." Ning was in a superb mood. "My master, Emperor Mirrors now, used the reincarnation stance to break through to become a Samsara Dao Lord, and now I myself have learned this stance as well." Whoosh! Swordlight began to flood the area around Ning. Some of the swordlight was filled with an aura of murder, some of it was fluctuating and unpredictable, while the rest was dominating and savage. The different types of sword arts cycled through in a perfect manner, and no flaws could be seen at all from any of the attacks. It truly was like the perfect cycle of reincarnation itself, and when any enemies made even the slightest of mistakes, the reincarnation stance would ensure that they would be trapped and buried. Emperor Mirrors now was a dissolute, adventurous man, but his sword arts were extremely cautious and tight. Ning sighed in amazement. Given my current level of insight into sword arts, I should be able to train in the 7th stance of the Nameless sword art." Ning immediately began to ponder the Nameless sword art. Thanks to the Eternal Emperor's legacy, Ning was able to learn the Heart Seal sword art incredibly fast. By comparison, training in the Nameless sword art was considerably more taxing, and Ning had the feeling that the 7th stance of the Nameless sword art was actually more difficult than the 7th stance of the Heart Seal sword art. The spacetime acceleration cottage maintained a rate of 100 times the normal flow of time. Ning's mastery of his sword arts had already skyrocketed, making the 7th stance of the nameless sword art much easier to understand as he continuously meditated upon it. The 7th stance of the nameless sword art was named Cosmic Heart. It was far more complicated than the unicorn's domain, and it was even more profound than the reincarnation stance.
More than 30 years went by. Ning opened his eyes.
A distant look was in his gaze, as though everyone around him, including the thatched cottage, no longer existed. It was as though he was surrounded by an absolutely pristine, illusory world, and a single tear had appeared within it. This single tear seemed to be a tear of love, but it also appeared to be the very heart of this world.
Slash!
Ning flicked out with his fingernail as if he was stabbing forward with a sword, piercing that tear with it. In this moment, Ning's heart force burst out and completely meshed together with his finger.
Whoosh!
A shocking aura of sword intent billowed out of the thatched cottage and into the surrounding area.
Ning was completely stunned and absorbed by the perfect beauty of this strike.
He couldn't help but close his eyes and savor the marvelousness of that sword art. He had naturally, unconsciously infused his sword arts with his heart force, but he didn't force it as other cultivators did. Rather, it had all happened in a very natural manner.
He hadn't even intentionally tried to add heart force into the mix.
He had purely wished to execute this sword art to its full potential. His subconscious mind merged his heart force into it, causing him to unleash an utterly mystical and utterly terrifying strike.
Rumble!
Suddenly, a loud sound rang out from outside.
The entire forest of sword pagodas began to tremble.
Puzzled, Ning opened his eyes to stare outside. The ground outside was trembling as that enormous sound boomed from far away.
What's going on?
The forest of sword pagodas is the most sacred place of the sword palace.
Who would dare cause trouble here?
Puzzled, Ning walked out of his thatched cottage and stared off into the distance.
What was that? Look!
Dozens of cultivators within the forest of sword pagodas rose to their feet. Some were at the world level, some were downlords. In this moment, all of them stared at the area from where the disturbance was coming. At a distant part of the forest of sword pagodas, the ground was booming loudly as it began to split apart.
The tip of a pagoda was slowly emerging from underground and climbing higher and higher. A sword pagoda. A new sword pagoda. A new pagoda? We just gained yet another pagoda? Who was just acknowledged by the sword pagodas? Everyone was excited. They all understood what was going on.
Only once you were acknowledged by the sword pagodas would the forest of sword pagodas give birth to a brand new pagoda of your own. Countless eons had gone by, but only around 80,000 cultivators had ever been acknowledged by the sword pagodas, and in this day and age only 6 world-level cultivators had been acknowledged. They were, of course, the 6 exalted sword lords.
Ning stared in astonishment as well.
Although he had seen quite a few sword pagodas in the past, this was his first time seeing a new one rising.
That distant, newborn sword pagoda continued to rise upwards as the booming sounds rang out unabated. The entire forest of sword pagodas was shuddering.
Finally, the new sword pagoda came to a halt when it reached the same height as the other sword pagodas.
Whoosh!
Suddenly, countless sword shadows began to fly out from throughout the forest of sword pagodas. There had to be trillions of the things, and they all began to bow down in a certain direction. Ning was rather flabbergasted. The countless sword shadows from throughout the forest were all bowing down towards Ning, but all of this had caused a great commotion, attracting the attention of quite a few downlords and world-level cultivators of the Sword Palace, all of whom came flying over. As a result, many of the cultivators of the Sword Palace were able to personally bear witness as all of this happened.
It is him? Isn't that junior apprentice brother Dark North? His name is Dark North?
Right, he's a newcomer.
He joined us less than 1,000 years ago. He's still just at the world level, but he's already received the acknowledgement of the sword pagodas? This stunning sight caused many of the cultivators present to begin to quietly chat amongst themselves. For a Dao Lord to be acknowledged by the sword pagodas was one thing, but for a world-level cultivator? This was extremely rare. The entire sword palace only had 6 sword lords. Now, Ning had become the 7th. Junior apprentice brother Dark North, congratulations. Congratulations, senior apprentice brother Dark North. Senior apprentice brother Dark North, congratulations. Junior apprentice brother Dark North. Many cultivators came over to offer their congratulations. In the Sword Palace, there was a huge dividing line between those who were acknowledged by the Sword Pagodas and those who were not. If you weren't acknowledged by the Sword Pagodas, you would always be viewed as slightly inferior, even if you were a Dao Lord. As for those who were acknowledged, all of them were venerated. Ning finally realized what was happening. His sword stance just now had been acknowledged by the forest of sword pagodas. Dark North. A deep voice rumbled out in Ning's mind. That new sword pagoda belongs to you. Only you are permitted to leave behind your sword arts within it. You are? Ning asked. I am the spirit of the sword palace, the deep voice said. Ning understood. Even the star-seizing manor had given birth to a manor spirit such as the giant yellow bear. It made sense that the sword palace had given birth to a sentient spirit as well. The Brightshore Kingdom's imperial palace. The 13 royal thrones. A trace of emotion suddenly flickered through the face of the snowy-robed hegemon. He smiled slightly, then looked at the nearby Lord Woodflower. Woodflower, congratulations are in order for your sword palace. You just gained a new sword lord. Ha, it seems as though I was right about him. Lord Woodflower laughed merrily. What's this? A new sword lord? Did yet another world-level cultivator of the sword palace receive the acknowledgement of the pagodas? Who is it? The other 11 golden-armored powers were all quite surprised. Lord Woodflower said in a very smug manner, it is Dark North. Dark North? That kid who sparred against Birchaloo? When he battled against Birchaloo, he specialized in defensive techniques and was quite good in that regard. However, he was quite a ways off from being at the level he would need to be to receive the acknowledgement of the sword pagodas. This rate of improvement is crazy. Even if he was accelerating time to train 1,000 times faster than normal, it has been less than 1,000,000 years. There had been many major powers who had witnessed Ning's battle against Birchaloo. Even the hegemon had gone to watch. Although they had all been focusing on Birchaloo, they naturally had also paid some attention to Birchaloo's opponent, Ning. The stronger one was, the more difficult it would be to accelerate the rate of time for oneself. 1,000 times the normal rate of time was already a ridiculously fast pace, but Ning had entered the Sword Palace less than 1,000 years ago. That meant that even at 1,000 times the normal rate of time, he would have been training for less than 1,000,000 years. In reality, Ning had only maintained a pace of 100 times the normal rate of time. I said long ago that I had a good feeling about him. He truly is quite talented in sword arts. Lord Woodflower said in a very smug manner, my sword palace has gained yet another sword lord, which means we've gained yet another chance to be the ones to go to the alternate universe. Yes, another candidate has appeared. The almighty hegemon nodded as well. Everyone acknowledged by the ancient pagodas were qualified to take part in the trials. Let's see what sort of sword arts he came up with to be acknowledged by those ancient pagodas. The almighty hegemon waved his finger. There had been 66 images in the air, and now a 67th image joined them. This image displayed the scene of a white-robed Ning standing in front of a sword pagoda, staring at it curiosity. Rewind. The almighty hegemon smiled as he watched, and the other 12 golden-armored figures watched closely as well.
All of them were curious as to what type of sword art this world-level cultivator had used to receive the acknowledgement of the sword pagodas. Time began to reverse at high speed until the image returned to the time when Ning had just executed his sword stance. The image showed Ning seated in the lotus position within his thatched cottage. Ning gently flicked out a single finger in a seemingly simple manner, but the strike was indescribably profound. Slash! The strike shot out into the distant skies above him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 14, The Eternal Emperor Closest to the Hegemons. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 14, The Eternal Emperor Closest to the Hegemons. HRM? The almighty hegemon sat amongst the 13 thrones, and both his face and the faces of the 12 golden armored powers around him tightened. The almighty hegemon actually once more took control over the flows of time to cause the earlier scene to replay once more. Ning once more flicked out his finger. No mistaking it. That's the heartsword, sword art. The almighty hegemon nodded slowly. Dark North actually trains in the heartsword? Dowlord Thousand Waves was somewhat speechless. Impressive. I thought he must have created a new sword stance that received the acknowledgement of the pagodas. I didn't expect that it was actually due to him executing the heartsword. The golden armored major powers present were all rather surprised. It must be understood that there was a difference between using your own sword arts and using someone else's. A self-created sword art would generally be a bit more powerful. When Ning had mastered the reincarnation stance of the heart seal, he could have chosen to develop a sword stance of his own that would also be acknowledged by the sword pagodas. However, he was in no rush to do so. Instead, he had decided to meditate on the even more difficult and profound, nameless, sword art. The seventh stance of the nameless, sword art had an extremely powerful sword intent, and so when Ning executed it, his burst of sword intent was acknowledged by the pagodas. He has merely learned the sword arts of another. The almighty hegemon shook his head slightly. Only if he reaches this level through his own power and own skills would he be considered a truly dazzling figure. Agreed. Right. The golden armored powers all nodded. Long ago, a person had been able to use the heartsword to reach the apex of power and become an eternal emperor, but that didn't mean that Ning would be able to walk the same path. In addition, Ning had only gained an elementary understanding of this sword art. Woodflower. The almighty hegemon looked at the nearby Lord Woodflower. Hegemon. Lord Woodflower nodded respectfully. Go give that young fellow a gentle reminder, the almighty hegemon instructed. In the future, when he finds his own Tao and his own path, he should merge his heart force and his sword arts together and pour them both into his Tao. But of course, that's just a suggestion. His own path will of course be up to him to choose. Understood. Lord Woodflower nodded. A distant look appeared in the hegemon's eyes, and he murmured softly, when Emperor Heartsword suddenly descended upon the world, he challenged all three of us hegemons, then wandered off into parts unknown. The 12 golden armored figures all listened attentively. Emperor Heartsword was indeed a legendary figure. He was a legend who was roughly comparable in power to the three mighty hegemons. However, his rise to prominence was just as sudden as his disappearance. Prior to him becoming a Verge-level Dowlord, he didn't really have much of a reputation. He was a very low-key figure, and it was said that he lived the life of an ordinary commoner in a distant chaos world. However, once he became a Dowlord of the fourth step, a feud resulted in him slaying more than 20 Dowlords in a row, and he even completely crushed and wiped out a large enemy sect. This action had shocked the endless territories, resulting in his rise to fame. Shortly afterwards, he succeeded in his Tao merge and gained eternity. After gaining eternity, he immediately went and challenged each of the other eternal emperors. He won every single battle. However, he didn't kill a single one of them. After that, he challenged the three ancient hegemons.
Ever since the most ancient of days, the three ancient hegemons had stood at the very apex of the endless territories. No one had ever been able to shake their positions. No one knew what the results of those duels had been. When asked, Emperor Heartsword simply said one thing: I lost. However, one of the three ancient hegemons, the one belonging to the ancient cultivators, had said something else: his power is comparable to ours. This phrase guaranteed that Emperor Heartsword would become a legend. However, despite his quick rise to prominence and the many waves he had caused, he disappeared just as quickly. Despite that, most later cultivators acclaimed him as being the eternal emperor who was closest to the level of the three hegemons, and his Heartsword style was venerated by many. Alas, he had never transmitted his Heartsword sword art to any disciples. The only thing he did was leave behind a complete copy of the Heartsword sword art to the Tao Alliance before he disappeared on his journey. The Heartsword tome became a precious treasure of the Tao Alliance. All the copies of this tome circulating in the outside world were all fragmentary, with only the tome in the possession of the Tao Alliance being genuine. Other organizations such as the Brightshore Kingdom would never be given access to a complete Heartsword manual, no matter what price they offered to pay. His sword arts, although he reached an extremely high level of proficiency in the Tao of the sword, some of the most freakishly talented Tao lords, the ones capable of slaying eternal emperors, were superior to him in that regard. The almighty hegemon sighed. His strength lay in the fact that he was actually able to almost perfectly merge his power as a heart force cultivator and as a fiend god body refiner. That is why he had such tremendous power. Right. The 12 golden armored figures all nodded. Logically speaking, heart force cultivation, fiend god body refining, and ki refining were three completely separate paths that couldn't merge together. Take Berchulu as an example. In battle, he could use some illusions or use his heart world to pressure his foes. In short, he would use heart force as a supportive skill as he engaged in close combat. However, Emperor Heartsword was different. When he used his divine abilities and struck out with his sword, he was able to unleash tremendous power. As for his heart force, he was able to use its illusions to affect reality itself. Most importantly, he was somehow able to cause his heart force to naturally join together with his sword. This made it so that he was able to perfectly meld his power as a heart force cultivator and as a fiend god refiner, causing his power to skyrocket to a terrifying level. This was why he was acclaimed by so many as the eternal emperor who was closest to the three hegemons in power. The Sword Palace. Congratulations, Senior Apprentice Brother Dark North. Senior Apprentice Brother Dark North, now that you've been acknowledged by the Sword Pagodas, you are the 7th Sword Lord of our palace. Ning was in a superb mood as he entertained his fellow disciples. Suddenly, he saw a figure appear at the margins of the forest of Sword Pagodas. Senior Apprentice Brother Woodflower? Ning immediately recognized him. Follow me, Dark North. Lord Woodflower sent him a mental message. Everyone, the Palace Lord has summoned me. Pardon me. Ning said a few words of farewell to the cultivators nearby. They, too, had seen Lord Woodflower appear. A short while later, Ning and Lord Woodflower were walking side by side through a mountainous forest. Dark North, you have received the acknowledgement of the Sword Pagodas and become a Sword Lord. Per our rules, you are permitted to go to Armaments Gorge and choose a single treasure that doesn't cost more than 1,000,000 cubes of Chaos Nectar, Lord Woodflower said. This is a special rule the Sword Palace created for the benefit of our Sword Lords. Only Sword Lords are given this benefit. Ning's eyes lit up. No more than 1,000,000 cubes? What an enormously generous offer. It made sense. Sword Lords were capable of becoming Tao Lords at any time, and they would be extraordinary Tao Lords once they made their breakthrough. They were worth the cost. Oh, right. Now that you are a Sword Lord, there is something I must tell you. Lord Woodflower smiled. All of the world-level cultivators in the 12 palaces who have been acknowledged by their respective pagodas are preparing for a very special opportunity which has come before you. A special opportunity?
Ning was puzzled.
Right.
In the end, only 4 world-level cultivators in the 12 palaces will be given this special opportunity.
Lord Woodflower looked at Ning. This truly is a stroke of tremendous fortune for you.
None of the 12 palaces have access to this. In all the endless territories, most likely only the exalted hegemon is capable of bringing this opportunity before you. If it wasn't for the sake of a newcomer who recently joined his clan, the almighty hegemon definitely wouldn't give us this chance. Lord Woodflower knew very well that in the hegemon's heart, what mattered the most was his imperial clan. Only for the sake of his Brightshore Imperials was the almighty hegemon was willing to make use of this opportunity. The reason why he was giving the 12 palaces 4 of the medallions was partially because they were subordinates, but also for the sake of giving that young Imperial 4 assistance. Although the chance to enter the Arceus region of the alternate universe was an incredible opportunity, it was also extremely dangerous. Tremendous opportunity always came with tremendous danger. There should be many in the 12 palaces who have been acknowledged by their pagodas.
Only 4 will have a chance?
Ning was puzzled.
Just 4.
Lord Woodflower sighed. I'm worried that our sword palace won't be able to get so much as a single slot, but you've just recently been acknowledged and haven't spent much time in our sword palace, so it wouldn't really matter if you fail.
However, you should still do your best.
According to what the hegemon said, the strongest 4 shall be given this tremendous opportunity, Lord Woodflower said. Frankly speaking, he really didn't have much faith in Ning. Although Ning had been acknowledged by the sword pagodas, so had the other 6 sword lords. In roughly 1 century, the almighty hegemon will select the 4 strongest candidates, Lord Woodflower finished.
A century? Ning nodded secretly.
It seemed as though it was indeed time for him to make some preparations.
Oh, right. Do you know the name of the sword art you used to gain acknowledgement from the sword pagodas? Lord Woodflower looked at Ning. Ning shook his head. I do not. I obtained this sword art by accident.
Because I don't know what its true name was, I've been calling it the nameless sword art this entire time.
Do you know its true name, Senior Apprentice Brother Woodflower?
Ning's eyes became filled with an eager blaze. When Ning had executed the 7th stance, the Cosmic Heart stance, he had noticed that although it was harder to use than Emperor Mirrorsnow's reincarnation stance, the two were actually on the same level when it came to the profundity of their insights into the Tao of the sword. The tough part of the Cosmic Heart stance lay in how ephemeral and unpredictable it was. One had to follow one's own heart, allowing one's heart force to perfectly merge into one's sword stances.
Ning was quite talented in heart force.
Although his heart force wasn't at a very strong level, he was still able to execute the stance. If he had been more skilled in heart force, the power of this stance would have been much greater. This would have been especially true if he had reached the 6th stage of heart force and established his own heart world. This is a sword art which perfectly combines heart force cultivation with the Tao of the sword. After executing this stance, Ning immediately understood what made this sword art so valuable.
He instantly grew eager to learn more. I do indeed know its name. Lord Woodflower nodded.
This sword art was created and passed down by a powerful eternal emperor who was nearly as strong as the hegemon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 27, Chapter 15, Preparations.
Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 15, Preparations.
Ning was delighted to hear this.
Finally, he was going to learn about the history of the nameless sword art. Lord Woodflower continued, this eternal emperor was known as Emperor Heartsword. His rise to power was sudden, and for a brief period of time he was the most dazzling, celebrated figure of the endless territories. However, shortly after he revealed his brilliance, he elected to disappear as he adventured through parts unknown. He was so strong that he was most likely the eternal emperor who was closest to the 3 hegemons in power.
Ah. Ning nodded.
After mastering the 7th stance of the nameless sword art, he realized that although the sword art itself was on the same level of profundity as Emperor Mirrorsnow's, Emperor Heartsword's strength lay in the fact that he was able to perfectly fuse his heart force into his sword arts. It made the power of his sword arts increase dramatically to a point where he was unquestionably much more powerful than Emperor Mirrorsnow had been. It made sense for him to be comparable to the 3 almighty hegemons. It wasn't that Emperor Mirrorsnow was weak. He had developed the reincarnation stance at the world level and used it to break through to become a Tao Lord. If he had been at the Forest of Sword Pagodas, his self-created reincarnation stance would have been acknowledged by the Sword Pagodas. Someone who relied on this sword art as the base of his breakthrough to Tao Lord would be able to immediately battle ordinary Tao Lords of the 2nd step. But of course, Birchaloo and Eastcult were even more freakishly talented. Once they broke through, they would be able to match Tao Lords of the 3rd step. However, the harder one's path was, the more difficult it would be for one to become an eternal emperor. The more freakishly talented you were, the harder it would be for you to become an eternal emperor. This was why, despite the passage of countless years, there were only 3 hegemons. What were his sword arts named? Ning asked. Prior to disappearing, he left behind a complete copy of his sword arts with the Tao Alliance. He named it the Heartsword. Lord Woodflower continued, only the Tao Alliance has a complete copy of this sword art. Only the Tao Alliance? Ning was rather disappointed. Yes, because this is the one and only sword art which allows Heartforce cultivators to completely merge their power with Fiend God body refiners and key refiners and then gain eternity, Lord Woodflower said. Fiend God refiners would be able to perfectly merge the Heartforce into their sword arts and then enter close combat. Key refiners would be able to perfectly merge the Heartforce into their flying swords as well. A sword art which can rival hegemons, with only one complete copy, it's only natural that the Tao Alliance would never transmit it to outsiders. No matter what price our Brightshore Kingdom offered to pay, they refused to let us have a copy. Something like this sword art isn't something which mere treasures can be used to trade for. A sword art like that is one of the fundamental pillars on which entire organizations rest. Lord Woodflower continued, the outside world only has incomplete, fragmentary records. How many stances do you have? Just 7, Ning said. Lord Woodflower looked rather disappointed. The first 7 stances were created by Eternal Emperor Heartsword before he was a Tao Lord, and they are the 7 most commonly known stances. I was hoping that you might have encountered something special. Oh, right. Have you gone to the ancient library? The library holds a fragmentary record that includes the first 10 stances of the Heartsword manual. The ancient library has it? Ning was instantly delighted. The ancient library simply had far too many sword arts within it, including tens of millions of fragmentary sword arts. Each one could only be read through the usage of Godsense. Even if you could fully review 1,000 scrolls a day, it would still take over 100 years for you to go through everything. Our Brightshore Kingdom had to pay a hefty price in order to purchase these 10 stances, and were allowed to teach them to others, Lord Woodflower said. You are a cultivator, after all. I'm sure you'll have some connections to the Tao Alliance and eventually be able to gain entry into it. At that point in time, if you spend a bit of Chaos Nectar, you'll be able to purchase the complete Heartsword Sutra. Ning nodded. He was a member of Vast Heaven Palace, which meant that he actually had quite a deep connection to the Tao Alliance. Make your preparations. You have 100 years, at which point the 12 palaces will select just the 4 strongest world-level experts for this opportunity. Lord Woodflower smiled as he delivered this message. After parting with Lord Woodflower, Ning immediately headed towards the ancient library. The ancient library was filled with tens of millions of sword arts. Ning scanned the place with his Godsense and was quickly able to discover a jade slip that had the words Heartsword Sutra atop it. In the past, Ning didn't realize what it was, but now he realized that this Heartsword tome contained the nameless sword art he trained in. It really is the same. As Ning picked up the jade slip and sent his godsense into it, a large amount of information flooded into his memories. This really did contain the first 10 stances, as well as some explanations regarding this sword art. The complete version of this sword art contained 15 stances. The first 7 stances had been created by Emperor Heartsword prior to becoming a Dao Lord, and he used the 7th stance to reach the Samsara Dao Lord level. Afterwards, he used his 15th stance to become an eternal emperor. It is even more profound than I believed it to be. After Ning viewed the final 3 stances, he couldn't help but sigh. Actually, anyone could tell that they were the same technique. The very first stance of this sword art was named the Heartsword stance, after all. The Heartsword stance had exceedingly high requirements with regards to one's mind and heart. The user had to make his mind one with both the sword and the world around it, gaining absolute mastery over the sword. The various later stances also had very high requirements with regards to both the sword and the heart. The 6th stance, Unicorn's Heart, was even more profound and abstruse than the Heartsword stance. One had to find that ephemeral feeling which was so difficult to grasp. The 7th stance was even better. The Cosmic Heart allowed for one to perfectly activate and infuse one's heart force into the sword art. When the sword struck out, it was like a tear shed for a person you loved. His sword arts actually aren't that profound, compared to the most supreme major powers of the Tao of the sword. Ning had seen many things in the forest of sword pagodas, and his horizons had been correspondingly expanded. However, the mysteries of how he merged his heart force with his sword arts are worthy of further exploration. The 12 Palaces. The Palace of Fire. Have you heard? Just today, a world god in the sword palace named Ning was acknowledged by the pagodas. Ah! A world-level cultivator was acknowledged? What a freak! He would be the 7th sword lord of the sword palace, right? Some of the black-armored Dao lords who were on patrol were chatting with each other. News spread throughout the 12 palaces quite quickly. It must be understood that there were only around 60 world-level cultivators who had been acknowledged by the ancient pagodas. Generally speaking, only one such cultivator would appear every trillion years. Anyone acknowledged by the pagodas was destined to be a truly extraordinary Dao Lord. What a freak! I can't even get into the fire palace, but those freaks are actually able to receive the acknowledgement of the ancient pagodas. Some of the world-level cultivators in front of the fire palace began to discuss this matter as well, and many of them sighed with frustration and envy. Fellow Daoist, what do you mean by acknowledgement of the pagodas? A tall, skinny, jade-haired youth spoke out. Let me explain. Joining the 12 palaces isn't that impressive, as some of their members aren't even able to become Dao Lords. Even if your insights into the Dao are so profound that you can become a Dao Lord whenever you wish, you still aren't that impressive. Only those who reach truly incredible heights are acknowledged by the resonance of the pagodas. From what I've heard, those world-level cultivators who are acknowledged by the pagodas can not only break through whenever they wish, once they do so they will immediately be comparable to Dao Lords of the 2nd step in power, but... What? They are able to break through whenever they wish, and will immediately be comparable to Dao Lords of the 2nd step? Quite a few world-level cultivators were stunned by this, and they all began to chat amongst themselves. Dark North? Outside the Fire Palace was a large group of cultivators who wished to take the trials to join the Fire Palace, and 2 of them were individuals who Ning was quite familiar with. One was Su Yuji the Flame Fairy while the other was World God Pilsaint. They had tried many times in recent years but were still unable to enter the Palace of Fire. Master was acknowledged by the ancient pagodas? Su Yuji was instantly overjoyed to hear this. Incredible! Master is simply incredible. All other thoughts flew out of Su Yuji's mind as she immediately turned and ran towards the Fire Palace's space-time transfer array. She was going to go back to the Sword Palace. Her master had achieved such a great thing. How could she, his retainer, not be there to congratulate him? Is that brother Dark North? The chubby world god Pilsaint was stunned.
The Sword Palace? It has to be the Dark North that I know. He once told me that he is going to join the Sword Palace. The Sword Palace doesn't have that many world-level cultivators in it. There's no way someone else will have the same Taoist title as him. Ugh, I've been training for years but still I'm not able to enter the Fire Palace. I might as well join Brother Darknorth instead, World God Pilsaint quickly made up his mind, then turned and began to hasten towards the spacetime transfer array. Even assuming he didn't wish to become Ning's retainer, he still would have gone to congratulate Ning on his success. Ning had shown him kindness, after all. Whoosh! A few hours later, Suyuji and World God Pilsaint, along with a few other cultivators, rode the spacetime transfer array from the Fire Palace to the Sword Palace. Suyuji rushed straight into the Sword Palace. As Ning's retainer, she was permitted to go straight into the Sword Palace. As for World God Pilsaint, he informed the black-armored Downlord who sought to bar his path, "Senior, I wish to meet with Sword Lord Darknorth. I am his good friend, He wishes to meet Sword Lord Darknorth?" Suyuji, who had rushed on ahead, couldn't help but turn back and glance at the chubby World God Pilsaint. A short while later, within an immortal estate located at the peak of a mountain, Ning, Suyuji, and Pilsaint were all seated facing each other. "Yuji, this gentleman is the World God Pilsaint who I mentioned to you before." Ning laughed. "In the Astral Islands, he was my very first competitor." World God Pilsaint looked rather embarrassed. He hurriedly said, "I really didn't know my own limits. Thankfully, you showed mercy to me, Taoist Brother Darknorth. Otherwise, I'd be dead." Ning chuckled. "It was a sign that destiny binds the two of us." Right. Bound by destiny." World God Pilsaint grinned at Ning. "Taoist Brother Darknorth, I have nowhere to go in the Brightshore Kingdom. I've tried a few times to enter the Palace of Fire, but I've failed each time. And so, I'm planning to give up and join you instead. Am I lucky enough to be accepted? Follow me?" Ning was startled, but he then said with a laugh, "If you don't mind joining me, I'd naturally be willing to welcome you. Others would beg for the chance to take such a master alchemist as a retainer." "Then it is settled." World God Pilsaint immediately and straightforwardly swore a lifeblood oath. His oath was one of the fairly common retainer oaths that were sworn in the Endless Territories. Generally speaking, retainer oaths were fairly relaxed. Ning was able to break through to become a Downlord whenever he wished, and would be an extraordinary Downlord at that. Someone like him was definitely qualified to take on World God Pilsaint as a retainer. "Pilsaint greets you, Master." World God Pilsaint bowed respectfully. Enough. There's no need for the two of you to go through these pointless courtesies." Ning smiled. The very first time he saw World God Pilsaint, he had a good feeling about the man. Now, the chubby-cheeked, rosy-faced youth who wore all his feelings on his sleeve had become his retainer. Quite frankly, world-level cultivators who were so genuine and guileless were quite rare. Phew! I finally have a backer now. Life in the Brightshore Kingdom really has pissed me off lately. World God Pilsaint let out a sigh. "Flame Fairy, we didn't know each other when we first met, but now we follow and serve the same master." World God Pilsaint glanced towards the nearby Suyuji as he spoke. "Aha!" The Flame Fairy nodded. "Can't you be a bit more talkative?" World God Pilsaint felt speechless. The Flame Fairy glanced at him and chuckled, but she didn't say anything else. "As for Ning," he said, "right. There's something I need you two to do for me. Please instruct us, Master." World God Pilsaint and Suyuji both spoke out at the same time. Suyuji felt rather excited. It was quite rare for Ning to assign her any tasks. "A great opportunity is coming, and I have a small shot at getting it. I have to do everything I can to prepare for it," Ning said. "I'm planning to sell a treasure known as the Bloodfire Cloud Fruit. It'll be up to you to help me sell it.
The Bloodfire Cloud Fruit was the most valuable treasure he had on him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 16, Treasure Selling. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 16, Treasure Selling.
Bloodfire Cloud Fruit?
Su Yuji was puzzled.
Bloodfire Cloud Fruit.
World God Pilsaint's eyes bulged out as he called out in shock.
You know of it?
Su Yuji turned to look at World God Pilsaint. World God Pilsaint hurriedly nodded, too excited to act smug.
That's one hell of a treasure.
It is a unique fruit which can only be formed under very special conditions. It has marvelous properties, and cultivators who walk the Tao of Fire all dream of possessing something like it.
But of course, it wouldn't work for you.
You key refiners are too physically weak. There's no way your bodies could possibly withstand the enormous amounts of energy the Bloodfire Cloud Fruit contains. Only Fiend God body refiners are able to endure its energy, which they can then use to forcibly convert their bodies into fire attribute bodies. By then, they would be able to easily take control over Chaos Fire and ride it to escape.
Most likely, even Tao Lords would not be able to catch up to them. It's that amazing?
Su Yuji was rather shocked. Not even Tao Lords would be able to catch up. If I sold it to Armaments Gorge, I'd be able to sell it for 1,000,000 cubes of Chaos Nectar, Ning said.
However, I'm hoping for a higher price.
That's why I'd like for you to help me spread the news of this treasure to the black-armored Tao Lords. They'll definitely discuss it amongst themselves and with many others. Soon, everyone in the 12 Palkis will know, and I'm sure there will be some who would be willing to pay a high price for the Bloodfire Cloud Fruit.
Selling for a high price? Easy. Leave it Otini.
Pilsaint was quite confident.
Just spread the news as widely as you can.
Even if a Tao Lord wishes to speak to me personally, just have them give you the bid, Ning said. 100 years from now, I will leave the Forest of Sword Pagodas and choose the highest bidder, giving the Bloodfire Cloud Fruit to him or her.
All right. Understood. Pilsaint and Su Yuji were both a bit excited.
Although this was a simple task, it was still a task that involved 1,000,000 cubes of Chaos Nectar.
They couldn't help but be filled with enthusiasm. All right. I'm heading to the Forest of Sword Pagodas. Ning rose to his feet. Am I now allowed to enter and exit the Sword Palace freely?
Pilsaint was a bit worried about this. Just now, Ning had personally guided him through the palace, which was why the Sword Palace's defenses had not automatically attacked him.
Don't worry.
The spirit of the Sword Palace was able to see you becoming my retainer, Ning said. The rules of the Sword Palace were that each formal disciple was permitted to grant 2 retainers free entry to and from the Sword Palace. Su Yuji and Pilsaint were now both able to enter and leave freely, but Ning wouldn't be able to grant this permission to a 3rd retainer.
Swish!
Ning transformed into a streak of light and flew out the gates of Immortal Estate and towards the Forest of Sword Pagodas. Pilsaint and Su Yuji watched as Ning left. Both of them felt a sense of pressure. Although this was a simple task, it still involved a great deal of wealth.
As his new retainer, I need to make sure I handle this well, Pilsaint mused silently. I've never been able to help out Master much. I can't let him down.
Su Yuji felt the same sense of pressure. The Forest of Sword Pagodas. Ning set out his temporal acceleration cottage, then sat down in the lotus position and began to cultivate.
I hope I'll be able to garner a high price for it.
I don't really have many valuable treasures on me right now, Ning mused. Although he did have a few eternal weapons, there was nothing special about them. The only other item he owned which was worth over 100,000 cubes of Chaos Nectar was the spare Mirrors Now painting. When Ning left the Astral Islands and headed towards the Sword Palace, he had acquired a spare from the underwater creatures. However, Ning was in no rush to sell it.
If he really did need money, he could sell it then. If he waited for a good opportunity, he might be able to sell it for a better price. Still, the truth was that Ning really didn't have many items he could sell for a high price. As for the Bloodfire Cloud Fruit, the 12 palaces actually weren't the best place to sell it, because almost all of its major powers were wandering the outside world. The Sword Palace theoretically had over 100 Dao Lords, not including the black-armored ones, but almost all of them were out adventuring. Only 10 or so were here at the Sword Palace. This was simply how the 12 palaces worked. As a result, there would be less competition, resulting in lower prices for Ning. If this was one of the places where many major powers of the Dao Alliance congregated, the price would probably be much better. Alas, by the time Ning reached such a place, he would probably have already become a Dao Lord. By then, even if he did sell the Bloodfire Cloud Fruit for a high price, it wouldn't be of much use to him. Time flowed on. Pilsaint and Su Yuji spread the word, causing the news that Sword Lord Dark North of the Sword Palace wished to sell a Bloodfire Cloud Fruit to spread throughout the 12 palaces. Bloodfire Cloud Fruit? The people most excited to hear this naturally all belonged to the world-level cultivators and Dao Lords of the Palace of Fire, although virtually all of the world-level cultivators could do nothing more dream about it. These individuals all walked the Dao of Fire. If they had fire attribute bodies, they would be able to cultivate much more quickly. They were thus the most suitable candidates for purchasing this item. Bloodfire Cloud Fruit? The Saber Palace, Heart Force Palace, Sword Palace, Spacetime Palace, and other palaces also held Dao Lords and world-level cultivators who were interested. Ning, for example, was a member of the Sword Palace who had a body that was lightning attribute in nature. But of course, those who walked the Dao of Water or the Dao of Metal would never procure fire attribute bodies. That would make it twice as hard to cultivate, with half the effect. The fire attribute body would disrupt their affinity to those Daos. That kid, Sword Lord Dark North, plans to sell it off within 100 years? He's probably doing this to prepare for the upcoming opportunity. Haha, fellow Daoists, there's no need for us to bid up the price too much. He's definitely going to sell it no matter what. Let's keep the price low. Instantly, some Dao Lords came up with this idea. There were some Dao Lords in the 12 palaces who walked the path of evil. In fact, some had committed tremendous sins and atrocities. Although the Lifeblood Oath prevented them from acting against Ning, they were still able to do something like lowball him for his treasures. The highest bid stands at 1.3 million cubes. Pilsaint made this claim within an immortal estate within the Sword Palace. What? The old man frowned, his entire body emanating an aura of explosive, ruinous energy. Who made such a high bid? I can't reveal that, Pilsaint said placidly. If your bid isn't any higher than this, there's no point in even bidding. You punk. The old man was irritated. He turned away and departed. Pilsaint. Su Yuji watched the old man walk away, then sent Pilsaint a stealthy mental message. You lied to him. What if no one ends up bidding a higher price? We'll be in trouble. Don't worry. Pilsaint was quite confident. Pilsaint and Su Yuji had both noticed that the Dao Lords were in no rush to place any bids. Ning had given a limit of 100 years, after all, they didn't want to get the price too high, too early. In fact, some of the Dao Lords were colluding in secret to keep the price low. Half a year later, the old man returned. I'm willing to bid 1.31 million cubes, the old man said. The highest price is now 1.33 million cubes, Pilsaint said, his eyes wide and innocent. Ah! The old man was stunned. Pilsaint continued to raise the price. 1.33 million cubes, 1.35 million cubes, 1.36 million cubes, 1.37 million cubes, every half a year or year, the price would rise slightly. Faced with the continuously rising price, some of the Dao Lords that were colluding began to grow a bit impatient. Who the hell keeps upping their bids? Why are the bids continuing to rise? They were able to keep calm when the price was steady,
but this constant rise made some of them a bit impatient.
Pilsaint secretly felt quite smug about this. You have no idea who you are dealing with. I'm a grandmaster alchemist. I'm not just skilled in making pills, I'm also an expert in selling them.
There was a certain art to selling pills and treasures as well, and there was always a bit of artifice built into the prices. Many of the bids for the fruit were false, but Pilsaint did manage to lure in a few real bids as well.
100 years passed in the blink of an eye.
The highest price is now 1.46 million cubes.
This is the final year, Pilsaint declared. My master will return from the forest of sword pagodas anytime now.
When he does return, the auction will come to an end. The highest bidder will win the Bloodfire Cloud Fruit.
What? The auction will end as soon as his master leaves the forest?
This is the final year.
Swordlord Darknorth might return at any moment. Even the most patient of Dowlords were no longer able to hold on.
Once Ning returned, they would have missed this opportunity for good. They didn't believe that Pilsaint was lying, because no one would dare lie to so many Dowlords at the closing time of an auction.
I'm willing to offer 1.47 million cubes. I'll offer 1.48 million. 1.5 million.
In the final year, the bids increased very rapidly.
Some of the Dowlords had truly grown impatient.
Once they gained this treasure, more than 99% of the other Dowlords would be unable to catch up to them in speed. Generally speaking, not even Verge-level Dowlords would be able to fly as quickly as Chaos Fire or Chaos Lightning. Only those who had techniques allowing them to control Chaos Fire or Chaos Lightning would be exceptions.
Once this opportunity went past, who knew how long it would be before the next opportunity? Even if another opportunity did arise, it was entirely possible that they wouldn't even have a chance to bid on it.
The endless territories were simply too vast. By the time they heard the news, the thing probably would have been sold already. Pilsaint went so far as to run over to the Forest of Sword Pagodas to send Ning a secret message.
Master, don't be in a rush to return. Give me another half year. Come back then.
All right.
Ning trusted them.
Some of the Dowlords truly did need this treasure, and time was running out. Once this sort of naturally occurring treasure was gone, it would be eons before anything one appeared. The bidding process became noticeably fiercer.
Ning finally emerged from the Forest of Sword Pagodas. How did it go? Ning descended from the skies into the Immortal estate where Su Yuji and Pilsaint were located.
1.8 million cubes, Pilsaint said proudly.
What?
Ning was quite surprised. If he sold it to a major organization, the price would have been roughly 1 million cubes.
If he was lucky and many Dowlords desperately bid against each other, the price could be several times higher. However, there weren't many Dowlords in the 12 palaces right now.
To be able to sell it for 1.8 million cubes already vastly exceeded Ning's expectations. He had thought that a price of 1.5 million cubes would already be quite high.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 17, 1,000 Years. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 17, 1,000 Years. The Imperial Palace of the Brightshore Kingdom. The almighty Hegemon stared at the 67 images hovering in the air next to the 13 thrones. He said softly, 1,000 years has concluded. The 12 golden armored powers who had been chatting idly, meditating with eyes closed, or silently drinking wine all came alert.
Hegemon, how shall you choose the most powerful ones? The 12 golden armored powers all looked at the almighty Hegemon.
These world-level cultivators who had been acknowledged by the ancient pagodas were all incredible figures who possessed varied skills. What was the fairest way to choose the best for? The almighty Hegemon gently stroked his snow-white beard, then smiled. Let them challenge the Dowlord Cloud World. They will have 3 days. The 4 who make it the farthest in the Downlord Cloud World shall gain this opportunity.
Challenge the Downlord Cloud World? The 12 instantly understood.
Ning was seated in the lotus position within his spacetime acceleration cottage, still located in the ancient forest of sword pagodas within the Sword Palace.
Dark North, come to me right away.
A voice rang out in Ning's mind.
Eh? Ning opened his eyes. Dim flickers of sharp light could be seen within them.
1,000 years has concluded. It seems it is time for the actual challenge. Ning's sword arts were now far more formidable than when he had first developed the reincarnation stance or the cosmic heart stance. His sword arts were actually still continuing to improve, and he hadn't encountered any bottlenecks yet.
Alas, he simply didn't have enough time. The almighty hegemon had only given him 1,000 years.
Whoosh! Ning put away his spacetime acceleration treasure, then flew out of the forest of sword pagodas and towards Lord Woodflower's palace. Lord Woodflower was seated in the lotus position atop a golden-red prayer mat. In front of him were 7 similarly seated cultivators. There was one who looked like a child, one who looked like a youngster, one who looked like a youth, and even an old man. They all had completely different auras of the sword Tao.
A cultivator's age or mentality couldn't be judged by their appearances.
At this level, there were some cultivators who reached an elderly age before suddenly shining with brilliance and embarking upon the path of cultivation.
1,000 years has concluded.
Lord Woodflower swept Ning and the others with his gaze. The 7 of you are the only ones within our sword palace have been acknowledged by our ancient pagodas. Right now, in the 12 palaces there are a total of 67 individuals on your level, yourselves included.
All of you will be fighting for this opportunity.
67 challengers, only 4 spots. The almighty hegemon has already sent word for you to go and challenge the Downlord Cloud World. You must complete your attempt within 3 days, and the final 4 who make it farthest into the Cloud World shall be the ones to win this opportunity, Lord Woodflower said. Ning, Sword Lord Wildfire, Sword Lord Graceless, and the others all became more alert. They were all going to do their absolute best, and indeed training in the Tao of the sword itself was training in a path of no return. In the 12 palaces, the world-level cultivators of the Saber Palace are the strongest, while the Heart Force Palace and the Spacetime Palace also have immeasurably deep roots.
Lord Woodflower's gaze fell upon the 7 sword lords once more.
I hope that our sword palace can gain at least one of the slots. It would be a damn shame if we gain nothing at all from this.
Understood.
Ning and the others were all very solemn.
They weren't angered or offended by Lord Woodflower's words.
Given their achievements, all of them were extraordinary figures who knew the importance of respecting their opponents. The other competitors had all been acknowledged by the ancient pagodas as well. Some were special lifeforms, and some had experienced tremendous strokes of karmic luck.
None could be belittled or underestimated. I can only do my best.
Ning's heart was firm with the resolve to do battle and test himself against these other acknowledged world-level opponents. Although the battle hadn't started yet, Ning was already beginning to feel excitement and energy coursing through his veins.
Palace Lord Dawnstar is the undisputed most powerful Downlord of the 12 palaces.
Even if we factor in all the other organizations of the endless territories, he would be ranked the 2nd most powerful Downlord. He personally tutored all of you for many years. If only one of you gains a slot, even I will feel ashamed on your behalf.
Downlord Yunwen's voice was filled with icy arrogance.
This was his natural, innate disposition.
When he was a young mortal, he had been kidnapped and dragged into an incredibly powerful but evil sect, filled with all sorts of viledoers and evil men.
But of course, this was something that happened long ago, and by now a simple breath from him would be enough to wipe out that evil sect. He was now a deputy palace lord of the Saber Palace, and his name and reputation held tremendous influence within the endless territories. Don't worry, Lord Wind.
Forget 2. Let's try for all 4. The Saber Lords of the Saber Palace were brimming with confidence. The 67 waiting world-level challengers all received word from their respective elders. Some headed for the Downlord Cloud World immediately, while some calmed themselves and planned on making the challenge on the final day. The trials of the Downlord Cloud World could actually be completed quite quickly. Generally speaking, half a day was enough. The Heart Force Palace. The Palace of the Heart was extremely quiet. There were pitifully few cultivators at either the world level or the Downlord level, and only one of them had been acknowledged by the Heart Pagodas, Heart Lord Soulwind. I'm the only one taking part in the Heart Palace. How lonely. A bald, red-vested youth whose face was covered with strange, crimson divine tattoos smiled as he murmured to himself, "Little sister, just watch and see how your big brother takes on the Downlord Cloud World." He strolled forward in a relaxed manner, and with each step he took a fiery divine crow would manifest beneath his feet. The line between reality and illusions was blurred around him. Clearly, he was training even when he was just walking. He was an incredibly famous figure in the 12 palaces, not because he had accomplished any special feats, simply because he was a member of the Palace of the Heart. Although the Heart Palace had pitifully few members, every single member was frighteningly strong. Birchula focused on the Tao of Light, using Heart Force as a support skill. Heart Lord Soulwind, however, had truly focused all of his efforts on his skills as a Heart Force cultivator. His accomplishments in this area vastly outstripped Birchula's, who had only reached the utter apex of power at the world level in the Tao of Light. The almighty He Gemin personally gave me pointers in the past. As for this opportunity he is offering, I, Greatjoy, shall definitely grasp it. This was a youth who was dressed in strange black imperial robes and who wore a crown on his head. He was the most powerful world-level expert in the Palace of Spacetime, and he referred to himself as Prince Greatjoy. Although on the surface he was rather calm and stately when interacting with others, he was actually an extremely wild, berserk man. The Downlord Cloud World, eh? Poof. Prince Greatjoy flew out of the Spacetime Palace and headed straight towards the Downlord Cloud World. More than half of the world-level experts immediately flew towards their Downlord Cloud World as soon as they received the news. Every single one of the 12 palaces had their own Downlord Cloud World, and the difficulty level in each was identical. Swoosh, dot. Ning descended into the armaments gorge of the Sword Palace. Dark North. The two guardians of the gorge, Sword 5 and Sword 6, both looked at Ning. Sword 5. Sword 6. Ning said in a rather humble manner, "I've been acknowledged by the Sword Pagodas. I believe I now have the chance to choose a single treasure from the armaments gorge, so long as it doesn't cost more than 1,000,000 cubes of chaos nectar." Right? Right. Sword 5 nodded. The Sword Palace has always been very generous towards world-level cultivators who are acknowledged by the Sword Pagodas. Sword 5, can you follow me inside? Ning asked. I can. Sword 5 nodded. He surmised that Ning probably wanted to carry out a major business transaction. There was no other reason for Ning to ask him to go in. The armaments gorge was filled with countless treasures, but Ning went straight towards one of the corners in the far back. There was a seemingly ordinary black bottle placed atop one of the tables in the back. This black bottle, however, was priced at 1.5 million cubes of chaos nectar. This bottle was a magic treasure known as the God Water Flagon of the 7 Flags, and it contained 7 different types of Tao water. These 7 types of Tao water could be used to form an enormous formation known as the 7 Flags Formation, which could easily annihilate almost any opponent. Can I take this flagon? Ning asked. Sword 5 slowly shook his head. You aren't permitted to choose anything worth more than 1,000,000 cubes. If you insist on choosing this item, you have to pay an extra 500,000 cubes. Done. Ning nodded. There were quite a few treasures in the armaments gorge which involved Tao water, and most of them were treasures which were forged out of Tao water. The God Water Flagon of the 7 Flags was the most suitable choice for Ning. Need anything else?
Sword 5 had heard that Ning had sold off a Bloodfire Cloud Fruit for 1.8 million cubes.
I need some Dao Lightning as well. Ning grinned.
Ning departed from the armament's gorge, then transformed into a streak of light that flew back towards his own immortal estate.
Master!
Su Yuji and World God Pilsaint both came out to greet him.
No one is allowed to disturb me. No matter who comes, they are not permitted to see me.
Ning gave them some instructions, then went into his private room. Ning sat down in the lotus position within this private room, then placed a black bottle, an azure cauldron, and a grey gourd next to him. This time, he had purchased 7 types of Dao water and 5 types of Dao lightning. He had paid 2.1 million cubes of chaos nectar for them. Factoring in the million cubes of credit which the Sword Palace had bestowed upon him, he actually had used up more than 3 million cubes. With these items, I should now be able to make myself much more powerful. Ning was quite calm as he summoned the technique for creating the Novescence Thunder and the Novescence Water into his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 27, Chapter 18, Training.
Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 18, Training.
Ning willed the ethereal lightning to fly out of the grey gourd. It seemed unremarkable, but in reality it was terrifyingly powerful.
Under Ning's control, it swirled around Ning's body and then seeped into it. For someone with a weaker divine body, such an act was akin to suicide. It must be understood that this was Dao lightning. Someone with a weak body would have it instantly reduced to ashes. Long ago, when Ning was still an Empyrean god, his body was incapable of enduring the power of the 9-horn lightning serpents. In order to tame and control one of them, Ning had to first use elder-level lightning serpents to repeatedly enter his body and completely transform it into a lightning attribute body. Ning died multiple times before being able to successfully complete the transformation process. Only then was he able to survive alongside the 9-horn lightning serpent and draw it into his body, storing it in the divine rune of a lightning serpent egg.
And now,
Ning had completely mastered the golden idol, making his divine body comparable to top-grade Dao treasures.
This Dao lightning was completely incapable of harming Ning.
Whoosh! After the ethereal lightning entered Ning's body, it seemed to be affected by a powerful gravitational force. With a swoosh, it was drawn towards Ning's Jindan Chaos World, towards the location where one of 9 lightning essences was located. This lightning essence was similarly ethereal, and the two seemed to have come from the same source. The Dao lightning voluntarily merged into the lightning essence, rapidly surging into it and drawing upon the chaos lightning energy which had previously been present.
I finished absorbing the first Dao lightning. Nin nodded slowly.
The reason why Dao Lord All God had separated the Novescence Thunder into the upper part and the lower part, despite the fact that he created the technique as a Dao Lord who didn't need Chaos Lightning, was because he needed to establish the 9 Lightning Essence Foundations. The Lightning Foundations were similar to the Lightning Serpent Egg which Ning once used to store and transform the 9-horn Lightning Serpent.
The Lightning Foundations were the places where the lightning would stay and live. This was their home.
The lightning foundations which Dao Lord All God had created were countless times more profound than the lightning serpent egg. They were tremendously attractive towards Dao lightning, and Dao lightning naturally liked to live within them.
Next, Ning willed the next one to enter. For streams of Dao lightning instantly began to surge out from the 4 handles on the azure cauldron in front of Ning.
Under Ning's control, the 4 streams of lightning surged into his body.
These 4 streams of Dao lightning were similarly drawn into 4 different lightning essence foundations and were quickly swallowed up.
They now had their own foundations where they belonged.
And the Elementum water flame gourd.
Finally, Ning produced the gourd which he had been using for quite some time. He used the exact same technique to draw those 2 streams of Dao lightning into the foundations inside his body. There were a total of 9 lightning essence foundations. These 9 foundations were meant to hold 9 streaks of Tao lightning or 9 streaks of chaos lightning which belonged to the same type. Right now, Ning had 7 of those streaks of Tao lightning. These 7 Tao lightnings were the 7 cheapest ones he could find, but they had still cost Ning a total of 2.1 million cubes of chaos nectar. As for the 7 types of Tao water, they had cost Ning a total of 1.5 million cubes of chaos nectar. The Tao lightning was more powerful and thus preferred by cultivators, resulting in a slightly higher price than the Tao water. Ning had purchased 9 types of chaos water shortly after arriving at the Sword Palace. As a result, his body already had 9 types of water essence foundations within it, and he used them to absorb those streams of Tao water, completely drawing them inside. The transfer is complete. Ning was a bit excited. I wonder if I'll be able to start training in the lower part now. To actually absorb the Tao lightning didn't really signify anything, as Ning could control them regardless of whether they were inside his body or inside a magic treasure. In this sense, the location didn't matter. According to the notes regarding the lower part of the Novescence Thunder, only a Samsara Tao Lord can train in the technique because Tao lightning is thousands of times more explosive and unruly than chaos lightning. The immortal energy of world-level cultivators simply cannot cope with it, preventing them from training in this technique. Ning's eyes were shining. When he had first started on the Novescence Thunder, using chaos lightning, he had failed numerous types in his attempts to master it. In the end, he had to rely on his Azure Flower Mist energy to succeed. Using the Azure Flower Mist energy to control the chaos lightning had been hundreds of times easier than using his own immortal energy. The reason why only Tao Lords can train in the lower part is because the immortal energy of world-level cultivators is too weak. However, I can use the Azure Flower Mist energy instead. That energy should be comparable to the energy of a Tao Lord of the first steps. According to the manual, a Tao Lord of the first step has a chance to complete the second stage of the technique. In fact, he even has a shot at the third stage. Ning felt quite eager. The second stage referred to the secret art needed to completely merge 2 of the streaks of Tao lightning together. This would instantly cause the power of the Tao lightning to skyrocket. Upon reaching the second stage, those 2 streaks of Tao lightning would probably be even more powerful than 7 streaks of Tao lightning and 7 streams of Tao water combined. Right now, Ning was relying on superior numbers in order to achieve victory. And yet, all his Tao lightning and Tao water combined was merely on par with the second stage. If I can master at least the second stage for the Tao lightning, then do the same for the Tao water, then use them along with the rest of my lightning and water, the power should be quite extraordinary. Ning was filled with eagerness. Time to begin. Using the Azure Flower Mist energy to reinforce his physical strength in battle was the most basic way of using it. Using it to train in secret arts? That was far more impressive. This was a form of energy comparable to a Tao Lord's energy, after all. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Azure Flower Mist energy spread out in accordance with the Novescence Thunder, stretching out like an invisible hand that quickly latched onto the water smoke lightning and the fire cloud lightning. These were the 2 types of Tao lightning that were the easiest to control. Ha ha ha! I'm completely able to control them. My suspicions were correct. My Azure Flower Mist energy can be used to control Tao lightning as if it was Tao Lord energy. Ning began to grow excited. This meant that he would be able to realize his ambitions. The 2 streaks of Tao lightning were innately explosive, but the power of the Azure Flower Mist energy was still able to control them. They followed Ning's will and began to transform non-stop as the secret art began to take shape. However, the later parts of this process grew increasingly complicated. The Novescence Thunder and the Novescence Water techniques were techniques that were akin to applying alchemy and pill forging principles to lightning and water. The lightning would be constantly adjusted and harmonized, causing its power to eventually be completely transformed in nature. Pill makers needed to have complete control over their pills, and Ning needed to have similarly exquisite control over his lightning. The process grew more and more difficult. Boom! It had been just the slightest slip-up, but the entire secret art broke apart and the two streaks of Tao lightning instantly split apart, each returning to its own lightning essence foundation. My Azure Flower Mist energy is clearly far more powerful than the immortal energy of a world-level cultivator. I trust that it is no weaker than a Daelord's, and my soul is also comparable to a Daelord's soul. I refuse to believe I can't do this. Ning tried again. Once. Twice. Thrice. Ning tried 20 times in a row, only to fail each time. Ning was stunned. Let me try the Tao water. Maybe I'll be able to succeed with the Tao water. Ning once more gave it a try, this time using the Tao water. It was clearly much easier to control Tao water than Tao lightning, as water was less explosive and wild, but as the process went on it failed once more at the very end. Multiple, repeated failures resulted in Ning giving up. Why do I keep failing? Ning carefully went through his memories regarding these two techniques. These two techniques, the Novescence Thunder and the Novescence Water, were created based on Tao Lord Algod's insights into the process of alchemy and artificing. The process allowed him to take exquisite control over lightning and water, using them to form tremendously powerful secret arts. After one became a Tao Lord of the fourth step, it would be possible for one to master the ninth stage and complete the process. Tao Lords of the first step generally could master the second stage, and they even had a chance at mastering the third stage. Why can't I even master the second stage? Controlling them feels incredibly taxing. Ning suddenly stared blankly. I understand. Tao Lord Algod was a Verge-level Tao Lord when he mastered the ninth stage for the lightning and water, but who was he? He was a master of alchemy and artificing, a true grandmaster of countless Taos. He was incredibly skilled in this respect. I, however, know nothing about alchemy or artificing whatsoever. I'm completely relying on the strength of the Azure Flower Mist energy to brute force the lightning and water into cooperating. It only makes sense that this sort of brute force method will result in repeated failures. Ning finally understood. Alchemy and artificing were not simple tasks. They were arts that required tremendous levels of skill and expertise. World God Pilsaint was an incredibly skilled grandmaster in alchemy, but how many other world-level cultivators were similarly talented in this regard? Alchemy truly was an art filled with countless mysteries, but Ning knew nothing of it at all. All he could do was rely on his Azure Flower Mist energy to brute force things. Ugh, Ning shook his head. If he could master the second stage for the lightning and the water, then when he used them as well as his other types of Tao lightning and Tao water in a formation to attack an opponent, he would probably be able to slay an ordinary Tao Lord of the first step in one blow. Even if that person didn't die, he would be heavily injured. A few successive blows would ensure that the Tao Lord would definitely perish. This was why the Azure Flower Mist energy was so incredible and special. It gave world-level cultivators a chance to master techniques they simply shouldn't be able to, but alas, Ning didn't understand enough about alchemy or artificing. Too late to start training in these areas now. There's no time. I have to try out the Tao Lord Cloud World soon, Ning mused. But I just so happen to have an expert alchemist by my side. After the challenge is completed, I'll ask Pilsaint for some advice. If I learn some basic alchemy skills, I'll probably be able to rely on the experience I gain to make some progress in mastering the second stage of these two techniques. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 19, Challenging the Tao Lord Cloud World. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 19, Challenging the Tao Lord Cloud World. Ning tested out using the 7 types of Tao water and Tao lightning in the privacy of his study, using them to form a heptastar duality formation. Cultivators would often use lightning and water in joint formations. The treasures which Ning had purchased previously all had formations built into them, such as the God Water Flagon of the 7 Flags, which held a 7 Flags formation. After familiarizing himself with the formation, Ning calmed himself down and started to think back to the insights regarding the sword which he had gained in recent years. Slowly, his heart grew peaceful, calm, and empty. A full day passed in the blink of an eye. Ning opened his eyes, a hint of eagerness in them. Time to try out the Tao Lord Cloud World. Ning left the study, then glanced at World God Pilsaint and Flame Fairy Su Yuji. The two were seated outside, drinking some wine, but when they saw Ning they immediately rose to their feet. Su Yuji immediately said, "Master, are you going to the Tao Lord Cloud World?" "Yes." Ning nodded. "Master." Pilsaint hurriedly said, "I've heard that quite a few of the acknowledged world-level cultivators of the 12 palaces went to the Tao Lord Cloud World on the very first day. It seems the competition will be quite fierce, but I know that you will definitely succeed." "You both know about it?" Ning was surprised. It seemed as though everyone knew about the Tao Lord Cloud World trials. "Although you didn't tell us about it, even an idiot would be able to figure it out. The 12 palaces don't exactly have that many acknowledged world-level cultivators. For so many of them to enter the Tao Lord Cloud World on the exact same day is far too bizarre." World God Pilsaint looked towards Ning. "As I see it, you'll definitely succeed, Master. In fact, you might be number one. Those other fellows are nothing more than dirt chickens and clay dogs, of no worth whatsoever." Pilsaint was such an adorable-looking figure that these words didn't seem offensive at all. Instead, he made them sound amusing. "I hope you are right." Ning laughed. "Alright, time for me to go to the Tao Lord Cloud World." Su Yuji and Pilsaint watched as Ning flew into the air towards the distant Tao Lord Cloud World. The Tao Lord Cloud World was the tallest building in the entire Palace of the Sword, and its outer surface was that of 4 enormous layers of clouds. "I'll do everything I can. Let's see how far I'll be able to make it." Ning craned his neck, staring upwards at the Tao Lord Cloud World. Even though he had tried it out several times in recent years, those had all been merely for the sake of testing out some new sword arts. He had never really gone all out. Whoosh! Ning took a single step forwards, moving deep into the layer of black mist and inside the Tao Lord Cloud World. Sword Lord Dark North just went in. Now, all of our qualified sword lords have entered. I wonder what's going on. All of the geniuses of the 12 palaces have gone inside recently. The black-armored Tao Lords patrolling off in the distance were all watching. News spread quite quickly within the 12 palaces. The Tao Lord Cloud World was split up into 4 levels. These levels were known as the Black Cloud World, the Azure Cloud World, the Silver Cloud World, and the Gold Cloud World. Cultivators of the Sword Palace would have to start from the Black Cloud World each time, because the main point of the Tao Lord Cloud World was to help cultivators find suitable opponents. The Azure Cloud World. The white-robed Ning was striding atop a long path formed from azure clouds, wielding a longsword in one hand. Right in front of him was a golem barring a path. The golem was shaped like a strange beast with 4 legs and was roughly as strong as a Tao Lord of the first step. Boom! Sword light swept against the golem's chest in a seemingly casual manner, but the golem was knocked flying backwards off its feet. This was Ning's Heavenbreaker stance of the Bright Moon sword art. Swish! Swordlight flashed again in a mysterious manner, causing many sword shadows to appear in the air. There was no way to tell which attack was real and which attack was illusory. The edge of the sword sheared against the neck of a spider-shaped golem, and it couldn't help but crumple as it was sent flying backwards by Ning's swordlight. Ning defeated opponent after opponent on the Azure Cloud path, but the more he defeated the stronger the new opponents became. In fact, even the total number of opponents began to increase as well. Ning, however, continued to merely use a single sword, and the only sword art he used was his own, Bright Moon, sword art. I've never finished going through the entire second level before. Ning's sword arts had truly reached a profound level. Each of the 5 stances of Bright Moon were actually stronger than the 7 stances of the Heart Sword, or the Heart Seal, sword arts. It seems that at my current level of sword arts, a single sword is enough to easily overcome this level. Ning was already able to see the distant end to this azure cloud path. He had distilled some of the essence of Heartseal and Heartsword sword arts, then raised them to a higher level. When he used his own sword arts, they carried an aura of cyclical reincarnation as well, making the 5 stances of Bright Moon naturally become illusory. Slash! A dazzling streak of swordlight split the air. Ning's sword was like a comet that sped through the skies. It was the most beautiful thing in this world, and it seemed almost dreamlike. Ning's sword had reached an incredible level of speed. With a slash, it cut deep into the body of a golem. Generally speaking, most people would stay far away from golems and fight them from a distance, but this was the final opponent which Ning had to deal with. Swish! The swordlight stabbed through the golem's throat. Ning was rather surprised. It went through. I usually wasn't able to cut or pierce through the other golems. Whoosh! The stabbed golem quickly retreated backwards, and a strange liquid began to flow out of its throat. The wound quickly disappeared, and the golem left the azure cloud path. I've finally reached the end of the path. Ning flew out of the azure cloud path. In front of him was a small island that was only a few square kilometers in size, and there was a suit of azure armor placed on the island. Ning chuckled when he saw the suit of azure armor. Azure armor? It seems as though it is time for me to upgrade my outfit. The first time one passed the Black Cloud world, a suit of black armor would be awarded. The first time a person overcame the Azure Cloud world, a suit of Azure Cloud would be awarded. Ning had acquired his black armor long ago, which was a top-grade Dao armor. It wasn't even as useful as the Aquaflect armor he had purchased during the treasure auction. The Azure armor, however, was an eternal-level treasure. Khmer. Ning stepped forward and accepted the Azure armor, then sat down in the lotus position and began to slowly bind it while mentally preparing himself for the 3rd level, the Silver Cloud world. The Silver Cloud world. World-level cultivators had absolutely no chance of making it to the end of this level. To make it past this level meant that you had reached the threshold of power of a Dao Lord of the 3rd step. This was completely impossible. Even if Ning reached the 3rd stage in the Novescence Thunder and Novescence Water, and was thus able to slay a Dao Lord of the 1st step, he would merely be equivalent to a fairly formidable Dao Lord of the 2nd step. There was no way he'd be able to overcome the Silver Cloud world. Bircholu. East Cult, none of them, not even the most talented of geniuses, could accomplish this task. However, more than 90% of the geniuses acknowledged by the ancient pagodas were able to reach the threshold of Dao Lords of the 2nd step. Ning, for example, was already equivalent to a Dao Lord of the 1st step with his Azure Flower Mist energy alone. Given that his sword arts were even more profound than the Reincarnation stance and the Cosmic Heart stance, his skill in this area was actually somewhat higher than that of many actual Dao Lords of the 2nd step. This was why he had been able to make it through the Azure Cloud world with just a single sword. The Azure armor is a low-grade eternal treasure. It has no special properties other than its ability to absorb some degree of energy. Ning couldn't help but shake his head. At least his Aquaflect armor was able to reflect damage. Still, the more powerful my future opponents are, the less useful my current armor will be. As for my opponents on the Silver Cloud world, they will all be at least at the threshold of the Dao Lord of the 2nd step level. Ning switched armors, but he still elected to make it look like a set of white clothes. Ning then sat down in the lotus position again and began to breathe quietly as he started to work on replenishing the Azure Lower Mist energy he had used up during the first 2 levels. At the same time, he also thought back to some of the mistakes he had made in his earlier battle. This was the first time in the 100 years he'd been trying out in the Cloud World that he had made it all the way through the 2nd level. He had gained quite a few insights from this. He thought back to the previous battles he had fought as he pondered on his sword arts. On the final day, I will test myself against the Silver Cloud world. Ning came to a decision. Ning was actually one of the slowest ones, as most of the world-level cultivators acknowledged by the ancient pagodas had already finished. The Imperial Palace. The 13 thrones levitating within the void of space. Aha, heart force cultivators truly are impressive. Solwyn's heart force is becoming more and more frightening. Dao Lord Iinwind laughed merrily. Our Saber Palace won't say a single begrudging word if he is ranked number 1. At present, aside from Heartlord Solwind of the Heart Force Palace being ranked as number 1, the rest of the top 4 had been completely dominated by the Palace of the Saber. Humph! The nearby Lord Woodflower just let out a cold snort. The Sword Palace and the Saber Palace had always been somewhat at loggerheads, because the Tao of the Sword and the Tao of the Saber had always been the two most offensive, combative Daos in the endless territories. Generally speaking, more cultivators trained in the Tao of the Sword. Slightly fewer trained in the Tao of the Saber. Woodflower. Tao Lord Iinwind glanced sideways at Lord Woodflower, then let out an odd chuckle. 5 members of your Sword Palace have already finished their attempts, yes? The highest ranking member is merely ranked 7th. You have no chance at all. Humph! Lord Woodflower had an ugly look on his face. He did not, however, try to argue. The Saber Palace's performance truly had been dominating, while the Sword Palace's performance truly had been lackluster. These Palace Lords and Vice Palace Lords had all reached the end of the line. If they succeeded in their Tao merge, they would gain eternity. If they failed, they would die and their Tao would vanish. At their level, face mattered more than almost anything else. We'll see about that, Lord Woodflower said flatly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 20, The Altar. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 20, The Altar. Time passed quickly, and the final day of the 3 days the almighty hegemon had allotted the challengers had arrived. Ning and quite a few others had spent the previous day recuperating in the Azure Cloud world, so as to be in peak condition when they challenged the Silver Cloud world. Only a few people like Ning were able to fight for so long. After all, the majority relied on highly exhausting divine abilities that could allow them to unleash obliterating levels of power for brief moments. On the 3rd day, all of the remaining geniuses of the 12 palaces began to challenge the Silver Cloud world. Great joy has come out. That's great joy. Every person seated on the 13 thrones, the almighty hegemon included, was staring at one particular scene. This was the image displaying Prince Greatjoy challenging the Silver Cloud world. So fast. He's blowing through them like rotted wood. Hegemon, I feel upset each time I see Greatjoy. I really feel regretful that I wasn't able to recruit him into our Sky Metal Palace. A handsome youth dressed in beautiful golden robes let out a sigh. I could tell all those years ago that he had excellent potential, even though he was very weak starting off. In the end, the Spacetime Palace managed to lure him in, and then he somehow became one of your honorary disciples, Hegemon. Judging from how he is blasting through the Silver Cloud world, he's clearly become much more powerful once again. Aha, Sever Trip, jealousy won't get you anything. Greatjoy is now a member of our Spacetime Palace. A jade-eyed man with tousled hair let out a loud laugh. It is true that Greatjoy has improved quite rapidly. The almighty hegemon stroked his pristine white beard. The almighty hegemon's accomplishments in the Tao of Spacetime allowed him to look down upon all others in the endless territories. In the 12 palaces, he was particularly close to the Spacetime Palace, and some of its dazzling geniuses would be given a chance to earn one of his legacies and become an honorary disciples. Prince Greatjoy was one of them. The hegemon and the 12 golden armored lords continued to stare at the many scenes playing out in midair. Prince Greatjoy was moving farther and farther up the stairs to the altar, defeating one golem after another along the way. Rumble! Prince Greatjoy's body shone with golden light as he manifested 6 arms and began to sweep forward with even greater power. His palm arts, fist arts, finger arts, they were all unfathomably profound and ridiculously powerful. Sometimes he moved quickly, sometimes he moved slowly, but the region of space-time surrounding him was in a perpetual state of flux. It was extremely difficult for the golems attacking him to unleash their true power, but every single strike of Prince Greatjoy's contained tremendous might. Boom! 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 He devastated his way through the golems, his entire body have transformed into a golden color. He looked like a golden god of war, but a look of absolute, glacial calm was in his eyes. He's already reached 600. Dowlord Thousand Waves let out a startled cry. Given how he's cruised his way to the 600th level, he might have a shot at giving Soulwind a run for his money, but the Silver Cloud world was actually one enormous altar that had 900 levels that served as the steps to the top of the altar. The farther up you went, the more powerful your foes would be. The distance you were able to travel was a testament to your strength. Right now, Heartlord Soulwind was ranked number 1. He had made it to the 692nd step. Ranked in second place was Saberlord Redsnow of the Saber Palace. He had made it to the 680th step. Ranked third and fourth were members of the Saber Palace who had made it past the 600th step as well. 600 steps, this represented a certain level of power. Most of the acknowledged cultivators had already completed their attempts, but only 8 had made it past the 600th step. Given how easy it was for him to make it past the 600th level, he does indeed have a shot at matching Soulwind. Lord Woodflower nodded slowly as he gave his appraisal. Hard to say. He makes it look easy, but he might have already unleashed his full power, the nearby Dowlord Iinwind retorted coldly. Just keep watching. Lord Woodflower glanced sideways at him. Dowlord Iinwind stared hard at the scene playing out before him. Prince Greatjoy was still steadily advancing. Starting from the 600th level, the golems became much more powerful and much more numerous. In fact, there could be as many as 20 or 30 of them attacking you at the same time. However, Prince Greatjoy's mastery over spacetime allowed him to tower over almost all world-level cultivators of the 12 palaces. He was able to find unconceivable openings and positions, allowing him to never have to face more than 3 golems at one time. Boom! 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 650. 660. 670. Dowlord Iinwind's face grew uglier and uglier to behold, because Prince Greatjoy had just caused a member of the Saber Palace to be eliminated from this competition. 680. He's still advancing. 690. Prince Greatjoy's face was starting to turn solemn, but a look of madness was in his eyes. His entire body radiated that blinding golden light, and each of his attacks contained utterly earth-shaking power. The golems were able to land an occasional attack against him, but were completely unable to harm him. He must have reached at least the 8th stage in the illusory jade, secret art. The youth dressed in the beautiful golden robes, Dowlord Severtrip, let out a sigh when he saw this. This secret art isn't all that profound, but he still was able to reach the level of near perfection in it. This is a secret art of our Tao of Metal, he really should have entered our Sky Metal Palace. He beat him. He moved past Soulwind. The farther one advanced, the more difficult each level became. Prince Greatjoy's face was extremely solemn now. He was finding it extremely difficult to advance, with the golems doing everything they could to oppose him. 699, 700. He made it to level 700. Previously, the only members of the 12 palaces who made it past level 700 at the world level were Birchaloo and Eastcult. Now, Greatjoy has joined their ranks. The ancient powers sighed in amazement as they saw this. As for Prince Greatjoy, he gritted his teeth and fought like a madman. By nature, he wasn't the type of person to easily admit defeat, and he still stubbornly fought and clawed his way forwards. He had reached exceedingly great heights in both the Tao of Spacetime and the Tao of Metal, and had also received personal guidance from the almighty Hegemon himself. Now, faced with such tremendous pressure, he actually began to slowly grow stronger and stronger.
Rumble.
Alas, with each step he took the golems became increasingly terrifying as well, and even more of them were appearing.
Boom. 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 One missed strike and he was almost instantly knocked flying.
Moments later, ropes tightened around him.
Defeat. He had been defeated at the 719th step. The ancient powers seated within the 13 thrones couldn't help but sigh in amazement.
When they met and spoke with the most talented geniuses like Prince Greatjoy, they virtually treated those geniuses as equals, because once these geniuses made their breakthroughs they would quickly become comparable to downlords of the third step. Once they engaged in a bit of training, they would quickly be able to compare to downlords of the fourth step. It would be very easy for them to become major figures within the endless territories. Right now, Prince Greatjoy was ranked number 1 after having made it to the 719th level.
Heartlord Soulwind was ranked 2nd after having made it to the 692nd level.
Ranked 3rd was Saberlord Redsnow, level 680.
Number 4 was Saberlord Grief, level 668.
The Azure Cloud World of the Downlord Cloud World.
Ning rose to his feet and walked directly towards the highest position on the island he was in.
When he reached it, a space-time vortex formed around him.
Ning disappeared from the Azure Cloud World.
Within the Silver Cloud World. This was a world shaped like an utterly enormous altar that had 900 steps to it.
What an enormous altar!
Ning craned his neck as he stared upwards, seeing the many golems roving about.
He could also hear faint booms ringing out from far ahead.
There are other cultivators here right now as well? I wonder which member of the Sword Palace is here, or perhaps it is one of the other sword lords. There were so many golems within the altar that 10 cultivators could challenge this world at the same time.
Time to go.
Ning held a pair of eternal swords in his hands as he advanced forwards.
Quar!
Instantly, a pitch-black golem shaped like a 3-headed, 4-legged beast let out a roar as it pounced towards Ning like a streak of light, moving roughly 3 times as fast as the speed of light. This single level was roughly as long as the entire Azure Cloud world had been, but it was merely 1,000,000 kilometers wide. 1,000,000 kilometers might seem like a long distance, but major powers were able to traverse it with just a single step.
Humph! Ning looked at the golem. Boom!
Instantly, Ning's body radiated with lightning, water, and many other types of light.
Some were dazzling, some were ruinous, some were subdued.
The 7 types of Dao lightning all had different auras, as did the same types of Dao water. Still, Ning was able to fully control all of them, and with but a thought Ning caused them to join together into a heptastar duality formation. An enormous, dazzling, bizarre formation appeared in the air which completely covered the 4-legged beast which was charging towards Ning.
Boom! Although the beast golem let out a furious howl, it was still forced several steps backwards. Ning was able to advance to the 2nd level with ease.
As he continued his advance, the golems became increasingly powerful. In fact, there were even a few golems that attacked from afar using magic treasures, and the effectiveness of Ning's heptastar duality formation began to lessen. Ning had to unleash his sword arts to fight as well.
Boom! 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 Dot!
Ning's sword arts were quite mighty, allowing him to sweep through all obstacles.
200 steps. 300 steps. Ning's ears suddenly pricked up. It seems everything went silent. There had been another cultivator fighting on the other side of the altar. Moments ago, explosions had been ringing out unabated. Now, nothing could be heard at all.
Woodflower, your sword lord Wildfire has been defeated as well.
He lost on the 597th step. He almost made it to the 600th. Dowlord Iinwind glanced sideways at Dowlord Woodflower.
Right now, the only remaining member in your sword palace is that kid who just became a sword lord a short while ago.
Dowlord Woodflower ignored Dowlord Iinwind's mockery.
Instead, he stared at the scene of Ning forging his way ahead. Right now, Ning was the only member of the Sword Palace who was still taking part in the challenge. All the others had already failed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 21, Tenacity. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 21, Tenacity. Within the Sword Palace's Silver Cloud world, the rest of the altar was now completely silent. Still, Ning merely made a note of it as he then continued to fight all out against the golems on each level of the altar. Rumble. Boom. Explosions rang out unabated. His Dao Water and Dao Lightning were combined into a formation of tremendous power, but at this point they were having a limited amount of impact on the increasingly powerful golems. Still, for someone at Ning's level, even a limited impact would make things much simpler. Level 400. Level 500. Ning continued to advance. His most powerful technique was the Bright Moon sword art, and it was guaranteed that in the long run it would always be his most powerful technique. Once he became a Dao Lord, he would have his own path, and that path would always allow him to unleash the most power possible. By then, the other sword arts would merely provide him with guidance and experience, helping him enhance his understanding of the Tao of the sword. However, his greatest power would forever lie within the Bright Moon sword art. The same was true for other experts of the Tao of the sword. Their strongest sword arts would be the ones they created. Break. Heavenbreaker stance. Shadowless stance. Soul Heart stance. Yin Yang stance. Blood Drop stance. The 5 stances of Bright Moon. And Ning had now infused them with the sword intent of reincarnation, making his 5 stances into a continuous cycle that flowed with no weaknesses or flaws whatsoever, allowing him to unleash even more power in battle. Of the 5 Bright Moon stances, Ning's strongest stances were the Yin Yang stance and the Soul Heart stance. These two were both defensive techniques. Ning had put a tremendous amount of effort into his unicorn's domain, making him somewhat stronger in the area of defense. Hey, Woodflower. That's the kid who just became a sword lord in your palace, right? He actually made it to the 500th level. Dao Lord Severtrip suddenly called out in surprise. Mum, Lord Woodflower nodded, revealing a smile as he watched Ning advance non-stop. It is pretty impressive for him to have even made it past 500. It seems this Dark North kid has some talent. A pity that he entered the Sword Palace a bit too late, Dao Lord Yin said, attempting to pour some cold water on their excitement. Dao Lord Woodflower didn't argue. Even he could tell that although Ning's sword arts were profound, they also had noticeable flaws compared to the skills of Prince Greatjoy or Saber Lord Redsnow. Ning's sword arts were average amongst the sword lords who had been acknowledged by the ancient pagodas. It must be understood that he had only been acknowledged a mere century ago. For him to be considered average amongst the 67 most talented world-level cultivators in the kingdom was already quite impressive. The 500th level was a fairly average level. Many geniuses were unable to make it much farther past this level. Ning had 3 heads and 6 arms, and he wielded a violet jewel in each of his 6 arms as he fought with all his might. Lightning and torrents of water exploded through the air unabated, doing their best to slow down and affect the impending golems. Whoosh! A golem suddenly transformed into an enormous wave of water that came crashing down towards Ning. Ning hurriedly used his Dao Lightning and Dao Water to defend, but they were quickly submerged within the enormous wave, and it continued its crashing assault. Yin Yang stance. Ning's 6 swords simultaneously struck out. This was a stance meant to deal with group attacks. Ning was often forced to use the Yin Yang stance in the Silver Cloud world, because the golems would often attack in groups. Whoosh! Yin and Yang spun as Ning's swordlight flew. The surrounding area seemed to have been transformed into a black hole which completely blocked all the waters of the wave. Kill! After pushing through the wave, Ning continued to advance.
550. 560. 570.
Ning was incredibly tenacious and durable. There was no way for him to use any divine abilities with his Azure Flower Mist energy, but because of how steady he was able to stay at maximum power for a very long period of time. Other Daelord equivalents, even ones like Prince Greatjoy, had to conserve their divine power and thus would often engage in normal combat while only occasionally exploding forth with their full power. Thus, they even brought spirit pills, chaos jewels, and chaos nectar to replenish their depleting energy. Ning, however, was simply too stable. His sword arts were similarly stable.
The 5 stances of Bright Moon included all aspects of swordplay.
Some swordsmen were skilled in one area and weaker in other areas. In short, they had their areas of specialties and their deficiencies. Ning, however, was skilled in every single area. He was slightly stronger in defense, but that was just in comparison. The reincarnation sword intent filling his sword arts made it so that all 5 stances were merged together perfectly. This naturally made him even stabler.
Emperor Mirrors now was legendary for his tenacity.
Even those who were stronger than him would find it difficult to defeat him.
Advance.
Over the course of countless years, numerous major powers have perished. None of those Dao Lords who had failed their Dao merge have been able to come back to life. An enormous price must be paid in order to bring back someone whose true soul has already been extinguished. If I'm not strong enough, I won't be able to beseech the almighty hegemon and experts on his level to help me.
I won't be able to convince them that the price will be worth it. If I want to accomplish my goals, I have to seize every opportunity one can. Ning would never give up.
He knew that many members of even the Brightshore Imperials had perished over the course of years, with none being brought back to life. Clearly, even if the almighty hegemon was capable of resurrecting the dead, the price would be so terrifying that he wouldn't be willing to do it lightly.
I've just started. I can't give up so soon. Ning's sword arts were subtly improving during this process.
He wasn't at a bottleneck, after all, and this sort of furious, high-pressure combat would naturally result in his sword arts being perfected non-stop.
Keep going. I can take at least another step forwards. Ning could feel that the pressure was growing greater and greater. Is he actually? Is that kid from the Sword Palace actually?
The ancient powers seated on the 13 thrones all stared curiously at this scene. Ning was currently battling against 6 golems, and it was difficult for him to advance. Every single one of the 6 golems possessed tremendous levels of power, and by now Ning's Dao Lightning and Dao Water were of very little help to him.
600. He actually made it to level 600. His sword arts actually enabled him to make it to level 600?
The ancient powers were all shocked. Dao Lord Thousand Waves cried out in surprise. His sword arts are clearly quite ordinary compared to the other acknowledged world-level geniuses, but he actually managed to make it to the 600th level. Ning already ranks in the top 10. As time passed, the total number who made it past level 600 continued to grow. On the very first day, only 5 had made it past that level. By the time Prince Greatjoy made it past, more than 8 had already reached this level. And now, Ning was the 10th. It must be understood that this contest was a contest involving all the world-level geniuses of the 12 palaces. For Ning to be only the 10th to make it through this level meant that he was one of the elites within his group. In fact, his performance was better than that of any other member of the Sword Palace.
602. That should be it. The white-bearded hegemon nodded slowly. Don't underestimate this Dark North kid.
His sword arts might seem to be inferior to that of Greatjoy and the others, making him look ordinary, but they are extremely balanced. He's skilled in every single aspect, and from what I understand he has gained the legacy of mirrors now. Look, you can see the sword intent of reincarnation permeating through his sword arts. He's managed to link everything together perfectly, making him very strong, and with those 7 types of Tao lightning and Tao water supporting him, it makes sense that he can make it past level 600.
Still, he's at his limit. He's only persisting out of sheer tenacity and stubbornness.
The almighty hegemon watched the scenes being displayed. Ning had made it to the 602nd level, but he was clearly at a complete disadvantage when facing the 8 golems on this level. Still, he continued to stubbornly hang on. To make it to the 602nd level is not, the almighty hegemon evaluated.
Yes, not bad at all. In the future, this kid just might be a match for great joy.
They all agreed with the hegemon's appraisal.
Even Tao Lord Woodflower nodded in agreement, but he couldn't help but sigh to himself. Alas, the 7 sword lords of the Sword Palace had all failed.
No one rebutted the almighty hegemon, because they all knew how astute his vision and judgment was.
He was able to completely see and understand how strong Ning was right now.
If he said that this level was as far as Ning could go, that would definitely be the case.
The Silver Cloud World. Level 602 of the altar.
Tired. Ning was so tired. These 8 golems launched combined attacks against him. Terrifying flowers of fire and water continuously rained down upon him, and some of the golems repeatedly charged into close combat against him. Every single one was just as strong as Ning, and when the 6 joined forces they were able to completely suppress Ning. Ning had indeed only been able to just barely hang on for this long thanks to his extremely balanced sword arts.
He wouldn't admit defeat lightly. Once he gave up, he would have lost. Only by persevering would there be hope.
Ning strove to learn as much as he could from this very battle, pondering on his sword art's flaws in real time as he continuously perfected them.
Rumble.
Attacks rained down from every direction, and Ning was like a little boat that was being rocked within a stormy sea that would capsize at any moment.
Ning had no idea that the almighty hegemon and 12 golden armored powers were watching him.
Although they had a rather good opinion of him, they felt certain that this level was Ning's limit. Their attacks really are endless and omnipresent. Although Ning's sword arts were slowly improving, he still felt a sense of despair.
Defeat would come at any moment.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 27, Chapter 22, A Tao Belonging to Ning.
Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 22, A Tao Belonging to Ning.
Omnipresent?
Surrounded and exhausted by the endless attacks from these many golems, the light of inspiration suddenly flickered in Ning's mind.
Right. Their attacks are omnipresent. Some cast spells from afar, others close in on me and attack in melee using claws and palms.
I only have 6 arms after using 3 heads, 6 arms. How could I possibly withstand so many attacks? Ning was mumbling to himself as many different sword arts went through his mind, with many insights regarding the yin-yang stance in particular coming to the forefront. It was as though a thread was linking many small beads together, forming a true collective whole.
Omnipresent. The true yin-yang stance shouldn't result in me defending in such an exhausting manner. So what if I have 6 arms? Even if I had 10 or 18 arms, so what? There's still a limit to what I can do. Ning was beginning to awaken to the truth. The true yin-yang stance should allow me to defend against all oncoming attacks, which means it needs to be omnipresent as well.
It should envelope everything in its path, and any attacks that come forth should be blocked by it. That means, for the yin-yang stance to be truly powerful, it should be a domain. I need to transform this stance into a domain. Every single cultivator had a path that was most suited to them. Over the course of countless years, many major powers had chosen many different paths. At their level, there was no way they could imitate others any longer. If they did, it would actually have a negative influence on their own future insights. If you wished to draw a painting, it was best to start with a fresh, blank scroll of paper. The path of cultivation was best expressed through following one's own heart,
through slowly understanding and upgrading one's insights to the point of fundamentally transforming them. Let my 7 Tao lightnings and my 7 Tao waters be my sword, Ning murmured softly. Rumble. The Tao water and Tao lightning that had been in the surrounding area constricting the foes suddenly began to rumble. Although they were elemental lightning and water by nature, true experts of the Tao of the sword could use anything as a sword. Flower petals, water drops, a single water drop, they could all be used as a sword. Now, Ning was using Tao water and Tao lightning as his blade. Tao lightning and Tao water, form my yin-yang stance and create my yin-yang sword domain. In recent years, Ning's greatest achievements lay in the field of defense. All of his insights into the yin-yang stance, including some which he had previously felt to be rather unimportant, all came together in this stance as he generated a domain of sword intent. He infused it with all of his insights, causing the power of this stance to instantly transform. Rumble. Every single streak of Tao lightning transformed into a sword. The insides of the swords were made of lightning, but on the outside they had already been shaped and condensed into the form of a sword. The powerful sword intent controlling the lightning was naturally giving birth to sword force. Every single stream of Tao water had also transformed into the shape of a sword. They began to circle around Ning like an enormous whirlpool, but if one looked closely one would see that some of the streaks were swirling clockwise while others were swirling counterclockwise. The mighty sword intent controlling this technique caused parts of it to flow forwards and parts of it to flow backwards, creating an incredibly powerful tearing force. What made white stand out? Only when the rest of a piece of parchment was completely covered in black ink would a spot of blank whiteness in the center be dazzling to behold. Ning's sword intent was strong to begin with. Now that he had formed this technique with forward and reverse flows, the ripping, tearing power of his domain grew exponentially greater. Yin-yang polarity. The concept of yin and yang was reinforcing this technique as well. The yang attribute Tao lightning and the yin attribute Tao water mutually reinforced each other, resulting in both being strengthened. Every so often, compatible streaks of lightning or water would brush against each other, resulting in even more terrifying force. Both forwards and backwards, both gentle and violent. An enormous domain had formed around Ning, covering an area of 10,000 kilometers. This domain was formed of sword-shaped lightning and water, but what made it truly terrifying was the sword intent which Ning's yin-yang stance had manifested. The sword intent of the yin-yang stance had already undergone a fundamental transformation. Lightning and water flowed together, sometimes calm and sometimes explosive as it blasted at any foes which dared trespass. From this day forth, my yin-yang stance shall be the yin-yang sword domain. Ning smiled. Finally, one of his 5 stances of Bright Moon had truly transformed. In this moment, Ning clearly understood that the yin-yang sword domain was a path he would absolutely have to take in the region of defense as he became a Samsara Tao Lord. Careful. Quick. These golems were sentient. Once Ning formed that enormous yin-yang sword domain, the golems who were fighting within the reach of that domain instantly sensed multiple layers of force appear in the area. Sometimes, the force simply followed their movements, other times, the force exploded against them with great violence. There was even the occasional sensation of being brutally ripped apart by layers of power. The entire domain was filled with countless attacks that alternated between yin and yang. The attacks constantly changed and transformed, making it harder and harder for them to defend. The golems had to use roughly 90% of their power in defending against the yin-yang sword domain. Boom! Ning charged forwards, sweeping out with his swordlight and sending a golem flying. The golems were so focused on defending against the domain that they were now extremely vulnerable to Ning. He was able to defeat them all with one strike. Ning continued to advance. 603, 604. 605. Ning slowly advanced, wielding 6 swords while keeping 3 heads, 6 arms active. His enormous yin-yang sword domain covered an area of 10,000 kilometers around him, but in truth its size was variable. He could easily expand it to make it 100 million kilometers in size,
but the 10,000-kilometer range was the range at which he could maintain peak levels of power. Beyond that range, the power of the domain would slowly begin to decay. The yin-yang sword domain could also be used through flying swords and other magic treasures, or even Dao fire. Anything could be used to generate it. However, Ning had access to incredibly powerful Dao lightning and Dao water, which was why he used them to generate the domain. A simple tree branch controlled by Ning's mighty sword intent was now able to slay a Dao Lord of the first step. The Dao lightning and Dao water were extraordinary elemental powers, and when they were used by the yin-yang sword domain they were able to produce truly enormous amounts of power. The Imperial Palace. The almighty hegemon and the 12 golden armored powers were seated on their 13 thrones, staring at this sight. After Ning's yin-yang stance transformed into the yin-yang sword domain, Ning was able to easily advance through the upcoming stages. However, none of the golden armored powers cared about the fact that the almighty hegemon's evaluation had been wrong. Instead, they simply watched in astonishment as Ning unleashed his sword intent domain because they knew what this portended. "He has finally taken that first step," the almighty hegemon said softly. "Sword Lord Darknorth is guaranteed to become one of the most supreme members of our 12 palaces." Dao Lord Thousand Waves nodded. "For someone like him to end up in the Sword Palace instead of mine, what a pity, what a pity." Dao Lord Inwing shook his head. Dao Lord Woodflower glanced sideways at him, then began to laugh in a very contented manner. Although Sword Lord Darknorth's sword intent domain is defensive in nature, every part of it is infused with terrifyingly strong attacks. If any enemies enter his domain, they will suffer attacks non-stop. Even the most powerful of foes will eventually be whittled down, making it so that they will be greatly weakened before even drawing close to him. A domain like this is guaranteed to be a terrifying thing to face. If he can become a Dao Lord of the fourth step, this sword intent domain is powerful enough to allow him to suppress eternal emperors. A golden armored power whose eyes were like two black vortices of darkness let out a soft sigh. "Agreed." The almighty hegemon nodded. "He'll be able to suppress ordinary eternal emperors." For Sword Lord Darknorth to take this step forward means that he has already discovered a supreme Dao of defense for himself. It is guaranteed that he will be a monster of a Dao Lord. Everyone present nodded. There were differences in personal Daos. Some Samsara Dao Lords walked a path of simple Daos and would be very weak. As Dao Lords of the first step, they would merely have ordinary levels of power. Emperor Mirrorsnow's Dao in his seventh stance, the reincarnation stance, would have been enough for him to be acknowledged by the ancient pagodas. He used this path to become a Samsara Dao Lord, and his Dao was fairly formidable. As a Dao Lord of the first step, he could match Dao Lords of the second step. However, a Dao like this just barely cleared the threshold of the ancient pagodas. Prince Greatjoy, Heart Lord Soulwind, Ning, their Daos were on a higher level. Ning had just created his yin-yang sword domain, but it was a level of power above the reincarnation stance and much more profound. And supreme Dao of defense. Dao Lord Thousand Waves let out a sigh. The Sword Palace really hasn't had many individuals who have ever been able to come up with a supreme Dao. Absolutely true. Lord Woodflower nodded. Every single major power would have an individual Dao that was best suited to them. Ning was able to develop his yin-yang sword domain, but others might come up with similarly strong sword arts. So long as they were at the same general level, they would all be classified as an ultimate class defensive Dao. If he follows this Dao to its conclusion, he definitely will be able to trample over eternal emperors once he becomes a Dao Lord of the fourth step. Dao Lord Thousand Waves laughed. He's still a bit lacking compared to Palace Lord Dawnstar, Dao Lord Inwin said. Lord Dawnstar, at the world level, developed 3 supreme Daos and then merged them together perfectly. After he became a Dao Lord of the fourth step, he was able to slay an eternal emperor with just 3 strokes of his blade. Although Sword Lord Darknorth is impressive, he will only be able to suppress eternal emperors. Killing them will be a matter of luck. True. Everyone present agreed.
But Berchelu and Eastcult do have a chance of reaching Lord Dawnstar's level. The almighty Hegemon agreed with this assessment as well. Still, given that Dark North has come up with an ultimate class defensive Dao, he'll still be able to withstand them in an actual battle. He should be classified as someone on the same level as them. Eastcult had come up with supreme Daos for both offense and defense, and had been able to merge them perfectly. This was why he was a match for Berchelu. True. Him having taken this step means he is guaranteed to be a monster of a Dao Lord. Lord Woodflower was in a splendid mood. Previously, these golden armored figures had all referred to Ning as this kid. Now that Ning had taken this step, they all referred to him as Dark North or Sword Lord Dark North, because in their hearts they viewed Ning as someone who would be a true equal. However, Supreme Daos are also the most difficult Daos for gaining eternity. The almighty Hegemon let out a soft sigh. They are indeed hard, but to choose this path means he will definitely be an extraordinary figure, Dao Lord Thousand Waves said. Dao Lord All God, Dao Lord Featherdress, Palace Lord Dawnstar, they had all chosen the path of an ultimate class Dao. As a result, becoming an eternal emperor would be incredibly difficult. Still, while they were alive, they were amongst the most illustrious, distinguished figures of all the endless territories. The almighty Hegemon and the others were sighing in amazement over Ning's prowess, but they had no idea that this was merely the evolution of the yin-yang stance, one of 5 stances in Ning's Bright Moon sword art. Ning's plan was to reach the apex with his other 4 stances as well. He was going to find suitable Daos for his other 4 stances, then infuse all of their mysteries into his own sword arts. This was Ning's true goal. Right now, he had developed an supreme Dao of defense, the yin-yang sword domain, but this was just the beginning. 660. 670. 680. Dao Lord Woodflower watched as Ning continuously advanced up the steps of the altar, and the smile on his face continued to widen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 23, The Dust Settles. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 23, The Dust Settles. As Dao Lord Wind watched Ning advanced past level 680, he couldn't help but feel resigned. Even the best performing member of his Saber Palace, Saber Lord Redsnow, had only made it to level 680. For Heart Lord Soulwind to give such an impressive performance was expected, but Greatjoy's improvements were truly shocking. He was even better than Soulwind. And now, this Dark North fellow has appeared as well. Ning continued to advance past multiple floors.